Lily was feeling a little jealous of Phoebe until Penny stopped by to offer Kevin some water. Then she invited Kevin to dinner as a peace offering for not believing his explanation of how he'd ended up with her phone. Lily had promised herself not to let anyone try to break up her relationship with Kevin, so she took the initiative and held Kevin's hand. "Hubby, your classmate's offer sounds wonderful. Let's take her up on it." Then Lily looked over at Phoebe and added, "Why don't you come along too, Phoebe? It's always a lot more fun to have a big group." Kevin was pleasantly surprised to hear Lily talking so kindly and gently. This was the first time he'd seen her like this in all the years they'd been married. Just as Kevin was about to nod his head and agree to the plan, a sharp sword suddenly flew toward them from nearby. Kevin saw that it was about to hit Phoebe's shoulder, so he jumped up off the ground and leapt in front of her. At the same time, he reached out and snatched the sword. Who the hell would do something as mindless as that? With all these people around, you could kill someone, Kevin thought to himself. He tossed the sword onto the ground just as a tall, rugged man with an incredibly guilty look on his face ran over to them. The man calmly picked the sword up off the ground and said very apologetically, "I'm really sorry about that. It accidentally slipped out of my hand while I was practicing. I'm so glad I didn't hurt anyone." He was Frank Carter, one of the martial arts instructors at the School for the Healing Arts. Although Frank was acting like a very friendly and easygoing guy, he was actually being pretty hypocritical. On the first day of school, he'd noticed Lily and Phoebe and had a crush on both of the women, but he'd never found a good excuse to go up and talk to either of them. When he saw Lily and Phoebe sitting with Kevin, Frank absolutely lost it. "You really should be more careful when you're practicing your sword techniques. Even though you're an instructor, you still could hurt someone," Kevin grumbled. "You're absolutely right. I'll try to pay attention next time." Frank replied cheerfully, but he was actually cursing Kevin under his breath. "Who the hell do you think you are to teach me a lesson? Just see how I'll deal with you later." Then Frank turned around and walked away while he continued to show off his sword moves for the group of young students who had been watching him. Frank's interruption really ruined Kevin's mood, but he still thought he'd be a fool to pass up a chance to have Penny treat him. "So it's a plan. Let's all go out and have dinner tonight." "Okay," Penny agreed right away. Then she eyed Lily and Phoebe before walking off the training field. Suddenly, Lily hugged Kevin's arms and pouted slightly. "Why is Penny treating you to a meal? Is there something going on between the two of you that you're keeping from me?" Phoebe also stared at Kevin and wondered what the deal was. In the face of stiff competition like Penny, she and Lily were kind of on the same side now. Right then, a stone hit Lily really hard on the shoulder and she winced in pain. Kevin knew right away who'd done it, and he was really pissed. Frank jogged over to them with a big smile on his face. His apology really sounded sincere. "Sorry, Lily. I hope I didn't hurt you. The students asked me to demonstrate a throwing technique and it got away from me. Did it hurt a lot?" Then he added, "I can show you a special massage that'll make you feel better before you know it." But Frank didn't care whether Lily felt better or not. He started to reach out to touch her shoulder, but Lily pulled back. Before Frank even got near her, Kevin grabbed his wrist and snarled, "I think you're looking for trouble." "You really should show more respect to your teachers," Frank shouted angrily. "Respect you? For what? Are you even qualified to be teaching here? Apologize to my wife immediately or you'll regret it," Kevin threatened him. "What did you just say? There's a little too much noise out here. I didn't hear you clearly." Frank tilted his head and whispered into Kevin's ear. "I was telling you to apologize. Or don't you understand plain English?" Kevin roared back. The commotion started to draw a crowd of onlookers. "Am I seeing things? Is this guy actually starting a fight with a martial arts instructor?" One of them asked the other. They were all certain that Kevin would be absolutely destroyed by Frank. After all, he was good enough to be on the school's faculty. They figured that the best outcome for Kevin was that he'd end up in the hospital. Sherwin Blair squeezed through the crowd and shouted at Kevin, You're getting more and more cocky all the time, you loser. Frank's our martial arts teacher, you goof. Do you have any idea how much trouble you're getting into? If I were you, I'd immediately let go of his wrist and beg for forgiveness. If you're lucky, maybe he'll let you go, Blair laughed. Kevin, let's just forget about it. It really didn't hurt that much anyway, Lily pleaded with him. She was worried about what would happen to her husband, and she could tell that Frank was just looking for a fight. Plus, since he was an instructor, the school would probably take his side in the disagreement, and Kevin would be finished there. No, Lily, if I don't teach him a lesson this time, he'll just keep doing this over and over, Kevin told her. He'd seen lots of people like Frank Carter, and he knew how it would go. I'll tell you what, Frank retorted. If you want to fight with me, that's what you'll get. Then he picked up a sword and pointed it right at Kevin. He didn't seem to care what he did to Kevin, he was so angry. The group of onlookers started to make a lot of noise. Phoebe and Lily were getting incredibly anxious. Both of them knew that Kevin could fight, but had he ever fought someone who was good enough to teach at the school for the healing arts? But Kevin wasn't afraid at all. His training in the herbal meds had given him incredible power, right down to his DNA. Frank was pretty impressive to beginners, but he wasn't a threat. In fact, the two of them weren't even on the same level. Just as Kevin was about to attack, everyone heard somebody shout, "Stop that right now! This is a university campus, not some back alley." Frank immediately withdrew his sword and Kevin relaxed his fist. Professor Murdoch walked over to them and chastised Frank. "Do you think it's right to bully students? We're supposed to protect them." "It's not what it looks like, Professor Murdoch. Kevin wanted to do some extra training during our break, so I was just testing him," Frank tried to explain. "These students just got here a few days ago. How could you be testing them when they haven't even learned the basics?" Professor Murdoch glared. Everyone on the faculty knew that Frank was a player, but he had some relatives who had pretty good connections and his martial arts skills were pretty good, so they put up with a lot of his nonsense. "We were just messing around, Professor. Everything's under control." Frank kept smiling the whole time he was talking, but he was acting a lot less arrogant now that Professor Murdoch was there. "Instructor Carter, I don't care if you're kidding around or not. If you hurt any of this school's students, you'll answer for it," Professor Murdoch explained in no uncertain terms. Lily and Phoebe both heaved a sigh of relief. Now that Professor Murdoch was there, they knew that Frank wouldn't dare to try anything else. Otherwise, Kevin would definitely be in big trouble right now. "Of course, Professor Murdoch. I'd never let things get out of hand. Just ask the students," Frank replied with his fake smile. He was trying to make it look like he was being falsely accused. Blair immediately stood up for his teacher. "Professor Murdoch, this is all a big misunderstanding. Kevin was being very rude and he just needed to learn a lesson." As he spoke, Blair made sure that he sneered at Kevin. He thought to himself, "You're so lucky you got out of this, you loser." Then Lionel also piped up. "Don't be too hard on Mr. Carter. How could an instructor at the school possibly be bullying students?" "That's right. He was teaching us sword skills just now. The lesson was to practice hard and try to make positive contributions to society as soon as we can," Luther agreed. Kevin almost laughed out loud when he heard these guys. Lionel and Luther were such good liars. They sounded completely sincere. Phoebe and Lily were even angrier than Kevin by now. They couldn't understand how these guys could tell such bald-faced lies. Professor Murdoch looked at them all one by one. Finally, her gaze stopped on Kevin. "Come with me. I've got something to tell you," she requested. She knew just how powerful Kevin was and that Frank wouldn't stand a chance against him, so it was entirely possible that Kevin had wised off to him since he wasn't afraid. When they got to Professor Murdoch's office, she informed him, "You've earned your reward." Kevin wasn't sure what she was talking about and asked her, "What reward?" "Don't you remember what I told you in class? The high donor for the fundraiser receives a reward from the school." Professor Murdoch explained. Then she glanced at Kevin and asked him, "Don't you want it?" "Of course I'm interested, Professor, but I don't know what it is," Kevin replied frankly. "Since it's coming from the school, it must be something good, right? Is the reward some kind of advanced technique or a medicinal pill with superhuman effects?" "An advanced technique? Or a medicinal pill? Don't forget that this is a school, so your reward will be a little more academic," Professor Murdoch reminded him. "Your reward will be to have access to the library's Special Collections Annex. You can choose any book you like and check it out." "What kind of reward is that?" Kevin was stunned. He looked out at Professor Murdoch's office window and could see the library. Any student could get into the building if they wanted. "Don't you like the reward?" Professor Murdoch could tell what Kevin was thinking with just a glance. "I just don't see what's so special about this," Kevin replied dejectedly. "It sounds like you really haven't read through the school's regulations," she scowled. "Let me be frank with you. The books in special collections from the 1st to the 10th floor are actually just copies of the original editions. There's a vast amount of information in them, and you can find out just about anything you need to know. But students are strictly forbidden to take any of the books in the library," she added. "But what's the use of it for me to check out a single book?" Kevin couldn't help but ask. "Anyway, as long as the other students can enter special collections too, they can read whatever they want." "Just hear me out," Professor Murdoch answered bluntly. "The books from the 11th to the 13th floor are extremely rare. They're the only copies in existence. I myself don't even know what's contained in them." "What? You don't even know?" Kevin was astonished. "Do you think that just anyone is allowed to go up to the top floors?" Professor Murdoch asked him as she slowly walked over to the window and showed him the imposing structure. Then she said very seriously, "The top 3 floors are strictly guarded. If you don't have permission, you can't even get up there. And if anyone were to sneak in, they'd be severely punished. I was only allowed access to the 11th floor when I first joined the faculty. The administration let me see the top 2 floors, but I wasn't permitted to touch anything," she revealed. Then she turned around and looked Kevin in the eyes. "So now do you understand how important this reward is?" Kevin's eyes widened when he heard that. "Do you mean I can enter the top 3 floors?" "That's right. You can go anywhere from the 11th to the 13th floors, and you can stay there for 10 hours. Professor Murdoch explained with just a hint of jealousy. What Kevin didn't know was that when Professor Murdoch went to the 11th floor, she was only allowed to stay there for an hour. "Well, when you put it that way, my donation was worth it," Kevin joked. But Professor Murdoch still wasn't sure about Kevin's enormous donation to the fundraiser. How could he have had that much money to throw around? She was so curious that she looked into it and found out that Lily had only donated $25,000. Compared to the millions that Kevin had donated, it was just a drop in the bucket. Seeing the excitement in Kevin's eyes, Professor Murdoch decided to throw some cold water on his ambitions. "Don't be too optimistic about the top floor. The books on that level are only for the most advanced experts. Ordinary people, even excellent students, aren't ready for them. So don't be greedy," she advised. "Choose a book that you're ready to read and can benefit from it for the rest of your life. That would be much more sensible than choosing something that you're not ready to grasp." "Are they really that difficult?" Kevin frowned slightly. "You'll know when the time comes. I'll take you over there right now to prevent any misunderstanding with the guards," Professor Murdoch offered as she gestured toward the door. A few minutes later, they bumped into Penny. "I'm sorry, Penny. Professor Murdoch and I have some things to deal with, so I'm afraid I'll have to take a rain check on our dinner," Kevin explained apologetically. "That's okay. Just let me know when you have the time," Penny replied. She was still acting a little aloof, but Kevin's willingness to put off their dinner only made her even more interested in him. As Kevin and Professor Murdoch were heading to the library so that he could spend some time looking at the rare books, they bumped into Penny Sutherland. Kevin explained to her that he wouldn't be able to have dinner that evening after all and asked if they could do it another day. Somehow, this made Penny even more interested in Kevin. She was used to getting special treatment for her whole life, and nobody ever canceled appointments with her. After all, there were lots of people who were dying to get to know her, but Kevin treated her differently. Kevin and Professor Murdoch continued to the Special Collections Annex after they left Penny in the quad. There wasn't an elevator in the building, so they had to take the stairs, all the way up to the 11th floor. Luckily, they were both in good shape, so it wasn't a big problem. As they climbed the stairs, the higher they got, the stranger Kevin felt. He was starting to sense something special, not only from the surroundings, but he felt like there was some very powerful people nearby. It was like when you go into the woods and you think you're being watched. There must be some incredibly skilled faculty members around here. How will I ever be able to get my hands on the consolidation technique for the Alliance Director? Kevin wondered. The two of them eventually made it to the 11th floor. Professor Murdoch stopped and said very solemnly to Kevin, "I can't go any higher than this. Please be careful not to damage any of the books you find here. I'll wait for you down on the 10th floor." Then Professor Murdoch turned around and headed back down the stairs to look for a random book to read while she waited for Kevin to finish. Kevin took a deep breath and slowly opened the door to the 11th floor. As soon as he stepped out of the stairwell, he was shocked by what he saw. There was nobody there, and he didn't see a single bookcase. This is supposed to be the floor with all the rare books? Kevin said to himself as he looked at the empty room. He scanned the space from one side to the other and muttered under his breath, "What the hell is going on? There's absolutely nothing here. Did the school get robbed or something?" The 11th floor was definitely very empty. Not even a scrap of paper, let alone a collection of arcane tomes containing the secrets of herbal medicine. Are they playing some kind of sick joke on me? Kevin wondered. Maybe they were fine with taking my money, but knew what the students had been saying about me. I'll bet they never intended to let me see anything, or any of the other students either. He was feeling extremely disappointed and a little frustrated too as he walked toward the middle of the empty room. The only piece of furniture was a big white table. There were no books or anything on it, but he decided to walk over and take a look at it anyway. What the hell is this here for? Kevin asked himself as he ran his palm across the surface of the table. It was smooth and glassy. That's when he realized there was an enormous touchscreen built into the desktop. As the screen lit up, he heard a voice from a hidden speaker talk to him. "Kevin Williams, freshman student, has permission to enter the library's special collections. Confirm with the DNA blood marker test." What the hell do they mean by that? Kevin wondered out loud. All this just to come in here and look at some old books? But at this point, he really had no choice, especially if he wanted to find any clues about the secret consolidation technique. Kevin figured there was no turning back now, so he read the instructions on the screen. When he tapped on the start icon, a small door opened on the side of the big desk. "Pretty high tech," he commented. There was a sterile lancet that he could use to prick his finger and put a drop of blood on a test strip. He thought it looked a little like a diabetes test. He inserted the strip in a container that got sucked into the table, then he waited to see what would happen next. After a few minutes, the screen showed that Kevin had been recognized and a light came on over a door that he hadn't noticed when he came in. He had no idea how an automated test could get results so fast. Maybe it was only looking for a few genetic markers. In any case, he was more interested in going through the door. When Kevin pushed the door open, he saw several display cases containing antique books. Kevin started looking through them one by one to see if anything caught his eye or sparked his interest. It took him more than an hour to finish flipping through everything, but none of the books were exactly what he was interested in. Now that I've been using the book I got from Marshall's office, and ever since the Night King gave me his training in his dagger, none of these books have anything new for me, Kevin decided. So he started heading towards the 12th and 13th floors. While this was going on, the Williams family was in their New York mansion starting to practice the techniques in the instruction manual that Roundtree had given Grandpa Williams. There were 49 of them gathered together to learn the secrets of the myriads and to work on their training. Now and then they formed a large circle and practiced their movements together. Most of them had some background in martial art, but this was a very different experience. Some of it looked like Tai Chi, but there was also a little karate, kickboxing, all sorts of different things, even some yoga exercises.
The manual that Roundtree gave you is marvelous. If we keep this up, we'll be safe from anyone who might try to do what Dalton Steele did,
Thomas remarked excitedly to his father as he wiped the sweat off his forehead.
But it's not enough,
Randall commented as he watched his family practice their movements. He wanted something more for them. That's why he decided to join the Myriads in the first place.
What do you mean, Dad?
Thomas asked him.
You have to aim even higher. The Myriads will deliver the pills to us this evening. You need to wait by the door and be very careful. We can't make any mistakes,
Randall explained seriously.
Later on, I'll get in touch with Roundtree so he can help us take the construction pills properly. The secret manual is just the starting point.
Just as Thomas was about to ask him another question, someone rushed over to Randall and told him that Renee Silver had just arrived. She was the director of a large organization called the Union. The name of the group was a lot longer than that, but everyone knew who you were talking about if you mentioned the Union. Randall wasn't too pleased to hear this.
Thomas, please show her to the backyard where everyone's practicing. Try not to make too much noise.
Why do you want me to do that? Thomas inquired.
She's been training for years, but she absolutely hates groups like the Myriads. If she knew our family had joined them, we'd never hear the end of it, Randall informed him. So don't say a word about it.
Thomas nodded in agreement and headed off to do what his father had asked. Randall Williams took a deep breath and headed for the front door. Sorry to just drop in on you like this, Randall, Silver announced as she walked in.
No need to apologize, Renee. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Please come in,
Randall said with a smile as he gestured for them to come inside. Is your family training together now? Silver asked as she looked at all the weapons stacked in the yard.
We had no choice. Our family was in financial difficulties and nearly went bankrupt because of one of my grandchildren. My thankless grandson even brought an outsider to invade our family home and attack us. This is my plan so that it never happens again,
Randall explained. He made sure to tell only his side of the story so that she'd have more pity on him. I'm sorry to hear that, Renee exclaimed sadly. What's the name of this ungrateful relative of yours?
It's Kevin, Alan's son. We've banished him from the family, but there's nothing more we can do. He's become quite powerful and he has some very shady friends.
Randall told her with a sad look in his eyes. Then he gestured for her to have a seat in the living room. Kevin? She replied very gravely as she sat down on the couch. Don't worry, Randall. If I run into him, I'll make sure that he never causes your family any problems ever again. But she still hadn't told Randall the real reason for her visit. While Kevin was looking through the school's special collections as a reward for his donation to the fundraiser, the Williams family was training at their mansion in New York. They were interrupted by a visit from Renee Silver, the director of the Union. When Randall explained why they were so motivated to get stronger, she promised to do away with Kevin if ever she saw him.
By the way, may I ask what brings you here?
Randall asked nervously as he returned to his armchair. To tell you the truth, Randall, I've brought along a few of my assistants who have never been to New York City. Would it be any trouble for you to put us up? She requested very directly.
No problem, Madam Director. It would be an honor to have you stay with us. I'll get someone to prepare a guest room for you,
Randall offered pleasantly. However, on the inside, he was really anxious. Randall was afraid that if Silver and her assistants stayed in the mansion for too long, they'd figure out that the family had joined the Myriads. That would be disastrous for them. But he couldn't refuse her request. At the moment, he could only hope that they would leave as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Kevin was exploring the top floors of his school's library. He'd made it to the top floor where, in a corner of the room, he found a blood-red book on improving your cardiac health. Your internal power is mirrored by the strength of your heart, Kevin read on the first page of the book. He skimmed through the table of contents and saw that the methods in the book help develop your power by focusing on your heart. There's no telling what will happen in the future, he thought. It would be great to strengthen my heart so I can maintain my internal energy. Then he spent a few more minutes looking around at the other books on the 13th floor. They were interesting, but not as much as the one he'd already found. Forget it. I'll just take this one, Kevin finally decided. When he got back home, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Lily and Dorothy had already washed up and gone to bed, so Kevin quietly went into the study and started to read through this new book. The next morning, Lily was sitting on the sofa looking really sad. She couldn't reach Kevin on her phone and thought that he hadn't come home from school yet. Lily had no idea that Kevin was actually in the study upstairs. She'd been relying a lot on her live show for her income, but because she hadn't managed things well, she'd ended up stopping her broadcasts, which consequently cut off her cash flow. On top of that, Dorothy had a problem with gambling. She could lose thousands of dollars in just one day when things weren't going well. Sometimes she lost even more. After buying the condo at the Salix Leaf development, Lily didn't have much money left, even with what Kevin had arranged for her to receive from Williams Media. Dorothy came downstairs dressed in a very fancy outfit and saw Lily sitting on the couch looking miserable. "Mom, are you going out to gamble again?" Lily asked her sharply. "I don't mean to upset you, but we're kind of short on cash. Can you try not to gamble so much?" Lily's request made Dorothy feel really uncomfortable. After all, the money they'd been spending had come from her daughter's show. She knew Lily was right about this and nodded her head in agreement as she replied, "I know, but I was invited by one of my friends, and if I don't go, everyone will start to gossip." Just when Lily was about to try and convince her mother not to go out, the doorbell rang. "I wonder if that's Kevin," Lily exclaimed as her face lit up. She gave up on trying to persuade her mother to stay home and got up to answer the door. But when she opened the door, Lily was taken aback. Grandma Jones was standing there, supported by Jason. "What are you guys doing here?" Lily thought to herself. Ever since Lily had been cheated out of her shares and driven out of the Jones family, she hadn't seen any of her relatives. The last thing Lily expected was to be visited by Grandma Jones herself. "What's wrong? Aren't I welcome in your home?" Grandma said with a smile. But she couldn't hide her disappointment and worry. "Of course you're welcome. Please, come in and have a seat." Lily politely invited her grandmother into her living room. "This place really isn't bad. I expected as much from Salix Leaf Development," Grandma Jones commented as she looked around the room.
"I didn't expect you to be able to buy such a nice home after leaving the family. Did you find yourself a rich man to take care of you?" Jason asked mockingly. "If you don't want to stay, you know where the door is. I invited Grandma to come in, not you," Lily retorted. Jason was absolutely livid when she said that. "That's enough, Jason. Stop talking. I believe Lily earned her money on her own," Grandma Jones warned him. It was the first time she'd ever defended Lily in her whole life. "Well, will wonders never cease?" Dorothy commented as she looked out the window. She was also aware that Grandma Jones was being uncharacteristically nice to Lily. Grandma Jones and Jason did their best not to react to Dorothy's wisecrack. They had no choice but to bite their tongues. For some reason, the Jones family had suffered one setback after another in their business. In fact, their funding had almost completely dried up until just a couple of days ago, when it had made a slight rebound. If it happened again, the Jones family would go bankrupt in less than 3 days. But the strange thing was that Grandma was no longer embarrassed to go around the city asking for help. Some people politely rebuffed her. Others took the opportunity to tell her what they really thought, essentially kicking her while she was down.
Jason was certain that Lily was rolling in money because of her online show. If they could get her to help them, their problems would be solved. That was why the two of them came over to visit her. "Did something happen to you, Grandma?" Lily decided not to beat around the bush. Knowing how much danger her family was in, Grandma Jones swallowed her pride and got straight to the point.
"Lily, I know that Jason and I have caused you a lot of pain. Please accept my sincere apologies for that. But I am here on behalf of the entire family to ask for your help. As a member of the Jones family, you can't let us get wiped out."
"Oh, so now that you need help, we're back in the family?" Dorothy shouted as she ran over to them. "You didn't seem to care about our name when you kicked us out."
Grandma Jones and Jason didn't reply. "Mom, please don't say anything else," Lily begged her mother.
"Why shouldn't I say something? Didn't it bother you how the family treated the two of us?"
Dorothy growled. She was getting angrier and angrier as she spoke. "What's past is past," Lily sighed. Of course, she still felt hurt by what Grandma Jones had done, but she still treated her with respect. "How can I help the family, Grandma?" Lily asked quietly. Jason and Grandma Jones both smiled broadly.
"Well, how much money do you have right now? We'll need you to transfer all of it to the family. We'll cover the rest," Grandma Jones instructed her. "That's the only way we'll be able to overcome this crisis."
"If you think that's an unreasonable request, we can give you some of the Jones Corporation shares," Jason offered.
But Lily didn't answer Grandma Jones's question right away. She remained silent while she thought about the offer. Although Grandma Jones's tone was very gentle, she never said she would return the money to Lily. And even though Lily had been a high-ranking member of the family, they booted her out anyway. So there were no guarantees that this deal wouldn't turn out the same way for her. And the shares that Jason was talking about were meaningless too. After all, he and Grandma Jones had already cheated Lily out of her controlling interest in the family's company.
"You've really got some nerve saying that,"
Dorothy scoffed as she rolled her eyes at Grandma Jones. In the past, Dorothy had always been polite to Grandma Jones, but now that Lily was earning enough to cover their basic needs, she didn't care what she said to her. "That's enough, Mom. Let's let bygones be bygones," Lily said gently. Then she turned to her grandmother and reassured her. "I promise to help the family. Tomorrow I'll arrange for the transfer of funds." The main reason Lily had decided to do this was actually her own mother. She still had about $6 million left in the bank. If she didn't withdraw, Dorothy would probably lose it anyway. But Lily had definitely learned her lesson, so she stipulated that the Jones family would have to give her 40% of their shares.
"I knew we could count on you," Grandma Jones said happily.
She didn't even bother to argue about the terms because she knew that the Jones family shares had hardly any value right now. Even if she gave Lily 80% of their shares, they would barely be worth about $2 million. "So it's a deal, Grandma. Have the family's lawyer draw up the documents when you get back to the mansion," Lily said calmly. At least she'd have some shares, whatever they were worth, and Dorothy wouldn't gamble away what was left in her bank account. But it went without saying that she was going to be a lot more wary of Jason this time around.
"Okay, I'll go back this afternoon and get everything ready."
Grandma Jones hesitated for a moment and then she added,
"We're having a big dinner tomorrow. You and your mother should join us. When everyone sees you, they'll know that you're part of the family again."
"I won't be able to make it, Grandma. I'm taking classes at the School for the Healing Arts, and I don't know if I'll have any free time," Lily replied. "And right now I'm meeting some friends at that new outdoor mall off of Halsted Street, so I have to get going."
"I understand. Jason and I have to leave too. Have a good time with your friends,"
Grandma Jones answered very politely as she stood up and headed for the door. She didn't complain about Lily's refusal. After all, she'd gotten what she came for. A few minutes later, Lily and Dorothy left. Kevin heard the door close and walked over to the top of the staircase. He'd spent the night reading and then gotten some sleep, so he was feeling refreshed. He'd actually heard the entire conversation with Grandma Jones, but decided not to show himself. I can't believe that Lily went along with that. Kevin sighed helplessly. Then he took out his phone and called Miss Wilson. How may I help you, sir? Miss Wilson asked him. Let's back off on the pressure we've been putting on the Jones family for now, but don't give them too much wiggle room. I'll leave the details up to you, Kevin instructed her. I'll take care of it, Mr. Williams, Miss Wilson promised. Kevin hung up the phone and looked outside. He decided that the weather was pretty good, so he changed his clothes and went out for a walk. The new mall of Halsted Street had been built with Tyler Dawn's help when he arrived in Chicago. It had turned out to be a very popular shopping area, even in Chicago's harsh winters. Under Tyler's direction, the KWTD Corporation had used its influence to attract a lot of high-end stores. There were also dozens of restaurants and food courts with a wide variety of options. People flocked to the neighborhood as an alternative to driving out to the suburbs to visit one of the older malls. Tyler Dawn really came up with a great idea, Kevin thought to himself. Then he was distracted by his phone, which started to vibrate like crazy. He was being bombarded with texts. Kevin clicked on the first one and was surprised to see that it was from his friend Cook. He was wondering how his friend was doing. There was also a message from Rachel and another one from Gwen Archer. She was checking to see if Kevin was still interested in teaching her. The most interesting text, though, was from Tyler Dawn, who was letting Kevin know that he'd arranged with all the stores in the mall to cover his expenses. He told Kevin, "If you want anything at all, just go in and ask for it. Let me know when you're going to the mall and I'll fly you down there myself." The mall was really crowded, and Kevin thought to himself, maybe a plane would be handy with this many people around. In fact, there were so many people shopping and just strolling around that Kevin had realized he had no chance of finding Lily. It would be faster to just give her a call. When Lily's phone rang, she and Rachel were right in the middle of the mall. She was holding a bunch of bags in one hand and a veggie wrap in the other. She adjusted her bags and somehow managed to answer her phone. She was so excited to see that it was Kevin that she started grinning from ear to ear. "Are you back from campus, Kevin?" "Yes, I am. Where are you right now?" Kevin asked her. "We're in the middle of that new outdoor mall along Halsted," Lily answered with a smile. "Stay right where you are. Don't move an inch. I'm right by the entrance and I'm heading your way," Kevin told her. He hung up and started making his way through the crowd as he admired the scenery. Kevin wasn't aware of it, but at that very moment, Officer Emmett was walking through the same crowd. A man walked up to her and asked her if she wanted to come over to his kiosk.
"Would you like to have your palm read, ma'am?"
"I'm not interested," she replied bluntly. Officer Emmett had more important things to do that day. Officer Emmett was walking through the crowds at the new mall on Halsted Street when a man in a long purple robe that looked like a Halloween costume invited her to have her palm read at his kiosk. The sign over his table read, "Professor Futurioso." "Sorry, I'm not interested." Officer Emmett smiled and shook her head. She'd never bought into any of that stuff.
"Why don't you just give me a few minutes of your time? I'll bet you really want to believe, Kelly," the man said cryptically as he stroked his goatee.
"How did you know my first name is Kelly?" she asked in surprise.
"I can see far into the past and even farther into the future.
Knowing your name is really quite simple," he replied smugly. "That's pretty impressive," Sherwin Blair said in surprise. "Please read my fiancé's palm for her. I'll pay you whatever you want."
"You've misunderstood my intentions. Palm reading has everything to do with fate, not money," he explained to Blair.
Then he rubbed his beard again and continued.
"Since fate has brought us together in this huge crowd, maybe we were meant to meet. I won't charge you anything for this reading."
"That's very generous of you," Blair exclaimed loudly, instantly drawing the attention of the people around them.
"Could you please tell me your date of birth?" the man asked Officer Emmett.
"January 14th, 1992, she answered excitedly. She really didn't have that much going on today, so she might as well have a little fun. They walked over to his kiosk, and Officer Emmett sat down across from Professor Futurioso. He took her hand and looked at it thoughtfully before commenting.
I see that you're very powerful and have an impressive heart line.
Then he paused and added,
but I'd like to try something else to give you more specific advice.
Then he pulled a deck of tarot cards out of his puffy sleeve. Officer Emmett raised an eyebrow, but let him continue. He drew the cards and placed them on the little table between them.
I see here that your career isn't going as well as you'd hoped, but you have someone very generous in your life, he began.
Then he put a tower card on the table and said,
but something has brought disaster into your life.
The next card he drew was the Fool, and he commented,
there's another relationship in your life that you need to change because it's coming to an end.
Strangely, the face on the character looked a little bit like Kevin, but Officer Emmett put that down to coincidence. She was stunned by his comments, but didn't notice when Professor Futurioso looked over at Blair after he finished speaking. Then he continued,
it looks like you need to make an immediate change so that your life and career can get back on track.
Then what should I do? Officer Emmett wondered. In spite of her skepticism, she was starting to believe him. It was true that she'd had a lot of setbacks at work, especially her failure to make any progress with the Myriads or the Alliance. This guy was accurate so far. Maybe he could suggest a solution for her.
It's very simple. If you want to be happy, you need to make a leap of faith right away and cut your ties with any bad influences in your life.
He told her with a smile before adding,
and there's no time like the present.
She looked at him in shock and understood right away what he was talking about. Then the man nodded and turned to look at Blair.
It seems to me that this is the man who will bring you that happiness. You're destined to be together.
When she heard this, Officer Emmett started to feel a little emotional. Even though she and Blair had been engaged for a while now, she'd been reluctant to set a date. Blair thought that the moment was right to make his move. He got down on one knee and pulled out a small velvet jewelry box. Kelly, we've been together for such a long time. Will you marry me? Blair asked her so loudly that everyone around them started to cheer. The bystanders waited impatiently to hear Officer Emmett's response.
You have to say yes, Kelly. I know that you're a match made in heaven.
Professor Futurioso encouraged her. She looked at Blair, who was still kneeling on the ground, and she was so touched that she didn't know what to say. But then Officer Emmett turned her head and saw a familiar face in the crowd. As she began to step away, Blair stood up to see why she was distracted. Kevin, wait a second. I have something to talk to you about. Officer Emmett called out as she walked over to him. What's this guy doing here? Blair asked angrily as he gave Professor Futurioso a dirty look. Officer Emmett hadn't figured out that Blair had actually hired the tarot reader and had set the whole thing up. Have you been looking for me? Kevin inquired. At the same time, he squinted a little as he happened to notice that Blair and the tarot reader were whispering to each other. I wanted to ask you if you happen to have a power pill on you, she said hesitantly. As it turns out, she wanted to ask Kevin for one when she saw him on campus for the first day of school, but because of the fight between Kevin and Blair, she never got the chance. Then Officer Emmett got too busy at work, so she didn't have any time to call him. Now that she'd spotted Kevin in the crowd, she decided to seize the opportunity. What do you want it for? Kevin questioned her with a slight frown. Just as she was about to answer, Blair suddenly announced, What a coincidence! We can't seem to get rid of you, can we? You're like a wart that keeps coming back. The crowd turned to look at Kevin, and people started to wonder who this man was who had interrupted the touching wedding proposal. How can you say something like that to Kevin in front of so many people? Officer Emmett asked him anxiously. She was so close to getting a power pill from Kevin and didn't want Blair to screw things up. What would she do if Blair got Kevin mad again and he left without helping her out? Why are you standing up for this dirtbag again, Kelly? Blair complained. I thought that a law enforcement officer would have more sense than to believe in tarot readings, Kevin said mockingly as he glared at the bearded man wearing the cheesy purple robe. You guys go ahead and have fun. I'm going to look for my wife. Hey, don't be in such a hurry to leave. This guy's pretty good. Don't you want to find out what he has to say about your future? Blair bellowed as he quickly pulled Kevin back. You really ought to give him a try. He's eerily accurate, Officer Emmett added. Whether he's accurate or not doesn't matter to me. I don't believe in any of this stuff, Kevin replied coolly. He started to walk away, but the man stopped him. He couldn't let Kevin leave yet because Blair had ordered him to embarrass him. Even if he couldn't beat him in a fight, he could at least insult him. I told you I don't believe in any of this. Now let me go, Kevin ordered him. Kevin didn't know what kind of game Blair was playing, but he was sure that this guy had some tricks up his sleeve. Besides, he still had to find Lily, and he really didn't have the time to waste on this nonsense.
Don't be angry, young man. I'll do your reading for free.
Professor Futurioso smiled as he started to shuffle the deck of cards. He deliberately acted shocked.
I hope you're not the fool that showed up in Kelly's reading. You do realize that as long as you stay in contact with Kelly, you'll only bring her bad luck. In addition, you won't have any good fortune in your own life either. You'll be forced to spend the rest of your life mooching off your wife's family, he added.
That's another good reading. You really know what you're doing, Blair laughed out loud. Don't listen to him, Kevin. Even a good tarot reader can make mistakes, Officer Emmett reassured Kevin. But Kevin wasn't upset at all. He just stood there and looked at the man from head to toe, trying to figure him out. The more he looked at the guy, the more he thought something wasn't right about him. His robe didn't seem to fit him right, and his goatee looked like it had been glued onto his chin. It really doesn't bother me, Kevin stated frankly as he turned his head and looked at Officer Emmett. Don't tell me you actually believe this guy. Well, everything he said about me was true, Officer Emmett said firmly. She had no doubts that the tarot reader was genuine. Face it, Kevin, there's nothing you can do to change your fate, Blair sneered. So, you're really that good, are you? Kevin glared at the man. Since you're so skilled, did you see that today would turn into a complete disaster for you?
I only know what the cards tell me, he responded indignantly. Ma'am, my advice is to stay away from this man. He can only bring you bad luck. If you continue to have anything to do with him, you'll regret it for the rest of your life.
Blair took Officer Emmett by the arm and pulled her away from Kevin. See, Kelly, I'm not the only one who's told you that. Kevin's a bad influence. Officer Emmett nodded regretfully and started to turn away from Kevin. She was very conflicted about the whole situation. Kevin could only sigh. He didn't want to interfere in Officer Emmett's life, but this person had gone too far. If you know so much about tarot cards, you should know that the Fool card can also mean a new beginning. Just because he's dressed in shabby clothing doesn't mean he'll bring misfortune. The other way to look at it is that someone will bring good things to Officer Emmett's life, Kevin explained so that everyone could hear him. They were all surprised to hear Kevin's interpretation of Officer Emmett's cards. Could he actually be right? The man was stunned and looked incredibly embarrassed. Blair had paid him a lot of money to trick Officer Emmett. How could this loser know so much about tarot readings? The guy had no idea how to respond. I've had it with this crap, Kevin scowled as he got right in his face. I think you're a fake, and I already predicted that today would be a disaster for you. Then Kevin shoved the man, sending him sprawling on the sidewalk in front of his kiosk. What are you doing, Kevin? You can't just hit him for no reason at all, Blair roared. He couldn't let Kevin ruin his plans like this, especially when Kelly was just about to say yes to setting a wedding date. He's right, Kevin. You can't just shove people around when you don't agree with them, Officer Emmett scolded him. But Kevin didn't pay any attention to their objections. He glowered at the man as he struggled to get up off the ground.
Young man, you're letting your temper get the best of you, and now you're ignoring some very useful advice. If you don't change your ways now, You'll never get control of your violent urges,"
the man advised Kevin as he did his best to ignore the pain caused by his fall. By now, the crowd of onlookers was starting to defend him.
"Just because he said something you didn't like, that's no excuse to get physical," an older gentleman shouted.
"It's not his fault you don't believe what he said about you. He wasn't trying to hurt you,"
another onlooker chimed in. Blair was absolutely ecstatic when he heard what everyone was saying to Kevin. He'd embarrassed him, and all it had cost was a few bucks. But Kevin didn't care what any of these strangers were saying about him. He just reached out and pulled the man's fake goatee off his chin. "Did you see that? The fake tarot card reader has a fake beard," Kevin proclaimed as he held up the clump of hair for everyone to see.
"You've gone too far. So what if I had a fake beard?"
the man growled at Kevin. "What else about you is false?" Kevin glared as he grabbed the man's purple robe and yanked it off of him. The crowd was shocked for a moment and then broke into laughter. Under his robe, he was wearing a cheap suit. "Now what do you have to say for yourself?" Kevin asked him sternly.
The
man began to stammer as he searched for an explanation, but he knew he'd been caught. Kevin looked Officer Emmett in the eyes and gave her a wink. "So, you're a scam artist, are you? I didn't believe any of your nonsense in the first place," Officer Emmett told him as she pulled out her phone. "How about I get someone to take you down to the police station to find out who you really are?" Kevin was slightly amused by all this. Scammers are getting pretty good lately. This one actually had fooled a police lieutenant.
"Please, help me, Mr. Blair,"
the man shouted as he broke into tears and continued to beg for mercy.
"You have to do something. My mother-in-law is sick and I have 2 toddlers at home. My whole family depends on me to feed them. If I go to jail, what will happen to them?"
"Get lost! Why the hell are you coming to me for help?" Blair said angrily as he pushed the man away. Officer Emmett had a hard time getting through to the station, and then realized they probably had a skeleton crew today because everyone was on crowd control for all the activity downtown. She couldn't call the regular 911 line because this wasn't that kind of an emergency. "I'm going to cut you a break," Officer Emmett told him firmly. "This is your chance to turn over a new leaf. If I ever catching you doing something like this again, or if I even hear that you've been ripping people off, I'll have you brought in and I'll throw the book at you." He'd really lucked out and he knew it. But Officer Emmett still hadn't gotten an answer from Kevin about the power pill. When Kevin exposed Professor Futurioso as a fraud, Emmett decided to cut the guy some slack and just give him a warning.
Thank you, Officer Emmett,"
the man quickly replied, and then he slinked away. Seeing that the fun was over, the crowd began to disperse. Officer Emmett walked over to Kevin and said, "I'm so sorry I believed what that liar told me. Can you ever forgive me?" She felt extremely awkward about the whole thing. After all, she was in charge of her precinct's criminal investigation unit. How could she have been fooled by a swindler and a fake beard? If word of this got out, she would never be able to face her colleagues again. A brain's a good thing to have. Next time you go out, you should take it with you. Kevin teased her as he gave her a broad smile. "I can't argue with that," she responded. "But you never answered my question. Do you happen to have a power pill you could give me?" "A power pill? I didn't bring one along with me. We'll have to meet another day if you really want one," Kevin replied cautiously. He wasn't in a good mood right now, so he didn't want to give her an herbal med quite so easily. "Okay, I'll get in touch with you later, but you'd better have one on you next time," Officer Emmett warned him playfully. Kevin had left Lily waiting for far too long, so he quickly said goodbye and headed into the crowd. Officer Emmett looked a little disappointed. She sighed and started to walk towards the mall's exit on Halsted Street. Once she realized that Professor Futurioso was actually a fraud, it hit her that Blair had set the whole thing up. Then she remembered that time when he'd gotten someone to put on a mountain lion costume at the campsite. It bothered her that he could do this kind of thing over and over again just to manipulate people. Kevin had been walking for about 10 minutes and still hadn't reached the middle of the mall. After all, it was a huge complex and it was pretty crowded. As he looked around, Kevin suddenly had an idea. It occurred to him that he'd never really done anything romantic for Lily, so why not do something spontaneous right now? Kevin thought about it for a moment, and then he sent a text to Tyler Dawn. While he was doing that, Lily and Rachel were slowly walking through the mall doing some window shopping. They hadn't noticed yet, but there were two men walking near them. They were Doug Butler, the man whose name Kevin had mocked at the campsite, and Doug's friend Mason.
"Would you like to have dinner with me this evening?" Doug asked Lily as he gave her a flattering smile.
He'd been thinking about her day and night ever since he first saw her, and here she was walking through the mall with Rachel, one of the most talked about real estate executives in all of Chicago. So Doug and Mason had quickly hatched a plan to try and pick up both of the women at the same time. "I'm really sorry, Doug, but we have other plans. You're on your own for dinner," Lily refused politely. Mason gave his friend a wink and tried to charm them too.
"Hang on, Lily. Don't be too hasty. I think fate must have brought us all together, and I'd like to ask Rachel to have dinner with me. Let's all go out together. How could you resist an offer like that?"
Doug picked up Mason's lead and tried to change Lily's mind.
"Let me get straight to the point, Lily. I really like you and I want you to be my girlfriend."
Then he touched some icons on his phone screen. Moments later, all the lights on Halsted Street started to dim and the TV screens all over the mall lit up with the name Lily. This got the attention of all the shoppers in the mall.
"I hope you like it, Lily. It was the only way I could think of to tell you how I feel about you,"
Doug told her proudly. Although the mall had been built by the KWTD Corporation, Doug's family had been doing business with Tyler Dawn's associates in Chicago for a long time. Doug had just sent a message to one of his contacts at the KWTD Corp to ask them to do him a favor. In exchange, his family would be willing to negotiate with them for a multi-million-dollar project. "Look, Lily, what's your name doing on all the screens?" Rachel exclaimed. She saw just how determined Doug was to get her attention. Lily was impressed to see her name flashing on screens all over the mall. Her reaction really got Doug's hopes up. But as Lily looked around at all of the screens, a familiar face caught her eye. She hurried over to Kevin and asked him, "What took you so long, sweetie?" Hearing the anxiety in Lily's voice made Kevin smile a little. "There were a ton of people at the entrance. It took me forever to squeeze through the crowd." When Mason saw Kevin arrived, he got a sour look on his face. In an attempt to help Doug win over Lily, he decided to try insulting Kevin.
"Well, who's this guy? He looks like a real loser to me. Do you see this light show? Doug set it up especially for Lily. I'll bet a jerk like you could never top this."
Mason boasted so loudly that everyone around them could hear. Of course, the crowd stopped to watch this public spectacle. They were impressed when they found out that it was Doug who had arranged for the light show. And when they heard him call Kevin a loser, they believed him. Doug broke into a self-satisfied grin when he overheard their comments.
"I'll tell you what, Kevin. I like Lily, and I've decided I'm going to start dating her. If you have any common sense, you'll just back off. Maybe I'll invite you to our wedding," he said with disdain. "But don't bring any gifts. I'm sure you couldn't afford anything more than some cheap crap from a box store."
Lily was about to speak up when Kevin decided to put Doug in his place. "Hey, aren't you Doug Butler?" Kevin said loudly enough for the crowd to hear. "I remember you. Maybe I shouldn't have fished you out of the water back at the campground. Then you wouldn't be here right now spoiling Lily's afternoon." Then Kevin glanced around at the TV screens and added, "There's one more thing. If you're trying to win my wife's affection, you'll have to try harder than this. What the hell were you thinking?"
"Haven't you ever heard that a man's got to know his limitations?" Doug advised him. "If this doesn't impress you, let's see if you can do any better. 3 minutes from now, you'll see Lily's name along with mine up on all the screens," Doug bragged. "That's the difference between you and me. Do you understand what I'm saying?"
This drew a lot of gasps from the onlookers. They could see how elegantly Doug was dressed and figured Kevin didn't stand a chance in this competition. He was really biting off more than he could chew.
I can't believe this guy. You're not even in the same league as my friend Doug, Mason remarked as he tried to egg Kevin on. If you can do better than to spell out Lily's name and mine with 150,000 light bulbs, go right ahead, Doug added arrogantly.
Let's go home, honey, Lily whispered in Kevin's ear as she put her hand gently on his shoulder. She didn't want to see him get embarrassed on her account. Mr. Williams, Kevin, do you want me to do anything? Rachel asked him. She wasn't quite sure what to call him in a public place. He saw how uncomfortable Rachel looked and he patted Lily on the back and replied calmly, There's no need for that.
What's that, Kevin? Afraid to do anything? Why don't you just get out of here?
Doug challenged him. He was getting more and more overconfident. I've had about enough of this crap, Kevin muttered as he pulled out his phone and tapped on Tyler's number. Moments later, his friend answered and Kevin said nonchalantly, Hey, how are you doing? I need you to turn off all of the lighting and TV screens at the Halsted Street Mall. Less than 10 seconds later, the entire mall went dark and all of the screens went black. What's wrong? Everybody wondered. This couldn't be a coincidence, they thought. Had Kevin really done this with just one phone call? Doug and Mason were both stunned when they saw this. They had no idea what was going on. What puzzled them even more was, who did Kevin call?
You think you're the only one with connections in this town? Doug said as he called the KWTD Corporation.
Unfortunately for him, nobody answered his call. Then someone suddenly shouted, Where did all these roses come from? Everyone looked up and saw thousands and thousands of rose petals falling from the sky like raindrops. Look up there, another person yelled. Everyone was astonished to see an enormous blimp floating above the outdoor mall. There were people tossing roses out of it onto the crowds below. Suddenly, everyone heard loud whistling sounds coming from the east over Lake Michigan. It was a daytime fireworks display. Then the enormous dot matrix sign on the blimp spelled out, Lily and Kevin forever. Next, two women were escorted through the crowd with microphones in their hands. It was Brittany Davis and Charity Boyer. The whole place went wild. What were they doing here? And who are Lily and Kevin? Everyone's eyes were fixed on Kevin and Lily as a woman slipped out of the crowd and handed Kevin a small pink gift box. Kevin took Lily by the hand and said, You've been through a lot over the past few years. You've had to put up with everyone trash-talking me, and you've put up with all the ridicule. Let's put all that behind us now and think about our future. Then he got down on one knee and held out a ring with a diamond as big as a walnut and said, I love you, Lily. Will you marry me? Again. Lily's eyes filled with tears and she covered her mouth to keep from screaming. She was so full of joy. Say yes, someone shouted from the crowd. Nobody knew who it was, but everybody joined in, repeating over and over, Say yes. When Kevin put the ring on Lily's trembling finger, she was so excited that she hugged him as tightly as she could, not wanting to ever let go. Do you like my surprise? Kevin asked. His only regret was that the fireworks would have worked a lot better at night. I like it. I really like it, Lily replied excitedly. Suddenly, a huge commotion interrupted this touching scene and everyone started to panic. Everybody, run! Came a scream by the entrance to the mall. Kevin looked over and saw a huge group of men dressed in white holding out large knives as they ran through the crowd. There was a large middle-aged man leading them and he looked like he was ready to kill someone. It was Craig Hill, Nolan Hill's father. After Kevin beat up Nolan, he spent almost a week in the hospital and it looked like he might not pull through. He was still bedridden and his prognosis wasn't great. When he heard about this, Craig was furious. He got his people to find out as much as they could about Kevin and then they all rushed from their home in Detroit to Chicago to get their revenge. Lily, you and Rachel should get out of here right now, Kevin warned them as he reached into his jacket and pulled out his night dagger. Then he sprinted toward the group of men. Kevin was afraid that they would hurt the innocent people in the crowd. He had to stop these men before things got out of hand. "Kevin!" Lily anxiously called out to her husband. "Lily, let's go. If Kevin is running at them, he must know what he's doing. We'll only slow him down if we stay here," Rachel pleaded with her friend. She kept a cool head and struggled to pull Lily toward the exit. "Let's get out of here, then call the police. That's the only way we can save Kevin," Rachel insisted. "So, you're the head of the Hill family?" Kevin asked as he stood in front of them holding the night dagger in his hand. He was sizing up his opponent, who looked a heck of a lot like Nolan Hill, only older.
"And you're Kevin?"
Craig Hill roared angrily. "It looks like you're here to avenge Nolan?" Kevin inquired. He was doing his best to buy as much time as possible so that more people could get to safety.
"You've ruined my son's life. Now I'm going to take your life to even up the score,"
Craig growled as he waved his knife at Kevin and shouted to the men behind him.
"Kill this brat for me."
As soon as the words left his mouth, they all ran towards Kevin. Kevin was absolutely enraged by this, and he gathered his energy together to face them alone. He was already far more powerful than any of the Hill family's men. The only thing that made the fight equal was that there were so many of them. Kevin grabbed Craig by the wrist and twisted it to the side. The move made his attacker's knife fly out of his hand. Then Kevin gave him a sharp kick to the ribs. As Kevin turned around, he felt at least 4 men approaching him from the rear, slashing with their knives. He managed to avoid all of them, but every time he dealt with one attacker, 2 more seemed to appear. This wasn't going to be an easy victory. Right after Kevin proposed to Lily and asked her to renew their vows, Craig Hill showed up at the outdoor mall with a large group of armed men, intent on getting revenge on Kevin for putting his son Nolan into the hospital. Kevin pulled the night dagger out of his jacket to defend himself against the overwhelming numbers. Although he was more powerful than any of Hill's men, he lacked combat experience. In less than 10 minutes, Kevin felt exhausted. As Hill struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes were burning with anger.
"He's running out of strength," he shouted to his men. "All of you, kill him now."
Just then, Kevin felt an agonizing pain in his back. One of the men had snuck up behind him and stabbed him. Blood immediately spurted out of his mouth and a large red stain spread across the back of his shirt. "Kevin!" Lily screamed in horror. When Kevin heard Lily shout, he was distracted and turned to look at her. Hill seized the opportunity and raised his knife to finish him off. Kevin's eyes grew wide as he saw Lily pull him back and use her body to block the knife for him. "Lily!" Kevin shrieked in terror. Blood started to flow from Lily's back. She felt a burning sensation but didn't know how badly she'd been injured. But she didn't regret doing it. In fact, she felt relieved that she'd protected Kevin from the attack. Kevin had done so many things for her. This time she'd found a way to do something for him. "Lily, are you all right? Don't worry, I'll get you some help." Kevin reassured her as he took off his blood-stained jacket and used it to put pressure on the wound. "Just hang on, Lily. I'll get you to the hospital," Kevin sobbed. He could barely see through his tears. "Don't cry, Kevin. You don't look as handsome when you're crying," Lily managed to joke. "Stop talking. Let's get to the hospital," Kevin comforted her. She was looking weaker and weaker.
"Who said you could leave?"
Hill sneered viciously.
"You injured my son. Now I'll send you and your wife to hell."
Kevin didn't reply to him at all. He put Lily gently on the ground and slowly stood up to face the man. Kevin's eyes were burning, and his night dagger was trembling in his hand.
500,000 to whoever kills him,"
Hill shouted. He was actually very frightened by Kevin's appearance, but he was pretending to be calm. A second later, a dozen of Hill's men rushed at Kevin, all at the same time. Suddenly, the men were stunned, like they were all moving in slow motion and had no control over their own bodies. Kevin moved through them like a blur, slashing all of them in what seemed to be a single lightning-fast movement. The men all dropped to the ground before they even had time to make a sound. The sidewalk around them was stained with blood. Hill tried to advance on Kevin but collapsed to the pavement as if he didn't have any strength left.
"That's impossible,"
Hill stammered in disbelief. How had all of his bodyguards been taken out by Kevin in just seconds? Hill managed to pull himself to his feet. Then he retreated while warning Kevin.
"You may have survived this time, but if you have the guts to face me again, just stay in Chicago. You can run, but you can't hide."
Kevin tucked his dagger into his belt. He didn't bother to chase after Hill because he needed to get Lily to the emergency room. He bent down and picked her up. Her breathing was shallow and he could feel her heart beating quickly. "You'll be fine, Lily," Kevin anxiously comforted her. "You don't have to hide it from me. I know it's bad," Lily whispered weakly. Her vision was getting blurry as she added, "Kevin, I'm sorry. I haven't had the time to show you how much I love you." "Don't talk, Lily. You've got to hold on. Don't leave me alone," Kevin pleaded. His entire body was trembling as he ran with her in his arms. Lily didn't have the strength to say anything else. She slowly closed her eyes. While Kevin and Lily were fighting for their lives, the entire Williams family was gathered together at their mansion in New York City. There were also some people from the Union who were temporarily staying with them as guests. Randall Williams and Renee Silver, the Union's director, drank to each other's health as they all sat down to have a formal banquet. Randall smiled as he announced,
"This is my first celebration with you since I came out of seclusion. To be honest, I'm very glad to see how well my family's doing."
Then Randall paused and looked at Renee before he remarked,
"What brings even more honor to our family is that we have distinguished members of the Union here as our guests."
"You're too kind," Renee replied with a smile. "We're indebted to your family for your generosity. Please accept our thanks." Everyone laughed heartily when they heard this. As far as the Union was concerned, the members of the Williams family had always been very polite to them.
"Our family has always had a wonderful relationship with the more benevolent organizations like the Union. We're honored to see so many of you with us today, and you should know that you're always welcome in our home. There's no need to stay with anyone else when you're in our city," Randall assured them as he raised his glass of wine to toast them. "Let's all drink to the Union's continued prosperity."
Renee sipped her wine and replied, "I couldn't agree with you more. We're really all one big family and we have a responsibility to all our members, no matter which organization they belong to. It's in our interest to protect each other from the three evil groups that still threaten all of us." Then she announced, "To that end, we've all collaborated to open a new campus of the School for the Healing Arts in Chicago. It's an opportunity for us to find more talented people to fight against those heinous groups." When they heard her say this, Randall Williams and his family got very uncomfortable and tried not to let it show. After all, the Williams family had just joined one of the evil organizations that Renee Silver was talking about. If she found out that they were members of the Myriads, what would she think? Randall coughed a few times and echoed her sentiments.
"Yes, Director Silver is quite right."
Of course, Randall didn't really mean what he said, and he definitely wanted to change the subject. After all, too many people were in on the secret and someone was bound to spill the beans, even if it was by accident. If that happened, everyone would know that the Williams family had aligned themselves with the Myriads. What a disaster that would be. Just then, one of the guests from the Union turned to Randall and asked him, "Do you happen to know someone named Kevin Williams?" Randall was obviously surprised at the question. He wondered why she would be bringing this up, especially during a celebratory dinner. The Williams all got very uneasy when they heard this question. Some of them even looked a little sad.
"Yes, I do. Why do you ask?"
Randall replied cautiously. "I've recently spoke with a young woman in Chicago," the woman explained. "She's one of our most promising junior members. Anyway, she told me that she saw a young man named Kevin Williams who was in possession of a power pill. So I'm wondering if he's related to any of you." When the Williamses heard that, they burst out laughing. Kevin actually got his hands on a power pill? How could a loser like him have managed that? They all understood that a power pill was the most effective herbal med you could use to start boosting your training. While his family's laughter rang in his ears, Randall put down his wine glass on the table and replied to her in a very grave tone of voice.
Since you just arrived here, there are some things you may not be aware of. First of all, yes, Kevin is indeed related to the Williams family, but he's no longer one of us. He's become something savage, something.
Grandpa Williams is right, Laura interrupted him. Kevin, that piece of crap, betrayed us all. He colluded with outsiders to misappropriate our family's funds. We threw him out of the family and now he's living off his wife's fortune. Some time ago, he even ruined his cousin's wedding. Then he brought people with him to attack us right here in our own house. He even went so far as to insult his relatives and then fight with Grandpa Williams.
I agree with Laura, one of her cousins chimed in. How could a loser like Kevin have picked up something as valuable as a power pill?
Are you sure your source isn't mistaken? Another one asked. The other comments were even worse, and the room was soon filled with angry accusations from all of the members of the family. The woman frowned when she heard all of them saying such horrible things about Kevin. This was the exact opposite of what Officer Emmett had told her. When she spoke with her on the phone, Officer Emmett showed nothing but admiration for Kevin, as if he were some kind of genius who inspired great loyalty in people. Randall cleared his throat a few times, signaling to his family that it was time to calm down. He really didn't like airing their dirty laundry in public, especially where Kevin was concerned. Did you hear everything the Williamses said about Kevin? Renee asked her. You should remind your friend to stay away from someone like that. We're good people and we try to bring justice wherever we go. I've already told Randall that if I meet this man, I'll do away with him right then and there. I'll definitely keep your advice in mind, she promised. But she looked a little puzzled since she'd heard two very different descriptions of Kevin. The next day, the students returned to classes at the School for the Healing Arts. Professor Murdoch walked into the classroom with an incredibly somber look on her face. For one thing, she couldn't figure out what had been wrong with her for the past few days. After she took the pill that Mike gave her, she started to feel weaker every day. Today was the fourth day and Professor Murdoch was losing focus and physically she felt like she was just dragging. She thought about Kevin and started to feel impatient. At the Whistler Hotel, Kevin had tried to dissuade her from taking Mike's pill, but she hadn't listened. It was starting to look like she should have taken his advice. So now her only hope was that Kevin really had a way to solve her problem. But when she entered the classroom, Professor Murdoch was disappointed. Dalton Steele was back from the hospital, but where was Kevin? Dalton, why didn't Kevin come to class? Professor Murdoch asked him sternly.
I don't know, Professor, Dalton replied honestly. He'd just been released from the hospital the day before and hadn't been in touch with his friend. Suddenly, Mike stood up from his chair and announced, I know where he is. Mike had been looking for a chance to get back at Kevin ever since he'd stepped on him. How do you know that? Professor Murdoch frowned. It's simple. Kevin donated millions of dollars without his wife's permission. Now he's probably at home begging for her to forgive him, Mike said with a laugh. The students burst into laughter at the image. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Does he want a beating? Dalton thought to himself as his temper flared. He picked up one of his books and threw it at Mike. Hey, Dalton, I wasn't talking about you, Mike complained. Even though the book had hit him hard, he didn't show a trace of anger. He took the book back to Dalton and put it down gently on his desk. Mike had asked around to learn as much as he could about his classmates. When he found out what kind of person Dalton was, he decided it was in his best interest not to get on his bad side. Never mind, Professor Murdoch said with a little disappointment. Okay, it's a self-study period now. You all know what you should be doing. She had thought that Mike might be right, even though what he said sounded like a joke. After all, Kevin had donated a heck of a lot of money. But what would she do if Kevin didn't come to class?
If she lost any more of her strength, she'd be right back where she started without any chance of getting it back again. When Professor Murdoch got back to her office, she tried Kevin's number a few times, but she couldn't get through. What she didn't know was that at that very moment, Kevin was at Downtown General. He was pacing anxiously in the waiting area outside the operating room. Lily had been in there for hours. The hospital had flown Dr. Willow in from New York the night before to perform the surgery, but Kevin hadn't heard any news yet. "You've got to hold on, Lily," Kevin said to himself desperately. He was filled with a lot of regret as he paced back and forth. "It hasn't been easy for us. Just when we were finally going to be happy together, I might lose you. Just hold on." Kevin kept thinking about her and mumbling to himself. He didn't care what anybody thought when they saw him like this. All he cared about was Lily. Suddenly, Dr. Willow walked out of the operating room and took off her mask. She looked exhausted. "How's my wife?" Kevin nervously asked her as he put his hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry, Kevin. Lily's fine now and she's been sent to recovery. It was a difficult operation because the knife wound was very close to her heart," Dr. Willow explained as she forced a smile to comfort him. Then she added a warning. "You have to be very careful with her from now on." After Lily had been stabbed by Craig Hill, Kevin rushed her to the emergency room at Downtown General. The hospital arranged to have Dr. Willow flown in to operate on her. The surgery took hours, but she was finally sent to recovery. Dr. Willow came into the waiting room to tell Kevin the good news. He excitedly hugged her when he heard that his wife would be okay. "Thank you, Doctor. We owe it all to you." She was caught off guard and blushed a little as she asked him, "Kevin, do you think you can let go of me?" Kevin immediately stopped hugging her and felt a little embarrassed. "Please don't take it the wrong way. I'm just so excited." "I understand completely, but you really don't have to thank me. I'm a doctor. This is what I do," Dr. Willow explained quietly. Seeing how shy Dr. Willow could be made Kevin smile a little. "Lily should be out of recovery soon, and then they'll take her up to her room," Dr. Willow went on. "If there's nothing else, I need to go to my office and rest a little. It's been a long night." Part of the arrangement for her transfer to New York was that she got to keep her office at Downtown General. Kevin went to the nursing station to find out which room Lily had been moved to. When he got there, he could see that she still looked weak. She needed a lot of blood when she got to the ER, but Lily was still alive, and that definitely lifted Kevin's spirits. Just then, Kevin's phone vibrated a few times. He pulled it out and saw that he'd missed 6 calls. One was from Dalton, and the rest were from Professor Murdoch. Kevin knew right away that it was because of the neutralization pill. Before he had a chance to reply, he heard a weak voice call his name. "Kevin." Lily had already woken up from the anesthesia and was staring at him with her big eyes. He put his phone away and walked over to her bed. "How do you feel, honey?" Kevin asked with concern as he held Lily's hand. "It hurts," Lily complained. "Of course it hurts. Do you know how much blood you lost?" Kevin scolded her. "How could you do such a foolish thing? That knife was meant for me. You shouldn't even be here." "Because I'm your wife. How could I stand there and do nothing?" Lily said slowly. "Besides, the whole mess with the Hill family was my fault. If it wasn't for me." Okay. But now the most important thing you have to do is recover and to get home. Let's leave all of that in the past," he told her casually. Just then, the door opened and Dorothy walked in with some of her friends. She hurried over to the bed, pushing Kevin out of the way as she passed him. "Lily, how are you?" she asked with concern. Dorothy had stayed up all night playing cards with her friends and only found out about an hour ago that something had happened to her daughter. "Don't worry, Mom. I'm fine," Lily answered weakly. Dorothy nodded and turned around to glare at Kevin. "How did something like this happen to my precious daughter? What do you have to say for yourself?" "Mom, I'm sorry. It's all my fault that I didn't," Kevin started to explain. "I don't care if you feel sorry. If this is in any way your fault, I'll have you thrown out of the hospital immediately," Dorothy scolded him. This time, Kevin felt like he deserved to be yelled at. It was his fault that Lily had gotten injured, and he was feeling incredibly guilty as he pleaded with Dorothy. "Mom, don't be angry. I promise that—"
"Don't call me Mom," she interrupted. "I wish Lily had never met you. Whether this is your fault or not, I want you out of here."
She paused for a moment and then added,
"Wait. As soon as Lily can get out of bed, I want the two of you to get a divorce. I don't ever want to see your face again."
"Mom, please calm down," Lily begged her mother. "It's not Kevin's fault at all." While she spoke, she kept glancing over at Kevin. She really wanted to smooth things over with her mother. "I'm just going to step out and find out what meds Lily needs," Kevin told her. He decided it would be a good idea to leave the room for a few minutes. Lily looked at Dorothy and her friends. "Mom, were you out playing cards again?"
"Don't be silly, Lily. My friends and I were just strolling around."
Dorothy had no problem lying to her daughter, but one of her friends wouldn't let her.
"Dorothy, you shouldn't lie to your daughter like that," Jasmine Coleman corrected her loudly. "And so what if we were playing cards? Are you trying to get out of your debt?" When she said that, Dorothy immediately gave her a dirty look. A trace of doubt also flashed across Lily's eyes.
"Get out of your debt? What debt? Mom, don't tell me you owe these women money," Lily asked in confusion.
"Yes, I do,"
Dorothy answered hesitantly. The previous night had been Dorothy's unluckiest night in a while. She didn't just drop a couple thousand, she lost over $500,000 in a single card game. "Your mother lost a lot of money last night. She owes me almost $250,000, and she owes my friends here another $400,000, Jasmine revealed to Lily. Then Jasmine coldly informed Lily, "Even though you're in the hospital, you still have to pay your debts, so hurry up and give us our money. We need to head home and get some rest." When Lily heard this, she was so angry that her sutures almost popped out. How could Dorothy lose so much money in just one night? What was wrong with her family? "Mom, didn't you promise me you wouldn't go out and play cards?" Lily snapped at her mother.
"I was feeling lucky. Anyway, it's just a few $100,000,
Dorothy sputtered. But she knew deep down that what she had done was wrong. Lily was furious. How could her mother have done this when she knew that things were tight? And how could Lily find that much money in such a short time? "Mom, did you forget I already promised that money to Grandma?" Lily asked her as she tried to catch her breath. "I only have $1,500 in my checking account, and we need it for our living expenses and taxes."
"Oh, I completely forgot," Dorothy suddenly realized.
"I don't care what kind of problems your family has. If you don't pay me what you owe me right now, you'll see what happens," Jasmine threatened. She realized that Dorothy wasn't as strong as she seemed, and she could easily bully her.
"Let's talk it over, Jasmine. Just give me a few days and I'll get you the money," Dorothy promised as she laughed nervously.
"No, I need to see the money today. I don't want you to play any tricks on us," Jasmine said coldly. "And if your daughter doesn't have it, you'll have to ask your son-in-law." "Dorothy, why didn't you tell us you didn't have any money? Why did you waste our time making us play cards all night? You need to pay us what you owe," Jasmine sneered. "And don't ever play with us again." "Hey, I just remember something. Dorothy, isn't your son-in-law that guy everybody's been talking about? He must have put away a few bucks living off of your family for the past few years," Jasmine suggested mockingly. Dorothy flinched when she heard her mention Kevin. "I'll ask you one last time, are you going to pay us or not?" Jasmine snarled.
"Just give me a few days. I'll pay you back as soon as I can. Besides, whenever you owed me money in the past, I didn't force you to pay me back like you're doing today," Dorothy implored her. "How can you even compare yourself with me? My husband is in the real estate business. No matter how much money I lose, I can take care of it with a phone call. You're out of your league," Jasmine retorted as she started to lose her patience.
I'll give you two choices. Either you pay me back immediately, or I'll call someone who will make you do it."
"You've gone too far, Jasmine. Is that how you treat a friend?"
Dorothy smiled apologetically. "So you're telling me you're not going to pay, is that it?" Jasmine asked as she pulled out her phone.
"Jasmine!"
Dorothy was so anxious that she almost stomped her foot. She knew that Jasmine knew some very nasty people. Jasmine waited for the call to connect and put it on the speakerphone. "Spencer, are you there? It's Aunt Jasmine. I'm at Downtown General. Someone owes me a ton of money and she's refusing to pay me back."
"Who the hell would do that?"
came an angry voice over the speaker. "I'll be down there right away." Jasmine hung up and smiled triumphantly. She knew that her nephew was one of the most powerful men in Chicago and he had hundreds of people under his command. She was certain that Dorothy and her daughter would pay her what they owed her now. Lily struggled to sit up in her bed. "Can you please wait a few more days, Jasmine? We really don't have that much money on hand today." Lily had heard James's nephew's voice, and it sounded like he wouldn't try to resolve this peacefully. "It's not that I'm being unreasonable, but there are certain things that everyone knows. You don't gamble if you don't have enough to cover your bets," Jasmine replied snobbishly. Dorothy and Lily were speechless. They all sat in awkward silence and waited for Jasmine's nephew to arrive. A little while later, there was a flurry of footsteps in the hall and the door flew open violently.
"Who the hell owes my aunt all that money? You'd better be ready to leave town,"
the tall man shouted as he walked into the room with his bodyguards. They were a tough-looking bunch. Several nurses saw them and ducked into patients' rooms to stay out of their way. The group's leader was none other than Spencer, the man Kevin had asked to be his deputy in the Chicago branch of the Myriads. His brother Derek would have been there too, but he had other business to attend to.
"Did you hear me?" Spencer shouted. "Who exactly owes my aunt money?"
"Thanks for coming here, Spencer," Jasmine replied as she pointed at Dorothy. "She's the one who owes me and my friends over $600,000.
"You?"
Spencer glared at Dorothy as he sauntered over to her.
"Do you know what I do to people who don't pay their debts?"
"I didn't say I wouldn't pay her, I just don't have the money right now," Dorothy admitted reluctantly. She was absolutely trembling in fear.
"That's no excuse," he answered coldly.
"Our family really doesn't have the money right now. It'll take me a few days to get it together," Lily tried to explain. She was having a hard time talking. After all, she'd just gotten out of surgery. But she could see that the man's arm was covered with scars. He clearly didn't mind resorting to violence. "Why are you wasting your time, Spencer? They said they don't have the money. Just take them," Jasmine ordered her nephew. His men started moving Lily and Dorothy with vicious looks in their eyes.
"Don't touch my daughter," Dorothy shouted as she stepped in front of Lily. "She just got out of surgery and she shouldn't be moved." "Go to hell," Spencer growled as he pushed Dorothy aside.
Suddenly, there was a furious roar from the doorway.
"Stop it right now."
Kevin walked into the room and the Myriads were stunned to see him. Dorothy was actually relieved to see Kevin. She pointed at him and told the men,
"This man is my son-in-law. Just ask him for the money. If he doesn't have it, you can beat him up for all I care."
"Your son-in-law? What the hell's going on here?" As Spencer turned around, his voice trailed off. He was in shock.
"Enforcer?"
Spencer stammered as he tried to process what was going on. Dorothy said that the enforcer was her son-in-law, so that would make her. He knew he was in big trouble. "What are you guys doing in the hospital?" Kevin asked with a slight frown. The men got over their shock and started to greet Kevin very genially, but Kevin quickly raised his hand to stop them. "Tell me what happened."
"Nothing much, Enforcer. I just came to the hospital for a checkup because I wasn't feeling well. I happened to pop into this room to take a look." He lied through his teeth. He wouldn't dare admit that he was there to demand money from Dorothy and Lily. The Myriads remembered what Kevin had done to Nolan Hill at the Salix Leaf Hotel
and they knew he wasn't someone you wanted to piss off. But Kevin wasn't a fool. Of course, he didn't believe Spencer's excuse, so he walked over to Lily and asked her, "Honey, what's going on?" "They came to ask for money," Lily admitted. Then she told Kevin what had happened between her mother and the women who were in the room. After learning about Dorothy's gambling problem, Kevin looked at her and then he looked over at Spencer.
"We're finished now,"
Spencer thought to himself as he considered the situation.
"I just had to come here and demand money from the enforcer's wife while she's lying in a hospital bed. We're all dead men."
"I'll cover her debt," Kevin said calmly. Even though Dorothy hated him and she'd really crossed a line this time, he was still her son-in-law. Kevin figured it was his duty to help her pay back the money.
"There's no need for that, enforcer,"
Spencer responded right away. How could he take any money from Kevin? He was starting to regret ever answering his aunt's call. "I'm telling the truth. Give me your routing number and I'll transfer the money. I can't possibly let you come here for nothing, can I?" Kevin insisted. $600,000 wasn't much money to him. How could he refuse to pay what his family owed just because he was the Myriad's enforcer? That wouldn't set a good example for the other members, would it? Dorothy and Lily were still trying to figure out what was going on. When Dorothy wasn't able to settle her gambling debts, Jasmine called her nephew Spencer to force her to pay up. Spencer arrived soon afterward and was threatening Dorothy and Lily when Kevin came into the room. Spencer and his men recognized Kevin as the Chicago branch enforcer of the Myriads. They offered to cancel the debt, but Kevin insisted on paying what Dorothy owed.
"But I couldn't possibly accept that from you," Spencer protested.
He was scared out of his mind at the thought that he'd been threatening the enforcer's wife. The whole room fell silent. Jasmine, Dorothy, and the others just stood there with their mouths hanging open. What the hell was going on? How could all of these ferocious men be so afraid of Kevin? And did they just call him the enforcer? Jasmine had never seen anything like this before. Her nephew usually handled her problems right away because he was such an intimidating figure. Jasmine was perplexed by the whole situation. "Listen to me, Spencer," Kevin said as he pointed at Dorothy. "She's my mother-in-law and I'm willing to pay the money she owes to your aunt and her friends. It's only fair."
"We can't let you pay her debt, enforcer. We don't want your money. In fact, if I'd known this young woman is your wife, I wouldn't have even come here with my men,"
Spencer insisted desperately. Lily lay in the hospital bed watching Kevin through tearful eyes. How many other things had her husband kept hidden from her? "Just accept the money. I'm not kidding." Kevin practically begged Spencer to let him pay.
"Please, enforcer. I couldn't possibly take anything from you," Spencer pleaded.
Jasmine looked questioningly at her nephew. "What's wrong with you, Spencer? I won the money fair and square."
"Aunt Jasmine, we really can't take their money," Spencer tried to explain.
"No, that won't do. I must have what she owes me," Jasmine demanded. She looked at Kevin and had an idea. "I have no idea why you're so afraid of him. Have you mistaken him for someone else? He's just Dorothy's loser son-in-law."
"Please, Aunt Jasmine, you have to stop talking," Spencer said curtly.
He couldn't help thinking about what he saw Kevin do to Nolan Hill as he sobbed.
"My aunt doesn't know who you are. Please accept my apologies."
"Don't worry about it. But please stop all this groveling," Kevin replied as he rubbed his forehead. This was the first time he'd ever encountered a situation where he couldn't even give away his money.
"I appreciate your understanding, sir," Spencer said gratefully.
Jasmine realized she was getting nowhere, so she announced dejectedly, "I'm pretty tired after playing cards all night. I think I'll just head home and get some rest. Bye, Spencer." She and her friends quickly walked out of the room, leaving Dorothy staring at Kevin in disbelief. Her opinion of her son-in-law had changed a lot. Did he meet some big shot while he was in jail? Dorothy thought to herself. But Kevin didn't care what Dorothy was thinking about. He walked over to Lily and kissed her on the cheek. Then he said softly, "Everything's okay now. You should get some rest. I have a few things to take care of." "Yes, honey," Lily nodded in agreement. Kevin stood up and took a deep breath. He glanced at the myriads who were standing there looking very agitated. "Don't just stand there. Come along with me. I've got something I want you to do for me." Kevin walked out of the room and the rest of the men quickly followed behind him. Kevin led them to the stairwell door and gave Spencer an order. "I want you to take some of your men and find out everything you can about the Hill family for me."
"Are you talking about the family from Detroit?"
Spencer asked in surprise. "You know about them?" Kevin asked with a slight frown.
"We've worked with them before and I know them pretty well. They're very strong, but not a big challenge to most of the people in the Myriads or the Alliance," Spencer explained.
He had a good idea of what Kevin had in mind. "Very strong? That doesn't matter to me. I want Craig Hill to suffer for what he's done," Kevin growled as he clenched his fists. "Have everyone meet me at the Whistler Hotel tonight at 7 o'clock. I've got something important to announce."
"Yes, sir,"
Spencer replied as he took his men and quickly headed downstairs. Next, Kevin called Mitchell Cook to ask him to clear out the hotel for the evening. When Kevin got to the hotel, he saw the only people there were the myriads and the hotel staff. A large buffet had been set up on the first and second floors. In the largest private room on the top floor, Kevin sat at the head of a long table, and dozens of representatives from the other branches sat along the sides.
"Enforcer, we finished our investigation,"
Spencer reported. "What did you find?" Kevin asked him tersely.
"I don't know why the Hills family strength has increased so much in the past few years, but the most important ones are Craig Hill's 5 adopted children. They're quite advanced in their training and they've obviously benefited from herbal medications. And they're giving the family a real edge in their competition, especially their financial dealings."
5 adopted children? Kevin pondered as he swirled the wine in his glass.
"There's one more thing.
Their compound is heavily guarded," Spencer hurried to add. "Sounds like this won't be easy," Kevin commented as he put his wine glass on the table. "Can you think of a way to get at them?"
"I really don't know how we could take them down without heavy losses," Spencer informed him bluntly.
"Do you really think so? No matter how many we sent against them?" Kevin asked. But deep down inside, he already knew the answer. If Craig Hill's children were as powerful as Spencer had said, they could resist any number of attackers.
"And there's something else, Enforcer. They're expanding their operations to Chicago. It's possible that they have another trick up their sleeve,"
Spencer pointed out. He had to lay out the facts, even at the risk to his own family. "So you're saying that we can't do anything about them?" Kevin asked grimly.
"No, that's not what I'm saying. We just have to chip away at them. To overcome their strength, we have to take them out one by one. If we go after all of them at once, we'll only hurt ourselves," Spencer said confidently.
"So what's your plan? This is no time to beat around the bush," Kevin stated plainly.
"From what we've found out, Craig Hill's 5 adopted children all have different hobbies and interests. We can use that to set up a trap for them," Spencer explained.
It sounded like a good strategy to Kevin. He gave Spencer his approval. "All right, then I'll leave the details up to you. Whatever the cost, you have to set things up right. But I want his children taken alive. As for the others, I don't care what happens to them." If they were as powerful as Spencer had said, Kevin might as well keep them alive. They could be useful to him.
"I promise I won't let you down," Spencer agreed excitedly.
Kevin nodded in agreement and raised his glass high in the air. He announced loudly, "This is the first time I've given you orders since I became the Enforcer. I wish you all success."
"Don't worry, Enforcer. You can count on us,"
one of the senior members replied so that everyone could hear. The rest of them stood up and shouted,
"Yes!"
Kevin let them all eat and drink as much as they wanted. He fell asleep very late in the back room that Cook had reserved for him. The next morning, Kevin washed up quickly and drove straight to campus so he could get to Professor Murdoch's class on time. Penny passed a note to Kevin as soon as she sat down. It read, "Are you free tonight? I still owe you dinner." Kevin smiled and shook his head. Penny was still trying to make up for that whole thing with her cell phone. After their dinner plans were interrupted by Professor Murdoch, Kevin had completely forgotten about it. If she hadn't given him a note just now, he never would have given it another thought.
Good work, Kevin. You've already made friends with the cutest student in our class,
Dalton commented as he saw the note on Kevin's desk. Dalton knew about Penny's reputation, and he also knew that everyone in the school wanted to get to know her. Boy, would they be jealous to know that she'd actually asked Kevin out to dinner. It was a dream come true. It's no big deal, Dalton. Do you want to come along? Kevin smiled as he patted his friend on the shoulder.
You don't have to ask me twice,
Dalton replied happily. Of course he was married, but it was just a dinner with friends, not an affair. He was sure that his wife Miranda would trust him. Sounds like a plan. Kevin wrote back to her very casually. I'm free this evening, but I want to bring Dalton along too. Penny opened up the note and took a look at it. She quickly scribbled a reply and handed it back to Kevin. That's up to you. The way she saw it, it was just a meal. It would be nice to have an extra person along. Just then, a woman walked into the room and went to the podium and put her briefcase on the table. Some of the students had noticed her in the halls, but nobody said anything inappropriate after what they saw happen to Chase Rogers on the first day of class. Hello, everyone. I'm Professor Wendy Colt, your medicinal herb instructor. I'm in charge of teaching all of you how to concoct pills and make herbal medicine. Today, I'll take you to the pill room to take a look at our facilities. I'll also give you a sample pill while we're there, Professor Colt explained in a very professional tone. Professor Colt, does this mean that the school still believes in concocting pills? One of the students asked her hesitantly. Of course. Medicinal pills are a very important aspect of personal growth and development. Good medicinal pills can help someone to advance by leaps and bounds, she replied very directly. However, as there were fewer and fewer apothecaries over the years, we lost some of our knowledge base, so the current formulas are exceptionally rare. The preparation techniques that you will learn have been developed over the past several decades from piecing together what information we had left, combined with modern pharmaceutical techniques. That's how we're able to approximate the original lost recipes, Professor Colt explained. So even though they're not exactly the same as the pills of the past, we like to think that they're even better, Professor Colt boasted as she led the students out of the classroom. Most of these students had only seen a few herbal meds in their lifetime. Now they found out that they'd be able to learn the secrets of pill concoction. How could they not be excited by this? A few minutes later, they arrived at the science building and headed into the pill room. The enormous space was lined with exotic plants, and there were long tables running from one end of the room to the other. Each table had a large bowl and some preparation equipment that looked a little like kitchen utensils. Professor Colt divided the class into smaller groups. Kevin and Dalton were happy to see that they'd been assigned to the same group. Some of the other students were jealous to see that Penny was also put in Kevin's group. Everyone, please listen to me. The school permits you to take any pills you make out of this room as long as it's been inspected and approved by the instructor. Please note that some of the ingredients have been artificially grown. They're very difficult to find in nature, she informed them. You have to listen to my instructions very carefully. Don't do anything without checking with me first. Today, I'm going to show you how to make the healing pill. Its main purpose is to treat all kinds of external injuries. Under normal circumstances, it only takes 2 hours to take effect and heal your injuries, Professor Colt explained as she went to a large cabinet and took out 6 kinds of medicinal ingredients. She used the equipment on the table to measure and prepare the ingredients in the bowl. Then she lit a Bunsen burner on the table. While she was doing this, she continued to describe what she was doing to the attentive group of students. Wow, Professor Colt is so awesome, one of the students exclaimed. Yeah, this stuff's really cool, her classmate replied. A lot of them never thought they'd actually be able to witness someone making herbal medication. They watched intently as Professor Colt prepared one pill after another.
Kevin, don't you know how to do that too? I'm very curious to see who's better, you or Professor Colt, Dalton remarked as he nudged Kevin in the ribs. You also know how to make herbal pills?
Penny asked Kevin in amazement. But Kevin didn't answer their questions. Very seriously, he warned them. Dalton, you and Penny should leave the room right now.
What's wrong?
Dalton asked him with a very puzzled look on his face. Professor Colt must be distracted by talking too much while she's working. She just missed an important step and the bowl is going to explode in less than 5 minutes, Kevin quickly explained. They had to do something, and quickly. Kevin told Dalton and Penny that they needed to get out of the room before Professor Colt's pill bowl exploded.
Are you kidding me?
Dalton asked incredulously. It wasn't that Dalton didn't trust Kevin, but Professor Colt was a trained faculty member after all. There's no way she'd make a mistake like that. You can stay here if you don't mind getting burned to a crisp, Kevin said calmly.
No way. I'm out of here,
Dalton said as he walked briskly towards the door. While she was talking, Professor Colt was moving the bowl over the Bunsen burner. She was adjusting the flame to the proper height for the preparation of a healing pill. Professor, please wait a moment, Kevin interrupted her as he strode towards the table. Do you have any questions, Kevin? Professor Colt asked him. The other students in the class all looked at Kevin. They were wondering what stunt he was going to pull this time. Professor Colt, you're making a big mistake with this pill, Kevin said very nonchalantly. If you turn off the flame now, there shouldn't be too much damage. This drew an immediate reaction from his classmates, who all broke into laughter. They couldn't believe that he had the nerve to correct the professor while she was putting on a demonstration. With all her experience, there was no way she could be doing anything wrong. Who was he to interrupt her like this? Professor Colt was obviously irritated by Kevin's comment, and she scolded him. Didn't you hear what I just said, Kevin? The most important thing in preparing a medicinal pill is the flame. If you put out the flame now, the pill will be ruined. She was starting to get angry at Kevin. It was bad enough that he hadn't listened to her lecture, but how could he question her abilities? She was a member of the union and was actually their chief apothecary. While she hadn't made every single possible pill, she still had enormous experience and had made countless healing pills in her career. She'd never had a single problem. Professor Colt, I'm not questioning your skill. It's just that you didn't use any of the grass in that container as you were measuring your ingredients, Kevin pointed out innocently. He recognized the grass in the container as one of the basic components of any medicinal pill. It was something that you could never leave out because it helped the blending of the other ingredients. The most important thing that it did was to prevent the temperature from increasing too rapidly and causing an explosion. The other students thought that Kevin was just trying to draw attention to himself and confuse everyone. They figured he'd probably never seen anyone make herbal meds in his entire life. Mike couldn't resist putting his 2 cents in.
Stop making a scene, Kevin. If you don't want to learn anything, just leave. But don't mess it up for the rest of us.
The class leader's right, Lionel added. Then he let Kevin have it. Do you know how important this is? If you don't appreciate what Professor Colt is showing us, then just go home. Kevin's classmates started glaring at him in disgust. Dalton started clenching his fists. He knew that Kevin wasn't someone who did things just to get attention. These guys were really ticking him off. Kevin sighed lightly. All he was doing was warning Professor Colt because he cared about what might happen. Why did they all think he was causing trouble? 2 minutes had already passed and Kevin could see that the bowl was getting too hot. You could feel it from several feet away. This isn't good. Everyone get down, Kevin yelled. He was done trying to explain and grabbed Professor Colt, pulling her to the floor as he protected her with his body. What are you doing? She exclaimed. Kevin's classmates still didn't understand how much danger they were in and started to criticize him. Let go of Professor Colt, one of them yelled. Mike started rolling up his sleeves to take a swing at Kevin as he shouted, Get away from Professor Colt right now. If you don't, I'll report you to the administration and you'll be expelled. He was about to say something else, but they were all interrupted by a huge explosion from the bowl that Professor Colt had been heating. It was like a volcanic eruption throwing a wave of hot air across the room. Shards of the bowl were flung out as the bowl shattered from the blast. The shock wave knocked some of the students across the room and into the wall. Some of them were cut by fragments of the bowl that flew all over the room. And the mixture had gotten so hot that the herbs were instantly vaporized. Professor Colt was absolutely stunned. She shook her head in disbelief. Had he actually been right? As the rest of the students lay on the ground in a daze, they looked over at Kevin with shocked expressions. It couldn't have been a coincidence. Kevin had been telling the truth after all. But Kevin didn't have time to worry about what his classmates were thinking. He was too concerned about the intense pain he was feeling in his back. Since he'd been closest to the table, he'd also borne the brunt of the heat and debris from the explosion. His clothes were shredded and burned, and he had serious burns on his back. But he'd managed to protect Professor Colt, so she didn't suffer any injuries. Professor Colt came back to her senses and felt Kevin's body lying on top of her. This was definitely an embarrassing position to be in. "Kevin, would you please get off of me?" Professor Colt said very quietly. "Okay, Professor Colt," he replied as he stood up awkwardly. Professor Colt glanced around the pill room and saw the destruction. "Send the injured students to the infirmary. Everyone else should go back home to rest. Today's lesson is over," she announced.
"Are you okay, Kevin?" Dalton asked as he ran over to his friend.
"Don't worry, I'm not dead yet," Kevin replied. It stung a little, but it wasn't as bad as it looked.
"Let me get you to a hospital to be sure,"
Dalton insisted. He really hadn't expected Kevin to hit the nail on the head like that. He said the bowl would explode in less than 5 minutes, and he was absolutely right. "Don't be ridiculous. I'm okay. You should go home and get some rest." Kevin stretched his shoulders a few times.
"Okay, sounds like a good idea. Call me if you need anything," Dalton offered without hesitating.
The pill room was still uncomfortably hot, so Kevin decided to head home and change his clothes. Plus, his shirt was pretty tattered from the explosion. On the way out, Professor Colt stopped him. "How did you see the problem with the pill?" she asked him earnestly. "It's very simple, Professor Colt. I saw that you hadn't added the correct ingredients," Kevin explained. But he didn't want her to feel embarrassed, so he added, "It's probably because you were talking to the class while you were working on the pills." "Tell me honestly, do you know how to concoct herbal medicine?" she asked as she looked directly into Kevin's eyes. There weren't many apothecaries left in the world, and the ones who remained guarded their secrets very strictly. So Professor Colt wouldn't believe Kevin if he said that he didn't know anything about making herbal pills, and she certainly wouldn't believe that he just made a lucky guess. "You're right, Professor, but I only know how to make a few kind of pills," Kevin replied modestly. In fact, there probably wasn't a single medicinal pill that he didn't know how to refine. He just needed a little more practice to get better at it. For some reason, Professor Colt was actually very relieved to hear Kevin's explanation. "It's really a good thing to know how to concoct a few kinds of pills. There's currently a great need for more apothecaries. I was lucky enough to join the union and get many years of training from them, but I only know how to produce 10 types of pills." Then Professor Colt sighed. "It's too bad that there are too few apothecaries around these days. The formulas are so hard to find and reproduce that some pills are worth a fortune. For something like the power pill or the augmentation pill, well, they're like miracle drugs." Kevin nearly laughed out loud when he heard her say that. He could easily make the herbal meds that Professor Colt found so unattainable. However, he still had some doubts. The Night King had told him that apothecaries used to have a lot of respect, but there was some kind of incident that had changed everything. "Professor Colt, can you tell me what exactly happened to all the apothecaries?" Kevin inquired. "Oh, that was a long time ago," she answered as she got a nostalgic look in her eyes. "I suppose I can tell you. My mentor always said that the herbal meds could lead to far greater development than anyone had ever imagined. But it's a difficult undertaking," she continued, "and we're only now finding out the similarity between herbal medications and the techniques that are being developed by modern science. There was an apothecary many years ago who actually stumbled on a way to move beyond what his colleagues were doing. The results of his methods were decades ahead of anyone else," she explained. "But should anyone be allowed to become that powerful?" Kevin asked her. The professor nodded in agreement. "You're right, Kevin. His plans were eventually exposed, and he drew a lot of attention from people who were afraid of how powerful he might become. It wasn't easy for them to defeat him, but when they did, they took out many more apothecaries who might also pose a threat. It had devastating effects on the field. Whoever was left went into hiding and destroyed any evidence of their formulas. Once everyone realized just how much had been lost, it was too late to recover, she explained sadly. A lot of people are interested in developing themselves, but they don't appreciate the art and science involved. Even students at the School for the Healing Arts are just interested in it because it's something new. There isn't anyone who's very committed to it. The more Professor Colt spoke, the more regret Kevin could see in her eyes. Kevin nodded slightly because he understood the problem. From what he'd read in the sources he'd found, an herbal pill could be worth a fortune, but making one took both money and energy. People just didn't seem interested in making the effort to become an apothecary. If this continued, they'd eventually disappear. Suddenly, Professor Colt seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes lit up and she asked, "Kevin, I see that you have some talent. Do you want to participate in the apothecary contest?" "An apothecary contest?" Kevin repeated in amazement. "Yes. Because it's a very rare discipline, about 50 years ago it was decided to look for a way to try to build more interest. All of the major groups and organizations are involved in training their own apothecaries," she explained. "The top 3 finalists receive interesting awards. First place earns admission to the Herbalist Society, second place earns an advanced technique, and the third place winner only gets $750,000. Professor Colt told Kevin eagerly. "The Herbalist Society?" Kevin asked in surprise. He'd never heard of them before. "The Herbalist Society is an institution composed entirely of apothecaries. They serve the top levels of business and government. The leading organizations send their most outstanding students to study with them every year. It's an extraordinary honor. Anyone who studies with them is highly sought after when they complete their training," she told him excitedly. "Because of that, many people in the Herbalist Society have become wealthy and famous. Their careers really take off," Professor Colt gushed. "Every participant in the contest can bring along an assistant. It just so happens that I've been looking for a candidate for the past few days. If you want to participate, come along with me. Even if you don't win, you can learn a lot." "All right, Professor Colt. I'll go with you," Kevin agreed without thinking twice. What happened over the past few years had broadened Kevin's horizons. He used to think that as long as he had money, he'd be fine. But now that he'd seen the potential of herbal medicine and training, he wanted something more. Although Chicago was a pretty big city, the country was a whole lot bigger. If he wanted to have a future, he had to step onto a bigger stage. Plus, he needed to make good use of the books he'd been reading. Because of the accident in Professor Colt's class, Kevin's dinner with Penny had to be put off again. After saying goodbye to Professor Colt, Kevin headed home and went straight to the study to get ready for the apothecary contest. The first thing that he did was to make an herbal med to help Lily recover from her injuries. She recovered very quickly and was discharged from Downtown General to the amazement of the hospital staff. On the following weekend, Kevin was still half asleep when he smelled a delicate fragrance. Lily kissed his forehead and said, "Hubby, the sun is already up and you should be too." "Can't I sleep for 10 more minutes?" Kevin drawled as he struggled to open his eyes. "No, hurry up and get out of bed. If Mom finds out that you're still lazing around, she'll definitely scold you again," Lily said softly while leaning her head on Kevin's chest. After coming so close to death, Lily understood how important life was and wanted to savor every second with Kevin. Okay, if you say so," Kevin agreed as he got out of bed and got dressed. "It's rare that you don't have to go to work or school on such a nice day. Let's go out for a walk, okay?" Lily asked softly. "Yeah, let's do that. A walk would be nice," Kevin replied as he looked out the window at the view. Lily smiled as she walked up behind Kevin and wrapped her arms around his waist. "Kevin, when I was in the hospital and that man Spencer was so polite to you, did he actually call you the enforcer?" Kevin sighed and quietly said, You wouldn't believe me if I told you." "I'll believe anything you say," Lily answered softly as she hugged him even more tightly. Kevin was finally ready to tell her everything. Lily and Kevin decided to take a walk downtown and enjoy a quiet day off. She just asked him why Spencer had called him the enforcer, and Kevin was about to tell his wife everything that he'd been keeping from her. But before he could begin to divulge all his secrets to her, his phone suddenly rang.
"Hey, Kevin, what are you doing right now?"
He could hear Marshall's rough voice at the other end of the line. "I'm home. What's wrong?" Kevin asked curiously. Ever since he came back from his meeting with the Alliance, Kevin had let Marshall take over his duties as Alliance manager. They hadn't been in touch with each other in a long time, so Kevin knew that something serious must be going on.
"It's not a big deal. I just want to let you know that the executive director's birthday is in 2 days. Everyone needs to drop what they're doing and head back to headquarters for the celebration. Don't forget that you're our messenger now,"
Marshall reminded him. "I understand, but we've got 2 days, don't we? Why are you panicking?" Kevin replied sharply.
"No panic. Just keeping you in the loop. Gotta run," Marshall said as he hung up.
After putting his phone away, Kevin started to have some doubts. He thought that since this was an important gathering, his mentor, the Night King, might be there too. Kevin had a ton of questions for him. On top of that, he had a vague feeling that this would be a crucial meeting. What worried him was that even though Chicago wasn't the largest city in the country, both the Myriads and the Alliance were interested in it. And now the School for the Healing Arts had decided to open a campus too. The city was crawling with powerful people who were interested in herbal meds and martial training. It had Kevin curious. While Kevin was contemplating these things, Lily asked him, "Who was that on the phone, honey?" "Just a friend," Kevin laughed casually. 2 hours later, Lily and Kevin were taking a stroll hand in hand. Lily was eating a soft pretzel they'd gotten from a street vendor. She was feeling like a kid again as she explained to Kevin that she used to have the same treat when she was a kid. "Kevin, why don't we go into that jewelry store over there?" Lily asked sweetly. "Are you sure, honey? We've been walking for over an hour." Kevin felt that if the school had a shopping contest, Lily would win first place, hands down. "Come on, let's go in. I'm in the mood to get some new jewelry," she said coyly. Lily was so excited that she started tugging on Kevin's arm. He finally gave in and the two of them headed into the store. As soon as they walked in, Lily spotted a diamond ring that she wanted. The sales associate noticed that Lily was interested in the ring and walked over to them with a big smile. "This ring is a new arrival, and there's nothing like it in all of Chicago. It's called the Starry Sky Ring." "That's a good name for it," Kevin commented as he admired the brilliant stone. They then heard a delicate voice nearby saying, "Wow, what a beautiful ring. Hubby, can you buy it for me?" Kevin and Lily looked over and saw a couple walking towards them. The man looked like a successful businessman and he carried himself well. The woman was very pretty, but maybe not quite as pretty as Lily.
"Lily, what a coincidence to bump into you here," the man said cheerfully.
What Kevin didn't know was that the man's name was Clancy Redmond and the woman's name was Danica. They were both Lily's classmates from college. Clancy had chased after Lily back in the day, but he obviously ended up with someone else. "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you guys here," Lily exclaimed as she smiled awkwardly. "And I never expected to cross paths with you here." Danica stared at Lily with an unfriendly gaze. Even though any relationship between Lily and Clancy was long over, Danica was still afraid that they'd rekindle their romance.
"What did you say, Danica?" Clancy pouted.
"Nothing at all. Don't tell me you still have feelings for her," his wife replied in an odd tone of voice. Then she looked disapprovingly at Kevin and remarked, "Oh my, Lily, it's been so long since I last saw you. Have things really gotten that bad? Back in school, all the richest guys were after you. How did you end up with this loser?" Lily was obviously irritated at her comment, and Kevin furrowed his brow. This was far from being a friendly reunion. Danica was being downright hostile. "Don't worry about me, Danica. I'm doing just fine," Lily replied coldly. "That's not what I heard. Everyone in town knows your husband's been freeloading off your family for 3 years. He even went to prison for assault and battery," Danica declared loudly enough so everyone in the store could hear it. They all turned around and stared at Kevin.
Is that true, Lily? You know, if you're having problems, your husband can join our company. I'll make the arrangement so he can start bringing in a decent salary," Clancy offered with a smile. It sounded like a nice offer, but Lily could tell he had an ulterior motive. He was obviously still interested in her. Clancy had missed Lily a lot after college, but he never expected to get another chance with her. Now it looked like he might be able to take advantage of Lily's troubles with her husband. "There's no need for that. My husband is doing very well now, thank you," Lily replied as she turned around and held Kevin's hand. "Hubby, let's go home. I'm suddenly feeling a little tired." "Okay, honey," Kevin answered quickly. He didn't want to waste any more time with these two boneheads. Then he asked the sales associate, "How much is the ring we were looking at?" "How could a delinquent like you even afford it?" Danica sneered. Then she turned to the associate and asked, "Are you going to wrap this up for me?" "There's something that I may not have made clear," the saleswoman replied hesitantly. "It's from a very exclusive designer, and you may find it a bit on the expensive side." "No matter how much it costs, I'm sure my husband will gladly buy it for me," Danica said confidently. "In that case, the price is $7 million, she told her excitedly. The associate knew that she would get a hefty commission for the sale. When Clancy heard this, he took a deep breath and thought to himself, "That's a little friggin' expensive. It may be easier just to steal one." Even though Clancy had been in business for a few years and had been pretty successful, he had nowhere near that much money to throw around, a few $1,000s at the most. "Why don't we look at something else, sweetie? That's really expensive," Clancy said softly.
But Danica wouldn't give up. "I don't care. I want this ring, and I want it right now," she insisted. Clancy wasn't from a wealthy family like Lily, so he didn't have very deep pockets. For Danica, this was a matter of pride. She wanted to show her old classmate that she was just as well off now. Kevin could see how embarrassed Clancy was and commented, "I don't think the question is whether or not you want the ring. It sounds like your husband may not have enough funds to cover it right now." "My husband is a successful person. Do you think he's just a sponge like you?" Danica snapped back haughtily.
"He's right, honey. We can't afford this ring," Clancy admitted nervously.
"I don't care. I want it, and you'll just have to find a way to get it for me," she practically demanded. The sales associate understood what was going on and told them, "I'm sorry, but we have other customers to attend to." And then she started to walk away. "Hubby, let's go home," Lily repeated. Even though she liked the ring a lot, she knew that $7 million was still a big chunk of change. It might be too much for Kevin to handle. "Don't worry, Lily. Since you like it so much, let's buy it," Kevin said with a warm smile. "How could a freeloader like you afford something like this?" Danica mocked him loudly. "My husband's very successful, and it's too expensive for him. And you're living off your wife's income." The other customers in the store started laughing at Kevin. A couple of them recognized him as the guy who'd married into the Jones family. Why was he even wasting everyone's time pretending he could afford something so valuable? Kevin got a little peeved when he heard what they were saying. He took out his bank card and tossed it nonchalantly on the counter. "Wrap it up. We'll take it." He could tell that Lily really liked the ring. "Sir, we don't accept supermarket loyalty cards here." The associate sneered as she looked at his card. Everyone burst into laughter. How could he have the nerve to pull something like that? Kevin couldn't believe how foolishly the salesperson was acting. "Lily, your husband is really cold. Doesn't he know how to behave in a high-end store?" Danica laughed conceitedly. "Nonsense," Kevin snapped at the salesperson. "Just swipe it and you'll see it's good." "Sir, I said that our store doesn't accept discount cards. If this is all you have, please leave. I don't have time to play games," she scoffed. The salesperson had heard what Danica said about Kevin. If all of that was true, how could he possibly buy a ring that was worth $7 million? "Please call your manager," Kevin said impatiently. "Sir, bringing the manager over won't help if you can't afford the ring," she scoffed. Mr. Arnold, the store's manager, had been listening the whole time. He walked over to the counter, took one look at Kevin's black card, and felt like he was going to faint. He picked it up off the counter and asked the sales associate anxiously, "Where did you get this card?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Arnold. This man handed me a supermarket discount card," the salesperson replied as she pointed at Kevin. "I told him we can't accept it, but he just wouldn't listen." Mr. Arnold rolled his eyes as he realized he needed to give his employees better training. Then he gulped as he asked Kevin, "Is this your bank card, sir?" "What do you think?" Kevin replied coldly. Kevin's directness made Mr. Arnold start to sweat. The customers who'd been laughing at Kevin quieted down when they realized that something was going on. "Hurry up and swipe the card so you can wrap up the ring for my wife," Kevin ordered them. He was tired of wasting his time. Yes, sir," Mr. Arnold replied as he quickly handed the card to the salesperson. "What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear what this gentleman said?" "But Mr. Arnold," the salesperson began to complain. "There's no buts about it," Mr. Arnold interrupted her. "Just swipe his card and wrap up their purchase." She took Kevin's card and swiped it into her card reader. A moment later, everyone heard the tone that told them that the transaction had gone through. They all looked at Kevin in disbelief. Danica was more surprised than any of them. She was so disappointed that she burst into tears. Clancy didn't even notice how upset his wife was. He glared at Kevin and wondered who the heck he could be. He knew that Lily's family was rich, but not rich enough to toss around this much money. Meanwhile, the store employees were still staring at the balance on the register. They'd never seen anything like it. "Is it wrapped yet?" Kevin urged her frostily. "Yes, sir, it's ready," the salesperson replied as she handed him the bag. Her hands were actually shaking a little, she was so nervous. She just insulted an incredibly rich man and she had no idea who the heck he was. "Here, Lily. If you decide that you don't like it, you can always throw it away," Kevin said flippantly. They were all shocked to hear him say that. Even Danica stopped crying for a moment. Who could be so rich that they'd talk about throwing out a $7 million ring? Every one of them was tempted to root through Kevin's trash. "Hubby, you're so good to me," Lily exclaimed. She didn't care how many people were there and gave Kevin a big kiss. Just as Kevin was about to say something else to irritate Clancy, his phone suddenly rang. When he checked the caller ID, he saw that it was Phoebe Anderson. Phoebe got straight to the point. "Kevin, are you free now?" "What's the matter?" Kevin asked her tentatively. "If you have time, come to the antique store on Belmont Avenue near Ravenswood as soon as you can. I think you know the place. I need your advice on something really important," Phoebe requested urgently. "Got it," he replied without hesitating. Before Kevin could finish speaking, he got a strange, overwhelming feeling that whatever Phoebe wanted him to look at was going to be very critical for him. Kevin got a very serious look on his face and said to Lily, "I have to go." Right after Kevin bought the Starry Sky ring for Lily, he got a call from Phoebe. She wanted him to meet her right away at an antique store on Belmont Avenue. It sounded very urgent. Kevin had an odd but very strong feeling that the Night King wanted him to go there. Phoebe asked you to help her? Lily didn't seem very pleased with the idea. She could easily understand the way Phoebe looked at Kevin. After all, he was very handsome, but that didn't mean she should let down her guard. She wants me to check out an antique, and I really think that it's important. Kevin had an unusually serious expression on his face. Then let's go there right away. Plus, that's a really good street for antiquing. Lily took Kevin's hand and they left the jewelry store in a hurry. Belmont Avenue was just north of the Loop in downtown Chicago. There were a lot of interesting antique shops all along the street, and Lily was hoping to have some time to look around. After Kevin and Lily parked, they walked quickly to the shop where Phoebe was waiting. As they passed the other shops, they could see a lot of interesting items in the windows. One of them even had a display that looked like a 1950s kitchen, including appliances. Lily thought it looked really chic with the pastel blue-green cabinets and salmon fridge. When they entered the shop on the corner to meet Phoebe, a large group of collectors was already there having a loud discussion. Kevin and Lily squeezed into the middle of the crowd and found Phoebe standing next to her father at the counter. Truman Anderson was negotiating with a middle-aged man in a three-piece suit. "What's going on?" Kevin glanced at the jewelry box on the counter and frowned a little. "Kevin, you're finally here." Phoebe smiled when she saw him. Phoebe's reaction made both her father and Lily extremely unhappy. "Have you discovered something unusual?" Kevin asked with a smile. "Here's what's going on. The owner of this shop has been a good friend of my father's for many years. He recently got this antique jewelry box, so he asked my father to come over and take a look." Phoebe smiled a little as she told Kevin the reason she'd invited him along. "You know how my father is. He can't walk away from a good deal. However, my father can't tell whether this thing is real or fake, so I called you." Before Kevin could reply, the man standing next to Phoebe asked, "Who's your friend?" "This is Kevin." Phoebe hesitated a little. "He's a good friend of our family, and we trust his opinion a lot." Then she turned to Kevin. "This young man is Walter Beckett." "Hello." Kevin immediately reached out to shake the man's hand. "Since Phoebe called you, that means you must know something about appraisal." A look of disdain flashed in Walter's eyes. Kevin didn't answer his question, but instead turned his attention to the gold box on the counter. It had carvings of birds and flowers on all of its sides and on the lid. "What are you doing here, Kevin?" Truman Anderson was in an especially bad mood. Whenever Truman saw Kevin or even heard his name, he thought about that awkward moment when he'd walked into his home and seen his daughter and her friends tied up. He still held Kevin responsible for it. "Phoebe called me over to take a look." Kevin reached out and touched the box, and he furrowed his brow as he studied the low-relief decorations. "Walter, what do you think about this item?" Truman ignored Kevin and spoke directly to the young man who was standing next to Phoebe. "Truman, even though the piece is very beautiful, I just don't think it's worth the price. I think you should be very careful." Walter spoke very smoothly. He didn't try to persuade Truman to buy it, but he also didn't tell him not to buy it. But Truman trusted him anyway. What Kevin didn't know was that Walter Beckett was here with Phoebe mainly because of him. Ever since the last time Kevin saw her, Phoebe had spent her days languishing at home, not really interested in anything. It made Truman sad to see his daughter like that. As far as Truman was concerned, Kevin was a bad influence. His only redeeming quality was his ability to appraise antiques. So he asked Mr. Jordan, the store owner, to invite Walter to come to Chicago and then get in touch with his daughter. "What's the seller asking?" Kevin raised an eyebrow and looked up from the box. $2 million. Phoebe stared at Kevin as she answered his question. "Yes, it's worth it. You should take it." Kevin nodded his head in approval. "Kevin, are you serious?" Although Truman didn't like Kevin anymore, he still trusted his opinion on antiques. "Of course I'm serious," Kevin replied firmly. In fact, he had more to say, but he didn't want to talk about it in front of so many people. $2 million was a lot to spend, but Truman thought that he could double his money if Kevin was right.
That's ridiculous, Walter sneered at Kevin. Do you really know anything about antiques? While the decorations are very interesting, there's not enough gold just based on weight to justify a price like that.
Beckett continued.
On top of that, there isn't a lot of detail in the flowers. It's barely worth $200,000, let alone $2 million. You have no idea what you're talking about.
The people who had gathered around them seemed to agree with his comments. One of them even whispered very loudly, "I wouldn't expect any less from one of Mr. Anderson's friends. He's a perfect match for Phoebe." Phoebe was visibly upset when she heard these comments. She was afraid that Kevin would take it the wrong way. The store's owner, Mr. Jordan, also looked distressed. He'd gone through a lot of time and expense to get this antique jewelry box, and now it looked like he might stand to lose a lot of money on it. But he also knew that Walter was an expert appraiser and there was nothing wrong with what he said, so he couldn't challenge him on it. Truman nodded slightly and spoke to Mr. Jordan. "My friend, I think Walter's right. Perhaps we should hold off on this purchase." "Wait a minute," Kevin suddenly interrupted them. "Truman, if you don't buy this item, you're making a big mistake." Truman sighed when he heard Kevin say this. "I know you have extraordinary potential in antique appraisal, but you're still young and don't have enough experience. You can still make mistakes, but Walter is different. He's had intensive training and has a lot more experience than you do." The onlookers agreed with Truman's comments and nodded their heads in approval. They'd never even seen Kevin before, so how could he come in here and tell everyone what to do? "So you're just going to take his word over mine?" Kevin joked. "It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that I believe Walter more." When Truman finished speaking, he looked over at Walter. After all, Walter was his future son-in-law. He had to show him some support in front of all these people. "Truman, you really ought to take my advice. If you buy this, you'll make a lot of money." Kevin smiled as he tried to change Truman's mind.
"Why is this little box worth $2 million? Walter scoffed.
"Because it's not just a gold jewelry box. It's gilded ivory," Kevin replied casually. As soon as he said this, the whole shop suddenly became silent. Except Lily. Everyone there was an expert in antiques. They understood where he was going with this. Just take a look underneath. You can see a bit that wasn't covered in gold leaf. Of course, it doesn't make sense to cover valuable ivory with gold, but someone decided to do that. Kevin looked over at Walter and could see that he was a little uneasy. The onlookers still weren't completely convinced. After all, maybe Kevin was just trying to impress Phoebe by refuting Walter's opinion on the object. One of them even scolded Kevin. "You really expect us to believe that? Leave the discussion to the real experts." Truman looked a little embarrassed as he stood there and listened to Kevin. He still didn't understand how the box could be worth so much more than Walter had said. While it had been illegal to trade in modern ivory objects since the early 70s, antiques were usually grandfathered in and completely legal. But that still didn't explain why the box had been covered in gold leaf. "Honey, are you sure you're right?" Lily asked in a worried whisper. "Don't you believe me?" Kevin answered softly.
"Then how can you explain this?"
Walter looked at Kevin like he was some kind of fool.
"Why the heck would someone take a valuable antique and change it so that its value would actually decrease?"
That's a very good question. A gold jewelry box would have some value, but it wouldn't be worth a small fortune, Kevin explained as he picked up the delicate object. "But did any of you actually test the gold?" Then Kevin walked nonchalantly behind the counter and took a bottle of rubbing alcohol in a rag.
"What do you plan to do with that?"
Walter looked both irritated and confused at the same time. "Just watch and you'll see what I'm talking about." Kevin couldn't help smirking a little. "What happens when you wipe cheap gilding with rubbing alcohol?" The whole antique shop fell quiet. You could have heard a pin drop. Kevin put some alcohol on the cloth and wiped away the gold color from one of the corners, revealing a beautiful ivory box with incredible detail. The light coat of gold leaf had obscured a lot of the original artist's work.
How do you explain this?
Walter was still challenging Kevin, but he knew it wasn't going well for his own appraisal. It's very simple. Kevin turned to look at Mr. Jordan, who was standing there with his mouth hanging open. Then he asked, "Did you buy this from someone who'd imported it back in the 80s?
How did you know?
Mr. Jordan asked in shock. Kevin explained. In order to sneak this piece into the country, someone covered the ivory with a cheap coating of gold leaf. That wasn't really necessary for an antique, but they probably didn't know how old or valuable it actually was. While Kevin spoke, he took out a needle and heated it with a flame. Then he touched the underside of the box and continued to explain. It eventually ended up in the hands of a collector, but they had no idea that this is genuine ivory. You can see how there's a tiny scorch mark, and you can actually smell the ivory a little. Whoever sold this to you knew that it was a 14th century French piece, but they never checked to see what it was really made of. They were all amazed at Kevin's explanation and began to see that his appraisal was probably correct. If you buy this box, Truman, you definitely won't lose any money on the deal. Kevin put the box back on the counter and everyone began to admire it in a new way.
You really know your stuff.
Mr. Jordan was very grateful to Kevin and gave him a thumbs up. If Kevin hadn't been here that day, he would have taken Walter's advice and lost the $500,000 that he had originally spent on the item. All the antique experts in the room were astonished at Kevin's knowledge. They started to feel sorry for criticizing him just a few minutes before.
Hang on, Truman. I'll make a quick video call and get my teacher Tristan Gabriel to help you sort this out.
Walter pulled out his phone to make the call. Is this young man a student of Tristan Gabriel? They all began to wonder. They couldn't believe that one of Gabriel's students was there with Truman Anderson. He was one of the world's most foremost experts on antiques. Walter could hear what they were all whispering to each other, and it boosted his ego a little, especially since Kevin had just shown him up. Walter knew that Phoebe was still interested in Kevin. If his mentor put Kevin in his place, that would certainly make him look a lot better in her eyes. Soon the video call was connected and the face of a thin elderly man appeared on the screen.
Walter, aren't you supposed to be in Chicago right now? Why are you calling me again?
Gabriel's voice was a little harsh sounding.
Sir, I just appraised an antique jewelry box, but someone here said that it's worth 10 times more than my estimate.
Walter explained simply.
What? Can you show it to me?
Tristan was excited to see what his student was talking about. Nobody in the store could believe that Walter was able to get in touch with his renowned expert so quickly. It was very impressive. They'd all heard of Tristan Gabriel, but it was rare to see him in person, even on a video call. While everyone kept whispering to each other, Walter pointed his phone camera at the box on the counter. After a moment, everyone heard Gabriel's voice booming out of the phone's speaker.
Haven't you learned anything from me? Don't you know what this is?
No one had expected him to be so grumpy. But what they really wanted to know was what this expert's appraisal was. Who was right, Walter or Kevin? Walter had just contacted his teacher Tristan Gabriel on a video call to help decide who was right about the antique box, him or Kevin. Everyone in the store was very impressed to see that Walter actually knew the most prominent antique appraiser in the country. Then one of them realized that Kevin was the guy that they'd heard about who married into the Jones family to sponge off of them. They all started to point at Kevin and whisper to each other. Walter smiled smugly. At first, he thought that Kevin might be some kind of genius at antique appraisal. But if what everyone was saying was true, he didn't have anything to worry about. He started to feel even more contempt for Kevin. Kevin, what are you doing? Lily tugged on her husband's sleeve to try and get him to back down. But Kevin waved Lily off casually. He picked up the box and held it so that it would show up clearly on Walter's phone. Walter saw that Kevin actually wanted his teacher to get a good look and started to worry that maybe he'd made a mistake. But the onlookers didn't realize what was going on. They thought that Kevin was just acting foolish and would soon be put in his place. Walter began to wonder if Kevin knew something that he didn't. Then Kevin spoke directly to the camera. "Tristan, open your eyes and take a good look at the box. You can see that it probably belonged to the French nobility in the 14th century. My guess is it was involved in a marriage proposal. Don't you think so?" Then he said very impolitely, "Or do you need to get new glasses?"
Kevin, don't be so rude. How can you speak to Mr. Gabriel like that?
Truman was shocked at Kevin's behavior. Although Truman had been friends with Gabriel for many years, he'd always shown him the utmost respect. Walter got angry too.
"Who do you think you are, Kevin? Nobody talks to Mr. Gabriel that way."
The rest of the onlookers were also taken aback. How could Kevin be so disrespectful to a national expert? But what they heard next surprised them even more.
"Is that you, Kevin? Kevin Williams?"
Gabriel became very excited and said,
"I'm sorry I didn't notice it was you."
Then Gabriel snapped at Walter.
"Walter, what kind of cheap cell phone are you using? Can't you get a clearer image? I can barely see anything."
Walter couldn't believe what he was hearing. His phone was brand new and top of the line, but he didn't dare correct his mentor. "Are you sure it's not a crack in your screen? I remember you were always dropping your phone." Kevin was chatting with him like they were old friends, and the onlookers were dumbfounded. Truman was absolutely speechless as he tried to figure out how Kevin knew the man. And Lily stared at Kevin, wondering how many other things he hadn't told her.
"I know what you mean. I'll be more careful about that, buddy."
Gabriel replied to Kevin like there was no difference in age between them. They obviously knew each other really well. None of the other people in the store understood what was going on, especially Walter. He looked at Kevin in disbelief. He'd been studying with Tristan Gabriel for almost 8 years, and he'd never seen anything like this. "Sorry to have bothered you with this, my friend. I'll call you back when we have more time to chat." Then Kevin disconnected the call on Walter's phone. He handed the phone back to him and put the box back on the counter. Then he picked up the rag and wiped the box a little more, revealing the intricate details of the carvings for everyone to see. "What are you all looking at? Do I have spinach in my teeth or something?" Kevin felt everyone's eyes on him as they tried to grasp what they just witnessed. Their imaginations were running wild. Was Kevin just as good as Tristan Gabriel? It certainly sounded like it. Kevin shook his head as he thought about how he knew Tristan. When he was a child, his family was really close to the Finch family, and especially to Frederick Finch. So he ended up living with their family and studying with them for almost 8 years. Gabriel trained under Frederick much later. Frederick liked Kevin a lot and recognized his raw talent, so he helped him develop and hone his abilities. Since Kevin had met Frederick before him, Gabriel jokingly treated the young man like an older brother. "So, Truman, do you still want to buy this medieval ivory box?" Kevin asked with a smile.
"Of course I'll buy it,"
Truman replied excitedly. Now that he knew more about the box, he was tempted to keep it as a family heirloom. It would be a shame to turn around and sell it.
"Mr. Jordan, are you asking the same price?"
Truman hesitated now that everyone was certain that they were looking at an extremely valuable antique.
"Of course I am. I gave you my word, didn't I? $2 million, no more, no less."
Mr. Jordan was also very excited. It looked like everyone would make a profit today. The other antique experts in the room were a little jealous of Truman, but not too upset because they wouldn't have been able to afford a $2 million purchase anyway. Their shops weren't doing nearly as well as Anderson Antiques. Kevin looked at Mr. Jordan and gave him a nod of approval. He could easily have tried to increase the price after finding out the true value of the item, but he didn't. Not everyone would have handled the transaction so honestly. "Well, my wife and I came here to do some antiquing. I guess we'll go take a little stroll." Kevin took Lily's hand and started to walk towards the door. But Lily didn't say anything more. She just gave Kevin a wink. Everyone stared at Kevin in absolute awe. They definitely wanted to follow him around. If he was interested in anything in one of the local shops, it was guaranteed that it wouldn't be junk. Kevin realized he needed to get rid of the group so he and Lily could wander more freely. I think I saw some Chicago Cubs autographed baseballs in the store halfway down the block. It looks like they're only asking for half of what they're worth. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, the whole group practically sprinted for the door. Phoebe's father looked a little concerned. Don't worry, Truman. They're asking for half of what they're worth, but I know they only paid half of what they're asking. The store will get a hefty profit, and so will everyone else, Kevin smiled reassuringly. Truman Anderson didn't know what to say for a moment. When Kevin and Lily left the shop, Truman sighed with relief but also a little disappointment. Kevin seemed to have become a gifted appraiser. With training from Frederick Finch, he was far superior to any other young appraisers in the country, let alone in the city of Chicago. Unfortunately, Kevin was already married, and Truman would never want to see his daughter break up a marriage. Truman, what's the matter with you? You need to let your children find their own way to happiness. There are some things you can't do anything about. Mr. Jordan seemed to be reading Truman's mind. You're right, but it's tough to let go. Truman shook his head and put the thought out of his mind. When Kevin and Lily walked out of the antique shop, Phoebe and Walter followed closely behind them. What else can I do for you, Phoebe? Kevin asked with a smile. Thank you so much for all your help today. Can I treat you to dinner? Phoebe really wanted to spend more time with Kevin. I'm sorry, Phoebe, but I have plans today. Let's get together another time, Kevin said with some embarrassment. Since the Night King was coming that evening, Kevin had to buy him the antique sword that was in one of the shops down the street. I guess we can try another time, Phoebe said nonchalantly. As Walter stood there watching them talk, he wasn't jealous at all. Even his own teacher had been showing respect to Kevin. On top of that, Walter really wanted to get to know Kevin so he could benefit from his advice. Honey, what do you have going on? I thought we were going antiquing. Lily was unsure about Kevin's plans. I found out that there's an antique sword next door, and it's really interesting. I decided to go and have a look, and if the price is right, I plan to buy it. Kevin was being deliberately secretive. When it concerned the Night King and the Alliance, the less people knew, the better.
Let's go over and take a look together. I'd like to learn as much from you as I can.
Walter was sincerely interested. After all, if he didn't have an inquisitive mind, Gabriel wouldn't have taken him on as a student. Plus, he hadn't been challenged much lately. Okay, let's go see if they have anything interesting. Kevin nodded his head lightly and led the group into the antique shop next door. As soon as they entered the shop, they could tell it was different from the other antique stores in the neighborhood. Everywhere you looked, there were antique weapons, swords, daggers, shields, pikes, helmets. It was an impressive collection. Some of them were very rare, but a lot of the items would only appeal to very specific tastes. The owner was a thin, middle-aged man who was dozing by the counter. Kevin took Lily's hand and scanned the shop. Finally, his eyes fell on a rusty antique sword that was missing its scabbard. I'd like to see that sword, sir. Kevin knocked on the counter several times with his knuckles to wake the man up.
$400,000,
the man announced as he yawned.
$400,000 for what? Can't we have a look at it? Walter asked in surprise.
I'm not in the mood right now. The owner didn't seem to like dealing with the public.
Holy crap, is that how you do business?
Walter was a young and energetic man, and he was getting very angry at the poor service. Kevin gestured at Walter to calm down, and then he spoke to the man with a smile. Okay, $400,000. Now it's going to cost you $800,000. The man glanced at Kevin with a twinkle in his eye. Is that how you do business? We're willing to spend $400,000 and then you double the price? Phoebe was becoming irate. That's right. What kind of place is this? Lily took Kevin's hand and pulled him toward the door. Honey, let's go. Well, as the saying goes, you shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth, the man explained. He was still speaking in riddles. Then he asked them, You're training in herbal medicine, aren't you?
Well, my swords are only for customers who are ready to use them. I don't let them go very easily.
That makes sense. 800,000 then? Kevin agreed with a broad smile. Kevin! Phoebe was shocked. Honey! Lily was surprised too. Phoebe and Lily couldn't stop themselves from shouting. They were afraid that Kevin was being cheated. Walter couldn't speak at all. He just stared blankly at Kevin.
Why are you buying this sword? The man asked Kevin unemotionally.
Well, I think you're right, Kevin replied matter-of-factly. Since your swords are only for those with talent and ability, I'll let the sword judge me. The shop owner took a long, hard look at Kevin, then he turned around and took the sword off the shelf and put it on the counter. As Phoebe and Walter looked closely at the sword, they seemed a bit disappointed in its condition. They also couldn't tell what material the sword was made of. Lily wasn't sure what to think because she didn't know a lot about antiques. Kevin stretched out his hand and trapped the sword with his fingers. The metal seemed to vibrate like a tuning fork, and it took a long time for the tone to dissipate. It's a good sword. I'll take it. Kevin pulled his black bank card out and placed it on the counter. When he saw the black card, Walter took a deep breath. Now he realized that Kevin had to be loaded. And Walter felt really ashamed about his first impression of Kevin. He was as wrong as he could be.
No, you don't choose the sword. The sword chooses you.
The man pulled out a long wooden box and placed the sword in it. Why are you doing that, sir? Kevin asked with a smile.
Well, you said that you'd let the sword judge you. Let's see what happens.
He pushed the box towards Kevin and then he sat back in his chair. He yawned and closed his eyes. I've had enough of this. Let's go, honey. Lily tried to pick up the big box so they could leave, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't even move it. By now, Phoebe and Walter were starting to see how unique this sword was. Even though Lily was petite, she was quite strong. In fact, she was stronger than a lot of people. How come she couldn't even pick up the box?
I told you that my swords are only for those who are ready for them. Weren't you listening?
Then the man closed his eyes again. I'll try. Kevin, who was very motivated to have the sword, concentrated his strength. When he put his hand on the wooden box, the store's owner suddenly opened his eyes and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. All of a sudden, the expression on Kevin's face began to change. He started to feel a bit of a shiver and goosebumps started to pop up on his arms. The wooden box vibrated for a moment. Thank you, sir, Kevin suddenly exclaimed.
Now, please leave. You've interrupted my nap.
The man waved his hand impatiently, motioning for them to leave his store. When they got outside, they found a place to eat and then drove down to Navy Pier to walk around and have a little fun. Finally, after Walter left with Phoebe, Kevin and Lily went to see a movie before returning home. It had probably been the most enjoyable day they'd spent since they got married. They would certainly sleep well that night. But before he could sleep, Kevin wanted to know more about the antique sword he just bought. I had a really nice time with you. I've missed this. Do you want to come in? Lily smiled as she looked into Kevin's eyes. Standing outside of Lily's front door, Kevin took a deep breath. I wish that I could stay with you, but there's something that I have to do. Lily pursed her perfect lips. What could be more important than you and me? Kevin stepped forward. I'm doing this so that there can be a you and me. Seeing Lily's eyes well with tears, Kevin placed his strong hand on her soft cheek. I promise that it will all make sense to you one day. Before Lily could respond, Kevin turned around and left her apartment, grasping the box containing the antique sword he just purchased. 10 minutes later, Kevin got to his apartment at Corwin Tower pretty quickly because traffic on Lakeshore Drive was so light this late at night. As soon as he got off his private elevator, he saw a shadowy figure sitting on the sofa. Who's that? Kevin's whole body suddenly tensed and he reached into his jacket to pull out the night dagger. He couldn't see who was there, but someone had broken into his home. Kevin hit the light switch, ready to take on the intruder. The Night King stood up from the couch and turned toward Kevin.
That's no way to greet your mentor. Why are you so surprised? I told you I'd be here tonight, didn't I?
Why didn't you tell me you'd let yourself in? I thought you were a burglar. Kevin relaxed and put his dagger away.
In the 2 minutes since you came in, you've had 10 chances to see me.
The Night King scolded Kevin.
Have you already forgotten what I told you?
You taught me to be alert and to respond firmly. Kevin didn't show any signs of weakness when he replied. The Night King nodded.
You're right. Now, have you brought something for me?
Kevin rubbed his head and tossed the wooden box on the floor. The Night King immediately stepped toward it and smashed it open with his foot. He quickly picked up the sword and held it up in the light.
Yes, it's a decent little weapon,
the Night King commented as he examined it. You haven't told me what the sword is for. Kevin had been feeling drawn to the weapon ever since he touched it at the antique shop, but it was in horrible condition, more like a piece of scrap metal. The Night King seemed to read Kevin's mind.
The name of this sword is Cold Arrow.
As he finished saying this, he slammed the sword against the fireplace mantel and all the rust instantly fell away. Before Kevin could react, the Night King took his hand and cut it with the blade of the sword. Kevin's blood immediately gushed out and splashed on the cold metal. What are you doing? Kevin had no idea what was going on and tore part of his shirt to stop the flow of blood from his cut. Thanks to his improved healing, the wound clotted up very quickly.
This sword has been dormant for so many years. It needed some blood to wake it up.
The Night King pointed towards the sword, which was now glowing the same deep red shade as Kevin's blood. Taking a deep breath, Kevin looked at his healed wound. And now that it has absorbed my blood, this sword will answer only to me.
Exactly.
The Night King nodded as he solemnly placed the sword into Kevin's hand. Kevin was still stupefied by this unusual ceremony. Well, may I ask what's going on?
Are you sure you really want to know?
The Night King stared into Kevin's eyes and asked him,
Haven't you noticed anything at all strange lately?
Kevin understood right away what the Night King was talking about. He put down his sword and turned toward his mentor. Something powerful is happening in Chicago.
You truly are more clever than any man that I have ever met before. Tell me what you found out.
The Night King walked confidently back to the sofa and sat down. Kevin started to list all the recent events that he'd witnessed. The appearance of the Myriads, the Alliance, the School for the Healing Arts, all the powerful and rich showing up in Chicago with very advanced training in herbalism and martial arts. It's like there's a storm brewing.
You're right.
The Night King immediately interrupted Kevin before he could finish what he was saying.
It's time to let you know a few things. That way you can start preparing early. This may just save your life.
The Night King spoke casually, but Kevin could tell that he was very serious.
There are good and bad forces at work, and they're converging on the city. You found your way into 3 of the organizations, but there are many more.
The Night King paused for a moment while he thought about what to say next.
Sometimes, someone comes along whose entire body, right down to their DNA, is open to vast improvements.
That someone is me, Kevin whispered to himself. The Night King smiled.
For your entire life, people have recognized your potential. Frederick Finch taught you to appreciate history. Your teachers knew that you sometimes didn't put in the effort to succeed as you should have, and I saw your potential too.
Do you mean I'll be part of this battle that's coming? Kevin asked again.
There's something unique about your DNA that's left you open to much quicker and greater changes than other people. The pills that you've been working on are more than just herbal supplements. There are chemicals in the natural world that modern chemists and drug manufacturers haven't dreamed of. You're already very different from the man you were when your friend gave you your first power pill. That's why you can heal so quickly and help others to heal too. You're unlocking your true potential.
It started to make sense to Kevin. His hearing and eyesight already seemed sharper, and he'd gotten far stronger than he should have for the effort he was putting in. He definitely felt different lately.
Chicago is going to become the first battlefield of a great struggle, the Night King said thoughtfully.
We're going to fight a war. Kevin braced himself as he realized what this could mean.
It will be a difficult struggle, and there's no guarantee of victory. The forces we'll face have been underground for a long time, waiting to pounce.
The Night King's face turned grim. Kevin had been wondering for a long time why so many odd things had been happening in his city. The Night King walked over to the small cocktail bar in the corner of Kevin's living room and poured himself a shot of liqueur. He took a sip and continued to explain Kevin's purpose.
Today, although science and technology are developing rapidly, the quickest way to prepare is the path that you've already taken. A lot of people are going to depend on you, and it's only going to get stranger from here on out.
Kevin felt a cold shiver run through his body.
But don't worry, Kevin. Even the darkest forces that we face don't have the advantages that you do. Not even your own relatives in the Williams family. Don't forget that your DNA also comes from your mother's side of your family. You're like a sponge for the herbal concoctions you've been making and the ones that you'll be able to make. And you won't face all of this alone.
The Night King let out a sigh after he said this. For a moment, Kevin felt like someone was watching the two of them, even though they were on the top floor of one of the tallest buildings in Chicago. He tried to shake off the feeling. After hearing everything that the Night King had told him, Kevin felt a little numb. No anger at what some people were planning and no joy at finding out just how different he was, just numb. The Night King was still standing in the middle of the living room while Kevin looked at the floor and tried to process all of it. Why can't both sides just talk it over? I'd hate for innocent people to get hurt. Kevin couldn't help wondering out loud.
I know what you're thinking.
The Night King slowly walked over to Kevin and patted him reassuringly on the shoulder.
Don't waste your energy worrying about it right now. Remember that this has been going on since long before you were born. Your priority right now is to learn as much as you can about herbal medicine and build up your own power. You are our only hope.
The Night King sounded very earnest as he gave Kevin this advice. I understand what I need to do. Kevin seemed to come back to life and he had a gleam in his eye.
It's not about accomplishments. I want you to practice and train so that you can protect yourself.
The Night King was as straightforward with Kevin as he could be. Kevin was stunned to hear him say that. This wasn't going to be easy. The Night King sighed as he straightened his coat and started to walk toward the elevator.
Well, now that you know what we're facing, it's time for me to leave Chicago. Don't forget to go to the Alliance headquarters the day after tomorrow for our leader's birthday. It's imperative to your journey.
Before Kevin could reply, the Night King had already gotten in the elevator. Kevin's head was spinning from all this information. After being rejected by his own family and Lily's too, now he'd play a part in some kind of fight between good and evil forces that were going to be gathering in Chicago. Just as he closed his eyes, his phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was Professor Colt. Kevin quickly answered. Is everything okay? Why are you calling me so early in the morning?
You think that 9 o'clock is early? Professor Colt said with a smile. Don't forget that the herbalism contest will be held at noon today. Whatever you're doing right now, you need to drop it and get over here by 10. I'll be waiting for you at the campus entrance.
Kevin sprang up from the sofa and assured her that he'd get there as fast as he could. Kevin drove to campus in record time and spotted Professor Colt standing by the school's main entrance. She was wearing a bright red dress. How could he possibly miss seeing her?
You got here faster than I could have ever imagined. Are you secretly a superhero?
Professor Colt walked over to Kevin and greeted him with a smile. I wouldn't think of letting you down. Kevin was also grinning.
That's enough chit-chat. Come along with me. A lot of people will be attending the contest. If we don't hurry, we're bound to get stuck in a traffic jam.
Professor Colt turned around and walked towards the parking lot. Where will the contest be held, Professor? Kevin asked suspiciously. He'd always thought that herbalism should be kept out of the public eye, and he expected that the contestants would meet in some remote place. How could there possibly be a traffic jam?
It's in Grant Park, down by the lake, of course.
Professor Colt walked briskly to her car while she filled Kevin in on the details. Grant Park was one of the most popular places in Chicago, and definitely not secluded. When Kevin and Professor Colt arrived, the park was already full of people. If there hadn't been reserved parking for contestants, they never would have been able to find a spot. Just as he got out of the car, Kevin saw banners from lots of different schools that trained people in herbal medicine. Some of them had pretty harsh reputations. "I didn't expect it to be this crowded so early in the day," Kevin said anxiously.
A lot of people have only heard of herbal medicine but never had a chance to see how it's done with their own eyes.
Professor Colt walked with Kevin to the registration table. "You mean we're going to prepare pills in full view of the public?" Kevin asked in surprise. With the training that Kevin had already received, he could be considered a high-ranking expert. One thing he was sure of was that you needed a relatively quiet place if you wanted to do it right. If there's too much background noise, the herbalist can be distracted and have trouble controlling the fire accurately, which will affect the final quality of the pill. The other thing he was concerned about is that you can sometimes have an explosion, which had already happened in Professor Colt's class on campus. Before the professor could answer his question, they heard a booming voice on the PA system.
"Hello, everyone. I'm Pavel Dobson, the host of this year's Herbalism Contest. It's a great honor to have you here at Grant Park on this fine day. I'd like to take this opportunity to announce the rules of this herbalism competition. There are 50 herbalists who will be preparing a variety of concoctions. Whoever succeeds in reaching the highest grade of purity will be declared the winner. Now, please remember to keep quiet so that we can create a suitable environment for all the contestants."
As Dobson stopped speaking, the contestants began walking over to their tables. The crowd was excited to see how this would turn out. Turning to Professor Colt, Kevin thought to himself, "No matter what happens next, I'm ready." "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I only wish that Lily was here with me," Kevin whispered to himself as he accompanied Professor Colt to the herbalist contest at Grant Park in downtown Chicago. The spectators gasped as the tables were unveiled, and you could see 50 furnaces set up with all the tools and ingredients necessary for the preparation of a medicinal pill. It was an impressive sight, and not one that you would expect to see in the park. Most people went there for concerts and food festivals. This promised to be a unique event, to say the least. As the contestants walked over to their tables, Kevin and Professor Colt searched for number 36, which had been assigned to them at registration. Some of the spectators were students at the School for the Healing Arts. One of them remarked, "Look, isn't that Professor Colt over there?" Their companion replied, "I think you're right. What's she doing here?" But then someone else said, "Hey, who's the man standing next to her? Holy crap, I think it's that guy who married into the Jones family." As usual, this brought laughter from the other students. They just didn't recognize Kevin's potential. Doug Butler and Sherwin Blair were also there, and they were immediately jealous of Kevin.
"I didn't expect to see that loser as Professor Colt's assistant,"
Doug said in surprise. "She probably took pity on him. What else would he be doing here?" Blair said with a laugh. What they didn't know was that Dalton Steele was also there, and he heard everything they were saying. He walked quickly over to Blair and glared at him menacingly.
"If you're here to watch the contest, go ahead and watch. But if you're here for anything else, you can get the hell out of here. I don't want to hear a peep from you for the rest of the day."
Dalton harshly reprimanded the whole group. They all knew who he was, and they also knew his reputation. Blair was afraid of getting Dalton angry again, so he chose to keep the rest of his comments to himself. But in the front row, there was someone in a VIP seat giving Kevin an icy look like she wanted to kill him. She'd been to the Williams family mansion recently. When she was invited to attend the herbalism contest, she agreed right away without thinking twice about it. "Is that Kevin Williams, the outcast from the Williams family?" Then she wondered, how could a piece of scum like him be allowed to take part in such a serious competition? It's absolutely shameful. But since the contest was already in full swing and so many people were watching, this wasn't a good time to get even with Kevin. That would have to wait. Each of the contestants began choosing ingredients and starting fires so that they could refine their pills at just the right temperature. "Kevin, bring me those 2 ingredients over there." Professor Colt pointed at 2 containers as she started to adjust the flame under the large bronze pot. "Professor Colt, are you going to prepare the metamorphosis pill?" Kevin asked in a low voice after he handed her the materials. "Oh, have you heard of the metamorphosis pill?" Professor Colt's tone contained a hint of surprise. "I've read about it in an old book." Kevin was lying to her. In fact, not only did he know how to prepare the pill, but he also knew just how powerful the medicine was. It could make someone immediately jump an entire level of training. But there were 2 conditions that had to be strictly followed. First of all, it could only be used before someone had reached a certain level of development. And you could only take 1 pill in your entire lifetime. If you took more, it would have a reverse effect and you'd never be able to make any more progress for the rest of your life. That was very important to keep in mind. Kevin remembered reading that it wasn't a very advanced process, but it was good for someone who was still learning herbalism. Professor Colt didn't speak anymore. She just focused on controlling the flame under the big pot. All of a sudden, Kevin's nose twitched. He could smell that the medicine in the bowl was becoming extremely unstable. "Professor Colt, do you think that the temperature might be a little too high?" Kevin wrinkled his eyebrows as he reminded her to watch the flame. "It's okay. This is a very special recipe, and the ingredients need to be at a very high temperature or none of the chemicals can be extracted from them." Professor Colt smiled as she explained to Kevin what she was doing. "No, Professor, the medicine has already started to get unstable. You'd better turn down the heat a little bit." Kevin didn't agree with his teacher at all. He knew the temperature was getting too high. That's when Kevin realized something about Professor Colt. Although she definitely knew how to make herbal pills, she had a lot of trouble controlling the flame. Her techniques still hadn't been developed. "I said it's okay, Kevin. Don't worry about it." Professor Colt explained carefully what she was doing. "Maybe you've heard of the metamorphosis pill, but have you ever made one? Watch me closely and you may learn something." When he heard this, Kevin shook his head gently and thought to himself, "Professor Colt may be my teacher, but it's very clear that she is making a huge mistake. Her concoction is going to explode and we are going to be out of the competition. Since I need to keep my powerful knowledge a secret from her, I will let her make this mistake and then take over once her pill fails. Only I will have to throw in 1 extra ingredient when she isn't looking to stop the formula from exploding. That way I will still be able to use the bowl to create my own pill." Just then, Kevin heard a muffled explosion after another from the other tables. As Professor Colt turned to look at their competitors, Kevin quickly dropped a vial of magnesium into the concoction and smiled to himself. The magnesium will help protect the bowl from Professor Colt's impending explosion. Just like Kevin predicted, after an hour and a half, suddenly Professor Colt's bowl made a dull popping sound. "How could that have happened?" Professor Colt's face suddenly turned pale. Kevin sighed. He'd been expecting this for a while now. "Professor Colt, I warned you that the temperature was getting too high. Luckily, the bowl is still solid and there wasn't an explosion." Kevin reassured her as cheerfully and optimistically as he could. "That's impossible. I've made metamorphosis pills several times in the past." Her eyes were full of disappointment. "I think it's because of the bowl and flame setup. You're used to having steel or ceramic containers, but they gave us bronze for this competition," Kevin explained carefully. "You're right. You warned me about it before. I should have listened to you. What are we going to do now?" Professor Colt looked around in a panic. especially when she saw that some of the other teams had already finished making their pills. Even though the herbalism competition is held every year, this was the first time Professor Colt had taken part in it, and she was really looking forward to doing well. If it ended in failure, she was certainly going to be very sad for a long time. "Professor Colt, I have an idea. Why don't you let me make the pills instead of you?" Kevin smiled and tried his best to sell her on the idea. In fact, he was also eager to have this opportunity to train. After all, the only way to make any progress was to practice. This would be a great chance for Kevin to hone his skills. Professor Colt was stunned at Kevin's suggestion and immediately began to struggle with the decision. Could Kevin really do it? The contest would be over in less than half an hour. "Please, let me have a try, Professor. Since your concoction failed, you're a little psyched out right now. Even if you had another 2 hours, you probably wouldn't be able to do it. If I give it a try, we still have a glimmer of hope." Kevin knew that he could win this competition. He just had to convince her to give him a chance. Professor Colt wasn't sure what to do. Herbalism wasn't something to take lightly, and Kevin was just her assistant. She hoped to compete in other events in the future. What would they say if they knew she'd let her assistant take over? Besides, there was hardly any time left. Even if Kevin knew what he was doing, there are some things you just can't do in half an hour. But then Professor Colt thought of another problem. Kevin was right that she was freaked out. So even if he just made some basic pill, nothing fancy, that would still be better than a complete failure for their team. "Well, come on, let's do it." Professor Colt finally decided and stepped back from the table so Kevin could step up and try to save them from a humiliating loss. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. The spectators in the VIP section definitely took notice. An assistant was taking the place of the main contestant? This was absolutely unheard of. As usual, the students who knew Kevin started making snide remarks. "Hey, Kevin's taking over for Professor Colt. What the heck's he going to do?" "Just showing off again," another student commented. They all started laughing hysterically. But when they saw Dalton's fierce eyes sweeping over the group, everyone quickly shut their mouths. At one of the tables, there was a puff of red, yellow, and blue smoke, and the woman who'd been working on the pill reached in and pulled out her creation. The host, Pavel Dobson, announced cheerfully, "It's unbelievable. Contestant number 10 has actually produced a youth pill. They say that it can make you look 20 years younger. I may have to try that one myself." There were a lot of oohs and ahs from the spectators. Who wouldn't like to take something like that? Wayne Ford, one of the VIP attendees, commented to another, "You have an excellent student there, Richard. As I recall, you were able to do things like that when you were her age." "You're too kind, Wayne. I was just lucky back then." But you could tell that Richard Swinton was very proud of his student. Suddenly, there was a lot of commotion at the contestants' tables. A purple cloud was floating over one of the bowls. "It looks like your student is really good too. That's a very impressive display," Richard said in surprise. The other distinguished guest also commented on Wayne's success in training his student. They were all certain that Wayne's student would win first place in the competition. What a great success that would be. Wayne Ford tried to remain calm, but he was very excited at the possibility and the fame that it would bring to his student and his school. Kevin saw what was going on and smiled slightly. Then he took several deep breaths to calm himself down as much as possible so that he could focus. He had to come up with something in 25 minutes and do well enough to place in the top 3. So whatever he did had to turn out just right. After quickly running through all the herbal recipes he knew in his mind, Kevin came to a decision. He reached out and grabbed about 20 different ingredients and laid them on the table in front of the preparation bowl. One of the spectators said very loudly, "What the heck is he doing?" Suddenly all eyes were on Kevin. All the people who had been mocking Kevin earlier were nudging each other and wondering what he was up to. If he succeeded, they were certainly going to look like fools. Sherwin Blair and Doug Butler were watching this with their mouths hanging open in surprise. By now, all the distinguished guests in the VIP section were whispering to each other as they watched what Kevin was doing with great interest. What would happen now that an assistant had traded places with one of the contestants? One of the VIP spectators, a woman who was seated higher than everyone else, was wondering if Kevin actually had enough time to come up with a pill. Kevin got right to work and cleaned his professor's failed attempt out of the bowl. Then he immediately relit the flame so that the bowl could be heated properly before he added the ingredients. He took a deep breath and yelled, "Let's go!" As they watched Kevin add all the ingredients to the bowl, they began whispering to each other. Some of them were convinced that he would fail miserably. How could he possibly accomplish anything with so little time? Others thought that Professor Colt was secretly helping him. He obviously didn't have the skill to do this all by himself. What really shocked them was that he was putting so many ingredients together at the same time. After all, it's not like he was cooking stew. Professor Colt and the woman who was sitting in the high position both frowned as they watched him. The other contestants also had strong doubts, and it showed in their eyes. One of the basic rules for an herbalist was to treat each ingredient differently and only work with them one at a time. Otherwise, the chemicals in the herbs could affect each other and your pill would be worthless. If you really screwed up, the concoction could even explode. But Kevin didn't care about any of these things at all. He adjusted the flame so the temperature in the herbalism furnace climbed higher and higher. As the entire contraption began to tremble, Kevin got a wild look in his eyes and slapped the sides of the bowl. As he pulled the lid off of the brass bowl, the air pressure from the heated contents made the ingredients float in the steam above it.
What the heck is this guy trying to do?
They all wondered. Little did they know that Kevin had more knowledge than all of them combined. Looking at his formula, Kevin smiled to himself. This is for sure the best way to win the contest.
What is Kevin doing? I've never seen anyone attempt this before. Is he crazy or a genius?
The host whispered to one of the judges as they both watched Kevin reach for another ingredient. Kevin was rushing to prepare an herbal pill in less than half an hour after Professor Colt's recipe had been ruined with too much heat. The entire audience was astonished to see him mixing the ingredients as they floated in the steam above the large bowl.
It's a shame that Professor Colt trusted him to take over, and now he's making a fool of himself,
one of the onlookers remarked. Other people who were watching this could be overheard making similar comments. All of a sudden, the audience roared in surprise as they saw a blue cloud appear over the table where a competitive contestant from the East Coast school was working. It was very beautiful, and for the experts who were watching, it was a sign that someone may have won the contest by making an incredibly difficult and powerful pill. Of course, the rest of the audience members had no idea what they were looking at. They were just impressed by the spectacle and started cheering for the contestant who had done such an awesome job. Everyone thought that this would certainly earn her first place. The experts who were watching this were pleased, but at the same time they were a little worried. Although the competing groups seemed to have a good relationship, they were actually keeping an eye on each other the whole time. They were afraid that any powerful young herbalists in the other groups could pose a threat to their own organizations. Just then, Austin Swift, another contestant from the same region, popped the lid off his bowl and removed some bluish-purple pills that seemed to be glowing. Austin started to smile broadly in spite of being so exhausted from the effort. The MC announced to the crowd,
"It looks like Austin Swift has succeeded in producing some very colorful pills. What's the name of the pill? What effect does it have?"
He was hoping to inform the crowd, none of whom had any idea what was going on. Now there were two herbalists who looked like they would take first and second place. Kevin's steam concoction seemed to be forgotten as Austin leaned into the microphone and explained, "It's the reset pill. In less than a minute, it can clear your mind of all negative emotions." But Austin's tone was very arrogant, as if he'd already won first place and he was better than everyone else. No one noticed how the mysterious woman who was sitting in what looked like an umpire's chair at a tennis match suddenly sat up straighter to pay attention to what Kevin was doing. It was like Austin's accomplishment meant nothing at all. Kevin was actually stirring and manipulating his ingredients as they floated in the cloud of steam above his bowl. When the crowd saw the woman's reaction, they looked to see what had drawn her attention, and that's when they noticed what Kevin was doing. Until then, they weren't really interested in him, figuring he was just wasting everyone's time by being there. However, the experts who were watching knew that Kevin's technique was simply amazing. They could see his intense focus and his ability to control the rare herbal ingredients. The woman in the judge's chair was staring intently at Kevin, and the only word she could think of was, "Impossible!" Wayne Ford, one of the instructors whose students were in the contest, commented to the people around him,
"Mixing ingredients as they float in the air? I didn't think anybody could do that anymore. Where did he learn how to do it?"
The other VIPs in the audience couldn't believe their eyes, and the judge in the high seat was the only one there who understood his technique. To other herbalists, it was like magic. The procedure allowed you to control several medicinal ingredients at the same time while they floated in the steam above the bowl. It was an incredibly advanced skill that took a lot of knowledge and artistry. The advantage was, you could control the temperature more precisely, and it allowed you to prepare a pill very quickly, which was just what Kevin needed to do. The judge had only seen this done once in all her time with the Herbalist Society. After a while, Kevin was able to gather the ingredients little by little until they'd melted into the shape of a pill. Professor Colt, who was standing behind him, was stunned. In fact, everyone there was stupefied by his expertise. It's no exaggeration to say that Kevin was the center of attention at the moment. It was like he was the only competitor in the entire contest. Just as Kevin was gathering the remaining ingredients into the pill, you could see electricity arcing around the bowl. It looked like a Van der Graaf generator. He can do that too? The judge was in awe. Kevin had one surprise after another. The VIPs who were watching this were tempted to rush over and protect Kevin from the static discharges that were arcing out from around the bowl. While they were all in fear for Kevin's safety, he didn't seem to care at all. In fact, he seemed to be enjoying it. Just then, a giant spark jumped out and struck the pill. Kevin's hair stood on end and he looked like some kind of mad scientist, which he kind of was at the moment. Everyone held their breath, wondering if Kevin's pill had been destroyed by the enormous discharge of electricity. But it was still there, and over the next couple of minutes, Kevin let it happen a dozen more times. Professor Colt and everyone else who had been standing nearby retreated to a safe position about 20 feet away. As the electricity jumped to the pill, it also seemed to get absorbed by Kevin's body. This was probably what the Night King had been talking about. Just seconds before the end of the contest, the sparks died down and the vapor above Kevin's bowl dissipated into the air. When the bell rang, Kevin was holding his pill in his open hand. The audience sat there quietly, and not a single one of them was mocking him. The VIPs were also silent. They stared uncertainly at Kevin, unsure as to what to think about what they just witnessed.
"What kind of pills are you refining, sir?"
The host stumbled for a moment and almost called him assistant. Even the arrogant Austin Swift, who had just been in the limelight, couldn't come close to what Kevin was attempting.
"A primal pill."
The judge practically leapt to Kevin's side, staring at the pill in his hand.
"He made a primal pill? How is that even possible?"
Wayne commented loudly. Professor Colt thought she was going to pass out. She couldn't even believe that this was true. Dalton waved his fist excitedly. Even though he didn't know what a primal pill was, it had to be something fantastic to get this kind of reaction from all the experts. "Yes," Kevin replied simply. "This is a primal pill. It can transform whoever takes it." I'm glad nobody was shocked by the final step in its preparation. Kevin joked about the technique he'd used. Just then, the judge snickered. "It's a pity it didn't work. According to our records, the color of the primal pill should be dark blue, but This one is only light blue, so it appears that you didn't complete the process. However, this is enough to prove that you're already very proficient at herbalism. You should do very well as an apothecary." She announced this very loudly so that the entire audience could hear. When they heard her ruling on Kevin's pill, the VIPs looked very relieved. It would have been extremely embarrassing for them and their students if a mere assistant had won the grand prize in the contest. Kevin couldn't believe it. He took a look at the pill in his hand, and then he raised his head and stared at the judge. He knew that he'd made it according to the instructions in his sources. How could he have made a mistake? Professor Colt was looking a little depressed too. After seeing Kevin's concoction, she was sure that he would win first place in this contest. Who knew that something like this was going to happen? Suddenly, somebody laughed, and then the whole crowd broke out into uproarious laughter. "I can't believe I was starting to think that Kevin had real talent. What a waste of time for nothing." Sherwin Blair pointed at him and laughed until his stomach hurt.
"What a fake,"
Doug Butler shouted.
"How could Professor Colt have picked Kevin as her assistant? How embarrassing."
While this discussion was going on in the crowd, the judge asked, "Is your name Kevin?" "Yes, it is. Who are you?" Kevin was feeling pretty low. Then he thought of something. He knew that he'd made the primal pill correctly. The judge had to be favoring all the VIPs in their schools. Is this how things worked in the herbalism world? In full view of the public, she was willing to play this kind of trick? After dealing with his wife Lily's family for the past few years, Kevin was tired of dealing with liars and cheaters. He had no patience for a crooked judge. "My name is Nadia Alexander. I'm the president of the Southern branch of the Herbalist Society. I see you have a lot of talent. Would you like to become one of my students?" she asked Kevin very seriously. Her question attracted a lot of attention from the people around them. It was quite an invitation from a very highly ranked expert. They watched enviously to see how Kevin would respond. His answer surprised everyone. "Sorry, I'm not interested. I already have a teacher." It was obvious that Kevin had already made up his mind. "Why not?" Nadia was smiling. She wasn't angry at all, just curious. She looked intensely into Kevin's eyes. "Because I'm sure that there's nothing wrong with my pills. Can't you see that I'm qualified to be a master herbalist?" Kevin took his pill and put it in his pocket. "It sounds like you have a lot of confidence in your abilities," Nadia commented pleasantly. Kevin was a little confused. She seemed like a decent person, so why was she doing something like this? Just then, a loud voice cried out, "I will make you pay for what you've done to me!" Turning to his right, Kevin saw someone from the VIP section pull out a dagger and run towards him. It was Ariana Titus, the woman who had been eyeing Kevin so venomously earlier in the day. But before Kevin had a chance to react, he saw the metal glint in the sunlight as the dagger's point stopped just an inch below his sternum. The only reason it wasn't plunged right through his belly was that Nadia had stepped in and placed her hand on top of the attacker's wrist and stopped it. Everyone gasped. They knew that it took an incredibly strong person to do what she'd just done. "You shouldn't play with knives. Someone may get hurt," Nadia sneered. Then she bent the attacker's wrist, pulled the dagger out of her hand, and tossed it point first into the ground. "President Alexander, please get out of my way. This shameless scumbag has to die for what he's done." She stared at Kevin fiercely. After everything the Williams family had told Ariana about Kevin, she couldn't control her anger. She didn't even care that she was doing this right in the middle of a public contest in downtown Chicago. "But Ariana, I haven't announced the final results. Don't you have any respect at all for the Herbalist Society?" Nadia was doing her best to hide her anger from the crowd, but she was obviously furious with Ariana for interrupting the contest. Ariana shook her head. "President Alexander, you may not know it, but Kevin is from the Williams family in New York. 3 years ago, he colluded with outsiders to misappropriate family funds. After being expelled from his own family, He latched onto the Jones family in Chicago and started draining their funds too. Then, not too long ago, he had a big fight at his cousin Monty Aspinwall's wedding. His cousin's marriage ended in failure because of it. Then he got a bunch of criminals to ruin the Williams family's business. She continued to rail against Kevin. The worst thing is that he went to his family's mansion in New York with his gangsters and fought with his own grandfather, injuring a lot of his own family members in the process. What a joke! Kevin's actually the loser who got himself kicked out of the Williams family? Sherwin Blair said with a laugh. In the crowd, Kevin's associates turned to each other in confusion. Dalton then stared at Kevin. He knew that his spiritual brother couldn't be the bad guy in all of this. Something else was definitely going on. Officer Emmett's disappointment showed on her face. She really wanted to believe in Kevin's character, but these were some pretty strong accusations. She tried to keep an open mind about it. With an ethereal power, Kevin slowly shook his head. Ariana is mistaken. I have never done any of those things. This is all a big misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Is your grandfather framing you, or is the whole Williams family framing you? Then, with a disgusted look on her face, Ariana sneered. If you didn't do anything, why were you driven out of your family? Taking a deep breath, Kevin thought to himself, Ariana is ridiculous. She is stating these false accusations without any real evidence. My greedy family has been publicly trying to make me the scapegoat for their failures. I'm tired of letting them take advantage of me. I'm going to put an end to things right now. He deserves to pay for his crimes, Ariana screamed at Kevin. With a powerful nod, Kevin gave a soft smile. Ariana, I'm sorry to say that you fell for my family's lies. What evidence do you have to support your accusation? Nadia looked at Kevin and then back at Ariana several times. She thought for a moment and then announced, I'm sorry, Ariana, but you'll have to calm down. Since there's nobody from the Williams family here right now, none of what you said can be verified. Then Nadia turned to Kevin and said, Well, the contest is over for this year. Come along with me. There were some things that she wanted to say to Kevin, but not in front of so many people. For one thing, as she stopped Ariana's dagger, she was aware of Kevin's strength. There was something special about him. The two of them walked over to the Herbalist Society's tent, which had been set up near the fountain. Kevin looked around the tent and wondered what Nadia wanted to discuss with him. Kevin, I'm asking you again. Would you like to be my student? Nadia walked over to the tent flap and looked outside while Kevin remained silent in thought. Then she continued to try to convince him. You really need to join our society. What everyone saw today will draw a lot of attention from some very powerful people, both good and bad. There are some evil individuals who won't let you go so easily, but we can protect you from them. Aren't you afraid of provoking them? Kevin asked in surprise. You have no idea what you've gotten yourself into by revealing your talents like that. Nadia turned around and smiled gently. For a talented herbalist who can create a perfect primal pill in half an hour, you can't afford to offend the experts from all 10 major herbalism schools. What did you say? Kevin was shocked to hear Nadia call his pill perfect. Don't you think I can tell a good pill from a bad one? Nadia smiled enigmatically. I'm sorry, but I did it to protect you. To protect me? Kevin was obviously stunned and asked her, Or are you just protecting the schools? Nadia wasn't surprised to hear Kevin say that. I'm not sure you understand the consequences of what you did today. She took a deep breath and explained the danger Kevin was in. There are a lot of people who would do absolutely anything to have access to your skills. Their only goals are money and power. If you let them know your true talent, they'll try to win you over and then use you for their own evil plots. They'll take everything they can from you and then toss you aside. When Kevin heard this, his eyes grew wide. What Nadia was saying was absolutely right. Kevin could easily be on the run for the rest of his life. He'd probably have to get a new identity. Only for him that would never be an option. He couldn't leave his wife Lily behind, not after everything they'd been through. But if you choose to join the Herbalist Society, things will be totally different. Nobody would be able to touch you. Nadia said this confidently, and Kevin could see the sincerity in her eyes. Since Nadia was still young, she had some pretty lofty goals in the society. She was good at training students, and someone like Kevin could help her to move up in the ranks. But Kevin's reply pulled the rug right out from under her. "I'm sorry, but I'm really not interested," Kevin answered her casually. "Well, I can see that your mind is made up, so I won't keep you any longer. But I promise you one thing. Our door will always be open if you change your mind." Nadia smiled very genuinely and added, "You can leave now. I'll arrange for someone to give you your prize for the contest." "You'd better give it to Professor Colt. To be honest, I'm not interested in the top 3 awards at all." Kevin turned around and walked out of the tent. As Kevin walked away, Nadia's smile grew wider. What a wonderful student he would be. Kevin was extremely upset when he got home, and he spent the rest of the afternoon sitting on the sofa with Lily. Even though they were still figuring things out, she was still the most important person in the world to him. And on a day like today, he needed her comforting presence more than ever. After Lily had gone to bed, Kevin's phone rang. It was Spencer, his deputy from the Myriads organization. "Why are you calling this late?" Kevin asked. Spencer took a deep breath. "Your plan went very smoothly, Enforcer. The Hill family has been removed from Detroit. We took over all their industries and businesses. Craig Hill was killed, and we abducted all of his children." After thinking for a while, Spencer went on to say, "Unfortunately, Nolan Hill somehow managed to get away. But you can rest assured that he probably won't make it through the night." "Forget about it. The Hill family's been destroyed. Even if Nolan survives, he won't be able to do anything," Kevin said happily. Then he asked Spencer, "Have you checked the family's property?" "Of course, Enforcer. You may not know it, but the Hill family had a pretty bad reputation in Detroit. They really made a lot of enemies. Plus, they were selling illegal goods, luxury knockoffs, things like that." Spencer was excited to tell Kevin everything he'd found out. "Spencer, please remember that we have to draw the line somewhere. Now that we've taken control of the Hill family's business, we have to treat their employees and local residents really well so we can improve our image." Kevin paused for a moment and then gave Spencer another order. "One more thing. Shut down all those illegal companies and get them producing more legitimate merchandise. I'll send you some help." Kevin excitedly hung up the phone and called Tyler Cook and a few other business associates. He wanted them to send some of their people to Detroit to straighten things out. The next morning, Kevin drove to campus. As soon as he entered the classroom, he realized that something was wrong. All the other students were glaring at him. But Kevin just ignored them and sat down next to Dalton. "How's it going, bud? Have you recovered?" Kevin asked with a smile.
"Yeah, I'm strong as a horse," Dalton replied as he thumped his chest.
"That's great." Kevin patted Dalton on the shoulder. "Hey, I've got some good news for you. The Hill family was destroyed last night. The only one who got away was that jerk Nolan."
"That's fantastic."
Dalton slapped his hand hard on his desk, drawing everyone's attention.
"So, Kevin, do you know who did it? That must have been something to see," Dalton said excitedly.
He hated the Hill family ever since Nolan had beaten him up and left him for dead. Unfortunately, even though the Steele family was really powerful, they wouldn't stand a chance against the Hills. Professor Colt walked into the classroom. Unfortunately, the lab still hadn't been cleaned up, so they could only have a lecture. But something about her didn't look right. She seemed a little depressed, probably because of what had happened the day before at the herbalism contest. Mike raised his hand and did his best to brown-nose her.
"Professor Colt, some students say they saw you at the contest yesterday. How'd you do?"
She didn't answer him, but just nodded her head slightly.
"Who knew that Kevin could even make pills? Someone told me that he made a real mess of things."
Wade joined in to try to win points with the professor.
"It was useless. He failed completely."
Luther trumpeted loudly so that everyone could hear him. Suddenly, they all burst out laughing while Mike looked at Kevin contemptuously. The reason why Mike had mentioned it wasn't to laugh at Professor Colt's failure, but to ridicule Kevin.
Everybody work hard so you don't end up like Kevin.
Luther didn't want to miss a chance to mock him either. Mike kept trying to flatter the professor.
I think Kevin cheated Professor Colt out of her chance to win. If he hadn't interfered, she would have done great.
Professor Colt quickly came to Kevin's defense.
Okay, let's not make fun of Kevin anymore. Yesterday was all on me. I didn't control the temperature well, so my pill was destroyed. It had nothing to do with anyone else. In fact, Kevin even warned me about it, but I foolishly didn't listen to him.
However, the students just thought she was covering up for Kevin.
Professor Colt, we all know you're just being nice, but you don't have to do that. We're sure it was all Kevin's fault.
Mike smiled and tried to look understanding. Then Luther stood up and pointed at Kevin.
You're a loser who will never amount to anything. Aren't you ashamed of what you did?
Dalton didn't even give Kevin a chance to react. He rolled up his sleeves and scowled at Luther.
What the hell is wrong with you? Kevin's never done anything to you. Why do you always bully him?
After scolding Luther, Dalton glared at the rest of the class.
You guys think you're so great? But if you had any ability, you'd enter a contest yourselves instead of just sitting around dumping on Kevin.
Seeing the students look around in shock, Kevin thought to himself, I don't need to prove anything to my peers. I'll just wait for the next competition. Every time they underestimate me, it gives me a chance to prove them wrong. A few seconds later, Professor Colt cleared her throat.
Now that everyone is quiet, let's begin our class. Today I'll tell you about the preparation method for the Metamorphosis pill, as well as its properties and the required ingredients and conditions.
But before she could say anything else, a man knocked on the classroom door.
Excuse me for the interruption. Are Professor Colt and Kevin Williams here today?
Everyone turned their heads towards the doors like they were a bunch of owls.
I'm Professor Colt. Who are you?
She had no idea what this was about.
Good morning, Professor. I was sent by President Alexander to give you an award. For some reason, yesterday the President mistakenly thought that there was something wrong with Kevin's pill. As it turns out, he was actually successful, and he's been recognized as the contest's overall champion. So President Alexander asked me to send both of you her apologies on behalf of the entire society.
After the man said this, he placed a box on the table at the front of the room and then he left. The whole classroom fell silent. Everyone was staring at the box on the table in front of Professor Colt. So not only had Kevin successfully made the pill, but he'd also impressed the judge. Mike's put-downs had been making Professor Colt feel worse and worse, but now she was starting to feel a whole lot better. Once she'd gotten over the shock and come back to her senses, the professor announced,
Since you prepared the pill, Kevin, you should get the award.
No, Professor. I was just your assistant. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have even been there. I think it's only right for you to accept it. Kevin answered with a smile as he thought to himself, My ambitions are far more important than a silly award. I'll let Professor Colt accept this reward so that I can focus on more crucial things. Professor Colt realized she couldn't win, so she gave in and accepted the award. The rest of the class was pretty boring compared to the big news. She did her best to talk about the Metamorphosis pill, but the students had a hard time concentrating. When the class was about to end, Penny suddenly turned around and looked at Kevin. I had no idea you were such a superb herbalist. She knew that Austin Swift had made a reset pill, but the man who dropped off the award said that Kevin was the champion, which means that he'd done even better than Austin. Well, I'm just a beginner, Kevin answered modestly. Can I ask you to make a pill for me? Penny hesitated a little, but it was really important for her. Do you need some herbal meds? Kevin was a little surprised. For a family like Penny's, what pills couldn't just be bought? Why did she need him? One of my best friends has a rare disease and needs something to cure it. But you wouldn't have much to do. We already know what she needs and found the recipe. If you can prepare it for my friend, you can keep the recipe. Penny thought that might entice Kevin to accept. He wondered what it could be. The Sutherland family had gone to a lot of trouble to track down the recipe, so this could be interesting. "That's not necessary. If I make a pill for your friend, you can just treat me to a meal," Kevin replied casually. To increase his skills, it was essential that he had access to every new formula. "Are you so confident? Don't you need to ask me the name of the pill?" Penny asked in surprise. "To tell you the truth, Penny, there isn't an herbal med that I can't make." Kevin may have sounded like he was boasting, but he really felt confident that he could do it. Penny didn't say anything more, but she took a long look at Kevin and decided that he wasn't as useless as everyone said.
"Wow, Kev, you're really good. You've even got Penny asking you for favors."
Dalton put his arm around Kevin's shoulder and said,
"Any chance I could join you?"
"What do you think? Of course you can come along." Kevin shook his head. Sometimes he just didn't understand his friend.
"Then we've got a deal. Don't leave without me,"
Dalton said with a laugh. "Dalton Steele, what are you doing? The class hasn't ended yet." Professor Colt scolded Dalton but didn't say a word to Kevin.
"I don't get it. We were both talking. Why did she yell at me and not you?" Dalton whispered.
Kevin smiled and shook his head again. He'd learned it wasn't worth it to argue with Dalton. He pulled out his phone and started to play, making sure that he did a good job of hiding it from the professor. After school, Kevin took Lily back home. Then he got a phone call from Penny. He got back in his car and drove to the address in the western suburbs that Penny had texted him. When Kevin pulled up in front of the mansion, Penny walked out to greet him. Kevin was a little confused. "So what kind of pill do you want me to make? Did we have to come all the way out here to do it?" "After you prepare the pill, you can grab any snack you like," Penny offered. "But this isn't the dinner I promised you. We'll go somewhere else for that. I bought this place to hang out with my friends." When he heard Penny say that, Kevin stared at her and thought to himself, so she bought an entire mansion just to hang out? Is this how her family spends its money? "Come inside, Kevin. Some of my friends are here enjoying themselves." Penny turned around and walked back inside. Kevin hesitated for a moment, wondering what exactly was going on. Taking a deep breath, he whispered to himself, "I hope that this new formula is worth it." "I wasn't sure if you were actually going to come." Penny smiled as she held open the door for Kevin. When Kevin arrived at Penny's mansion out in the suburbs, she greeted him at the door and invited him in. He was there to help create a pill to help Penny's friend, who was very ill. But he was surprised to find out that Penny had some friends there hanging out with her. As soon as he walked inside, Kevin was stunned. It wasn't because of all the luxurious furniture and expensive artwork, but because of all the beautiful women hanging out by the pool. Suddenly, he heard a charming voice. "Penny, who is this man you've brought with you? He's just your type, isn't he?" The woman sauntered over to Kevin and lifted up his chin. "He's very handsome, but he's dressed in rags." She paused a moment and asked him, "Tell me, sugar, what's your name?" Kevin stammered, unsure how to deal with her. After all, he had just spent the day before with his wife, Lily. He couldn't let someone like Penny distract him from his goal of reuniting with Lily. "Come on, Brenda, let's not do this again. I didn't bring Kevin here to entertain you." Penny was a little irritated by her friend's behavior. Penny's other friends heard this and came over to check Kevin out. They were a little confused to see him interrupt their get-together. They all knew that Penny hadn't had a steady boyfriend in years, so who was this guy? She was usually interested only in really rich, successful men. At the same time, Kevin was wondering about Penny's friends. Based on her status, he was pretty certain that they were all from very wealthy families. "What are those rags you're wearing?" one of them asked him. "Don't they make you feel uncomfortable?" "Keep your voice down. He's Penny's guest." One of the other women didn't want to offend their host. They were interrupted by a sharp cry. "Kevin, how dare you come here?" Out of the corner of his eye, Kevin could see a figure walking up to him quickly from the doorway. She was tempted to take a swing at Kevin, but picked up on his strong presence and stepped back a little. "Mackenzie," Kevin whispered to himself. He'd recognized her right away as Mackenzie Knott, Penny's friend that Kevin had accidentally seen changing her clothes on a video call when he'd stolen Penny's phone. Mackenzie leaned in and whispered into Kevin's ear, "If you say a word about that video to anyone, I'll kill you. I can't have my friends find out." Before Kevin could reply, Penny stepped forward. "What's the matter with you, Mackenzie? What are the two of you arguing about?" She knew her friend had a hot temper, but she also knew that Mackenzie wasn't in the habit of picking fights with people for no reason at all. "It's just a misunderstanding, Penny. I don't have any idea who this woman is." Kevin tried his best to keep from embarrassing Mackenzie. "I don't know him either." Mackenzie turned her head and looked Penny in the eyes. Then she asked her, "Why did you bring this guy here? We were all having such a good time without him." Penny figured it was as good a time as any to introduce him to her friends. "His name is Kevin, and we're in the same class at the School for the Healing Arts. I invited him here to prepare an herbal med for Mackenzie." Penny felt it was necessary to explain because she could see the confusion in Brenda's eyes. "You're going to let him make a pill for Mackenzie? Penny, are you kidding?" Brenda sneered. One of the other women had her doubts too. "The med that Mackenzie needs would be difficult for a master apothecary to create, let alone some ordinary person." They couldn't believe that this young man dressed in shabby clothes would be able to do something so specialized. They all started to mock Kevin. "Are you sure he can do this, Penny? Herbal meds aren't a joke." Brenda frowned because she was so worried that this could go wrong. "Don't worry." Penny looked at Kevin with a smile and said, "My good friend Mackenzie needs a blood balance pill. Can you create one for her?" Keeping his talent a secret, Kevin tactfully asked, "The blood balance pill is used for someone who's been injured. It seems to me that she's doing fine right now. Is there some other reason you've chosen it?" "Well, Kevin, Mackenzie's been training since she was a child. Her family is really into it and they know a lot about herbal meds. The problem is she has a really hard time with unbearable pain once a month, if you know what I mean. Have you ever heard of endometri—" Penny hesitated because she knew it was a very personal issue for her friend, but she was desperate to help Mackenzie and decided to tell Kevin the whole truth. "Penny, how can you tell him something like that?" Mackenzie looked absolutely horrified. She and her friends had spent a lot of time and effort trying to find a cure for her, but when they finally found a recipe that might help, they couldn't find anyone qualified to prepare it. She was desperate. When he heard this, Kevin suddenly thought of something that he'd learned in his studies. If her problem is what you described, the blood balance pill can only cure the symptoms, not the root cause. "Oh, you mean you have a better way?" Penny's face lit up in surprise. If Kevin was right, there might be another solution. Why not try it? But some of them wondered if Kevin was just trying to impress them, and they eyed him suspiciously. He seemed to be promising something he probably couldn't do. How could they trust him? "I think he's trying to trick you, Penny. You should just show him the door." Mackenzie didn't want to have anything to do with Kevin in this crazy plan. "Don't worry, Mackenzie." In fact, Penny wasn't completely sure herself. Then she added, "Why don't we at least listen to him?" With an all-knowing smile, Kevin thought to himself, "These people have been doubting my power since the second I walked through the door. It will be fun to prove them wrong." Turning to Penny, Kevin announced, "The blood balance pill could help the symptoms a little bit, but it sounds like Mackenzie's problem has been around since childhood. We really need to do something to get at what's causing her problems." Having said that, Kevin stopped for a moment and then asked cautiously, "Have you ever heard of the repair pill?" Everyone's eyes bugged out when they heard him say that. The repair pill was only a myth as far as they were concerned. It hadn't been used in a ridiculously long time, and the closest thing to it was strictly controlled by the Herbalist Society. But Mackenzie didn't have any connections to the society, so it was impossible for her to get one. Can you actually make a repair pill? Penny asked in shock. She'd been worried about her friend constantly and was willing to try anything. That's the whole reason she'd brought Kevin over to her place. I'm sure I can do it, Kevin said with confidence. But that's impossible. Nobody knows how to make the repair pill anymore. Mackenzie was the first one to object to the plan. Are you trying to poison our friend with your nonsense? Do you know what we can do to you if you hurt her? Brenda was staring daggers at Kevin. She looked like she wanted to gouge his eyes out. Kevin pursed his lips. I can definitely do it. Only I have one condition. What condition is that? Penny looked a little unsure when she saw Kevin smiling so strangely. If I make the repair pill, then Mackenzie has to apologize for underestimating me. He spoke softly, but they all heard him loud and clear. You wish, Mackenzie shot back. The rest of the women frowned at Kevin's demand. After all, Mackenzie was a very important person, not someone to trifle with like that. But if Kevin could really make a repair pill, it would prove that he was greater than all the current experts working in herbal medicine. To do this at such a young age meant his potential was limitless. It was a lot to ask of someone, but if he failed, Mackenzie's friends were sure to get even with him. While everyone was hesitating, Penny suddenly said, Okay, I promise. As long as you can make the repair pill, you'll get what you want. Even though she can be difficult, Mackenzie always listens to me. You'll get your apology. It's a deal, Kevin said casually. But I also have a condition. You must do it right now. There's a quiet room in the basement of my mansion, and it's been set up with a lot of expensive herbal ingredients. Penny clearly wanted to get her friend some help as soon as possible. No problem, but you can't watch me while I'm doing it. Kevin sounded very firm about this requirement. Then he turned to Penny and said, Lead the way. Penny gestured for Kevin to follow her. On the way to the stairs, she asked her sisters to stay on the main floor and enjoy themselves while she was gone. A few minutes later, Kevin saw what Penny meant about the quiet room. As soon as he entered the basement, Kevin was stunned. The lab took up the entire floor, the whole footprint of the house. There were loads of medicinal materials on the mahogany shelves along the walls, and there was a large bronze bowl with a burner set up in the middle of the room. Wow, Penny really prepared for this. I wonder if she wants to learn to be an herbalist too, Kevin thought to himself. I had people search all over the country to find all the medicinal ingredients down here. You can use whatever you need for the repair pill. Then Penny walked out so that Kevin would have a quiet environment to work. Well, I'd better get busy. Kevin rubbed his hands together and then hurried over to the shelves to select all the exotic herbs he would need. Kevin was tempted to make another pill that he'd always wanted to try just for the practice, but decided to focus on the repair pill first. More than an hour later, Kevin took the lid off of the preparation bowl and removed a handful of pills. Yes, these look good to me. Kevin proudly looked at the pills he'd just made and grinned broadly. After putting the repair pill into a small medicine bottle for Mackenzie, Kevin put the rest into his pocket. Suddenly, his body tensed up. He turned around and took a few steps backwards when he saw a dark figure walk up behind him. He hadn't been aware that someone else was in the room until he heard them breathing. Who are you? Kevin asked cautiously. The person seemed dangerous and Kevin had been caught a little off guard. But they didn't answer Kevin's question right away. Are you a member of the Sutherland family? Kevin glanced around the basement and tried his best to find a way out. Please don't jump to any conclusions. I'm helping Penny to make some herbal pills. I'm not a burglar or anything. Suddenly, the person's eyes seemed to light up, and their breathing suddenly changed. Kevin didn't really know what to make of this. Were they there to hurt him? Trust me, I'm just here to help Penny out. Kevin started to get ready to fight. He thought to himself, I didn't expect Penny to have someone like this watching over her. But when Kevin looked into the person's eyes, it was like staring at a wolf. He could hear his own heartbeat. I'm here to bring you to the party. Let me invite you to come with me." The person's voice was very cold, without the slightest emotion, and it was also neutral. You couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman. The party? Kevin suddenly thought of something. Wasn't today the Alliance leader's birthday? His mentor, the Night King, had warned him about the importance of attending. "Well, can you let me take the medicine upstairs first? Then I'll go to the headquarters with you." Kevin spoke quickly. "I've offended the Alliance messenger." The person suddenly moved toward Kevin. "Don't do it!" Kevin stepped forward too, and they both collided in an explosion of energy. Penny, Mackenzie, and the other women were all lounging around on the sofas in the living room upstairs. "Penny, do you really think Kevin can make a repair pill?" Brenda asked seriously. "To tell you the truth, I don't know why so many people at the school treat him like a loser. He can often do some unexpected things." Penny had a thoughtful look in her eyes. "Even though he dresses in cheap clothes, I know he's not short on cash. I'm pretty sure he's got a lot of secrets." "So he's probably just throwing his family's money around. What's the big deal?" Mackenzie pouted and said angrily, "But I'm still not going to beg him for the repair pill." "Mackenzie, what's the deal with you and Kevin?" But before Penny had finished speaking, she jumped up as she heard a loud bang, and then the whole mansion began to shake, as if there were an earthquake. "What's going on? Was there an explosion?" One of the women shouted in panic as she fell to the floor. "Calm down, it's not an earthquake, it's something else, and it sounds like it's coming from the basement." Brenda immediately got up from the sofa. "The basement? Oh no, Kevin!" Penny shouted as she quickly ran toward the stairs to the basement. When she and her friends got downstairs, there was no trace at all of Kevin. All they saw was a mess. All kinds of medicinal ingredients were strewn about the floor, and even the large preparation bowl was knocked over, with a puff of smoke wafting out of the burner. To Penny's surprise, a huge hole had appeared in the basement wall, and you could see a sliver of moonlight shining in. "Kevin ran away?" Mackenzie was the first to react and said angrily, "I told you he was lying to you, Penny." "No, it's something else. There was a fight down here." Brenda looked around the room warily. She was the most skilled fighter in the group. If anything happened, it would be up to her to protect her friends. "But where's Kevin?" Penny thought to herself. "I can't believe that I forgot about the Alliance leader's birthday party," Kevin told himself as he sat next to the mysterious Alliance member in an unmarked car. It was a dark night, and there was a cool wind blowing across the Alliance headquarters property. Kevin had been blindfolded by the Alliance member and had no idea where he was. Taking a deep breath, he thought about how his wife, Lily, might worry about him. The last thing that he needed was for her to come looking for him. On top of that, it was the Alliance leader's birthday, and Kevin hadn't shown up yet for the celebration. He wasn't sure if he'd been taken to the Alliance headquarters to be punished. Just then, someone opened the car door and escorted Kevin into an enclosed building. Just as Kevin got his grounding, a hand reached forward and removed the blindfold. "Madam Director, I've brought Kevin back like you asked." The person who'd abducted Kevin stepped back from him and waited for further instructions. "You've done a good job. You can leave now. I'd like to be left alone with our messenger to discuss some business." The director was stretched out on the bed in her private quarters. "Yes, Madam Director." Her assistant turned around and left the room. Kevin and the director were alone for the first time since they'd last seen each other, and the atmosphere got a bit awkward. Looking into her beautiful eyes, Kevin remembered how days before he had been drugged and accidentally slept with her. He couldn't let anything like that happen again. His relationship with Lily meant too much to him. "Do you think you can untie my ropes now? It was a little cramped in that car and I needed to stretch." Kevin broke the uncomfortable silence with a smile. To tell you the truth, Kevin, I'm not sure that would be a good idea. The Alliance director slowly stood up and walked toward him. She was wearing a flattering light blue dress, and Kevin could smell her delicate perfume. He thought about what had happened last time and gulped nervously as he worried that she might have feelings for him. Madam Director, if you have something to tell me, just go ahead and say it. But I don't think I need to be tied up like this. Have I done something wrong? Kevin tried his best to smile and lighten the atmosphere. Well, have you done anything wrong? Only you would know that. She pulled out a sharp knife and quickly sliced off the ropes around Kevin's wrists and ankles. What I'd like to know is how things are going with your mission. It's been a long time and I haven't had a report from you. Her tone was firm and a little cold. Oh, there's no problem at all, ma'am. It's just that I haven't turned up anything yet, Kevin coolly replied. For one thing, there are a lot of experts to deal with on the campus. I've turned the whole library upside down, but I couldn't find anything at all about the consolidation technique. I told you that the secret recipe and method are in the hands of the Southwest School of Healing. What are you doing in the library of the Chicago School? She was obviously irritated that Kevin had wasted so much time. It's part of my plan, Madam Director. From what I've seen, the real experts in the school spend a whole lot of time lurking in the library. Taking a step back from the director, Kevin continued. So even though the head of the Southwest School has the secret technique, they're at the School for the Healing Arts right now in Chicago. I've been going there for a while, but I haven't met all the professors, let alone the dean. The library's the only place where I have a chance to get my hands on the consolidation technique. Kevin shrugged helplessly as he explained his strategy to the director. You always seem to outsmart me, don't you? I like that in a man. The beautiful Madam Director smirked as she seductively stepped towards Kevin. She looked deeply into Kevin's eyes. After thinking carefully about it, she felt that what he had just said made sense, so she dropped the subject. But I'm still wondering why you didn't make the effort to get to the Alliance leader's birthday on time. The director sounded very serious as she scolded Kevin for his oversight. Do you know what consequences you'll face if you don't show up as the Alliance's messenger? Oh, so you sent someone to get me because you were afraid that I'd get in trouble? Kevin smiled mischievously at the director. If he was picking up correctly on her signals, the director had a crush on him, and he knew that the only way to get out of this situation was to make her think that she had the power. Don't be ridiculous, Kevin. I promoted you to the position of messenger. You really should take things more seriously. The director scolded him again, but it was hard for her to hide her true feelings as she batted her lashes at him. Then a strange look flashed across her eyes as she thought about the night she and Kevin had spent together. In fact, she hadn't been able to stop thinking about him ever since. Please calm down. I didn't come back to make a report because I just couldn't bear to face you. Kevin quickly explained why he'd been so aloof. I've been doing my best to carry out the mission you gave me so I can repay you for all that you've done for me. But it's been impossible to track down the consolidation technique. And I've had a lot of serious fights and injuries. Kevin paused his explanation for a moment as he tried to think of what to say next. But when the director heard that Kevin had been injured, her eyes softened, and she reached out to stroke his shoulder. Where were you hurt? Have you recovered yet? We have a lot of remedies for internal injuries. I would never forgive myself if anything happened to you. Thinking of his commitment to Lily, Kevin quickly took a step back from the director's longing touch. Don't worry, it was only a superficial injury. I recovered from it a long time ago. Now I really should go and wish your husband a happy birthday. Kevin, I'm the Alliance leader's wife, so that means that you have to do whatever I tell you to do. And if you disobey me, I could have you killed. Seeing her hands reach towards him, Kevin quickly sidestepped her and shook his head. Madam Director, are you sure that this is something your husband would approve of? My husband hasn't thought about me in years, Kevin. I am a woman with needs. And after our last night together, I can't stop thinking about you. Please tell me that you feel the same way." Kevin took a deep breath and thought to himself, "I have to be very careful. If I upset her, there is a chance that she'll tell her husband about what happened between me and her. He won't care if I was drugged and will blame me anyways." Before Kevin could respond, the Madam Director placed her manicured hands on his broad shoulders and leaned forward and whispered into his ears, "I want you." Kevin shook his head and took a step back. "Please, Madam Director, we can't do this. It's wrong." "Shh, don't overthink this," the woman responded as she reached back and unzipped her gown. Seeing the beautiful woman start to take off her dress, Kevin held his breath. "I can't do anything with her. My heart belongs to Lily, but if I reject her, she could try and have me killed. How am I supposed to get out of this situation without offending her?" Just then, Kevin heard a voice from outside the door.
"Is Madam resting?"
The Alliance Director suddenly came to her senses. She quickly zipped up her dress and straightened out her clothes. "Hide! The leader is here!" She sat down and took a deep breath to try to calm herself and look like everything was normal. "What is it?" Kevin froze, unsure what to do. It was like a bucket of water had been thrown on the fire in his heart. The Alliance leader was a powerful man. Even though Kevin was innocent, there was no telling what he would do to Kevin if he found him alone in a room with his wife. "What should I do?" Kevin looked around the room anxiously. "Quick, out the window. My room looks out on the hill, so be careful where you land." The director whispered in Kevin's ear. "Good idea." Kevin climbed out the window without thinking twice about it. Thanks to the director's warning, he grabbed the window sill and hung on tightly as his legs dangled outside the building. If he'd jumped straight out, he would certainly have broken his neck. "Be absolutely quiet. Don't even breathe. Otherwise, the Alliance leader will know you're there. And I can't have you die. Not when I have so many plans for you." Then she closed the window. The Alliance leader knocked on the door again.
"Madam, are you resting?"
"I'm not resting yet. Please come in." Then she quickly went back to lie in the bed. When he heard this, the Alliance leader opened the door and walked in. Even though he was a bit older, he was still a very imposing-looking man. But time was catching up with him, and he wasn't the man he used to be. "Don't you have any business to discuss with your aides?" She was starting to get worried about Kevin and couldn't help glancing at the window.
"I finished talking with them. Just thought I'd drop by to see my wife."
He went to the bed and sat down.
"Your face looks a little flushed. Are you all right?"
"I think it's a little stuffy in here." She came up with an excuse to explain why she was blushing.
"Then I'll open the window for you."
He started to get up from the bed. "Don't worry about it. It's a little windy tonight. I'll be okay." The director was panicking.
"Whatever you say."
Then he pulled a small book out of his jacket and tossed it on the bed. "What's this?" she asked suspiciously.
"It's a rare book I found by accident when I was in the archives. I thought you might want to take a look."
He sounded a little bored. The archives contained all the secret books the Alliance had collected. Nobody was allowed to enter it except their leader. "Thank you." She smiled and put the book on her pillow.
"I hope you like it."
He sat next to her and ran his fingers through her hair. The director didn't answer. She knew that her husband read a lot to pass the time. After she'd followed him to the headquarters, she hadn't been off the grounds in years. The director had a respected position in the Alliance, but she needed something more. And right now, all she could think about was her relationship with Kevin. She started to blush again as she thought about him. Her husband didn't notice how distracted she was and changed the subject.
"I have some other news for you. The Herbalist Society and the Myriad sent me birthday presents."
"Really? Haven't they always been against us?" She was surprised to hear this.
"In a way, yes. But all of us are considered to be outsiders in the herbal underground. Recently, though, the herbal schools have attracted a lot of students and they're getting stronger.
As he said this, he furrowed his brows. The 10 major schools have always considered themselves superior to us. What galls me is that just a few years ago they were nothing to us. The director looked disgusted by the situation. Her husband seemed really concerned by this.
The Herbalist Society has gotten a lot of support from some rich industrialists and people who are well placed in the government. They've attracted a lot of skilled herbalists, and there's no telling where they could go. But the rest of us, the Alliance and the Myriads, have become the targets of public criticism. While we've been killing each other, we should really have been helping each other.
He looked at his wife and asked her,
Guess what they gave me?
Was it gold or silver? The director wasn't really interested in playing a guessing game. Right now, all she could think of was Kevin.
Wrong. They gave me the technique for consolidation,
he said happily. What? Why would they do that? She was surprised beyond belief. As Kevin hung out the windowsill in the cold wind, he overheard their conversation. Could it be true that the Alliance now had the secret that she'd sent him to steal?
From what I understand, consolidation allows you to gather all your power, so much that you can affect everyone around you. Then he laughed and said, I'll leave it all with you for the time being.
What are you going to do now? She didn't understand why he decided to leave this secret with her.
I already know a lot of the Alliance's techniques. From what I've seen, the Herbalist Society and the Myriads are almost the same. I'd like your help in figuring out what the difference is. It'll give you something to do.
After he said this, the Alliance leader got up and left the room. After he was gone, the director took a deep breath and steadied herself. Then she locked the door and ran to open the window so Kevin could come in. He was shivering. Go downstairs and get some soup or something to warm up. She wanted Kevin to get out of her room. If her husband came back, they'd both be in big trouble. When he saw how frightened she looked, Kevin began to smile. Okay, I'll get going. You get some rest. Kevin gave her a kiss on the lips before leaving. She angrily stamped her foot on the ground. How could Kevin be so bold? But she couldn't bring herself to stay angry. After the leader's birthday party, the guests weren't in a hurry to leave. The Alliance leader was still sitting in the place of honor. His wife was near him on the sofa, and Kevin was on the other side because of his position as messenger. Kevin looked around the room, but he didn't see the Night King. He wondered where his mentor was.
So, why did the messenger arrive late to my party?
The Alliance leader sounded a little irritated. As soon as he said that, everyone turned and looked at Kevin. There were a lot of dignitaries there who made enormous contributions to the Alliance. Kevin was a relative newcomer, and he'd already moved ahead of them in the hierarchy. But nobody complained because they knew that the director favored him. Before Kevin could reply, the Alliance leader turned to his wife and said,
I think Kevin is just what we need right now. He's still young, but he has a lot of potential. And he did rescue our administrator candidates from Brett Stewart of the Myriads.
Besides, he's already a skilled herbalist and the Night King is mentoring him. I think he'll lead the Alliance to great things. The director smiled and looked at Kevin.
Oh, is he studying with the Night King?
The Alliance leader seemed shocked.
It seems that our new messenger is full of surprises.
He didn't know it, but Kevin had an even bigger surprise in store for him. I can't let the Alliance leader know that his wife just hit on me, Kevin whispered to himself as he climbed down from the window ledge and landed on the ground. Taking a deep breath, he quickly slid through an open window on the ground level and entered the ballroom, skillfully blending into the crowd. Just then, a security guard with a gun in his hand approached Kevin and grabbed him by the arm.
I need you to come with me. The Alliance leader has been looking for you.
Preparing for a fight, Kevin began to clench his fist. Only before Kevin could respond, the security guard continued.
Since you are the Alliance messenger, our leader has requested for you to be seated in a place of honor near the leader and his wife, Madam Director.
As Kevin sat down next to the Alliance leader, it became obvious that the other senior members were jealous of him. They were very worried because instead of stripping Kevin of his title for being late to his party, their leader seemed to be impressed with him. In fact, he was praising Kevin for his accomplishments. It looked like Kevin's position was even more stable than before. With a big smile on his face, the Alliance leader leaned forward.
Kevin, I'm so happy that you were able to make it to my party. We missed you at our headquarters yesterday.
Sir, the reason why I didn't return to the headquarters yesterday is that I made a pill for you. Kevin stood up and held out his hand. Everyone could see a dark blue pill and wondered what it was.
What kind of herbal medicine is this?
The Alliance leader asked with a slight frown. He knew how to make herbal meds, but he had just studied it a bit when he was younger. This is called the Unity Pill. Kevin's eyes swept around the room and then he explained. This can actually replace every cell in your body. You could hear everyone in the room gasp one after another. If what Kevin had just said was true, whoever took the pill would be given a new life. Kevin had actually made the pill for himself, but after what had just happened with the Alliance leader's wife hitting on him, Kevin knew that he had to find a way to make the Alliance leader trust him. That way he could protect his future by making a relationship with the Alliance leader outside of the Madam Director's influence.
Fantastic!
The Alliance leader clapped his hands happily.
If our messenger can do something like this at such a young age, the Alliance's future is in good hands. We really need more people like him.
Kevin smiled casually and dropped the pill in the leader's hand. He didn't know whether he could ever find the same rare herbs again in the future. The medicinal ingredients were extremely difficult to find. If he hadn't found them in Penny's basement the night before, Kevin wouldn't have been able to do it. But as soon as he placed the pill in the Alliance leader's hand, Kevin knew that he had made the right decision. Looking around, he could see that the other members were starting to change their minds about Kevin. They were impressed that he was putting their leader's interests ahead of his own. The Alliance leader gratefully offered Kevin a glass of wine and poured it himself. The party picked up again, and the atmosphere got a lot more festive. The Alliance leader walked over to his wife and asked her,
"Did you find out anything more about consolidation?"
To tell you the truth, I spent a lot of time on it last night and didn't find anything useful. The beautiful director was blushing a little from the wine and tossed a little book onto the table.
"So I guess we're out of luck."
The Alliance leader slowly closed his eyes and sighed. One of the senior members stood up and announced loudly,
"Don't worry about it, sir. Do we really need to find out this secret method?" "What he said is very true. You really shouldn't worry about it too much. You're still our leader."
One of the Alliance administrators tried to reassure him. Then everyone stood up and shouted,
"Long live our great leader!"
But Kevin wasn't convinced that the situation was as dire as the leader had said. "Sir, I wonder if you could let me take a look at the book." The room fell silent and everyone looked at Kevin like he was some kind of fool. Nobody in the entire Alliance was allowed to read the book except for the leader and his wife, the director. The Alliance leader stared menacingly at Kevin. He could feel the leader's disapproval as his eyes burned through him.
"Just because you gave me an herbal med doesn't mean that you can breach etiquette,"
the leader snapped at him.
"This is unheard of,"
one of the senior members exclaimed loudly.
"Even the Alliance messenger can't be so rude,"
said another. They were all upset that Kevin had tried to break one of their strictest rules. Just then, the stunning Madam Director quickly stood up and came to Kevin's defense. "Please calm down. Kevin has only been with us for a short time. You have to forgive him. How could we explain it to the Night King if we punished him for this?" The Alliance leader was unsure how to respond. He wasn't willing to listen to his wife's plea, but at the same time he had to respect the Night King. And it would be tough to maintain order if he allowed someone to break the Alliance's rules of conduct. "Please listen to what I have to say," Kevin firmly called out.
"What else do you have to say?"
Although the Alliance leader's tone of voice was very cold, He hoped that Kevin would give him a way out so the members wouldn't think he was getting weak. Kevin leaned forward. There's something that you may not know. While your experts may be very good at appraising antiques, I think there's something wrong with the book on consolidation that you were given.
Nonsense. The book was a gift from the Herbalist Society. What's wrong with it?
The leader was furious at the suggestion. Sir, could you just please let me see it up close before I say anything more? Kevin was very persistent. He knew that the Alliance leader would be finished if he couldn't help him.
I'll give you just one chance.
The leader nodded and gestured for Kevin to go to the table. Kevin took a deep breath and picked up the book on the consolidation technique. Don't believe him, one of the senior members warned. Before anyone else could object, the Alliance leader gestured for them all to be quiet.
If you're right, I'll reward you generously. If not, even the Night King won't be able to save you, the leader declared ominously.
First of all, while this looks like a genuine antique, the paper is too new. How can you explain that there isn't a single sign of aging or use? Kevin spoke in a loud voice so that everyone in the room could hear him. Then he began to tear the binding off of the book. They were all shocked to see him do this. How could he have such nerve?
Kevin, do you realize I could kill you for that?
The Alliance leader was absolutely furious. Nobody in the room dared even breathe when they saw how angry he was. Why don't you take a look at this first? Kevin pulled out a tiny black object from the binding of the book.
It's nothing, just a little piece of leather,
the leader responded coldly. Actually, it's a state-of-the-art spy camera, no larger than a computer chip. Kevin held out the little black square in the palm of his hand. The Alliance leader took a moment to focus, and then he could clearly see the camera, along with a tiny hole in the book's cover. If Kevin had really found a spy camera, that meant that the Herbalist Society had intended to watch all of the Alliance's activities and hear all of their secret plans. Just thinking about it, the Alliance leader started to break into a cold sweat.
Do you have any proof of this accusation?
The Alliance leader asked dubiously. It's very simple, sir. Just get one of your assistants to take it to your lab and verify it, Kevin said without any sign of fear. If I'm wrong and this isn't a camera, I'll gladly accept your punishment.
It's outrageous.
The Alliance leader believed Kevin's explanation and slammed his fist on the table, smashing it to pieces.
What a vicious thing for them to do. Imagine being spied on in our own headquarters.
The Alliance leader was beside himself.
I swear to you that I'll see to it that we destroy the Herbalist Society.
All the members nodded in agreement, including the most senior leaders, and they promised to work day and night to get even with them. After a while, the Alliance leader had regained his composure and turned to speak to Kevin.
I'm sorry that I didn't trust you.
As a member of the Alliance, it's my duty to help you in any way I can, Kevin answered quickly.
Don't be so modest. You've done a great service for us today, and I'll make sure that you're rewarded.
The Alliance leader thought for a moment and continued.
From now on, you'll have free run of the headquarters property, and I'll allow you to attend any discussions we have.
Thank you, sir, Kevin replied with a smile. The senior members who'd opposed Kevin's promotion were at a loss for words. They'd been hoping to take advantage of this opportunity to get Kevin removed from his position as messenger. Instead, they'd ended up looking like fools, and he had even more power than before. None of them had ever seen their leader act so generously toward someone.
Party on,
the Alliance leader declared cheerfully. He'd already put the entire scene behind him and wanted everyone to have a little fun. Everyone started drinking toast to Kevin to thank him for what he'd just done for the Alliance. The party started at 11 in the morning and didn't end until after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. By the time they were finished, only a handful of them were able to stand up straight from all the toast they'd been drinking. Of course, Kevin was one of them. The herbal meds he'd taken had somewhat changed him, so his body recovered more quickly than everyone else. Whether it was alcohol or poison, he didn't feel the effects for long. As things started to wind down, the Alliance leader asked Kevin to follow him into one of the side rooms.
"Do you know why I've brought you in here, Kevin?"
The Alliance leader leaned back in his chair and rubbed his forehead. "To tell you the truth, I have no idea." Kevin looked calm on the outside, but he was in fact extremely nervous. Is he aware that I've been learning the Alliance's secret techniques? Kevin thought to himself.
"I can't believe it, but after all these years, the Herbalist Society's leader is still nothing but a common thug."
The Alliance leader was thinking out loud.
"Kevin, it seems that you're the first person of the younger generation to join our alliance. It will be your responsibility to carry us into the future."
"I know that you've been around for a long time, and I have a lot of respect for all your experience." Kevin made sure to speak very carefully to the leader so that he could stay on good terms with him.
"Relax and just listen to what I have to say. This is a very serious matter. I know I'm not going to live forever, but I would like to do something to help protect you."
He got up and opened a cabinet to pull out what looked like a piece of clothing made of very thin material.
"Kevin, this is an ultra-advanced type of body armor that we're developing. As long as you have it on, you'll be invulnerable to any weapons, even heat,"
the Alliance leader explained as he put the material down on the table in front of them.
"Think of it as a token of my gratitude for exposing the Herbalist Society's treachery."
He took a breath and then spoke to Kevin very earnestly.
"I hope you'll be able to live up to our expectations. I'm counting on you, as are my wife and the Night King. Practice hard and continue to devote yourself to the Alliance."
"I'll do everything I can to help you in the Alliance, no matter what it costs me." Kevin thanked him enthusiastically. He couldn't believe how well this had worked out for him. Even though the Unity pill he'd given the leader had been very valuable, this armor was worth even more. It was definitely a win-win. The Alliance leader nodded at Kevin and walked out of the room. When he got back to his bedroom at the headquarters, Kevin immediately put on the armor. It was very comfortable, and Kevin thought it made him look a little like a superhero. Then he put his pants and shirt on over it, and you couldn't even tell he had it on. This is some real high-tech stuff. Kevin excitedly took out a dagger and tried to cut his left arm. It didn't make a single mark in the material and never touched his skin. "Wow, that's gonna come in handy," Kevin exclaimed happily. Suddenly, he heard someone knocking urgently at the door. Kevin warily walked over to see who it was. He was surprised to see the Madam Director standing there with a seductive look in her eyes. "Ma'am, have you had too much to drink? The Alliance leader is your husband. This is wrong." Kevin gulped when he saw the state that she was in. "Kevin!" She immediately hugged him, buried her head in his chest, and cried, "I really like you." "Shh, be quiet. If anybody saw us together like this, I'd be a dead man," Kevin whispered as he quickly pulled her into his room and shut the door. The director wrapped her arms around Kevin's body and kissed him on the cheek. Kevin gently took her arms off of him and helped her sit down. "I think you've had a little too much to drink. I'll go make something to help you sober up." "No, I don't want any meds." She paused and stood up and walked over to Kevin's bed and lay down. "I don't want to be the leader's wife anymore. I just want you, Kevin. No man has ever made me feel the way that you do. I can't stop thinking about the night that we spent together." Taking a step back, Kevin thought to himself, "What am I going to do? She doesn't seem to understand that I was drugged that night. I never would have slept with her willingly. My heart belongs to my wife, Lily. I need to get the Madam Director out of here before she gets me killed." Before Kevin could respond, he turned to see that the Madam Director had fallen asleep on his bed. He tried to wake her up, but she wouldn't budge. "Hopefully she'll be in her right mind tomorrow morning," Kevin told himself as he got a pillow and lay down on his couch. Later that night, when Kevin was still half asleep, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Who could be calling me this early in the morning? Kevin reached out and groped for his phone. Hello, who's this? Kevin wasn't angry, just a little irritated.
Kevin, this is your Uncle Thomas.
He couldn't believe that his uncle was calling him after everything that had happened between them. As Kevin struggled to wake up, a million thoughts raced through his head. Why on earth would his estranged uncle be calling him now? Deep down, Kevin knew that this call would change everything. Why would my estranged uncle be calling me now, especially in the middle of the night? Kevin asked himself as he stared at his phone. Kevin still remembered the bloody scene at the Williams family's mansion in New York when his parents, Mitchell Cook, and his other friends had been abducted and abused. Kevin thought long and hard before responding. Finally, he sighed and asked, "What's the matter?" Even though his family had done terrible things to him, he couldn't bring himself to be unkind. That's what made him a better man.
You need to come back home and see your grandfather for the last time.
Thomas sighed in despair. When he heard this, Kevin's eyes grew wide. Although Grandpa Williams was very old, he was still in very good shape and he had been training his whole life. He should be able to live for at least another 30 years. Is he ill? Kevin's breathing became a little short. His grandfather loved him very much when he was a child. Their relationship had been strained in recent years, but his grandfather still meant something to him.
It's hard to talk about over the phone. If you still have any feelings for him, come to New York City right away. He's in the hospital.
Then Uncle Thomas abruptly hung up. Kevin wasn't aware of it, but his body had tensed up during the call. Suddenly, he became aware of the director's breathing coming from his bed. After she had refused to leave his room, she had passed out on his bed and he had fallen asleep on the couch. Just then, the beautiful director fluttered her eyes and asked him, "What happened last night? I'm so embarrassed. I must have had too much to drink. I shouldn't have shown up here the way that I did."
"It's nothing at all. Don't worry about it.
Let's pretend like this never happened." Kevin softly smiled. "Thank you." The director nodded and turned to Kevin. "When will you leave the headquarters and return to Chicago?"
"What? Do you want me to go already?"
Kevin laughed. "If I'm being honest, I think it would be easier for me not to have you around." Kevin paused. "I understand." As the Madam Director stood up and went to the door, she turned around and paused. "By the way, my name is Selina Salem. Because of the Alliance customs, I've never been able to tell you my name. But there's something special about you, and I want you to know it. I'm tired of feeling captive to the influence and power of the Alliance. Meeting you reminded me of the importance of justice and true love. Who knows? Maybe one day you could take me away from here?" Before Kevin could respond, Selina gave a soft sigh. "I have to hurry back to my room. If anyone found out that I slept here, we'd both be in a lot of trouble." Kevin didn't speak, he just nodded his head. After Selina left, Kevin could still smell her perfume on the pillow. He made up his mind to develop his strength so that he could take her and anyone else who wanted freedom away from the Alliance as soon as possible. But right now, neither of them was powerful enough to take that kind of step, not against such a formidable organization. After a few hours, Kevin arrived in New York City. The hospital was full of Williams family members. There were also a lot of influential politicians and members of the business world who were there to visit with Randall Williams, Kevin's grandfather. But everyone was still puzzled about how he'd suddenly fallen ill. As Kevin had found out through his exposure to herbal medicines, someone with his grandfather's level of development should be able to fight off many fatal diseases. It seems that he had probably been poisoned, not in a single dose, but over a long period of time. Over the course of the previous month, Randall had felt more and more tired as the level of poison had increased in his body. Looked like nobody could save him now. At first, Thomas had decided to keep the news of Randall's illness a secret. He was just too important a figure in New York, and if people knew that he'd been poisoned, it would have hurt the Williams family. Grandpa Williams lay in his hospital bed, very lethargic and looking gaunt. His skin was an odd bluish-purple color. All the senior members of the Williams family were at his bedside looking extremely somber. They would be lost without Randall.
"Thomas, did you call Kevin?"
Randall asked weakly.
"Don't worry, Father. I've told him,"
Thomas replied hesitantly. But he didn't tell the poor sick man that although Kevin hadn't refused, he hadn't agreed either.
"Good."
Grandpa Williams nodded his head lightly. Even though Kevin had angered the entire family, he was still his grandson after all, and he still wanted to see him before he died. "I don't understand, Dad. Why did you call Kevin to come here? He's been banished from the family." Laura couldn't help wondering. Monty Aspinwall and Ethan Williams were standing by the window. They didn't understand why Grandpa had asked for Kevin to come to his bedside either. Was he going to make out a will?
"Let's change the subject, Laura. Dad wants to see his grandson one last time. Who are we to stop him?"
Thomas Williams frowned as he scolded his wife. As for Randall's poisoning, Thomas had a few suspicions, but since he still didn't have any evidence, he kept acting like he was clueless. As soon as Kevin entered the hospital, he attracted a lot of attention. But he wasn't in the mood to say hello to anyone. He stopped by the front desk to ask which room his grandfather was in, and then he walked up the stairs. Some of the people who were waiting in the lobby recognized him and started to whisper to each other. They believed all the lies that had been spread about what he'd done to the family and how he'd been ostracized.
"What's he doing here?"
they were all wondering. As soon as Kevin stepped out of the stairwell on the 4th floor, he was spotted by a lot of the senior members of the Williams family, who were standing around in the corridor.
"Kevin, you have a lot of nerve coming here,"
one of his relatives sneered.
"Get out of here right now,"
another one shouted. It certainly didn't look like a warm family reunion. They made a lot of noise insulting Kevin and telling him to get out. "Hey, Uncle Thomas called and asked me to come. I'm here to see my grandfather, not you." Kevin wasn't afraid to tell them off. When he walked into Grandpa's room, everyone's eyes were riveted on him. His Aunt Laura even tried to block him from entering the room. "You're not wanted here, loser. Why don't you head back to your wife in Chicago?"
"My mother's right. Get out of here right now, Kevin. My grandfather doesn't want to see you,"
Ethan snarled at him. Of course, Ethan didn't want Kevin to come into the room. Since Randall Williams didn't have a will, if Kevin came back, that meant dividing his estate up even more and less money for Ethan.
"What are you all shouting about? Get out of the way. I invited Kevin here myself."
Thomas walked over to them with a scowl on his face. "Are you kidding? Do you know how angry your father will get when he sees this trash?" Laura was furious with her husband. How could he bring Kevin back just when they were about to inherit the family's wealth? This was a disaster.
"I'm not kidding at all. In spite of everything, Kevin is a member of the Williams family. It's only right for him to see his grandfather one last time."
Thomas shut her down right away. Then he looked at his nephew and sighed heavily.
"Grandpa isn't awake right now. Have a seat at his bedside and wait for him to wake up again."
Kevin nodded his head in agreement and walked over to the bed.
"Step outside with me."
Thomas glared at Laura and the two of them left the room. Monty and Ethan clenched their fists as they stared at Kevin. But they both had different feelings towards him. Ethan's eyes were full of contempt, while Monty's were full of resentment. Thomas and Laura walked all the way down the hall to the stairwell. "What are you calling me out here for?" Laura was in a very miserable mood. Thomas leaned in close to his wife and growled,
"Are you nuts?"
"What do you mean? I think you're crazy for inviting Kevin here right now." Her eyes were burning with anger.
"You're the crazy one," Thomas shouted. "Don't you realize Dad was poisoned?"
Laura was stunned when she heard this, and Thomas could see the panic in her eyes. "What do you mean? How could he have been poisoned when he's been shut away in seclusion for so many years?" Laura replied to him sternly.
"Maybe you haven't been in direct contact with Dad all these years, but you're the one who plans everything in the family.
Thomas hesitated for a moment before he got to the point.
I had my suspicions, but when Kevin showed up in the room, you gave away some clues.
Laura didn't say anything to refute her husband's accusation. She just let Thomas keep talking.
Tell me why you did it, Laura.
Thomas gritted his teeth and asked her.
The Williams family has treated you well all these years. How could you do such a heartless thing?
Ha! Laura suddenly laughed. How can you ask me something like that? Okay, I'll tell you the truth. Why should I hide it anymore? Thomas, don't you ever feel like you're not a real man? She paused for a moment to let that sink in. You're obviously senior to Kevin, but you couldn't hold a candle to him. If I didn't find a way to drive him out of the family, there's no way you'd be able to take over after your father died. If I hadn't arranged for Hannah to disappear, how else could I keep Kevin from returning to our family? Don't you realize that Randall loves his grandson too much to not welcome him back into the fold?
So it's true then.
Thomas looked deeply into Laura's eyes. He never thought that his wife could do so many things behind his back. You figured it out. I found someone to poison Randall. Hannah never went home, and I'm the one who made sure of that. Now Monty hates Kevin, and Kevin never embezzled the family's funds. I found someone to forge the evidence to make it look like he'd been funneling money from the family's accounts. Laura sneered and concluded, There you have it. It was me.
But why did you do all that? Kevin's your own nephew.
Thomas's hands were shaking. So what? I didn't have any choice. Ethan is a loser. All he knows is to sit around all day and waste his time. If I hadn't done this, Kevin would have ended up running the family's businesses, and we'd have lost everything. Laura didn't care about anything but her own future. Once Dad is out of the way, you can take over the whole Williams family. Everything really belongs to us anyway, and now nobody can take it away. Laura told her husband the rest of her plan. If you're worried that Kevin will be left penniless, you can just pay him off. I don't care how much, it'll be worth it. Every man has his price.
But you...
Thomas was so frustrated and disappointed in his wife that he didn't know what else to say. While this was happening, Kevin was sitting next to his grandfather's bed looking very sad. Even though the Williams family had kicked him out, how could he not be upset? He still loved his grandpa.
Hey, you bastard. Are you really going to wait around till Grandpa wakes up?
Ethan stood behind Kevin and looked down at him. He sneered.
I advise you to get out of here. If he wakes up and sees you, he'll only get angry.
Your father asked me to come here, and I'm staying. Don't tell me what to do, Kevin said brusquely.
He's very sick. I don't care if you are his grandson. I can't let you be the last thing he sees before he goes.
Ethan sneered menacingly.
So get out of here now.
Kevin ignored his cousin's order and continued to sit with Grandpa. Suddenly, his grandfather woke up. When he saw Kevin sitting there, his eyes lit up.
Grandpa, are you awake?
Ethan immediately asked him with a smile. Kevin sighed happily and called out, Grandpa.
Kevin, I am really glad you could come,
Randall said weakly. He'd been worried that Kevin wouldn't come back to see him. After all, he'd had his family do horrible things to Kevin's parents, Alan and Susan, and he'd even tortured Kevin's friend Mitchell. Just rest and get better, Grandpa. Kevin didn't know what else to say. A few minutes later, a nurse ran in and looked around the room. Are you all Mr. Williams' family members? Our team of specialists may have come up with a procedure to save him.
What would that be?
Thomas asked her urgently as he walked back into the room. Mr. Williams' blood is full of toxins. We can give him a transfusion to clear them out. Then the nurse added, but I want to emphasize that this procedure involves a lot of risk. If either Mr. Randall or the person who gives him the transfusion isn't in good enough health, they could die. The donor could even suffer health problems for the rest of their lives. All the family members in the room and out in the corridor heard this, and their faces turned grim. When they heard that the procedure could kill them or irreversibly weaken their health, they cringed. A lot of them were young and just starting to train their bodies with the help of the myriads. Grandpa Williams had already lived a long life. Why should they risk themselves just for him? They were all incredibly selfish. When Kevin saw everyone's reaction, he was disappointed in his relatives. How could they call themselves the protectors of the family? They owed everything to his grandfather's efforts over the years, and they'd be nothing without him. It looked like it would all be up to Kevin now. Kevin was shocked. After all, hadn't they ostracized him again? Why would his uncle be calling him now, especially in the middle of the night? Kevin still remembered the bloody scene at the Williams family's mansion in New York when his parents, Mitchell Cook, and his other friends had been abducted and abused. Kevin thought long and hard before responding. Finally, he sighed and asked, "What's the matter?" Even though his family had done terrible things to him, he couldn't bring himself to be unkind. That's what made him a better man. "You need to come back home and see your grandfather for the last time," Thomas sighed in despair. When he heard this, Kevin's eyes grew wide. Although Grandpa Williams was very old, he was still in very good shape and had been training his whole life. He should be able to live for at least another 30 years. "Is he ill?" Kevin's breathing became a little short. His grandfather loved him very much when he was a child. Their relationship had been strained in recent years, but his grandfather still meant something to him. "It's hard to talk about over the phone. If you still have any feelings for him, come to New York City right away. He's in the hospital." Then Uncle Thomas abruptly hung up. Kevin wasn't aware of it, but his body had tensed up during the call. Suddenly, he became aware of the director's head lying on his chest. She fluttered her eyes and asked him, "What happened last night?" After they made love, she chose to stay with him. She felt more pleasure with Kevin than she had in years. Even with all her status and wealth, that was what had been missing from her life. "It's nothing at all. Don't worry about it." Kevin gave her a kiss on her forehead. "That's okay." The director hugged Kevin tightly and asked, "When will you leave the headquarters and return to Chicago?" "What? You want me to go already?" Kevin said with a smile. "I'm afraid the Alliance leader will find out what we're doing, and that wouldn't be good for you." The director started to look sad. "If I could, I'd ask you to stay with me for the rest of my life." "If I could, I'd take you away from here and never come back." It pained Kevin to see her like this. The director's name was actually Selina Salem. Because of the Alliance's customs, until last night, Kevin never knew what name she went by and that she was actually from a very rich and powerful family. After giving Kevin a long, passionate kiss, Selina reluctantly left. "I have to hurry back to my room. If anyone found out, we'd both be in a lot of trouble." Kevin didn't speak. He just nodded his head. He knew that he didn't have the power right now to take her away from the Alliance. After Selina left, Kevin could still smell her perfume on the pillow. He made up his mind to develop his strength so that he could take her away from the Alliance as soon as possible. But right now, neither of them was powerful enough to take that kind of step, not against such a formidable organization. After a few hours, Kevin arrived in New York City. The hospital was full of Williams family members. There were also a lot of influential politicians and members of the business world who were there to visit with Randall Williams, Kevin's grandfather. But everyone was still puzzled about how he'd suddenly fallen ill. As Kevin had found out through his exposure to herbal medicines, someone with his grandfather's level of development should be able to fight off many fatal diseases. It seemed that he had probably been poisoned, not in a single dose but over a long period of time. Over the course of the previous month, Randall had felt more and more tired as the level of poison had increased in his body. It looked like nobody could save him now. At first, Thomas had decided to keep the news of Randall's illness a secret. He was just too important a figure in New York, and if people knew that he'd been poisoned, it would have hurt the Williams family. Grandpa Williams lay in his hospital bed, very lethargic and looking gaunt. His skin was an odd bluish-purple color. All the senior members of the Williams family were at his bedside looking extremely somber. They would be lost without Randall.
"Thomas, did you call Kevin?"
Randall asked weakly.
"Don't worry, Father. I've told him,"
Thomas replied hesitantly. But he didn't tell the poor sick man that although Kevin hadn't refused, he hadn't agreed either.
"Good."
Grandpa Williams nodded his head lightly. Even though Kevin had angered the entire family, he was still his grandson after all, and he still wanted to see him before he died. "I don't understand, Dad. Why did you call Kevin to come here? He's been banished from the family." Laura couldn't help wondering. Monty Aspinwall and Ethan Williams were standing by the window. They didn't understand why Grandpa had asked for Kevin to come to his bedside either. Was he going to make out a will?
"Let's change the subject, Laura. If Dad wants to see his grandson one last time, who are we to stop him?"
Thomas Williams frowned as he scolded his wife. As for Randall's poisoning, Thomas had a few suspicions, but since he still didn't have any evidence, he kept acting like he was clueless. As soon as Kevin entered the hospital, he attracted a lot of attention, but he wasn't in the mood to say hello to anyone. He stopped by the front desk to ask which room his grandfather was in, and then he walked up the stairs. Some of the people who were waiting in the lobby recognized him and started to whisper to each other. They believed all the lies that had been spread about what he'd done to the family and how he'd been ostracized.
"What's he doing here?"
They were all wondering. As soon as Kevin stepped out of the stairwell on the 4th floor, he was spotted by a lot of the senior members of the Williams family, who were standing around in the corridor.
"Kevin, you have a lot of nerve coming here,"
one of his relatives sneered.
"Get out of here right now,"
another one shouted. It certainly didn't look like a warm family reunion. They made a lot of noise insulting Kevin and telling him to get out. "Hey, Uncle Thomas called and asked me to come. I'm here to see my grandfather, not you." Kevin wasn't afraid to tell them off. When he walked into Grandpa's room, everyone's eyes were riveted on him. His Aunt Laura even tried to block him from entering the room. "You're not wanted here, loser. Why don't you head back to your wife in Chicago?"
"My mother's right. Get out of here right now, Kevin. My grandfather doesn't want to see you,"
Ethan snarled at him. Of course, Ethan didn't want Kevin to come into the room. Since Randall Williams didn't have a will, if Kevin came back, that meant dividing his estate up even more and less money for Ethan.
"What are you all shouting about? Get out of the way. I invited Kevin here myself."
Thomas walked over to them with a scowl on his face. "Are you kidding? Do you know how angry your father will get when he sees this trash?" Laura was furious with her husband. How could he bring Kevin back just when they were about to inherit the family's wealth? This was a disaster.
"I'm not kidding at all. In spite of everything, Kevin is a member of the Williams family. It's only right for him to see his grandfather one last time."
Thomas shut her down right away. Then he looked at his nephew and sighed heavily.
"Grandpa isn't awake right now. Have a seat at his bedside and wait for him to wake up again."
Kevin nodded his head in agreement and walked over to the bed.
"Step outside with me."
Thomas glared at Laura, and the two of them left the room. Monty and Ethan clenched their fists as they stared at Kevin, but they both had different feelings toward him. Ethan's eyes were full of contempt, while Monty's were full of resentment. Thomas and Laura walked all the way down the hall to the stairwell. "What are you calling me out here for?" Laura was in a very miserable mood. Thomas leaned in close to his wife and growled, "Are you nuts?" "What do you mean? I think you're crazy for inviting Kevin here right now." Her eyes were burning with anger.
"You're the crazy one," Thomas shouted. "Don't you realize Dad was poisoned?"
Laura was stunned when she heard this, and Thomas could see the panic in her eyes. "What do you mean? How could he have been poisoned when he's been shut away in seclusion for so many years?" Laura replied to him sternly.
"Maybe you haven't been in direct contact with Dad all these years, but you're the one who plans everything in the family."
Thomas hesitated for a moment before he got to the point.
I had my suspicions, but when Kevin showed up in the room, you gave away some clues.
Laura didn't say anything to refute her husband's accusation. She just let Thomas keep talking.
Tell me why you did it, Laura. Thomas gritted his teeth and asked her. The Williams family has treated you well all these years. How could you do such a heartless thing?
Ha! Laura suddenly laughed. How can you ask me something like that? Okay, I'll tell you the truth. Why should I hide it anymore? Thomas, don't you ever feel like you're not a real man? She paused for a moment to let that sink in. You're obviously senior to Kevin, but you couldn't hold a candle to him. If I didn't find a way to drive him out of the family, there's no way you'd be able to take over after your father died. If I hadn't arranged for Hannah to disappear, how else could I keep Kevin from returning to our family? Don't you realize that Randall loves his grandson too much to not welcome him back into the fold?
So it's true then?
Thomas looked deeply into Laura's eyes. He never thought that his wife could do so many things behind his back. You figured it out. I found someone to poison Randall. Hannah never went home, and I'm the one who made sure of that. Now Monty hates Kevin, and Kevin never embezzled the family's funds. I found someone to forge the evidence to make it look like he'd been funneling money from the family's accounts. Laura sneered and concluded, There you have it. It was me.
But why did you do all that? Kevin's your own nephew.
Thomas's hands were shaking. So what? I didn't have any choice. Ethan is a loser. All he knows is to sit around all day and waste his time. If I hadn't done this, Kevin would have ended up running the family's businesses and we'd have lost everything. Laura didn't care about anything but her own future. Once Dad is out of the way, you can take over the whole Williams family. Everything really belongs to us anyway, and now nobody can take it away. Laura told her husband the rest of her plan. If you're worried that Kevin will be left penniless, you can just pay him off. I don't care how much. It'll be worth it. Every man has his price.
But you...
Thomas was so frustrated and disappointed in his wife that he didn't know what else to say. While this was happening, Kevin was sitting next to his grandfather's bed looking very sad. Even though the Williams family had kicked him out, how could he not be upset? He still loved his grandpa.
Hey, you bastard. Are you really going to wait around until Grandpa wakes up?
Ethan stood behind Kevin and looked down at him. He sneered.
I advise you to get out of here. If he wakes up and sees you, he'll only get angry.
Your father asked me to come here and I'm staying. Don't tell me what to do, Kevin said brusquely.
He's very sick. I don't care if you are his grandson. I can't let you be the last thing he sees before he goes.
Ethan sneered menacingly.
So get out of here now.
Kevin ignored his cousin's order and continued to sit with his grandpa. Suddenly his grandfather woke up. When he saw Kevin sitting there, his eyes lit up.
Grandpa, are you awake?
Ethan immediately asked him with a smile. Kevin sighed happily and called out, Grandpa.
Kevin, I'm really glad you could come, Randall said weakly.
He'd been worried that Kevin wouldn't come back to see him. After all, he'd had his family do horrible things to Kevin's parents, Alan and Susan, and he'd even tortured Kevin's friend Mitchell. Just rest and get better, Grandpa. Kevin didn't know what else to say. A few minutes later, a nurse ran in and looked around the room. Are all of you Mr. Williams' family members? Our team of specialists may have come up with a procedure to save him.
What would that be?
Thomas asked her urgently as he walked back into the room. Mr. Williams' blood is full of toxins. We can give him a transfusion to clear them out. Then the nurse added, but I want to emphasize that this procedure involves a lot of risk. If either Mr. Randall or the person who gives him the transfusion isn't in good enough health, they could die. The donor could even suffer health problems for the rest of their lives. All the family members in the room and out in the corridor heard this and their faces turned grim. When they heard that the procedure could kill them or irreversibly weaken their health, they cringed. A lot of them were young and just starting to train their bodies with the help of the Myriads. Grandpa Williams had already lived a long life. Why should they risk themselves just for him? They were all incredibly selfish. When Kevin saw everyone's reaction, he was disappointed in his relatives. How could they call themselves the protectors of the family? They owed everything to his grandfather's efforts over the years, and they'd be nothing without him. It looked like it would all be up to Kevin now. Everyone in the Williams family was gathered in the hospital to be with Randall Williams, who had been poisoned. They all expected him to die, but a nurse came in and told them that he could be saved by a very dangerous type of blood transfusion. Seeing that everyone else was keeping silent, Kevin boldly asked, "How soon can you arrange for me to donate my blood?" "We have a couple of steps to go through first, sir. Before we do anything, we need to see if your blood types match," the nurse explained carefully. "If you'll all come with me, I can test everyone to see whose blood is compatible." As she finished speaking, most of the Williams family members were relieved to find out that they needed to match Randall's blood type. A couple of hours later, the family was even more excited. Grandpa Williams' blood type was AB negative, the rarest there is. "Out of 243 people, only 3 of you match Mr. Williams." The nurse was surprised when she looked at the results of everyone's testing. The hospital had hoped to have a larger pool of possible donors, but they were lucky to find even 3 people. One of the Williamses asked hesitantly, "Nurse, which 3 people matched?" "Kevin, Thomas, and Ethan Williams," she answered quietly. As soon as they heard who was eligible, many of the family members felt a lot less anxious, and Grandpa Williams, who had just woken up again, started to smile happily. Even though he had lived a long life, it was normal for him to want to live a little longer. "The next step is to discuss who will donate the blood. Then the hospital's specialists will begin the preparations for the procedure." The nurse turned and walked out of the room with the test results. Everyone turned and locked their eyes on Kevin, his uncle, and his cousin. Thomas sighed and patted Ethan on the shoulder. "Son, please donate your blood to your grandfather." Kevin was no longer considered a true member of the Williams family. Nobody expected him to come back and visit his grandfather in the hospital, let alone provide a blood transfusion. "Dad, what are you talking about?" Ethan looked at his father in shock. "I said you should give a blood transfusion to your grandfather," Thomas insisted as his heart sank. Just as Ethan was about to refuse, Grandpa Williams sat up a little in his bed and said, "No, I want Kevin to provide the transfusion for me." All of a sudden, everyone looked at the old man. Some of them had doubts in their eyes, while others immediately understood how he'd come to this decision. It was to help protect Thomas and Ethan. "Kevin, if anything happens to you, your wife will support you for the rest of your life. But your Uncle Thomas has just taken over as head of the family, and everyone is depending on him," Grandpa Williams explained. "As Thomas's only son, your cousin Ethan is next in line. The blood transfusion is not just dangerous, but could also affect his health. He's too young to take that kind of risk." Although Grandpa Williams was very weak, his mind was still strong. Nobody there could argue with his reasoning. Kevin was tempted to laugh. Ethan wasn't just a weak little boy. And so what if he was the only child in Thomas's family? If a blood transfusion like this was dangerous for Ethan, wouldn't it be just as risky for Kevin? Why was the Williams family ready to risk Kevin's life but not Ethan's? "Grandpa, do you really want to put them ahead of me?" Kevin was feeling a little resentment about his unreasonable suggestion. "Grandfather, you're right. I think I should be protected from harm, but Kevin is nothing to us. It doesn't matter what happens to him." Ethan was grateful that Kevin would take this enormous risk and not him. The other family members who were in the room echoed Ethan's opinion. One of them commented, "Yes, Kevin's blood would be better off in Grandpa's body. It would be payment for all the years the family supported him." Another one remarked, "I wish I could offer my blood to Grandpa, but unfortunately I don't have the right type." You could hear them all chattering up and down the hall. Kevin started to sneer as he looked around the room at all of his relatives, who were literally demanding his blood. "Kevin!" Of course, Thomas understood what his father was asking them to do. If you'd asked him the day before, he probably would have agreed. But now that he knew what Laura had done, he felt incredibly guilty and was concerned about his nephew. But he had to keep what his wife had done a secret from the rest of the family. There was no turning back now. Kevin, did you hear that? The decision is unanimous, but don't worry. After you donate your blood to your grandfather, we'll give you some money for your troubles. You get to do the right thing and also profit from it. Wouldn't that be a nice change? Laura sneered as she spoke to Kevin. Don't you think I can tell when I'm being manipulated? Kevin grumbled. I'll do the transfusion, but not because you're ordering me to. I've been cut off from the family for too long to care what you think. I'm doing this for my grandfather to repay his kindness to me over the years. The whole room suddenly quieted down, and no one said a word to refute what Kevin had said. Thank you, Kevin. You don't know how happy this makes me. If the operation is successful and you and I are still alive, let's put the past behind us. You can even bring your parents back to the mansion, Grandpa Williams said excitedly. Blood is thicker than water. Suddenly, Dalton Steele pushed his way through the crowd. The big burly man was seething in anger. Dalton, what are you doing in New York? Kevin asked in surprise. Never mind that. Just come with me. Dalton snarled as he looked around at Kevin's relatives. None of the Williamses said a word. They avoided making any eye contact with Dalton. After all, they'd just seen how ferocious Dalton could be when he came to the family mansion. Dalton, this is none of your business. What are you doing here? Laura asked him angrily. She was afraid that if Kevin left, her son would have to offer to do the transfusion for Randall. She didn't care how dangerous Dalton was. She was trying to protect her son. We haven't forgotten the trouble you caused for us, and we're not afraid of the Steele family. Really? Not afraid of my family? Dalton looked at Laura with disdain. If you think you're strong enough, why don't you come to Chicago and see how that turns out for you? Calm down, Dalton. Kevin knew just how bad his friend's temper could be. Are you nuts, Kevin? Have you already forgotten what they did to you? Dalton roared loudly. I know the Williams family can be vicious, but I can't forget their kindness to me when I was younger. They raised me until I was 20, Kevin explained to Dalton. But he also knew that nobody in the room was as good as his buddy. Then some of Kevin's relatives got over their fear and started to argue with Dalton. You're screwing everything up. Kevin's willing to offer a blood transfusion to his grandfather. What gives you the right to stand in the way? Another one yelled, We just want him to donate some blood, not kill him. Then Ethan walked over to Dalton and sneered. Just because you're important in Chicago, that doesn't mean anything here. Nobody wants your opinion. Besides, if Kevin helps Grandpa, what's it to you? Even if the procedure injures him, he's unimportant. I'm sorry, but he can just go back to living off his in-laws. Who the hell are you? Nobody talks to me like that. Dalton grabbed Ethan by the shoulders and pulled him forward towards him. He then kicked him hard in the crotch. The intense pain made Ethan's whole face turn pale. He looked like he was going to puke. Then Dalton grabbed Ethan by the neck and slapped him in the face. The whole room was silent, but nobody stepped forward to interfere. How dare you hit me? Ethan gnashed his teeth and glared at Dalton. He couldn't believe this was happening to him. He'd never been treated this way in his entire life. And now there were so many people watching. What would they think of him? I'm gonna beat the crap out of you, Dalton said viciously. Mr. Steele, aren't you going too far? Thomas was on the verge of tears as he pleaded with Dalton. He felt helpless against this powerful man. Are you Kevin's uncle? So you're the head of the Williams family now, Dalton shouted ferociously. Listen to me carefully. As long as I'm alive, none of you will ever bully Kevin again. Don't forget that you're the ones who drove him out of your family, and now you're actually forcing him to give you his blood. Hey, who put you in charge? Laura snarled at him menacingly. If you want Kevin, you'll have to get him over my dead body, Dalton retorted. Come on, everyone, Laura roared loudly. Let's show this guy what happens to someone who sticks his nose in our family's business. They all jumped up, ready to fight. Now that they'd been training with the Myriads, a lot of them had gotten a lot stronger and more skilled. We'll see about that. Dalton punched the wall. His fists were like hammers, and the entire room shook from the force of the blows. The Williamses all gasped in terror. They could clearly see 2 large dents in the masonry wall. No one doubted that if Dalton had punched harder, he would have broken through into the next room.
"Who isn't afraid to die? Come and get me!"
Dalton shouted so loudly that everyone near him took a step back, cowering in fear. I've never seen Dalton like this. Kevin was surprised at his friend's power. What he didn't know is that ever since Dalton took the power pill, his training had improved by leaps and bounds. He was already impressive before, and now his strength was absolutely overwhelming. None of Kevin's relatives was able to respond. They stood there with their mouths hanging open, unable to move.
"Don't be so arrogant, Dalton. Do you really think we're all that weak?"
Grandpa Williams sneered. Even though he was very weak from the poison, Grandpa Williams found the strength to challenge Dalton.
"Just because the Steele family has a huge influence in Chicago, don't think that you can come to New York and meddle in our family's affairs. If you mess with us, it'll end badly for you." "From what I understand, the procedures could harm Thomas or Ethan. But did you give any thought to Kevin's feelings?" Dalton sneered. "Why don't you let your children and grandchildren learn how to lead by example? I can't believe you're making such a dumbass decision. If this is the best you can do, Kevin would be a lot better off without you." "You—"
Grandpa Williams was so angry his body was shaking. Thomas quickly went to the bed and patted him on the shoulder to try and calm him down. "Look what you've done now, Kevin. Did you bring your friend here just to upset your grandfather?" Laura scolded him. "Do you really want to make him angry? I think you should apologize to Grandpa right now."
"Why don't you apologize?" Dalton shouted back.
Suddenly they all heard someone burst into the room and shout, "How dare you make trouble for the family again?" Kevin was shocked to hear this, and he could feel the energy of the woman who was standing in the doorway. She stared expressionlessly at Kevin. It was Ariana Titus, the woman who had attacked Kevin at the Herbalist Society contest. She'd been busy teaching her students when she heard that Kevin had arrived in Grandpa Williams' room at the hospital. She rushed right over, expecting trouble. When Ariana saw how upset Grandpa Williams was, she scowled at Kevin. "You scumbag! Have you come here to threaten your grandfather?"
"Who is this woman?"
Dalton had no idea who she was, but he could feel that she was very different from ordinary people. Kevin's relatives were relieved to see Ariana arrive. They expected her to finish Kevin and Dalton off without a problem with all her fighting skills. Kevin's uncle and a few of his other family members stepped between Kevin and Grandpa Williams. Kevin frowned. He didn't understand why Ariana was still so angry with him. Dalton squinted at Kevin's relatives and then at Ariana. In spite of his progress, he wasn't really looking forward to fighting with her. Both sides stared at each other, wondering who would make the first move. The tension in the room was so thick you could cut it with a knife. "Let's do it, Dalton!" Kevin raced forward like a shot. He and Ariana collided in an explosion of energy. Everyone stepped back to avoid being drawn into their fight. But Ariana drew first blood and Kevin staggered back with blood flowing from his nose and mouth. Uncle Thomas did his best to stay between them and Grandpa Williams in a feeble attempt to shield him with his body. As the fight grew more intense, Laura laughed wildly. Even if Kevin wanted to run, he couldn't get away. She was sure that he'd end up defeated, and his blood would be able to help save Grandpa Williams.
"Are you okay, Kevin?"
Dalton ran over to him, obviously distressed. "Never mind me." Kevin wiped the blood from his face and pulled his night dagger out of his jacket. "You're a disgrace," Ariana shouted. But Kevin was more concerned with stopping her attack than exchanging insults. Just when Dalton was about to fight with the Williamses in Grandpa's hospital room, they were all interrupted by Ariana Titus. She burst into the room and confronted Kevin in a mad rage. Kevin was overwhelmed by her display of energy, and because she was much more skilled than he was. He was sure that he and Dalton couldn't beat her, even if they joined forces.
"She's pretty good, isn't she?"
Dalton remarked casually to Kevin. "Watch your tongue," Ariana sneered.
"Kill us if you can, but if you fail, you'll regret coming here."
Dalton's whole body was tense, and he knew that this woman was the most skilled opponent he'd ever faced. "I'm not afraid of death. Let's see if you're ready to meet your maker." She moved like lightning and struck Dalton's chest with her palm, right over his heart. It was the kind of punch that could give you a heart attack. Dalton staggered backward and struggled to catch his breath. "Dalton!" Kevin screamed in fright. Ariana had hit Dalton's chest so solidly that blood began to gush out of his mouth and nose. He felt himself losing consciousness and dropped to the floor. The Williamses all smiled when they saw this. They were happy to see Ariana cut Dalton down to size. He and Kevin were sure to die. "Damn you!" In a rage, Kevin drew his night dagger and pounced on Ariana. He didn't care what happened to him. He moved so fast that you could hear the rush of air as he sprang toward her. Everyone was amazed because none of them thought that he could move that quickly. But Ariana was a little quicker, and she deflected Kevin's strike. Kevin ignored her and turned away to check on Dalton. "How are you, friend? Are you okay?" Kevin asked in a panic.
"You should get out of here, Kevin. I may never get to see Chicago again. Promise me you'll take care of Miranda for me."
As Dalton spoke, blood was pouring out of his mouth. His face was getting pale and his voice had gotten weak. Barely a whisper. "No, Dalton, you've got to hold on. I've got a way to save you." By now, Kevin was very anxious and his eyes were filled with tears. "Before you save your friend, you should figure out how to save yourself." Ariana stabbed Kevin with her dagger. She was so close and so quick that he couldn't avoid it. The Williams family was certain that they were witnessing Kevin's death. They couldn't help getting excited. "What's going on?" Ariana looked at Kevin in disbelief. She knew that she hadn't missed him, but after piercing his shirt, the dagger couldn't go any further. Kevin looked down at his heart and saw that the blade had been unable to reach his skin. The Alliance leader's gift had saved his life. All of a sudden, Kevin exhaled deeply and took several steps back. Everyone was shocked at this turn of events. The blade that Ariana had just used was sharp enough to kill anyone, no matter how much they had been training and developing their body. But she had no idea that Kevin was wearing protective clothing. His ballistic shirt had not only absorbed all the energy, but reflected it back at her as she stabbed Kevin. "What kind of trick is this, you dirtbag?" Ariana's eyes flashed with anger. She knew that Kevin couldn't stop a blade himself, but had to have something helping to protect him. "Let's go, Dalton." Kevin tried to rouse his friend so they could get away. "Where do you think you're going?" Because of her rage, Ariana wouldn't let them off so easily. How could she let Kevin take his friend and go? Not when she was so close to winning. But then someone else came into the room. Thomas and the others could feel his power, his dignified air. "What are you doing, bullying these young men? Don't you have any integrity?" The man's booming voice filled the room. Before anyone could react, the man moved gracefully to the middle of the room. He stood there calmly and faced Ariana and the others. "Who are you?" Ariana looked him up and down but wasn't sure what to make of him. She could tell that he was very advanced but knew nothing else about him. That meant she had to be extra careful, no matter how strong and skilled she was. "Sir, what are you doing here?" Kevin exclaimed excitedly. He was surprised to see the Night King. Kevin's relatives were shocked to see this. They didn't expect him to have such a powerful defender. "Don't worry, Kevin. Your friend will be just fine." The Night King walked over to Dalton and bent over him. "What arrogance! How dare you interfere?" Ariana moved toward the Night King to keep him from helping Dalton. "And what ignorance!" The Night King retorted as he made just a slight move and threw Ariana against the door. Then he left Dalton for a moment and punched his fist through the wall next to the window. The sun came shining in through the hole and the entire room was silent. Some people even forgot to breathe. Ariana was frozen in shock. In all of her years of training, she'd never seen anyone like him. "You mess with the bull, you get the horns," the Night King commented as he returned to checking on Dalton's injury. "Who are you?" She stared at the Night King, unsure what to do next.
I'm Kevin's mentor. You don't deserve to know my name. The Night King slowly turned around and looked at Ariana before he continued. Now tell me, can you protect these two men? There were dozens of people crowded into the room and listening from the hallway, and none of them dared to speak, let alone argue with the Night King. Nobody was willing to risk his neck after seeing what the Night King had done to their champion Ariana. Then the Night King suddenly put his hand on Kevin's chest. He moved so quickly out of the room that he was just a blur. It was surreal because he wasn't running. He just slipped past all of them before anyone could react. And he took Kevin and Dalton with him. After he left, everyone started to snap out of it, and the feeling in the room was different, maybe a little lighter. But Ariana was deathly afraid of what she had just witnessed. This was on another level from anything she'd seen in all her years of training and improving her body with herbal meds. The Night King was like no other human she'd ever met. I didn't expect Kevin to have someone so powerful training him, Ariana thought to herself. Then she quickly went over to the bed and spoke sincerely to Grandpa. Mr. Williams, I'm sorry, but I may have to leave you and your family for a while. Please take care of my students. Where are you going? Laura immediately asked. She could see how powerful Kevin's mentor was, and she knew that Dalton was probably going to recover. If Kevin decided to take revenge, he'd have a powerful ally. But if he were still part of the Williams family, maybe that wouldn't happen. Ariana didn't consider the Night King to be an enemy, but if anything happened, she would have the support of her organization, the Union, and they would protect the Williams family. I'm going to return to my people and report this to them, but she was only telling them half the story. What she didn't tell the Williams family was that she was starting to have some suspicions. Seeing someone that impressive in a public place like this could be a sign that there was something bigger going on, and she wanted to find out what it was. She walked out of the room without waiting for Randall to reply. A nurse who had heard all the commotion ran into the room. When she saw the mess and the hole in the wall, she was stunned. What's going on here? Are you visitors or a demolition crew? The nurse was very upset by their behavior. I'm sorry, nurse. Our family will compensate you for any damages. Thomas took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. The nurse was more concerned about Grandpa Williams, though. Repairing the room wasn't in her job description. She looked Thomas in the eye and reminded him, We need to know who's been chosen to provide the blood transfusion. Our specialists have informed me that it must be done no later than tomorrow. You can rest assured that we've made our decision. Please, make the necessary arrangements for my father. Thomas sighed as he looked over at his father lying helplessly in the hospital bed. Laura tried to speak, but she just couldn't find the words. Now that Kevin had been taken away, Thomas and Ethan were the only ones left who could provide a transfusion for Grandpa Williams. But she didn't object because she was trying to keep a low profile. Ethan looked incredibly depressed. He knew that he couldn't run away from this, but he also wasn't sure if he would survive the procedure. This wasn't even a regular blood transfusion. From what the nurse had explained, it would be an incredible stress on his body, with possible long-term effects. As he lay there on the bed, Grandpa Williams was very conflicted. He knew that he should be furious at Dalton for his interference, but when he saw Kevin's mentor defeat Ariana so effortlessly, he regretted his behavior. If I'd known that there was such a strong man behind Kevin, I'd have kept him in the Williams family, no matter what he did, Grandpa thought to himself. The Night King had such absolute strength that they couldn't resist him. Did the Williams family have any hope at all? Grandpa Williams was sure that the relationship between his family and Kevin was damaged beyond repair. No matter how much he regretted his behavior, he didn't see a way out. In Dalton's mansion, the Night King was bent over his patient. Kevin and the rest of the Steele family stood outside the door, unable to see exactly what the Night King was doing. Miranda's eyes were red and swollen from all of her crying. She'd been crying for nearly 3 hours, ever since Kevin had appeared in their home with his injured friend. But before they could find out just what had happened, they saw Dalton lying there, with his life hanging by a thread. Then the Night King asked for an empty room and took Dalton in for treatment. Kevin kept pacing the floor. He was anxious, but he knew that Dalton was better off there being treated by the Night King than at the hospital itself.
He knew that Miranda and Dalton's grandfather Norman didn't blame him, but he still felt guilty about the whole situation. If it wasn't for him, Dalton wouldn't have had a quarrel with the Williams family at all, and he wouldn't be lying there fighting for his life. "Kevin, listen to me. If my cousin has any problems, we will never forgive you for it," Rain said to him coldly. "Yes, that's right. You're nothing but trouble. Dalton's had nothing but problems ever since he met you. I think you're a jinx," Blanca growled at Kevin. "Because of you, the Jones family's on the verge of bankruptcy. Your wife was seriously injured not long ago, and my cousin was almost permanently disabled thanks to you. And now he's half dead. If my cousin can't be saved, I'll make sure they bury you with him." Rain was seething with anger. Kevin leaned back against the wall, lowered his head, and said nothing. It was because of him that Dalton had been injured. No matter how harsh Rain and Blanca were being toward him, he didn't disagree, and he let them keep venting their frustration.
"That's enough, you two. Shut up." Norman Steele glared glumly at the two sisters.
"Grandpa, why are you still protecting this loser?" Rain asked in surprise. "If it wasn't for the bad luck Kevin's brought us, my cousin wouldn't be like this. I have no idea how he can be saved," Blanca said as her voice got choked up. "Grandpa, why don't we just take him to the hospital? That man who's in the room with Dalton is already delayed getting medical treatment."
"I told you both to shut up. Didn't you hear me?"
Norman interrupted Blanca before she could finish her tirade.
"What's the use of going to the hospital? Can any of those quacks be as skilled as the man who's working on Dalton right now?"
Norman growled bitterly. In his opinion, since Kevin had called the Night King, it was certain that he was no amateur and he would surely be able to save his grandson. Miranda stood silently at the door, looking absolutely despondent. Everyone could feel that she was on the verge of a collapse. Suddenly, the Night King opened the door and walked out. Several people hurriedly gathered around him to inquire about the situation.
"The blow was extremely powerful and very precise. It bruised Dalton's heart. If Kevin hadn't started to apply first aid at the risk of being attacked himself, the young man would have certainly died."
The Night King could tell that the family was already exhausted, so he explained what he'd done so they could be reassured.
"I gave him some medication that will help his heart. He's already responding very well. Fortunately, he was in excellent shape to begin with, especially since he'd recently taken the restoration pill. His life is no longer in danger, but he needs one more thing if he's going to completely recover."
"What is it? I'll find it right away." Kevin immediately offered his help. The Night King's explanation had definitely given them hope and eased their anxiety. Miranda was finally breathing normally now.
"I like your positive attitude, but it's not going to be as easy as you think."
The Night King looked Kevin in the eyes with a very solemn expression. Norman Steele was resolved to help his grandson.
"No matter how hard it is to find, even if it drives us to exhaustion, my family will find it and get it for you. I need a rare plant that has been infused with gold," the Night King announced to them.
"Great! Where in the world were they going to find that?" The Night King had brought Dalton back from the brink of death, but he still required something to help him fully recover. The Steeles and Kevin promised to do everything in their power to find whatever the Night King needed. "The legendary gemstone made by combining gold and water?" Kevin asked in shock.
"Not bad. I see you found some time to study."
The Night King nodded his head a few times and then continued his explanation.
"Normally, gold and water can't mix, but a process was discovered to create a gemstone that contains gold that's been blended with water. The result is similar to aqua aura, but far more rare and valuable, and we have ways to use it for healing."
Kevin had been hopeful for Dalton's full recovery until he heard the last part. The gold and water gemstone is the rarest of the rare, and you could never expect to see a sample in your entire lifetime. How on earth was Kevin going to find any so he could help his friend?
"I seem to remember seeing some," Norman Steele suddenly exclaimed. "About 15 years ago, there was a small piece of it at the Pearl family's auction house.
As I recall, it was sold to the Sutherland family for close to $600 million.
Are you sure that the Sutherlands bought it? Kevin's eyes lit up as he felt a glimmer of hope. No matter how much it might cost, at least they now had a lead to follow. This would no longer be like looking for a needle in a haystack.
The bidding was fierce because several uber-rich families wanted to get their hands on it.
Norman seemed lost in thought as he tried to remember the details. Then he added anxiously,
"But the Sutherlands don't socialize with families like ours. We're not aristocratic enough for them. If I went to their mansion, they probably wouldn't even let me get past the front gate, let alone give us the gold water gem."
"I'll go there. I know Penny. She's the oldest daughter in the family," Kevin said confidently. "Don't worry, Mr. Steele. I'll bring it back here."
"How can a loser like you know someone like Penny Sutherland?" Rain said in disbelief.
"Well, I think he's just trying to find a way to slip out of here." Blanca looked at Kevin with disdain. "Penny's completely out of your league. Why would she waste her time being friends with a scumbag like you?"
"Rain, Blanca, you two should really talk less," Norman said angrily.
In fact, Mr. Steele didn't blame Kevin at all for what had happened to Dalton. He knew that his grandson had chosen to risk his life for Kevin and that sometimes things don't go your way in life. And that's exactly the kind of man he'd raised his grandson to be. Kevin ignored Dalton's cousins. They were always complaining about something. Then he spoke to his mentor. "Sir, I'm going to go see Penny Sutherland. If Dalton asks, I'm getting him some help."
"Don't worry about me," the Night King thought for a moment.
Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a beautifully crafted pendant in the form of an infinity sign. It was made of palladium, one of the rarest metals. Everyone was astonished to see it. They could immediately tell that it was an extraordinary piece of jewelry.
"You have to take this pendant with you when you go there. If anyone in the Sutherland family gives you any trouble at all, just show them this infinity pendant, and all your problems will be solved."
The Night King spoke very seriously as he put the jewelry into Kevin's hand. "Thank you, sir." Kevin didn't ask any more questions. He knew that the Night King had a lot of secrets, but he wasn't ready to talk about them yet. As soon as Kevin stepped outside, he called Penny's number. But she didn't answer, and Kevin got more and more frustrated as he tried over and over to connect with her. Finally, on the 6th try, he was connected. Penny didn't even wait for Kevin to speak, and she snapped at him impatiently. "Kevin, are you sick or something? Why are you calling me?" He understood right away that Penny was angry about the medication he was supposed to make for Mackenzie. "I'm sorry, Penny, but I have to ask you for help with something. Where are you right now?" "Why should I tell you?" Penny replied coldly. "Please, do me this one favor. And I do have the repair pill for your friend," Kevin said anxiously. "Just tell me where you are and I'll get it to you now." "I'm at Brenda's beauty salon," Penny said tersely, and then she abruptly hung up. Suddenly, Mackenzie Knott reached out and put her arm around Penny's waist. "And who were you talking to?" "I think Penny has a little secret. Could it have been her future husband?" Brenda stared at her friend with a mischievous look in her eyes. "Wow, Penny, since when do you have a boyfriend? Why haven't I heard about him before?" one of the other women asked her. "Tell us everything about him. Don't hide anything from us. We promised to be nice to him." One of her other friends was begging her to give them some details. The women were all sitting around on the plush sofas, smiling as they teased their friend. It was quite a scene. They were sitting in a luxurious beauty salon that Brenda had recently bought. It looked like a legitimate business, but it was just a place for the friends to hang out, and it was never open to the general public. There isn't much to say. It was just Kevin calling. Penny didn't sound very angry, but when she saw her friend's expressions change, she couldn't help thinking about the handsome, naive-looking guy who had her so mixed up. "What? Penny? Why did you even answer the phone of that liar? What the heck did he want?" You could see the anger in Mackenzie's eyes. It was bad enough that Kevin had seen Mackenzie undressing on Penny's video call, but then he went on to cheat her instead of making the herbal meds he'd promised. After Kevin had disappeared from Penny's basement, she discovered that most of the precious medicinal ingredients in the lab were missing. Luckily, she'd taken a look around when the construction workers were repairing the hole in her basement wall. Because of that, everyone believed that Kevin had only claimed to be an herbalist so that he could get access to her basement and steal the materials. They figured he made the hole in the wall so he could sneak out before being exposed as a fraud.
Mackenzie, I really don't think we should call him a liar. As a matter of fact, Kevin just told me that he's made the repair pill he promised, and he's bringing it over right now.
Although Penny's tone was very matter-of-fact, her expression showed that she still had some doubts.
What?
Her friends all replied in unison. They couldn't believe it was true.
Don't believe a word that liar says, Penny. I think he just told you so that he could get near you and pull some other crap on you,
Mackenzie advised her stubbornly.
From everything I've read, the repair pill is one of the lost prescriptions that had disappeared along with most of the apothecaries. Even if someone got a hold of the recipe, it would take a skilled herbalist to make one.
Mackenzie tried to remain calm, but she didn't want Penny to be tricked by Kevin again. But just in case Kevin really was a master at herbalism, they had to be careful not to be rude to him. In fact, they still didn't know exactly why he disappeared that night. Was he really worth the loss of so many valuable medicinal ingredients? But if he turned out to be a master herbalist, he was worth any price he asked. When Brenda thought about it, she suddenly got very serious. Penny, do you know how long it'll take Kevin to get here?
I'm not sure, but I don't think it'll take him too long.
Penny wasn't in the mood to argue with her friends. As far as Penny was concerned, Kevin just couldn't be trusted. First, he broke his dinner date with her. Then he destroyed her basement and snuck off with some pretty pricey herbal ingredients. On the other hand, it was really hard to find a good herbalist, let alone a great one. Penny tried to imagine what it would be like to have an herbalist in her family.
If only we could get Kevin into the family, Penny thought to herself. I don't ever want to see that loser again. If he dares to come here, I'll take care of him.
Mackenzie clenched her fists tightly.
Geez, Mackenzie, do you have something against Kevin?
One of the other women burst out laughing at her friend's reaction to him.
I've got good reason to be pissed at him.
When Mackenzie said this, she was thinking about how Kevin had seen her in her underwear on Penny's phone. While they were all arguing about Kevin, the door opened and he rushed in. He was stunned by the sight of a dozen beautiful women lounging around. He'd expected to walk into a real beauty salon, but this looked more like a nightclub. He felt a little outnumbered and stood there awkwardly.
Oh, hi, handsome. Back so soon? Did you miss your sweetie?
Brenda walked toward Kevin seductively, getting a kick out of making him feel a little uncomfortable.
I just couldn't stay away. How are you doing, beautiful?
Kevin did his best to be playful too, even though he had more important things on his mind.
Oh, you don't seem so shy this time.
Brenda leaned in and blew in Kevin's ear.
Listen, Angel, I really need to talk with Penny.
Kevin gently stepped away and started to walk toward Penny. A second later, a glass of white wine was thrown in Kevin's face. Everyone turned and stared at Mackenzie.
You have some nerve coming here, you liar!
Mackenzie smashed her glass on the floor. What are you doing, Mackenzie? Kevin was taken by surprise.
What are you talking about? I can pour a glass of wine, can't I? She sneered. You know, yesterday I sent someone to check into your background. That's how I found out you were tossed out of your own family, and ever since you've been mooching off the Jones family. You're the biggest loser in Chicago.
When the other woman in the salon heard what Mackenzie had found out, they burst into laughter. Well, most of the women who were sitting on the sofas were amused, but a couple of them weren't laughing at all.
Doesn't that bother you, Penny? One of the women asked her.
They started to mock Kevin and ask him why he was so interested in Penny. By now, none of them believed that Kevin was really an herbalist. They figured he'd be lucky to train his body a little, let alone have such a specialized skill. After all, who ever heard of an herbalist who was short on cash? They're usually so rich they toss money around like it's confetti. Kevin frowned, but he didn't say anything more. He was there to ask for help, He would just have to put up with their humiliation if he wanted to help Dalton to recover. What am I? Mackenzie put her hands on her hips and glared at Kevin. I don't have the time for this. Kevin wiped the wine off his face and walked over to Penny. Can I talk with you about something? Oh, were you talking to me? Penny interrupted Kevin as she casually sipped her sparkling wine. Didn't you claim that you can refine all kinds of herbal meds? All I've seen is a giant hole in my wall. Let me explain that, Penny. Kevin didn't know what to say for a moment. That night, he'd been knocked unconscious by the person who'd been sent by Selena, the Alliance director. When he woke up again, he was at the Alliance's headquarters. He had no idea what happened during that time. There's nothing to explain. Just get lost. Penny gestured impatiently for him to go away. Did you hear what Penny said? Just get out of here or you're dead meat. Mackenzie was so angry she could barely catch her breath. Please, listen to me, Penny. My friend is dying. He urgently needs a gold and water gemstone to save his life. I don't care how much money you want for it, Kevin pleaded with her. Every minute that he delayed, Dalton was in more danger. Suddenly, all the women looked over at Penny. They knew that the Sutherlands had taken the raw material and hired a craftsman to create a bracelet for Penny. Do you know what you're talking about? That's an extremely rare treasure, Mackenzie scolded Kevin. Mackenzie's right. I think you should give up on the idea. It's Penny's favorite piece of jewelry and she hasn't taken it off in years. Brenda put one hand on Kevin's shoulder and patted his cheek with the other. Let's get serious. Penny knitted her brow as she thought about Kevin's request. Then she looked at him again. Do you know how much my family paid for it? I know it cost $600 million. I'll go to the bank to transfer the money to you right away, Kevin answered quickly. Things were going really well at Williams Media. Plus, the new hotel was doing great, and on top of that, Cook and Tyler would certainly back him. $600 million was just a drop in the bucket. Penny's friend stopped laughing. Do you have any idea how much $600 million is? Brenda asked. I know you're upset with me, but I really had an emergency that night. Look, I have the repair pill right here. Kevin held out his hand and showed it to her. They all stared in disbelief. Penny gazed at the repair pill and then looked at Kevin, then back at the medicine. She was sure it was the real thing, but her friends thought it was just a trick. How could Kevin prove that it was genuine? Penny's friends wanted Kevin to leave, especially Mackenzie. In order to show how sincere he was, Kevin showed them the repair pill that he'd made for Mackenzie. You've got to listen to us. Penny, don't let this trash cheat you again. Nobody actually knows what the repair pill looks like. This could just be a freaking piece of candy. She didn't trust Kevin at all. As he was listening to everyone badmouth him, he started to hyperventilate. How could they be so foolish when they had no idea what they were talking about? Let's listen to what he has to say. Penny looked Kevin directly in the eye and asked him, Is it true that your friend's life is on the line? Yes, it's true. Dalton was injured by an expert from the union. He's lying at home right now. If you don't believe me, I can take you over to the Steele family's mansion. Kevin anxiously shuffled his feet. Not right now. I ended up having the day off from school and I want to hang around a little more with my sisters. I believe you, and I'll let you have the golden water gem, but you have to remember one thing. You owe me a favor now. A huge favor. Penny slowly took off her bracelet. She understood how Kevin felt about Dalton, and she would never joke around about something as serious as this. This bracelet contains the gold water stone? Kevin asked in surprise. Yes, but I want to remind you that although this is rare and valuable, it's extraordinarily durable. If my family hadn't known what to do with it, I'm afraid it wouldn't be here today, Penny remarked as she held it out for Kevin. But before Kevin could take it from her hand, Mackenzie reached out and snatched it away. Mackenzie, what are you doing? Penny was surprised at her friend. Penny, don't worry about it. I want to teach Kevin a lesson. Mackenzie held the bracelet out of Kevin's reach and said, Give me the pill first. Don't you believe this is a real repair pill? The frustration was showing on Kevin's face. He wanted to deck Mackenzie, but that wouldn't be right either. I just don't believe you. What's the matter with that? Mackenzie replied coldly. Give me the repair pill and I'll send someone to see whether this is a genuine med before I give you the bracelet. No way! As far as Kevin was concerned, this wasn't even an option, so he refused and pulled back his hand. Dalton was still unconscious. Was there enough time for Mackenzie to have the pill verified? What if she left and didn't come back? Kevin, you know that Penny can be a little gullible. Believe it or not, I'm ready to destroy the bracelet right now. Mackenzie's eyes were burning with anger. Don't be impulsive, Mackenzie. Penny tried to calm her friend down. Penny knew how bad her temper could be, and she was used to having to calm her down. Mackenzie, you may not realize it, but the bracelet's material is virtually indestructible. There's no way you could destroy it. Kevin hated to be threatened, and he did his best to control his tone of voice. Just give me the bracelet, and I promise I'll give you the repair pill. He'd had enough of this standoff. Well, even if it can't be destroyed, how do you know I won't run down to the beach and toss it in Lake Michigan? Or maybe I'll just leave Chicago and you'll never see it again. Mackenzie persisted. There was no way she was going to let Kevin win. Please don't mess around, Mackenzie. Kevin was so frustrated he was going nuts. Penny looked over at Brenda, but her friend didn't understand what Mackenzie was about to do. But Penny knew that Mackenzie could be very stubborn and incredibly unreasonable. Well, why should I give the bracelet to you? Remember when you said I'd have to beg you for the repair pill? Mackenzie got a really snotty look on her face and said, I'll tell you what, you're going to have to beg me. What did you say? Kevin clenched his fists and took a deep breath. He was really about to lose his mind. Mackenzie, you're going too far. Brenda couldn't believe what she was doing. Penny was getting upset with her friend too. For one thing, if Kevin really is a master herbalist, he may get revenge on her in the future. And not even Mackenzie's grandfather would be able to help her. Well, are you going to do it or not? If you don't beg me right now, I'm heading for the door, Mackenzie said with a sneer. Mackenzie, you have to stop this. I need that bracelet. Kevin's face was almost purple with rage. What's the matter with you? Can't you take a little teasing? Mackenzie stuck her tongue out at Kevin like they were a couple of school kids on the playground. Suddenly, Kevin pulled out the infinity pendant that the Night King had given him and announced, If you're not willing to help, maybe this can convince you. Penny and the others looked at him with some doubt in their eyes. They all knew enough to see that it was a very high-quality piece of jewelry, probably made by a master jeweler. But what was it for? But Mackenzie was the one who was the most shocked. Her face turned pale and she took a few steps back. Her eyes grew wide and she seemed a little afraid. The other women didn't know the meaning of the pendant. Did she? The Myriads had a strict hierarchy. Of course, there was a leader in the highest position. There were also deputies, messengers, and other people in respected positions. It was similar to the structure in the Alliance. Mackenzie's grandfather was one of the 12 messengers, and the infinity pendant Kevin took out was the symbol of the deputy leader. I can't believe you're the deputy leader. Mackenzie suddenly got very polite and looked down at the floor. Anyone who belonged to the Myriads knew that you had to be very respectful toward anyone who was in possession of the symbol that Kevin was showing them. Penny and the others were shocked. They all got up from the sofa and stood there quietly. They didn't even dare to breathe. All of them were obviously members of the Myriads. Now Mackenzie was petrified because of all the trouble she'd given Kevin in the past. She could feel the blood run out of her face and she felt a little dizzy. But Kevin also felt a little puzzled by this. Wasn't the Night King a member of the Alliance? How did he also become the deputy leader of the Myriads? On top of that, he clearly remembered that Brett Stewart had told him that the symbol of the Myriads deputy was made of platinum. But Kevin knew jewelry, and he was certain that this one was made of palladium. He wasn't sure if he'd misunderstood what Stewart had told him. But the symbol was the same as the one on his ID card for Infinitude Pharmaceuticals, the business the Myriads used as a front. It seems that my mentor has a lot of secrets. I'm going to have a long talk with him the next time I see him," Kevin said to himself. "I'm sorry I insulted you, Deputy. I had no idea who you were. Please, forgive me. I promise I'll never do it again." Mackenzie was sure to be extremely polite and sweet now. Kevin hadn't said anything to them, so the women didn't know what to do. They were part of the elite of Chicago, but in the Myriads they hardly had any rank at all. Whether Kevin was a member of the Myriads or not, the only thing that mattered was he was showing them the symbol of a rank that was much higher than theirs. "Now can you give me the bracelet?" Kevin asked her flatly. Mackenzie walked over to Kevin and calmly handed him the bracelet that he needed. He didn't want to waste another second. He took the bracelet and practically ran out of the shop. When Kevin was gone, Mackenzie took a long, deep breath. Penny and her other friends stood there in silence. Wasn't Kevin just a freeloader? How did he get to be such a high rank in the Myriads? "Mackenzie, are you sure he had the infinity pendant?" Penny asked her hesitantly. "I'm sure, I'm not mistaken. I've seen that same symbol on all the Myriads' high-level buildings. But my grandfather once told me that there's one exception," Mackenzie explained as fear started to creep over her. "You mean the man nobody's seen for decades?" Brenda asked in shock. Her father also had a high rank in the organization, so she knew a little about these things. When Kevin returned to the Steele family's home, the Night King quickly took the bracelet so he could use it to cure Dalton's injuries. More than 2 hours later, the Night King finally came into the great room and told Kevin that Dalton would be okay. But he had some business to attend to, so he had to get going.
"I knew I could count on you to help Dalton," Norman Steele said with a sigh.
He knew that it would be tough to deal with the Sutherland family, so he figured Kevin had paid a colossal sum for the Golden Water gemstone.
"Grandpa, how can you say a thing like that? My cousin was injured because of this piece of trash. I don't see how this can make up for it."
Rain looked at Kevin with utter disdain. The more she looked at him, the more contemptuous she felt. Kevin didn't pay any attention to Rain and turned to Norman. "I wouldn't do anything less. As far as I'm concerned, Dalton's my brother."
"Kevin, our home is your home. Stay with us for as long as you like."
Norman was very happy to have Kevin staying with them. Now, it was a waiting game. They had no idea when Dalton would finally open his eyes again. By 1 in the morning, Rain and Blanca were starting to worry about staying up all night. They were exhausted and asked their grandfather if they could go to their rooms and get some rest. Norman had a strong constitution, but he was getting on in years. By 3 in the morning, he needed to go get some rest too. "Miranda, if you also want to get some sleep, I'll stay here and let you know when Dalton wakes up," Kevin said softly. "Well, thank you so much," Miranda sighed. To tell the truth, she didn't really believe that Kevin's mentor would be able to save her husband. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Kevin was starting to get irritable. He kept thinking about what had happened in the hospital. He stepped out for just a minute to get some coffee, but when he got back to Dalton's room, he saw the door slowly opening. As he looked in astonishment at the large figure coming out, Kevin rubbed his eyes, unsure if he was dreaming. He couldn't believe it was actually Dalton.
"Kevin, what the heck are you doing here?"
Dalton grinned broadly.
"You scared me to death, buddy."
Kevin gave Dalton a big hug as his eyes started to well up with tears.
"I'm okay. No need to cry, man."
Dalton patted Kevin on the back several times. Kevin's tears started to turn to laughter when he realized his best friend was going to be okay.
"I never knew you could be so emotional,"
Damon said with a loud laugh. They woke up the whole Steele family. Everyone was thrilled to see that he was safe and sound. Miranda burst into tears and couldn't stop kissing him on the cheek. Norman kept wiping his eyes until his handkerchief was soaked. Then Miranda told him about everything that had happened while he was in a coma. How the Night King had come and how Kevin had gotten the rare cure from Penny Sutherland. Dalton got a warm look in his eyes when he realized how much everyone had helped him.
"Kevin, I'm really grateful for everything you did, but I won't thank you."
Dalton squeezed Miranda's hand. "I never expected you to thank me," Kevin joked. They were kidding around like a couple of high schoolers. A little after sunrise, Kevin had breakfast with the Steele family. While they were eating, his cell phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was Officer Emmett. "Hello, Kelly. Why are you calling me so early in the morning?" Kevin was in a good mood and felt like joking with her. He even called her by her first name, but it didn't seem to bother her. "Don't be mad at me, boss. I have a favor to ask of you. And by the way, haven't you heard that the early bird catches the worm?" Kelly replied shyly. "Say no more. You're calling about the power pill, aren't you?" Kevin got straight to the point. "How did you know that? Anyway, where are you going to be today? I'll meet you whenever you want, but I also want to ask if you have any extra herbal meds on you." She sounded a little embarrassed to be asking him. Kevin frowned. It wasn't like her to be so interested in meds. Even though it was easy for Kevin to make power pills now, he didn't want to get in the habit of handing them out like jelly beans. Was she just using him? "Why do you need so many herbals? Are you hitting a plateau in your training?" Kevin wondered out loud. "Not yet. I'm asking for my mentor. She hasn't been able to make any progress in nearly 3 years," Kelly answered bluntly. "If you have an extra power pill, do you think you could give it to me? If you help her to get to the next level, I'll be eternally grateful." But if Kelly wanted the power pill for her mentor in the Union, Kevin really wasn't in the mood to help. "Wait a second. I remember you belong to the Union and your mentor is really serious about her training." Kevin kept thinking about all the kinds of possibilities in his mind. Suddenly he got a glum look on his face. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Did your mentor call Director Silver?" Officer Emmett didn't notice the change in Kevin's tone of voice. She went on to heap praise on her mentor. "So you actually know her? She's one of the senior members of the Union. You may not know it, but even though she's pretty old, she's really good at training in herbalism. So she looks way younger than her actual age. Her goal is to do a lot of good in the world." "Good. That's really nice. I'm sorry, but unfortunately I don't have a power pill on me right now." Kevin narrowed his eyes slightly. Now that he knew that Director Silver was involved, he started to get angry. Although Renee Silver claimed to hate evildoers, she was just a fool who didn't know right from wrong. Actually, she was the bad guy, supporting the strong and bullying the weak. She couldn't hold a candle to Kevin's mentor, the Night King. It was a good thing he'd asked. Otherwise, he might have given her a power pill for her mentor's development. Of course, Kevin knew that the herbal med involved would be useless to a higher-level practitioner, but he'd rather just flush the pill down the toilet. That would be 10 times better than giving it to a fool like her. "What's going on, Kevin? I have a feeling it's bugging you to talk about my mentor." Officer Emmett had finally picked up on Kevin's signals. "Well, I'll just let you figure it out for yourself." After Kevin said this, he abruptly ended the call and didn't give her a chance to respond. Dalton could tell something wasn't right with Kevin. He scratched the back of his head and asked, "What's wrong? Did you just get some bad news?" "Officer Emmett's driving me nuts. She actually wanted a power pill from me so she could give it to Director Silver." Kevin looked out the window at the garden as he shook his head in disbelief. "What?" Dalton slapped his hand on the table angrily. "She's actually studying with Director Silver?" "She might as well be." Kevin knew that Officer Emmett was in deep with the Union. "Kevin, don't give it to her. What a horrible idea. Do you want any help from me?" Dalton agreed that it would be terrible to give her such powerful medication. Anyone else at that table couldn't help overhearing their conversation. The truth was that they all wanted a power pill too. Just when Rain was about to ask for it, Kevin's cell phone rang again. "Doesn't she know when to give up? Give me her phone. I'll set her straight." Dalton leaned forward and started to reach for Kevin's phone. Kevin glanced at his screen. "Nope, it's my wife this time." He swiped the screen to take the call. "What's the matter, Lily? Do you miss me?" "Kevin, can you please come home?" Lily's voice was very anxious. "What happened?" "I'm at Dalton's house right now. I'll be home as soon as I can." Kevin then turned to Dalton and said, "Looks like something happened back home. I have to get going." "Go ahead. Just promise to call me if you get in any trouble." Dalton didn't stop him. Before anybody had a chance to react, Kevin was already outside. He zipped over to Lily's condo and got there in minutes. When Lily saw him walk in, she ran to the door and gave him a big hug. "Kevin!" "Don't cry, Lily. Is someone bothering you? Tell me what's going on and I'll take care of the problem." Kevin patted her on the back and comforted her in a soft voice. "Mom's been in an explosion. I just got a call saying that she's been sent to Downtown General." Lily cried bitterly and said, "Kevin, what will we ever do if she doesn't make it?" "Don't cry, Lily. I know this isn't easy for you. Let's go to the hospital and see her." Kevin was feeling a little sad, mainly from seeing Lily crying. In any case, he didn't have a lot of warm feelings for Dorothy. She'd never been kind to him, but she was still a big part of Lily's life. Kevin drove to the hospital with Lily. She cried the whole way, and by the time they got there, her eyes were red and swollen. When they walked into the emergency room, they could hear people screaming and crying. There was blood everywhere, and hospital employees were doing their best to calm all the families while the doctors and nurses treated the victims. "Kevin, do you think Mom's here yet?" Lily was anxiously looking for her mother in the dense crowd. "Let's hope she made it." Kevin scanned the room and suddenly spotted her. "Come with me, Lily. I found your mom." Dorothy was sitting in the corner. Her clothes were tattered and torn. She also had some blood spattered on her face. Fortunately, she wasn't injured, but she looked scared and lost. Kevin didn't know why, but he suddenly felt sad for her. "How are you, Mom?" Lily quickly let go of Kevin's hand and anxiously ran over to her mother. She gave her a hug, but was afraid of hurting her just in case she had an injury they didn't know about. Suddenly, Officer Emmett came over and gave Kevin a pat on the shoulder. "What are you doing here, Kevin? Is everything all right?" She paused for a moment and then asked him, "What's the problem with my mentor?" "Let's not talk about it here. Why don't you go and ask her about it yourself?" Kevin could tell that Officer Emmett was curious to know why he had such negative feelings about her mentor. "Please tell me what happened." Officer Emmett was dying to find out the truth. "Forget about it, Kelly. It doesn't have anything to do with you." Kevin suddenly realized that he shouldn't make her pay for someone else's mistakes. What her mentor had done wasn't her fault. "I noticed you started calling me Kelly." She smiled a little. Kevin wondered if he'd made a mistake and maybe it wasn't appropriate. "That's okay, Kevin. I kind of like it." She paused and looked around the chaotic scene in the room. "Can you tell me anything about the explosion?" Kevin sighed. "The case is still under investigation. I'm not allowed to talk about it yet, but what I can tell you is that we've apprehended the perpetrator." She took on her official police tone of voice as she spoke. "Can't be easy, can it?" Kevin looked her in the eyes as the scope of the crime sank in. "I'd rather not talk about it. For now, our focus is on the victims and their families. This'll keep us busy for weeks." Kelly turned around and left to return to her duties. Dorothy, who was still in shock, gave her daughter a worried look and complained, "Lily, we're finished. Our whole family is finished." Her voice was hoarse and she was struggling to speak. "What's the matter, Mom? You're scaring me." Lily wanted to comfort her mother, but she was too upset to do much good. "I listened to some advice that was too good to be true and used the condo as collateral. Then I invested all the money in the Pittsburgh International Trading Company. The project failed and now I can't get the money back." Dorothy wiped the tears as she told her daughter about the problem. "What are we going to do, Lily?" Dorothy was crying uncontrollably. "What kind of company is it? How dare they cheat an investor so blatantly?" Now that Lily understood the issue, she started to get angry. It was obvious that Pittsburgh International Trading didn't want to repay her mother. Kevin walked up to the two of them and suggested that they return home. "Lily, if the doctors say it's okay, let's get Mom back to the condo." "What are you talking about, you loser?" Dorothy was upset at her mistake, so she lashed out at Kevin. "If you weren't so lazy, I wouldn't be in this mess. Have you done anything since you married my daughter besides hang around and eat our food?" Dorothy stood up and scolded Kevin, completely forgetting that they were still in the hospital. Everyone within earshot turned around to glare at Kevin. "Mom, can you stop scolding him? This has nothing to do with Kevin. Besides, all that stuff is in the past. Yelling at him now won't change anything. It made Lily sad to see people looking at her husband like that. She just wanted to grab her mother and leave the hospital.
Why can't I scold him? I was a fool to ever let you marry him.
Dorothy continued her harangue, and her voice was starting to carry across the emergency room.
I want you to just divorce this piece of trash once and for all. I'll find you a nice husband, maybe a movie star. Even though the condo is mortgaged to the hilt, we'd be better off without him.
Mom, what are you talking about? I'll never divorce Kevin. Lily's temper was starting to flare at the public scene her mother was making. She turned her head and looked at Kevin regretfully. But Lily didn't know that Kevin wasn't bothered at all about Dorothy's abuse. He seemed to be used to it, and he just let it go in one ear and out the other.
Don't be silly, Lily. What does this loser mean to you anyway?
Dorothy was very excited and added,
In any case, if you don't divorce him, then you're going to lose me.
Mom, how can you say that? Lily's heart began pounding in her chest.
What should I say? Do you expect this bum to support our family for the rest of our lives? Do you think he'll find a way to get my money back?
Dorothy looked at Kevin viciously. Jasmine Coleman, who had just arrived in the hospital, interrupted them and put her 2 cents in. Dorothy, don't expect Pittsburgh International to pay back the money they owe you. I just found out that their owner, Conrad Ferguson, is partnered with Drake Cook. I've got a feeling the explosion has something to do with him. Jasmine had been cheated out at least 5 times the amount that Dorothy had lost.
Drake Cook?
Dorothy looked absolutely devastated to hear that. She took a step back and almost fell on the floor. Anybody but Drake. Nobody in Chicago dared to cross that man. He had a vile reputation, to say the least. Now Kevin understood why Kelly didn't want to talk about the explosion. Drake was close to Mitchell Cook, so that made him really hard to handle. If he got pushed too far, he might cause a lot of trouble in the city. Well, let's just admit it. There's no need to get into a fight with Drake over a little bit of money, Jasmine sighed helplessly. Although her husband was a successful businessman, he wouldn't be much help right now because he was thousands of miles away working on a deal.
No, I think I have a way.
Dorothy suddenly seemed more confident. What can you do? I know your son-in-law knows some people with connections, but can he pull some strings with Drake? As Jasmine said this, she glanced over at Kevin. The scene in Lily's hospital room a few weeks before was etched in her mind.
Why would you ever count on this piece of trash? Dorothy sneered. I have an idea. Do you know Niles Walford from the Walford family? He likes my daughter a whole lot. If I tell him about this mess, he might find a way to get the money back for us.
Dorothy went on to explain.
The Walford family has a lot of businesses in Chicago. I'm sure they have some connections with Mitchell Cook. Drake might listen to him instead of Conrad Ferguson.
There were a few wealthy women waiting nearby. One of them asked, Dorothy, the Walford family you're talking about, isn't that the one that's involved with Dominic Archer? Another one of the women couldn't help asking, One of the Walfords is after your daughter? Is that really true?
Well, if you don't believe me, I'll call Niles right this second.
Dorothy pulled out her cell phone and started to make the call. The Walford family? Which family is that? Kevin started to frown. He knew almost all the influential families in Chicago, but he had no idea who the Walfords were. What also surprised Kevin was that Dorothy said that Niles liked Lily a lot. How come he didn't know about this before? Don't be mad, Kevin. I have nothing to do with the guy. Lily could see the expression on Kevin's face, and she reacted right away so he wouldn't misunderstand. She put her hand on his arm and smiled sweetly. I'm not angry, but I would like to have a nice little chat with him, Kevin said with a sneer. In Chicago, there weren't a lot of people who were friends with Drake Cook. You could probably count them on one hand. So if Niles knew him, he was somebody worth looking into. By now, Dorothy's call had gone through. She smiled happily and said,
Niles, are you busy right now? I may need your help with something.
What's the matter, Dorothy? Go ahead and tell me. There aren't many things that I can't handle in this town. Where are you? I'll meet you right away.
Everyone could hear his voice coming through Dorothy's earpiece. "I'm at the Downtown General in the ER. If you have the time, come right over." Dorothy hung up the phone looking very proud of herself. She sneered at the other woman and said, "Now do you think I was just making it up?" They were astonished because they'd never expected Dorothy to be so close to such a powerful man. "We don't have to worry about our problem now. All we need to do is wait for Niles to get here. He'll deal with it." When Dorothy said this, she was full of confidence. "Let's go home, Kevin." Lily pulled on Kevin's sleeve to urge him to leave. "Do we have anything important to do at home? Mom said a big shot was coming. Let's stay around and meet him," Kevin said with a smile. He had a feeling that Niles Walford was all talk and no action. In the emergency room at Downtown General, Dorothy told Lily and Kevin about her financial problems after losing her investment with Pittsburgh International Trading Company. She decided to ask Niles Walford for help, but she really wanted him to replace Kevin as her son-in-law. "I have nothing to do with Niles, so I don't want to see him either." Lily thought Kevin was uncomfortable and tried to act like the idea was ridiculous. "We can head home later. You don't want to leave Mom here all alone, do you?" Kevin patted Lily reassuringly on the back of her hand. Soon, a stretch limo worth at least $200,000 pulled up and blocked the entire entrance to the ER. A man in a white suit got out and headed inside. As soon as he walked through the doorway, Dorothy's eyes lit up. She started waving her arms and shouting, "Niles, I'm over here!" "What are you doing here? Are you okay?" Niles saw that Dorothy's clothes were tattered, and she looked like she'd been through a battle. At the same time, he looked around and saw the other injured women waiting for treatment nearby. "Well, it's hard to say. I couldn't count on my useless son-in-law, so I decided to ask you to help me." Dorothy hung her head and let out a sigh. That's when Niles noticed that Lily was standing there, and he got a lustful look in his eyes. But when he saw Kevin, his expression got a little more serious. "Is that you, Lily?" Niles greeted her with a smile. But Lily didn't pay too much attention to him. She just nodded her head politely. Dorothy was upset to see Lily's reaction. "Where are your manners, Lily? Have you been hanging around with that trash too much? Niles is talking to you." "Don't worry about it, Dorothy. Let's talk about your business first. After I deal with that, I'll have a good chat with Lily." Niles smiled sweetly and continued, "You should come to visit me. It's been a long time since I saw you. You know I bought you a lovely bracelet, but I haven't had a chance to give it to you." Niles didn't pay any attention to Kevin at all. To him, Kevin was a nobody. "I'm sure you'll find a solution. You always do." Dorothy smiled broadly. Her rich friends sitting nearby were green with envy. While Dorothy was talking to Niles, Lily gently pulled Kevin's arm. "What are we going to do, sweetie?" Lily knew what kind of man Niles was. She thought he was a bad influence, cocky, and self-important. If Niles managed to help Dorothy solve her problem, she would certainly pressure her to divorce Kevin, or at least push him out of their home. "Don't worry about it. Let's see what happens," Kevin replied with a smile. Dorothy explained the problem she was having with Conrad Ferguson and how she and her friends had been cheated by him. After Dorothy finished, Niles nodded his head in understanding. "Is that all, Dorothy?" He didn't seem very worried at all. "I'll call my father right away and ask him to have a talk with Drake. I'll also straighten things out with Conrad." When she saw Niles pull out his cell phone, Dorothy's heart was full of joy. He was young and handsome, came from a good family, and had a lot of good social connections. Niles would simply be the perfect son-in-law for her. He was way better than Kevin, who'd never accomplished a thing in his life. Everyone could hear Niles talking with his father on the phone. He quickly gave him a rundown of Dorothy's problem. He didn't know Drake Cook personally, but his father was good friends with Dominic Archer. So as long as Conrad returned Dorothy's money, no one would find out that Niles didn't know Drake at all. At the same time, he'd impress the heck out of Dorothy, killing two birds with one stone. But the next second, his father's reply ruined his plans. "Son of a bitch, are you crazy? Do you have any idea what's going on? I barely know Dominic Archer. What do you expect me to say to him?" "What do you think, Dad?" Niles forced a smile while he tried to calm himself down so Dorothy and the others wouldn't realize he was full of crap. "What do I think? Ha! You must be joking. Do you have any idea who Drake is? Even if I knew Dominic, that wouldn't mean a thing," Niles' father roared. "Get back home right now and don't stick your nose in anybody's business anymore. You're boxing way above your weight class." Mr. Walford hung up and Niles stood there with the phone stuck against his ear, uneasy about the entire situation. If Drake wouldn't even listen to Dominic, then he didn't have a chance of getting Dorothy's money back for her. "Niles, what did your father say?" Dorothy had no idea that anything was wrong. "Don't worry about anything. My father said he'll take care of everything." Niles had no choice but to lie. He just wanted to buy some time so he could scoot out of the hospital. Kevin stifled a laugh. He'd been right about Niles all along. "It's obvious that he's bitten off more than he could chew," Kevin thought as he shook his head and smirked. Then he put his arm around Lily's shoulder and declared, "Mom, don't start counting your chickens. I don't think Niles can handle your problem." "What are you talking about?" The smile on Niles Walford's face disappeared and he flew into a rage. "Are you questioning me? You don't think I can handle it? Well, why don't you show us what you can do, big shot?" Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Dorothy said quickly, "Niles, listen to me. You belong to the Walford family. What do you care what this loser thinks?" Dorothy turned her head and glared at Kevin again. "If you don't know how to behave, just keep your big mouth closed." The bystander seemed to agree with Dorothy. Kevin couldn't possibly be as wealthy and capable as Niles. Just look at how he was dressed. One of them commented, "Dorothy, I think your daughter would be a perfect match for Niles. A match made in heaven." They all started making fun of Kevin, and they all expected Niles to get their money back from the bad investment. If he couldn't do that, they'd be in big trouble. "Are you okay, Kevin? Don't listen to any of them. You know I'd never divorce you." Lily comforted him in a sweet voice. "Don't worry, honey. I'm fine. Just give me a second to make a call." Kevin stepped to the side and pulled out his phone to call Drake. At that very moment, Drake Cook and Conrad Ferguson were having coffee in a private room at the Whistler Hotel. When Drake's phone rang, he was pleasantly surprised. "Kevin, how can I help you?" Kevin immediately started chewing him out. "What the heck is going on over there? Your people have gone too far with their get-rich-quick schemes. Do you know what I'm talking about?" "I have no idea what you're talking about, Kevin." Drake was completely confused and was trying to figure out what he'd done wrong. "You really have no idea? Let me jog your memory." Kevin continued to give him hell. "Do you have a man named Conrad Ferguson who started a company called Pittsburgh International Trading? And do you know that he cheated my mother-in-law and her friends out of all their money? And on top of that, he had someone try to blow them up to intimidate them. Fortunately, she's okay, otherwise you'd both be at the bottom of Lake Michigan right now." "Are you sure, Kevin? How could something like that happen?" Drake understood right away how serious this was, and his mouth started to get dry. If Kevin told his father Mitchell Cook, he'd have to worry about more than getting tossed in the lake. His father had the worst temper of anyone he knew. "Have you ever known me to be wrong? I'm at Downtown General. Drake, you've got 2 hours to return the money or you'd better be wearing swim trunks." When Kevin finished talking, he hung up the phone. "Kevin, hello? Hello?" Drake angrily threw his phone on the table and glared at Conrad, who was just sitting there enjoying his latte. The next thing he knew, Conrad landed on the floor with a loud bang. "Drake, what's going on? What did I do?" Conrad struggled to figure out why he was getting the crap beaten out of him. "What's going on? Why didn't you tell me what's going on with you? Did you start Pittsburgh International Trading so you could bilk people out of their money? And did you terrorize them with explosives?" Drake picked Conrad up by his neck and growled angrily. "Please stop, Drake. Yes, I started Pittsburgh International, but I brought in almost $200 million. Isn't that great?" Conrad looked like he was going to cry as he tried to explain. "As for the explosion, it was a clean job. The cops will never find a clue. And anyway, the people I swindled were nobodies."
Good job, you dumbass. I hope you'll be happy when I disappear and end up in the foundation of the next skyscraper that goes up in Chicago, Drake roared. Do you know how much you've hurt my business screwing around like that?
"How could I possibly have hurt you, Drake? But if anyone's going to take the rap for this, I'll do it." Conrad begged Drake to let him go. He'd rather face the police than him or his father.
"I'll tell you what you did. One of the people you grifted was my good friend Kevin's mother-in-law."
Drake moved his hand up to Conrad's throat and threatened.
"Return all the money immediately or our partnership is over. The hard way."
All right, I'll pay them back right away." Conrad was really scared. He had known Drake for almost 8 years, and this was the first time he'd ever talked to him like this. As Conrad was walking toward the door, Drake stopped him. "What else do you want from me?" he asked him timidly.
"You're going to downtown General Hospital with me. If Kevin doesn't let you off the hook, you'll have to deal with the both of us."
Drake grabbed his coat and strode out of the room. A half hour later, while Niles Walford was still bragging to Dorothy, Drake and Conrad walked into the emergency room. "Hey, isn't that Conrad Ferguson?" someone said loudly. A group of people started to surround them. Then someone else yelled, "The guy with him looks like Drake Cook."
"What's Drake doing here? Dad told me he didn't know him," Niles wondered. Maybe he got a hold of Dominic after all.
Niles started to feel really important when he thought that his family was responsible for this. Drake was actually returning the money in person. Just then, Drake shoved Conrad towards the women.
"What are you waiting for? Do you want me to hold your hand or something?"
"Don't worry, I'll do it," Conrad moaned. He stepped in front of them and explained, "I'm sorry, but we had some technical issues at the company and I wasn't able to return your investment. I've managed to transfer enough funds to reimburse you. Plus, I heard about your unfortunate accident, so I've included some interest to help you out." Conrad was very handsome and knew how to handle the upper class. He did his best to distance himself from the explosion so nobody would suspect he'd been involved.
"We'll consider this matter settled then. But if you do something like this again, you'll have to deal with me."
Niles Walford raised his chin high and took on a threatening tone toward Conrad. Dorothy and the others all looked at Niles and had the same thought. He really is from an important family. Look at all his connections. Conrad looked at Niles in shock for a few seconds. He actually thought that Niles was Drake's good friend Kevin. Out of fear, Conrad nodded and replied, "I swear I'll never do it again."
"Just remember your promise."
Then Niles turned to the other man and sneered,
"And are you Drake? Why don't you come over and apologize to these nice ladies?"
He decided this was his chance to show that he was superior to Drake Cook. Then nobody in all of Chicago could touch him. As soon as Niles said this, Conrad started to worry. He thought to himself, who is this guy? How can he get away with talking to Drake like that? Dorothy and the others were ecstatic. They knew all about Drake's reputation and they'd never expected Niles to force him to apologize to them. Drake turned and looked at Kevin, but Kevin rolled his eyes as if to say, "I have no idea who this guy is. Deal with it any way you want." Drake instantly understood and walked slowly towards the crowd. "Niles, don't be too hard on him. After all, Drake is also a very important man." Dorothy was trying to seem generous, but inside she was feeling very pleased with herself. All she could think of was how she would make Lily divorce Kevin so she could marry Niles. Then everyone would look up to her again. Her friends were impressed and thanked Dorothy for getting Niles to come down to the hospital and take care of their problem so quickly. It was really starting to go to Dorothy's head.
"What did you just say?"
Drake scowled and walked over towards Niles. I asked you to apologize, but don't you understand plain English? Niles said arrogantly. He knew that Dominic Archer was a powerful man. With Dominic's backing, Niles was about to make Drake Cook apologize in public. This would do wonders for his street cred. He felt really good about himself for about 5 seconds. Then Drake punched him right in the gut. He hit the floor like a sack of potatoes and lay there for a good long time, unable to stand up. Everyone was stunned by this. What the heck was going on? Didn't Niles call Drake to come down here and apologize? Why did he just punch him in the stomach instead? Niles puked a couple of times and his body started to shake. What he didn't know was that his day was about to get even worse. Niles had convinced Dorothy and her friends that he'd arranged for Drake and Conrad to come down to the hospital and return their money with a personal apology. Suddenly, Drake punched Niles in the stomach, leaving him writhing in pain on the floor. "How dare you hit me?" Niles struggled to get up from the ground, but he just couldn't seem to do it. "Who the hell are you? Nobody talks to me like that." Drake growled at Niles, and you could feel his anger building. "Didn't you bring Conrad Ferguson here because my father sent you?" Niles asked hesitantly. "Are you brainless or something? We came down here because Kevin sent us." Drake pointed at Kevin, who was standing off to the side shaking his head. "Open your eyes and take a good look. That's my buddy Kevin over there." Everyone looked in the direction that Drake pointed to. They were all stunned. Kevin waved to them with a big grin on his face. Dorothy's friends all stared at Kevin in disbelief, thinking to themselves, "Isn't that Dorothy's son-in-law? How come he's friends with Drake? I thought Kevin was a nobody." Dorothy was shocked to see Kevin. Then she remembered something. At Grandma Jones's birthday party, when Jason called Drake to intimidate Kevin, he ended up getting beaten up himself instead. Kevin and Drake were friends back then too. She realized that she didn't know Kevin at all. Why did this keep happening? How did he have so many powerful friends? Dorothy stared at Kevin with a confused look in her eyes. "Drake, who is this guy?" Conrad asked as he pointed at Niles. "I have no idea where he came from," Drake replied as he shrugged his shoulders. After getting a straight answer, Conrad took a deep breath, then walked over to Niles, grabbed the lapel of his bright white suit jacket, and slapped him right in the face. "What kind of game are you playing? I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." As Conrad said this, he punched Niles several times in the stomach. "How dare you hit me? Don't you know who I am? Haven't you heard of the Walford family?" Niles roared angrily. "The Walford family? The Walford family?" Conrad looked back at Drake to make sure he wouldn't cause him any more trouble. "Never heard of them." Drake scratched his head and answered calmly. When they heard this, everyone took a deep breath. Had Niles just been pretending this whole time? Drake has never even heard of the man's family. "Let me warn you, Dominic Archer won't let you off easy if you do anything to hurt the Walford family. I have no problem letting him kill you," Niles roared loudly. "Oh, so you run with Dominic?" Drake walked up to Niles and gave him a backhand to the face. Drake was even more vicious than Conrad. Niles' face swelled up like he had the mumps. "Do you really think I give a crap? Even if Dominic were standing here right now, I'd teach you a lesson," Drake said coldly as he kept punching him in the face. "You really think a lot of yourself. I'm sure Dominic doesn't give a rat's ass about you. He wouldn't lose a second of sleep if I killed you." Drake let go of Niles and he dropped to his knees, doubled over in agony. Then Drake turned around and walked quickly to Kevin. "I'm really sorry, my friend. I kinda lost my temper, but guys like that really piss me off." "Just pay attention from now on," Kevin replied tersely. "I'll be sure of that." Drake smiled as he shook Kevin's hand. "If it's okay with you, just leave the money here and head back to the hotel." Kevin gave Drake a little smile. Originally, this nonsense had nothing to do with him. If it wasn't for Dorothy, he wouldn't have gotten involved at all. After Drake and Conrad left, Dorothy's friends came back to their senses and started to flatter her. "My God, Dorothy, I had no idea that your son-in-law is so powerful," one of them commented. "Kevin doesn't look like a loser to me. He's got to be one of the most important people in the whole city," another one remarked enviously. Kevin chuckled a little at how everyone was reacting to him. What he did was really nothing at all, but they were making such a big deal about it. Then the crowd circled around Niles. Kevin was everything that Niles had been pretending to be, and now he looked like a clown. After hearing all her friends praising Kevin, Dorothy tried to act like she didn't think Kevin was all that bad. "Well, I have to admit it. My son-in-law is really pretty capable, but he's still very young. That's why I deliberately said all those things. I didn't want him to get too full of himself. It's good to have some modesty." Her friends bought her excuse and then started giving her invitations to breakfast, dinner, even to join their next poker game. Dorothy gladly accepted their offers. When the women left, they stopped to thank Kevin on the way out, and they said that he was welcome to come to their homes too if he wanted. On the way home, Dorothy, who was sitting in the back seat, kept staring at Kevin. Lily had an enormous, satisfied grin on her face. She found that Kevin was becoming more and more mysterious, and her imagination was running wild. When they got back to the condo, Lily and Dorothy went to get some rest. They were grateful that the money had been returned. Otherwise, the bank could have taken their home, and the three of them would have had to find a new place to live. Kevin didn't want to reveal his true identity to Lily yet. After all, the Williams family's frame-up hadn't been resolved, and he really didn't want Dorothy to go live with his parents. Kevin didn't want to slack off on his training, so he went to the study to read up on herbal medicine and practice his skills. Even though he was very rich in the financial world, he had a long way to go in the world of herbalism, especially compared to people who had been training for years, let alone someone as powerful as his mentor, the Night King. A little past 1 a.m, Kevin suddenly opened his eyes and clearly heard the sound of footsteps. "Is there a burglar in the house?" Kevin frowned and thought to himself. When he saw the door opening, he stood up from his chair. "Mom?" Kevin exclaimed in surprise. With the help of the moonlight shining in from the window, he could see that his visitor was Dorothy. "What are you doing in the study this late at night? Shouldn't you be in bed?" Kevin walked over and flicked on the light so they could see each other better. But Dorothy didn't answer Kevin's question. She just stood there staring at him. "Is everything all right?" Kevin started to feel uncomfortable as Dorothy kept looking at him. "Kevin, tell me honestly, are you hiding your identity from us?" Dorothy finally asked the question that had been keeping her awake all night. Why is she suddenly asking me this? Kevin wondered as he scratched his head. He didn't know what to say for a moment. "I just have to know or I'll never be able to fall asleep. Tell me the truth, Kevin. It's just the two of us here. No matter what you say, I won't tell a soul." Dorothy closed the door gently behind her. The atmosphere in the room suddenly got a little awkward. Kevin was uncomfortable being alone with Dorothy, especially with all of the horrible things she'd done to him over the years. Plus, he really didn't want to tell her the truth, at least not before he told Lily. "Let's talk about it tomorrow, Mom." Kevin slightly lowered his head, a little afraid to look her in the eyes. He quickly stepped around her, opened the door, and headed off to go to sleep. But the more he behaved like this, the more he confirmed Dorothy's suspicions. At that very moment, in their luxurious mansion in the suburbs of Chicago, Mackenzie Knott and her grandfather were sitting on the sofa. A middle-aged man was sitting with them, looking shocked as he examined a reddish-brown pill. "Uncle Dylan, can you tell if it's authentic? It's way past my bedtime and I'm getting kind of sleepy." Mackenzie yawned a few times. Dylan was a trusted member of the Knott family. He was also the only herbalist in the whole family, so they always went to him for advice. Until now, he'd been able to make some herbal meds that helped to suppress Mackenzie's symptoms. So when Mackenzie returned home earlier that day, she found Dylan and asked him to check out the repair pill that Kevin had given her.
Don't rush me, Mackenzie. Let me take a good look at it. Although Dylan was getting on in his years, his training had given him a lot of energy, especially at night. A few minutes later, Dylan sat up straight and smiled at her. Whoever made this did an incredible job. Incredible. You've definitely got an authentic repair pill, and it looks like it's top quality. Whoever made this is quite a good herbalist. What? Uncle Dylan, are you sure this is really a repair pill? Mackenzie asked him in surprise. I'm certain my colleagues would agree. Although the specific preparation method for a repair pill disappeared nearly 100 years ago, I know what they should look like. Dylan explained to her as he tried to control his excitement. According to the sources I checked, the repair pill should be reddish-brown. The lower quality one would be light red in color. There are other characteristics to look for, including fragrance, and this herbal med looks like it's the real thing. Dylan said this with obvious admiration. Do you mind if I ask where you got this pill? Dylan then asked her. Mackenzie immediately pictured Kevin in her mind, and then she thought about how he'd seen her in her underwear in the video call. She started to blush and whispered, It was made by a friend of mine. You're very lucky to know him. I'm guessing your friend must be about the same age as you. Someone that young who has skills like this is destined for greatness, Dylan said excitedly. Even though Mackenzie was his niece, he'd watched her grow up and considered her to be like a daughter to him. After Mackenzie had been suffering for so many years, Dylan was starting to get worried about her. Now with the repair pill, all her problems were solved. Mackenzie, please answer me honestly. What kind of relationship do you have with your friend? Her grandfather asked her seriously. He was astonished that such an advanced med could have been prepared by such a young man. He was close to being a master at it. If the Knott family could get to know someone like that, they could really increase their level of development and meet any challenge they faced. Grandpa, why are you asking me that? Mackenzie's face started to get even more flushed. What are you blushing about? I'm just asking you a simple question, he smiled. It seems to me that someone who can do work like this could really help our family a lot. Grandpa, do you really want to get involved with an outsider? In any case, I think you've already met him. Mackenzie still hesitated to admit who it was. What? Grandpa Knott got a puzzled look on his face. You say I already met him? Where did this happen? Why don't I remember it? Grandpa Knott loved Mackenzie very much. On weekdays, a lot of young women stopped by to visit with her, and they were all related to his old friends in the Myriads. But Grandpa Knott had only been in Chicago for less than a month, ever since he'd been sent there by the Myriads. How many young people had he met? Not to mention such a gifted genius. Grandpa, you're getting forgetful. Remember when you had to be saved at the auction house? Mackenzie answered in a low voice so that Grandpa Knott wouldn't be able to see the expression on her face. You mean it's that young man? Grandpa Knott's eyes lit up as he began to remember. But when he left the auction house, he was still in a coma, and he didn't see what Kevin looked like. He'd never met the young man who had saved him. Dylan told him about it later. Mackenzie, are you friends with him? If you are, can you bring him over to see me? Grandpa Knott decided that he definitely had to meet Kevin, whether it was for his family or for the Myriads. As Dylan had already said, someone who could do this at such a young age was destined to do great things. Really? Mackenzie looked up in surprise. What do you want to see him for, Grandpa? What's the matter? Can't I meet any of your friends? Grandpa Knott smiled playfully. Yes, of course you can. Mackenzie was blushing more than ever now. The night passed quickly. Kevin and Lily were awakened by a knock on the door. Who is it? Kevin wasn't fully awake yet and was rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He was stunned when he opened the door. Dorothy was standing there with a huge grin on her face. Mom, what are you doing so early? Kevin asked doubtfully. Get up, sleepyheads. I've already made breakfast for you. Hurry up and wash, then come down to the table. Dorothy turned her head and looked at Lily, who was still half asleep. Come on, little one, why are you still sleeping? Don't you see that Kevin is already up? Hurry up now.
Kevin and Lily were baffled. Since the day they got married, when did Dorothy ever make them breakfast? "Hurry up and get ready. I'll go down to the kitchen and get the coffee brewing." After Dorothy said this, she turned around and headed downstairs. Kevin closed the door, turned his head, and looked at Lily. He shrugged his shoulders and asked her, "Do you think your mother's been in the liquor cabinet this morning?" "Maybe she's sick." Lily hadn't completely recovered from the surprise. "Why don't you take Mom to the doctor for a checkup?" Kevin suggested. "This definitely isn't normal." Dorothy really wanted to know Kevin's secret. She thought he may not be trash after all. The following morning, Kevin and Lily were surprised when Dorothy got up early to make them breakfast. "Kevin, I don't understand you. When my mother was mean to you, I thought she was being unfair. Now that she's being nice to you, you still can't accept it?" Lily joked as she yawned and tried to wake up. "I guess I just got used to it. Let's get downstairs as soon as possible. We shouldn't make your mom wait too long," Kevin urged her while quickly getting dressed. Half an hour later, Lily finally finished putting on her makeup and went down to the dining room with Kevin. "What's the matter with you two kids? I have to run some errands today. Do you want me to be late? Now dig in. Your breakfast is getting cold," Dorothy ordered them as she sat at the table. Kevin and Lily gave each other a strange look, but they didn't say much. They quietly sat down at the table and ate their breakfast. "Have the scrambled eggs I made for you." Dorothy put the plate in front of Kevin with a smile. Before picking up the serving spoon, Dorothy continued, "And this is the oatmeal I made specially for you." "Thanks, Mom. Just put it there. I can serve myself." Kevin awkwardly stood up and got Lily a bowl, too. This made Dorothy unhappy, and she thought to herself, "Is it too cheap for him?" One thing that Dorothy was certain about was that Kevin wasn't as simple as he seemed. In the future, if she lost her money again, she would have to rely on him. So Dorothy forced herself to smile so Kevin couldn't tell what she was thinking. "Kevin, I've never asked you this before. What are your plans for the future? For example, what kind of company will you work for?" Dorothy tried to keep smiling, but her distress showed in her eyes. "Well, to be honest, I haven't really thought about it." Kevin scratched his head awkwardly. For him, the most important thing was to improve his strength, and at least to have the ability to protect himself from all the dangerous people he was about to face. That's the only way he could return to the Williams family and set things straight. "Kevin, it's natural for a mother to ask questions like this. It's better to make a detailed plan for the future. Otherwise, you may waste your time," Dorothy explained as she frowned a little. "Don't worry, Mom. I know that's a good idea, but right now things are pretty volatile and my plans keep changing," Kevin answered calmly and sincerely. "What do you mean? Why are you pretending to be poor in front of Lily and me? Are you happy when I complain all day long?" Dorothy was out of patience. "To be honest," he started to reply. "What is the truth?" Dorothy interrupted Kevin before he could explain. "Why won't you listen to me? If you want to live comfortably with my family, you'll have to contribute some money." Dorothy sighed. "I really don't know much about you, but I've seen a lot of problems in you since you married Lily. What's the use of hoarding so much money?" She wouldn't let Kevin get a word in edgewise. Dorothy had a disgusted look on her face as she finally got to the point. "I'm your mother-in-law. You've been eating and drinking for free for 3 years. Wouldn't it be right to pay me back in some way?" But Kevin just sat there and listened to her. Lily put down her spoon and defended Kevin. "Mom, what are you talking about? Kevin doesn't have much time to work now. Besides, if he has any money, it belongs to him, not us. We can't just take it from him." "Why can't you ask your freeloading husband for a little money? I'm his mother-in-law. You're his wife. It's normal to ask him to chip in." She was getting impatient and desperate to convince Kevin to share his wealth. "Don't you know that having too much money can spoil you?" And it's not like I'd spend any of the money. I just keep it for him so he wouldn't be tempted to go out and fool around and waste it. Dorothy was really laying it on thick. Kevin took a sip of his coffee and smiled. In fact, ever since the whole ugly scene with Drake and Niles, Kevin was expecting Dorothy to do something like this. But he didn't expect her to ramp things up so fast. Mom, you're being unreasonable. He needs to set aside some money for a rainy day. Lily was starting to get angry with her mother. Nonsense! Dorothy got up and took the oatmeal out of Kevin's hands and grabbed his plate of eggs. If you don't pay, you don't eat. Then, while Kevin and Lily watched in awe, Dorothy threw them into the trash along with the bowl and the dish. Remember to clean up before you leave. By the way, the trash has already been picked up. Dorothy walked upstairs, cursing to herself. After her performance, Kevin could only shake his head helplessly. Lily turned to him and pouted. Kevin? It's all right, Lily. Go ahead and eat, and I'll clean up. We don't want to be late for school, Kevin answered with a smile. An hour and a half later, Kevin entered the classroom just as the bell rang. Professor Murdoch followed him in. As soon as he saw her, Kevin felt a little surprised. It had been a long time since she took the neutralization pill, but she looked like she was still okay. How could that be? Could my sources be wrong? Kevin frowned as he tried to figure out why Professor Murdoch hadn't gotten any worse. As she looked around the classroom, Professor Murdoch announced, "This morning we're going to have a study session to go over what we learned last week. Kevin, please come to the office with me." A lot of the students in the class were confused by this. Professor Murdoch wanted to meet with Kevin alone? If the school had a message for them, shouldn't Mike be told first as the student leader?
Do you have any idea why the professor asked that loser to go to her office? Luther whispered to Mike. How the heck would I know? Mike replied in frustration.
Kevin must be in some kind of trouble. Didn't you see the look on Professor Murdoch's face just now? She's really upset. Lionel said loudly enough for the other students to hear him.
I think you're right. Kevin's just a troublemaker.
Luther agreed with his friend. Then the other students in the class began to whisper to each other. Dalton couldn't stand to hear it. He slapped his hand so hard on his desk that he made an indentation in the shape of his hand.
Don't you guys have anything better to do all day? All you do is flap your tongues.
Dalton glared at Mike and his two groupies. The whole class knew enough about Dalton's temper by now. Luther and Lionel backed off and sank down in their seats. But Mike, the student leader, thought he needed to stand up to Dalton as a matter of pride. He figured he'd have more power in the class if he got Dalton to back down.
Dalton, we're talking about Kevin, not you. Why are you getting so worked up? Isn't it true that he must have done something wrong to be called to the professor's office?
Mike said in a low voice.
It sounds to me like you're itching for a fight.
When Dalton balled up his fists, they looked like two sledgehammers. Apparently, when the Night King treated him for his injuries, the herbal med that he created with the help of the Golden Water Gemstone had transformed him so that his strength had increased even more. His hands had gotten so solid that being punched by him felt like getting hit by a rock. His classmates could see that there was something different about him, and, as beginners in their physical development, they knew they were no match for Dalton.
This is the last time I'll say it. If anyone says anything about Kevin in the future, I'll break their legs.
Then Dalton snorted and went back to his reading. Meanwhile, Professor Murdoch and Kevin were walking into her office. Kevin had learned enough by now to recognize that Professor Murdoch had lost a lot of her progress. She seemed quite a bit weaker than before. Professor, why have you asked me to see you this morning? Do you want to invite me to breakfast? Kevin was trying to ease the tension as he pulled up a chair and sat down. Kevin, I remember you said that there was a way to solve the problem of my loss of strength after taking the neutralization pill. Professor Murdoch ignored his rudeness. To tell the truth, even if she cared, she didn't have the strength left to do anything about it. All the progress she'd made over the years had been lost. For someone like Professor Murdoch, feeling like this was a fate worse than death. She was feeling so powerless that even her students were probably more advanced than she was by now. To keep anyone from noticing her loss of energy, Professor Murdoch had been drinking tons of coffee and it was starting to wear her down. It was tough to act normal when she wasn't. Yes, I did say that, but I also remember you said that with your eyesight you could see that Mike's pill was okay, Kevin said as he looked her in the eye. I guess I did. Professor Murdoch started to blush a little from the embarrassment. As I recall, I warned you again and again. It's a pity, Professor, that you didn't listen to me. Kevin wanted to be clear that this wasn't his fault. Professor Murdoch nodded her head. I know, Kevin. Believe it or not, a teacher can make mistakes too, but can you help me? Professor Murdoch had decided that she'd pay anything to get Kevin to help her. She couldn't bear losing her strength and mental clarity over this dumb mistake. Well, Professor, I'm pretty busy these days. Can you give me some time to think about it? Kevin leaned back in his chair and shrugged his shoulders a couple of times. I don't know what's been going on lately. My shoulders are feeling so tight. If only someone could massage them for me. Kevin knew that Professor Murdoch would understand what he was asking her to do. Sure enough, Professor Murdoch stood up, clenched her teeth, and walked around her desk to stand behind Kevin's chair. Then she reached out her hands and started rubbing his shoulders. Yeah, keep it going. Don't stop, Kevin said with a look of enjoyment on his face. That feels great, Professor. I had no idea you were so good at this. She was one of the senior members of the union and until taking Mike's pill, a very powerful person. Here she was degrading herself to get help from one of her students. If anybody walked in on them, how could she stay at the school? But she had to bite the bullet. Only Kevin had a way to help her recover. That feels wonderful, Professor Murdoch. I almost forgot what we were talking about. Kevin was milking the situation for all he could. What did you say? Are you pulling my leg? Professor Murdoch suddenly got a little irritated. She pinched Kevin's shoulder and pushed him away. Don't be angry, Professor. Just hear me out. Kevin knew that he'd gone a little too far. But how could he pass up a chance like this? After all, he tried to warn her. Kevin, if you have a way to reverse the effects of that pill, just say so. If you don't have a way, head on back to the classroom. I'll have to find someone else, but I don't have a second to waste. Professor Murdoch had never sounded as serious about anything in her life. Of course I have a way. Kevin reached into his jacket and pulled out a pale blue pill. This is a kind of elevation pill that can relieve the effects of the neutralization pill. Each one you take can cancel about 1/3 of the other pill's effects. It's kind of complicated because you have to neutralize a neutralization, if that makes any sense. Before Kevin could even finish speaking, Professor Murdoch grabbed the pill out of his hand, took a few steps, and swallowed the pill dry. Unfortunately, she hadn't waited to hear Kevin's instructions. As Kevin was explaining the instructions for taking the elevation pill, Professor Murdoch snatched the pill out of his hand and took it, without even getting a glass of water. About 3 seconds later, a weird dull sound came from Professor Murdoch's body. Even Kevin, who was on the other side of the room, could hear it clearly. Professor Murdoch started to look different, like her body was filling up with energy. Kevin could see her aura changing as it began to return to its normal state. Professor Murdoch was definitely starting to recover what she had lost after taking the neutralization pill. Kevin just gave a slight smile. He had a feeling that the professor would take a huge step after this first dose of the herbal med. But it bothered him a little that Professor Murdoch was a member of the union, so Kevin wasn't sure it was right or wrong to help her recover her strength and training. Is that it? I feel better, but I'm still not back to my old self. Professor Murdoch was wondering if something was wrong and started to panic that she wouldn't make a full recovery. Professor, have you forgotten what I said? This elevation pill can only counteract 1/3 of the effect of the neutralization pill. If you want to completely restore your strength, you need to take 2 more pills. Kevin explained the process to her very calmly. What about the other 2? Give them to me right now. Professor Murdoch ran over to Kevin, grabbed him by the shoulders, and shook him.
Don't get so excited, Professor. Let me finish what I was saying, would you?
Kevin completely understood what she was feeling right now, so he wasn't too surprised at her behavior.
I won't listen to you until you give me the pills.
Professor Murdoch had a look in her eyes like a hungry wolf staring at a nice plump sheep. But Professor, you can only take one elevation pill every 2 days. The way you're acting, I'm afraid that if I gave them to you now, you'd take them both at once, before you're ready, Kevin explained patiently.
Just give me the next 2 pills.
Professor Murdoch was getting more impatient by the minute. You couldn't imagine her grief and suffering over the past few days. She'd even considered ending it all. But she managed to get through it, hoping that Kevin would be able to help her. I'm really not sure that's a good idea while you're still in this state of mind. Kevin had a pretty good idea what she would do if he gave her the other meds. Preparing an elevation pill was easy for him, and the herbs and other ingredients weren't very rare, but they were a little bizarre. But if he gave her the other 2 pills she needed, would she take them too soon? That could be disastrous. Professor Murdoch realized she'd screwed up. She took several deep breaths to calm her mood. Then she gulped and said, Kevin, you can rest assured that I'll follow your instructions and just take 1 pill every 2 days. So it's okay for you to give me the remaining 2 doses. Are you sure, Professor? Kevin hesitated for a moment and then reached into his pocket to pull out the vial containing the last 2 pills and poured them into his palm. As usual, Professor Murdoch completely ignored Kevin's warnings and quickly downed the rest of the elevation pills before he had a chance to react. If you don't have anything else to do, you'd better go back to the classroom before your classmates start to wonder what's going on. Professor Murdoch gestured toward the door. All she could think about right now was regaining her strength. At that very moment, the Williams family mansion in New York City was filled with lilies and carnations. Everyone was dressed in black with very sad faces in their eyes, and the air was heavy with grief. Randall Williams, the Williams family patriarch and the last remaining family member of his generation, had suddenly died during the night at the age of 76. Once the news got out, there was an endless stream of people coming to their home to express their condolences. Almost all the dignitaries in New York City stopped by to pay their respects as he lay in state in the mansion's main room. Thomas Williams knelt down on the floor and prayed for his father. One of the visitors stepped up and patted Thomas on the shoulder. She asked in disbelief, "How did Grandpa Williams die so suddenly?" Laura Williams, Thomas's wife, quickly stood up and said aloud, "What do you mean by that? My husband had nothing to do with his father's death. It's all Kevin's fault." The woman stared at Laura and asked her, "What are you talking about? Didn't Kevin escape the day before yesterday with his friend Dalton, who'd been seriously injured?" "Only because Grandpa wasn't willing to let him die in the hospital after the fight in the hospital room," Laura replied while wiping the tears from her face. While they talked, a steady stream of people walked through the room to pay their condolences. "But didn't Randall Williams love Kevin the most out of all his grandchildren?" one of them asked. "So he betrayed the family, stole from them, fought with his grandfather, and now he did this?" another visitor commented. "Is what she said true?" The woman who was standing next to Thomas was angrier than she'd ever been in her entire life. "Yes, it's true," Thomas replied sorrowfully without turning his head. All of a sudden, there was a loud noise in the room. The woman stamped her foot heavily on the floor, breaking the marble tiles and making a deep hole. "I swear in front of Randall Williams' corpse that I'll kill Kevin Williams and put his head on a spike. I swear it with my very life." Ariana Titus's voice echoed through the entire room, and they could even hear her outside the mansion. The Williams family members who heard her thought it was a good thing that Grandpa had joined the Myriads. Even though he was gone, they would still have protection. The mourners chatted with each other quietly. They all had sad looks in their eyes. Half of the people there had come to see how the Williams family was doing after their great loss. Randall's passing would have repercussions far beyond the limits of New York City. He'd done a lot over the years and touched many lives. But with him gone, there were going to be a lot of changes in the family. But nobody expected the family to be so well protected. Ariana's outburst of grief and anger had really boosted the family's morale. All of a sudden, everyone heard a phone ring. They turned around to see who it was, and Officer Emmett was taking out her cell phone. It was Kelly's mentor with the union. She started talking as soon as she answered the phone. "Thanks for calling back. There's something I want to confirm with you." "What's going on, Kelly? Have you had a setback?" her mentor asked hesitantly. Kelly had told her that she'd been able to find a power pill to help her break through her plateau in training. "Didn't I promise I'd be able to get you a power pill? But as soon as Kevin heard that I was asking for you, his attitude changed. So I'm wondering if you've had any run-ins with him in the past." Her tone was very respectful. After all, her mentor had a far higher rank than she did in the organization. Kelly's mentor was very distressed to hear this. "Are you telling me that you asked Kevin Williams for the power pill? Never mention that bastard's name to me again." She was absolutely livid. "Listen to me right now, Kelly. No matter what your relationship with him is, you need to break it off immediately. Now I have to report this to our leader. There's very bad blood between Kevin and our organization." "Why is that?" Kelly was a little confused about what to do and didn't respond for a moment. "If I cut off contact with him, what about your medication?" "As long as it's made by Kevin, never mind. I wouldn't take anything from him. Just the thought of it makes me feel dirty." Then she hung up angrily. After the call ended, Kelly stood there quietly trying to understand what was going on. What exactly happened between my mentor and Kevin? This was the biggest question in her mind at the moment. It seemed to Kelly that Kevin had stepped forward several times during various crises, and she understood how valuable a power pill was. Kevin had actually given her 2 of them and would have given her more, but apparently not for her mentor. But why was her mentor saying so many horrible things about Kevin? Meanwhile, Kevin had just gotten back from Professor Murdoch's office. Several students were whispering to each other and looking at him furtively. "What's going on?" Kevin scratched the back of his head and wondered what was up. It seemed that all of his classmates were giving him the once-over, and it made him feel a little uncomfortable.
"Get over here quick, Kevin."
Dalton was a little anxious. "What's going on here?" Kevin frowned as he sat down next to his friend.
"You should see this. I didn't know you had so much luck with the ladies."
Dalton handed Kevin his phone and showed him the photo on the screen. Kevin was stunned by what he saw. There was a photo of a man and a woman standing very close to each other. The way they were positioned, they seemed to be a loving couple about to kiss. The woman was very beautiful, and you could tell by her clothing that she wasn't an ordinary person. But the man in the photo was obviously Kevin. Standing next to the couple, you could clearly see Penny Sutherland. Kevin could tell that the photo had been taken at Brenda's beauty salon, and it had somehow been posted on the school's website. "So, Kevin, it looks like you're a real ladies' man. Impressive. I didn't know you had it in you," Lionel joked.
"Hey, Kevin, who's the woman in the photo? How do you know each other? Give us all the gory details."
Luther followed suit.
"It must be photoshopped or something. Otherwise, I don't know how you could ever get a woman to look like that."
Mike couldn't help opening his big mouth and joining in the fun at Kevin's expense. All of Kevin's classmates started whispering to each other and pointing at him.
"Are you asking for it?"
Dalton rolled up his sleeves as he glared angrily at Mike. Kevin didn't care what any of those boneheads thought. He looked over at Penny, who was also puzzled by the photo. Kevin was trying to figure out who could have taken the photo and then posted it. Needless to say, he was completely innocent, but aside from Penny, the only people there that day were her friends. It must have been posted through Penny's account. Because Kevin hadn't spoken up and because the whole class was watching, Mike got some of his confidence back.
"What do you mean, Dalton? Kevin doesn't seem to be denying it, so it must be true. Do you know what else is true? If you don't shut up, I'm gonna knock out all of your teeth and put them in my pocket."
Dalton had enough of Mike's bullying. His temper flared and his fists looked like giant hammers, ready to pound Mike through the floor. All of a sudden, Mike lost his confidence and sat back down. He was in no mood to face Dalton. "Can you explain this to me, Penny?" Kevin managed to ask her calmly, but he was getting angry at Mike and his friends, and he resisted the impulse to flatten them. "Would you believe me if I told you I have no idea what's going on?" Penny looked genuinely upset. "Well, if it wasn't you, it must be one of your friends." Kevin had a ferocious look in his eyes. "I really don't know who it was, but I'll find out." Penny got up and quickly walked out of the classroom. It seemed that she didn't want to continue talking to Kevin about it. But then Kevin realized he'd better go find Lily before she saw the photo. When Kevin got back to the classroom from Professor Murdoch's office, everyone was giving him funny looks. He found out that someone had posted a photo of him in one of Penny's friends on the school's website. Penny had no idea who'd done it. Dalton had calmed down and was no longer going to pound Mike into the floor, but he was very concerned that Kevin's marriage would be ruined by the scandalous photo. He whispered to his buddy,
"Kevin, if your wife sees that photo, you'll be in big trouble. I think you should go see her right after class."
Kevin nodded his head and quickly left the classroom. He didn't know what Lily would think when she saw that picture. His temper flared as soon as he got to the door of Lily's classroom. Frank Carter, who had nearly started a fight with Kevin on the martial arts training field, was harassing Lily, holding her hand and smiling. "Carter, what's the matter with you? How dare you come on to my wife?" Kevin roared angrily as he flew over to him and punched him in the chest, sending him sprawling on the floor. "Honey!" Lily immediately ran over to Kevin and gave him a tight hug. "Don't you care that she's married?" Kevin glared at Carter, who was getting up from the floor. "What kind of teacher are you?" "You've got some nerve hitting me. As Lily's teacher, I have to look out for her welfare." Carter rubbed his chest where Kevin had punched him and said, "You're a real son of a bitch. The only reason I didn't wipe the floor with you last time was that Professor Murdoch was watching. Do you want to try again today?" "It's a good thing for you that the professor showed up last time. You'd have gotten the beating of your life." Kevin wasn't afraid of Carter at all. His eyes burned right through him. "You're such a loser. If you were looking for trouble, you found it," Carter sneered. He put up his fists ready to fight. "I think you've made a mistake. It looks like the trouble's found you," Kevin replied sarcastically. "You're dead meat." Carter was so angry his entire body was shaking. More and more students were watching them, and the corridor outside the classroom was packed. One of them called out, "Look, Lily's husband is challenging Mr. Carter to a fight." They knew that Carter was a well-trained martial artist and they expected him to win hands down. The noise in the hallway was deafening as the students got excited about the confrontation. They were acting like the crowd at a wrestling match. Seeing that things were getting worse, Lily stepped in front of Kevin and tried to calm things down. "Mr. Carter, my husband didn't mean to upset you. Please don't be angry with him. Can you let him go this time?" "Lily, your husband was incredibly disrespectful to me. School regulations forbid students to fight, especially against faculty. Everyone saw Kevin strike me first. No court in the land would convict me for defending myself." Carter's eyes fixed on Kevin, and the more he looked, the more angry he got. "Mr. Carter, my husband can be impulsive sometimes." Lily was very happy that Kevin was willing to fight for her, but she didn't want him to do battle with someone as dangerous as Frank Carter. If Kevin got beaten up by him, he might be scarred for life. But Kevin was really angry with Carter. "I'm not impulsive. If you're a real man, you'll fight with me out on the martial arts field right this second. This has to be settled once and for all." Kevin was trying to goad Carter into fighting with him so he'd stop hitting on Lily. "Kevin, what the heck are you doing? How can you win against Mr. Carter?" Lily was really worried that her husband would get seriously injured. The students who were watching them started to laugh and mocked Kevin.
This dumbass has really bitten off more than he could chew,
one of them shouted. They all thought that Carter would take Kevin out with one punch, but they still wanted to watch. Carter got a bloodthirsty look in his eyes.
One thing's for sure, you're good at bragging. Nobody's talked crap like this to me in years.
Without waiting for Kevin to answer, Carter accepted his challenge.
Since you want to get beaten up, I'll be happy to oblige. Let's meet on the martial arts training ground. Don't be afraid to come.
Then Carter turned around and strode out of the building. Honey, what are you doing? This is the school for healing arts. You can't do something like this here. Lily anxiously advised Kevin to call it off. Listen to me, please. Just head back to your class, okay? As long as Professor Murdoch is on your side, Carter won't dare to do anything to you.
Don't worry about me, Lily. I've got to set things straight with Carter so he won't bother you anymore.
Kevin had a very resolute look on his face. He gently patted Lily on the head and quickly walked out to go to the martial arts field. Lily stamped her feet on the floor in frustration. Suddenly it occurred to her that she could get help from Professor Murdoch, and she ran over to the faculty office building. The news that Kevin was going to fight with Frank Carter soon spread all over the campus, and hundreds of students were gathered on the martial arts field. Of course, 90% of them thought that Kevin would lose miserably. At the same time, some of them felt pity for Kevin. There was a good chance he'd end up in the hospital.
Kevin, you're just a student, so nobody's expecting you to win. Why don't you just apologize to me now and I'll let you go?
Carter sneered arrogantly. But Kevin sneered right back at him. Carter, I think you're a little too sure of yourself. You're a bully and a loudmouth. If you want an apology, you're going to have to beat it out of me.
Well, just remember I was going to let you off with an apology, but now it's game on.
Carter immediately squared off in front of Kevin, ready to fight hand to hand. Kevin squinted at Carter, then he shrugged his shoulders and cracked his neck. The crowd went wild in anticipation of the fight. The students couldn't believe that Kevin had the guts to challenge the school's martial arts instructor, but most of them were cheering for Carter to toss Kevin on his butt. Just as Carter raised his fist to throw a punch at Kevin, there was a loud shout that could be heard across the entire field. "Stop that right now! Mr. Carter! Why are you fighting with a student?" Then Professor Murdoch and Lily squeezed through the crowd and walked up to the two of them.
"Professor Murdoch, your student has provoked me over and over. If I don't set him straight, how can I maintain discipline in any of my training courses?"
Carter had an extremely nasty look on his face. "No matter what Kevin has done, you're the teacher. How can you be so narrow-minded?" The professor put him in his place and reminded him of his duty as an instructor.
"But he has absolutely no respect for teachers."
Carter really didn't want to let Kevin go this time. Then Lily trotted up to her husband. "Are you okay, sweetie? What are you doing here?" The expression on Kevin's face quickly softened when he saw her. "Just go over there where it's safe, with Professor Murdoch. After I deal with this, we can go home and have a nice dinner." Professor Murdoch was about to smile, but controlled herself so that nobody would think that she wasn't taking this seriously. "Mr. Carter, how do you want to deal with this issue?" Professor Murdoch wasn't going to beat around the bush any longer. Carter replied arrogantly as he lifted his chin up and smirked.
"There's a simple solution. Let your student make a public apology to me right here, right now. Then when you see me on campus in the future, you'll stay out of my way."
Without waiting for Professor Murdoch to speak, Kevin told Carter what he thought of his idea. "That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Let's just fight. I'm getting tired of all this trash talking."
"How dare you interrupt me while I'm talking to your teacher?"
Carter roared loudly at Kevin. "What are you doing, Kevin?" Lily shook his arm impatiently. The onlookers started shaking their heads. It looked like Kevin had lucked out when Professor Murdoch showed up. Otherwise, Carter probably would have beaten him to a pulp.
"Isn't there going to be a fight?"
A lot of the students were very disappointed. "You're asking for too much, Mr. Carter." Professor Murdoch was getting very flustered. But she was actually afraid that Kevin was going to beat up Carter. Professor Murdoch had only recovered a third of her strength, so she didn't have a chance of stopping Kevin if he took things too far.
Too much? I don't think that's too much at all,
Carter shouted at the professor. If you want to fight, Carter, let's get started. If you don't want to fight me, then get the hell out of here. Are we going to stand around all day talking? Kevin really didn't want to waste any more time with him. Carter got a fierce look in his eyes.
Excellent. I've never met anyone who was in a hurry to get beaten up.
A lot of the onlookers were eager to see Carter take Kevin out. After all, hadn't he been asking for it?
Lily, please stand a little farther away. I'm afraid you might get hurt.
Carter took a deep breath as he prepared to finally take a swing at Kevin. He's right, Lily. You'd better stay away from us. If you're too close, I'll have to hold back. Kevin gently guided Lily to stand next to Professor Murdoch. Okay, Carter, let's get going. Kevin grinned at him confidently.
That's it. Nothing can save you now.
Carter roared as he leapt at Kevin and punched at his throat. A lot of the students were surprised by his speed. Lily was too squeamish to watch. She quickly turned her head and covered her eyes with her hands. She couldn't bear to see Kevin get hurt. Phoebe was making a fist, secretly praying that Kevin could avoid the blow. Even so, Penny was much calmer than the other people who were watching. She could tell that Kevin wasn't panicking at all. Not only was he confident, but he also had a smile on his lips. What is he laughing at? Penny wondered. A moment later, she saw why Kevin had been so confident. Even though Carter was quick, Kevin was quicker. As Carter stepped in to punch, Kevin easily avoided him. You could barely follow him with your eyes as he sidestepped the punch and countered to Carter's ribs and then his temple. Too slow. You're much too slow. Kevin slapped Carter on the cheek and moved out of reach before the poor bastard had a chance to touch him. All Carter saw was a blur that he couldn't seem to reach. He kept readjusting, trying to find an opening, but he just couldn't find one. The crowd let out a collective gasp. They then held their breath as Carter ran at Kevin, who then threw him at least 10 feet in the other direction. They were all wondering how this guy they usually treated like a loser could be so strong. Carter was starting to panic. Nobody had ever handled him so easily, not even in professional competitions. Professor Murdoch was also staring at Kevin in disbelief. She knew that Carter was famous for his speed. Was he actually too slow for Kevin? I'll tell you what, Carter. Out of respect for you because you're a teacher, you can take 3 punches at me. Kevin stood calmly in front of him, looking like an expert with far more years of experience than he actually had. Don't be so cocky, Sherwin Blair yelled.
Don't let him win, Mr. Carter,
Mike shouted in encouragement. But Carter had reached his limit and knew he had to resort to cheating. His reputation was on the line. By offering to let him take 3 punches, Kevin was really insulting his skill and his experience. Carter took a deep breath and kicked right at Kevin's head. Most people would have been knocked unconscious by a move like that. Lily and Phoebe both let out a cry. They didn't think Kevin would react in time. Most of the students expected to see Kevin lying unconscious on the ground. Then suddenly Carter pulled a knife out of his belt and stabbed Kevin. But the blade didn't touch him. It cut his shirt, but it seemed to be stopped before it went through his skin.
How could this be?
Carter wondered. The entire field, which by now had hundreds of spectators, fell into a deep silence as they all looked at Kevin in disbelief. You've got one last chance, Kevin sneered.
You're dead,
Carter growled. He made a giant leap and stabbed Kevin's shoulder. You could hear the knife cut through the air, but when it hit Kevin's shoulder, the blade snapped off and fell to the ground. Kevin quickly countered with a palm to Carter's left shoulder. Carter went cartwheeling through the air and struck several of the onlookers, knocking them to the ground. What kind of armor is he wearing? Penny frowned as she watched in amazement. Kevin was really grateful for the Alliance leader's gift. I'd say you're out of chances, Carter. Now it's my turn. After Kevin said this, he hit him like a freight train. Carter had the wind knocked out of him. As he lay on the ground, Kevin put his foot on his chest. "Stop it, Kevin! You're hurting our martial arts instructor!" Blair shouted desperately. "I'll report you for this and have you kicked out of school." Mike saw his chance to look good in front of the crowd. "Get off of me! This is intolerable!" Carter's face was starting to swell up, and you could barely tell what he was saying. How could he ever live this down? Imagine a teacher being beaten this badly by a first-year student. But Kevin didn't listen to him. "Somebody save me! Get this madman off of me!" By now, Carter could barely breathe. Some of the students began to move in to help their teacher. How would Kevin stop them all without getting himself expelled? Kevin's secret is exposed. Kevin had just beaten the school's martial arts instructor, Frank Carter, outside on the practice field, with Professor Murdoch and half the school watching. The match wasn't even close, and it was an embarrassing defeat for Carter. Several students who really liked Carter rushed towards Kevin, who was standing there with his foot on his opponent's chest. "How dare you treat our instructor like this?" one of them screamed. Kevin turned and threw them one by one as they attacked, barely moving his own body. The students were flung about in all directions and lay there on the ground wondering what had just happened. "Try that again and I'll break your legs." Kevin pressed his foot down on Carter's ribs and you could hear a couple of them crack. It was pretty impressive to everyone who was watching. They started to see that Kevin might not be so useless after all. Phoebe was also starting to see Kevin a little differently after this. "Will you admit you were wrong?" Kevin looked down at Carter and smirked. "I'll never give up." Carter stared at Kevin maliciously. "Listen to me, you bastard. You'd better kill me now or I'll come back and kill you later." "I simply asked if you were wrong." Kevin roared loudly as he pressed his foot harder on Carter's chest. Frank Carter felt as if his internal organs were being flattened. But how could he give in to Kevin in front of almost all the students in the school? "Just say you were wrong and I'll let you go." Kevin pressed on Carter's ribs even harder. Blood started to seep out of Carter's mouth, but he kept clenching his teeth and didn't say a word. "Honey, please stop. If you push down any harder, Mr. Carter may not be able to survive." Lily quickly ran to Kevin to persuade him to show some mercy. "I asked you if you were wrong." Kevin didn't pay attention to Lily and applied a little more pressure. Almost everyone there heard a series of loud clicks that sounded like firecrackers. Carter opened his mouth and screamed in agony. Kevin had broken the rest of his ribs. "I give in. I admit I was wrong. Please stop," he cried out desperately. "Now that we've gotten that out of the way, why don't you apologize to my wife?" Kevin ordered him calmly. I'll apologize, but can you please let me do it from down here? I don't think I can stand up." Frank Carter pleaded so quietly you could barely hear him. Lily hurried over and tugged on Kevin's sleeve. "Forget about it, honey. I'm not that angry with him anymore. As long as he stops harassing me, that'll be fine." But Kevin was still pretty pissed at the guy. "Did you hear what my wife said, Carter?" Kevin sneered at the defeated man as he put his hand on Lily's shoulder. "Okay, I promise that I'll never bother Lily again." Even though Carter was trying to look compliant, you could see the venom in his eyes. Just as Kevin was about to reply, everyone heard a loud whooshing noise and a large shadow flew over them. "Is that a Bell 525? Kevin was startled for a moment as he admired the luxury helicopter that's nicknamed the Relentless. As the chopper descended, the crowd dispersed underneath it, clearing a space for it to land. A thin figure stepped out, gazing around at the enormous crowd. The man's eyes fell on Carter, who was barely recognizable in his current condition. "Who's responsible for this unauthorized gathering? Don't you know the college's rules and regulations?" He was quite old and his voice was a little hoarse. "Vice President Shepard, to what do we owe the pleasure?" Professor Murdoch stepped forward and approached him uneasily. She knew the elderly gentleman. Harley Shepard was the vice president of the Chicago branch of the School for the Healing Arts. He was also heavily involved in physical and martial development and had been an enforcer many years ago.
"What are you doing here, Professor Murdoch?" Shepard said softly. "It seems to me that the school's faculty has been slacking off lately. You and Mr. Carter obviously can't control the students."
Vice President Shepard, you may have misunderstood. Professor Murdoch wanted to explain, but she didn't know how to do it. All of a sudden, Sherwin Blair stepped forward and spoke to Mr. Shepard. "Sir, I want to report to you that Kevin has been disrespectful. He beat his instructor for no reason at all and injured several students in the process." Mike also stepped up to denounce Kevin. "Vice President Shepard, as student leader, I request that you severely punish Kevin Williams. A terrible influence like him shouldn't be allowed to stay in this school."
"Oh, really?"
Shepard slightly turned his head to look at Kevin.
"Are they talking about you?"
Kevin had advanced enough in his training to recognize someone whose development was far superior to his own. His body shivered for a moment. "Yes, they are." Kevin, who had recovered from his surprise, answered plainly and directly. He thought that if the school's vice president only believed one side of the story and didn't try to look for the truth, then the school was doomed anyway, and it didn't matter if he got thrown out.
"That's interesting."
Shepard's eyes flashed a look of surprise.
"It's rare for someone to be so accomplished at such a young age."
"Don't worry, sir. I'll take care of this matter," Professor Murdoch reassured the vice president. Even though the professor had a very high rank in the union, she still had to be very polite to Shepard.
"No, that won't be necessary. Mr. Carter has already been fined and placed on suspension for similar actions in the past," Shepard explained. "I'll handle this."
"Yes, sir." How could Carter argue with him? He had to bite the bullet and accept his punishment.
"As for you, Kevin, come with me."
Shepard turned toward the faculty office building and started to head there without giving any further explanation. "Kevin!" Lily was worried about what would happen to him. "Don't be afraid, honey. I'll go and have a chat with the vice president." Kevin patted her shoulder lovingly. "Just head back to class. Wait for me in the parking lot after school and we'll go shopping together." "Good idea." Lily nodded enthusiastically. Professor Murdoch left with Kevin, and then the crowd broke up as the students left one after another. Vice President Shepard's office was on the 7th floor. When Kevin and Professor Murdoch arrived, he was sitting behind his desk holding a book.
"Professor Murdoch, please head back to your office. I'll let you know if I need anything from you."
Shepard gestured politely toward the door. "Vice President." She really wanted to say something to help Kevin.
"What's the matter? Are you afraid that I'll bully one of your students?"
Shepard joked as he gave her a disarming smile. "Yes, sir, as you wish." Professor Murdoch wasn't in the mood to tangle with him. She took a long look at Kevin and quickly left the office. In an instant, the room was quiet. Kevin was looking at Harley Shepard and decided that there was nothing unusual about him. He didn't look any different than any ordinary elderly man. But Kevin knew very well that someone like Harley Shepard was a lot like his mentor, the Night King. You had no idea what they were capable of just by looking at them. That was the worst kind of opponent.
"Are you the same Kevin Williams who was thrown out of the New York City Williams family a few years ago for colluding with outsiders and stealing family funds? And the same one who's got a reputation as the good-for-nothing son-in-law of the Jones family in Chicago?" Shepard said slowly.
"Did you bring me here just to insult me?" Kevin's expression was very serious. He didn't know why Shepard had dredged up all those lies.
"Don't forget that the school investigated everyone's family background before admission. That was announced on the first day of classes."
Having said that, Shepard suddenly got up and took a file from his desk and handed it to Kevin.
"But I recently did some investigation of my own and found out some interesting things about you."
Kevin opened the folder and he was stunned by what he saw. Shepard explained what was in the file.
Over the last 3 months, your behavior has suddenly become quite mysterious. You're in the habit of spending tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars at a time. You have contacts with notable personalities like Mitchell Cook and Gilbert Rhodes in Chicago, and you even went to prison where you socialize with members of the Alliance and the Myriads.
Shepard slowly walked behind Kevin's chair and patted him on the shoulder.
Some time ago, you donated tens of millions to the disaster fund, so the school gave you special permission to enter the library. You may not know it, but I'm usually on the 13th floor.
When Kevin heard this, his eyes grew wide. He knew that there were many master herbalists and other advanced practitioners in the library, but he would never have expected that Harley Shepard was one of them.
You chose a book on developing cardiac power. That's really something you could have developed through regular practice. It was an unusual choice, so I'm very curious about one thing. There are so many precious resources in the library. Why didn't you choose one of the others?
Shepard's tone was relaxed and empathetic, the kind of voice that made you trust him. It's okay if you get directly to the point with me, sir. Kevin was already starting to panic now that he knew that his relationship with the Alliance and the Myriads was no longer a complete secret. Shepard smiled and continued to talk as he walked around his office and absently straightened some books on his shelves.
Don't worry. I'm just chatting with you casually. I've thought of a couple of possibilities. One is that you entered the school with some unknown purpose. To tell you the truth, you've already moved far beyond anything we can offer you here. The only thing that comes to mind is that you're interested in the consolidation technique. So when you went to the library's special collections section that day, you had a specific goal in mind, but because of the time constraints, you couldn't find it. You had to pick something so that nobody would be suspicious, so you grabbed a random book to take with you.
Then Shepard added with a smile,
Tell me, son, who's your mentor? Is he with the Alliance or the Myriads?
That's not very funny, sir. Kevin protested a little.
Really? But I think it's funny.
Then Shepard said,
Nadia Alexander told me a few days ago that she wanted to send you to the Herbalist Society as a special student.
Would you let me go there? Kevin didn't seem nervous at all. He knew exactly what Shepard meant by his comment.
Of course not. In the past 50 years, the Herbalist Society has attracted too many fine young talents. You've already shown incredible promise. As a senior member of the faculty, I wouldn't let you go easily,
Shepard replied candidly. Is the school's dean in today? Kevin asked casually.
Why are you interested in the dean?
Shepard looked at Kevin with curiosity but couldn't figure out what he had in mind. Everyone knows about the dean's great accomplishments. If I could see him, that would help a lot, Kevin replied with a smile.
Unfortunately, the dean is out of town and won't be back for another month.
Shepard put his hands behind his back and walked over to the window. When Kevin left and closed the door, Shepard's face softened into a thoughtful smile.
It's a pity that I didn't become his mentor first.
The vice president shook his head and sighed. When he got outside, Kevin took a deep, long breath and realized that his clothes were soaked with sweat. He could feel his pulse quickening. Kevin returned to the classroom and ignored everyone's curious glances as he played with his cell phone under his desk. He was confident that he wouldn't get in any trouble for it this time. Professor Murdoch had just taken her elevation pills, so she wouldn't be too strict with him. When classes were finally over for the day, Kevin went to the parking lot. Lily had been waiting for him for 5 minutes. Are you worried? Kevin asked gently. The vice president didn't give you too much trouble, did he? Lily said worriedly. He just chewed me out a little. Not too much trouble, Kevin said with a smile. Let's catch a bus and head down to the farmer's market. Lily nodded and got on the bus with Kevin. An hour later, they hopped off at the outdoor market down the street from the condo. Kevin got a few dollars worth of potatoes, some greens, and a few tomatoes and fresh fruit. Lily watched him with an odd expression on her face as he bargained with the salespeople to get the best price he could. Kevin, I had no idea you could bargain so well, Lily remarked as he walked over to her with several bags of produce. Well, I spent a lot of time shopping for groceries for you and your mother. Kevin puffed himself up like he was bragging and gave her a big grin. Lily's eyes started to well up with tears and she murmured, I'm sorry I didn't treat you too well back then. It was wrong not to show you I cared. It's all right, Lily. That's all in the past. We need to live in the present and look forward to the future. Next time, I'll really impress you and get them to pay me to take their fruit. Kevin made a joke to lighten the atmosphere a little. Oh, Kevin. Lily hugged her husband around the neck and gave him a big kiss on the cheek. Just for that, I'm going to cook you a delicious meal tonight, he replied. Then the two of them walked the rest of the way to the building. For the rest of the week, Lily and Kevin spent a lot of time with each other. They went to the farmer's market, cooked, even did housework together. After all the troubles they'd seen, it was a good change to spend such a pleasant week together. But would it last? The following weekend, Kevin and Lily were tidying up the apartment when suddenly the doorbell rang. Honey, go see who it is, would you? Lily wiped the sweat from her forehead. No problem. Kevin didn't even bother to put down his mop on the way to the door. Who is it, honey? Lily asked from the other room. Hey, bro, I'm back, the woman said to Kevin with a slight smile. She gave off a smart, energetic vibe as she stood there chewing a piece of gum. She was wearing a short-sleeved blouse and a white coat with a pair of tight jeans that showed off her figure. My God, what are you doing here? Kevin said as he quickly backed away from her. Is that any way to talk to your favorite cousin? Don't you want me to visit you in your new digs? Let me give my little sister a hug. Then she opened her arms wide. She was Nicole Jones, Lily's cousin. She wasn't a native of Chicago, but from time to time she stopped in to visit Lily for a few days. Nicole could be a little carefree at times, but she never took a dislike to Kevin. Whenever she came to town, she teased Kevin so much that she couldn't stop laughing. But Kevin let her ribbing roll right off his back because she was never malicious. What are you doing here, Nicole? Lily was also very surprised when she got to the door and saw her cousin. You mean I'm not welcome here? I'm not intruding, am I? Nicole hugged Lily and patted her on the back. You seem to be getting better and better every time I see you. Kevin must be taking good care of you. Her emphasis on the word care made Lily blush, and it made Kevin feel a little embarrassed too. Everything Nicole said seemed to have a double meaning. Kevin had been married to Lily for more than 3 years, and he wanted to take care of Lily the way Nicole implied, but they just hadn't had the chance. Don't tease me, Nicole. Lily lowered her head shyly. Why should you be shy when you're both married? Nicole saw through Lily's little secret. Then she changed the subject. Have you missed your big sister? It's really been such a long time. Kevin can sleep in another room and we'll spend the night gossiping and catching up, just like old times. Before Lily could agree, Kevin jumped in and said, No way. It's either that or I'll sleep in your room. Don't worry, I won't mind. Besides, it's not like I haven't seen your body before. Nicole joked as she laughed loudly. When Kevin heard this, he suddenly felt incredibly self-conscious. Nicole was talking about something that happened just after he and Lily got married. Kevin was taking a bath and didn't lock the door. Nicole was looking for Lily and went into the bathroom. When she opened the door, she saw Kevin buck naked. Come on, Nicole, that's enough. You can sleep in my room tonight. Then Lily turned to Kevin and said, Honey, is it okay if you sleep in the guest room? Oh, I don't mind. I'll let you two catch up with each other, Kevin replied considerately. Then he turned to Nicole and said, Hey, what would you like to eat? I'll go get some takeout for us. Without waiting for her to answer, Kevin darted out the door. Who knows what else Nicole would say if he hung around and let her keep talking? About an hour later, Kevin came back with a load of gourmet food. As soon as he walked in, he could hear the sound of women whispering in the living room. Now Rachel had joined Lily and Nicole, and the three of them were sitting on the sofa making fun of each other like they usually did when they got together. About a half an hour after Kevin left, Rachel had gotten a call from Nicole and quickly rushed to her car after she finished something she was working on for the Salix Leaf Hotel. The impromptu party was in full swing and Kevin felt a little out of place. "Hey, can you watch what you're throwing on the floor? I just vacuumed this morning." Kevin popped his head out of the kitchen to warn them. "Hey, is Kevin back?" Nicole asked as she gave him a crooked smile. When Rachel saw Kevin, she quickly got up from the sofa and said hi. Her attitude was a lot different after he hired her to manage the complex. "I've come all the way to Chicago and you don't even cook for me? Let's see what kind of takeout you've got." Nicole patted her stomach. "I'm starving." "Come and see. Is this good enough for you?" Kevin proudly pointed to the spread on the kitchen counter. "Well, let me see if I approve," Nicole joked as she trotted into the kitchen. Seeing Nicole and Kevin teasing each other like that made Rachel and Lily start laughing. Nicole and Kevin weren't sure if they were enemies or just didn't agree on things. Anyway, once they got together, they always argued. And Kevin usually lost the argument. After she saw the lobster, steak, salads, desserts, and other delicious choices in the kitchen, Nicole was stunned. "What's wrong? Don't you like what I brought back?" Kevin lifted his chin a little and smiled broadly. He was sure he'd won this battle. "Kevin, are you nuts? How much did this meal cost? We could have just had burgers and fries. This is way too extravagant. When Aunt Dorothy gets back, she's going to let you have it." Nicole had never been very diplomatic. As far as she knew, Kevin didn't have a lot of money and not much social status. This meal had to cost a fortune. Dorothy was bound to get angry with him. "It doesn't matter. Nicole, you can eat to your heart's content." Then Kevin gave her a reassuring look. Of course, he didn't go out and buy this stuff. He called Mitchell Cook and asked him to send some of his people from the hotel kitchen with a small banquet. It was fancy enough for a state dinner, let alone lunch. "Did you win the lottery or something?" Nicole reached out and put her palm on Kevin's forehead. "Nope, your temperature's normal. I guess you're not delirious." "Nicole, do you want to eat or not?" Kevin grumbled. "Hell yeah! Let me get my sisters." Nicole stopped teasing Kevin. She went back to the living room and picked up where they'd left off, arguing about movies, podcasts, whatever. When they finally sat down at the table, Nicole took a bite of her lobster and said, "Lily, I haven't been to Chicago in a really long time. Do you want to go shopping later?" "Sure, I can go with you, but Rachel is pretty famous now. If she goes out in the street, she may attract a crowd," Lily said a little jokingly, but actually it was the truth. "Is that true, Rachel?" Nicole asked in surprise. "Of course it's true. Not only is Rachel the manager of the best hotel in Chicago, but she's also the most eligible young woman in the city." Lily passed Kevin a salad bowl and a fork. "Don't listen to Lily's nonsense, Nicole. I'm just a simple office worker." When Rachel said this, she glanced over at Kevin. He didn't seem to mind her saying that. "Since we can't go shopping, why don't we go out and do karaoke?" Nicole was always restless. If she spent the day cooped up, she'd feel miserable. "That's not a bad idea. Our hotel just opened a new karaoke bar that's getting really popular. I haven't tried it yet, but I heard it's great." Rachel was excited to go down there and take a look around. "Do you want to waste a beautiful day like this in a karaoke bar?" Kevin whispered. "I think you three might as well go shopping." "What do you mean, you three? Aren't you going too?" Nicole asked with a slight frown. "Honey, don't you want to go out with us?" Lily looked at Kevin and jokingly batted her eyelashes. "Come on, Kevin, let's all go out together. Otherwise, it'll be boring for you to stay at home all alone." Rachel also tried to persuade him. "Well, since you insist, I'll try my best to clear my social calendar." Kevin laughed as he took a bite of an eclair. A little over an hour later, Kevin was walking along with the three women on the street, attracting the attention of lots of people. The three women were very attractive and got a lot of envious looks, but Kevin looked out of place with them. As usual, he was dressed in crappy clothes and looked like he didn't belong. That attracted as much attention as Lily, Rachel, and Nicole. As soon as the four of them entered the mall, Nicole immediately got excited. "Wow, That looks like Flo Lambeau, the hottest new star in the country. I heard that Flo recently signed a contract with Williams Media to hold 3 charity performances in Chicago, Rachel explained enthusiastically. Kevin, let's go and see if we can't take a picture with her. Lily grabbed Kevin by the arm and dragged him towards the stage. Flo Lambeau was extremely popular and the shopping mall was packed. The 4 of them managed to get to the front row, but Nicole was pushed by someone and knocked down some of the props.
What's the matter with you? Watch what you're doing.
2 burly security guards quickly came over and started giving her grief. Kevin started to frown when he heard them talking like that. Before he could say anything, Rachel had already stood up for Nicole. What are you shouting about? It was an accident. Somebody bumped into her. Then she added, and you should be a little more polite. The guard got a nasty look on his face and threatened,
If you keep making trouble, you're out of here.
Rachel put her hands on her hips and snapped back. No way. Just then, somebody interrupted them.
Rachel, when did you get here?
A well-dressed man quickly walked over to her. When the 2 security guards saw him, they greeted him respectfully.
Mr. Nassau.
Do I know you? Rachel looked at him but couldn't quite place him.
How could you forget me, Rachel? I'm Chuck Nassau. We met when my family was working on the contract with the Salix Leaf Hotel.
Chuck seemed practically excited to see her. His family had a production contract with Williams Media. As part of their deal, they got to arrange an informal concert at the mall. So Chuck was there to make sure that everything was going okay. Oh, of course, Chuck Nassau. Sorry about that, I definitely remember you. Rachel was a little embarrassed for forgetting. Then Chuck turned to the security guards.
What just happened? How can you 2 be so rude to President Butler?
Suddenly, Nicole tugged on Rachel's sleeve. Hey, can you do me a favor and let me take a picture with Flo Lambeau? I'm a big fan of hers. When Lily heard this, her eyes lit up. She wanted to get a photo too. Out of the 4 of them, Kevin was the least enthusiastic. The concert was beautiful and her singing was lovely, but since he took over Williams Media, Kevin had seen dozens of stars, and he'd stopped caring about autographs a long time ago. Mr. Nassau, do you think you can help me? Rachel asked with a smile.
For you, anything. It would be my pleasure.
After Chuck replied with a laugh, he turned his head and glared at the 2 security guards.
What are you 2 still doing here? Do you want a tip?
The guards grumbled as they walked away. Just then, Flo finished her set and headed backstage for a wardrobe change.
Come with me.
Chuck seized the opportunity to catch Flo when she had a free moment. He couldn't believe his luck running into Rachel here. If Chuck could make friends with her, it might help his entire family. Then someday he might climb the ladder in the family company. It would definitely be worth the effort to set up an impromptu meet and greet.
Hello, Miss Lambeau. I have some friends who would like to take a picture with you. Don't worry, they won't take up too much of your time,
Chuck said with a smile. Mr. Nassau, I hope you can understand this, but my visit is a contractual charity performance. There are no provisions to meet with any fans. Please send them away. Flo Lambeau didn't even look at Rachel. Nicole got a sour look on her face and Lily looked very embarrassed.
It would just be a quick photo,
Chuck started to explain, but Flo cut him off. I've made it very clear. Please leave at once and don't delay me. I have to go back on stage. Chuck turned around and smiled apologetically at Rachel and Lily. He hadn't expected Flo to be so uncooperative, but there wasn't anything more he could do. She was a big star and he couldn't force her, could he? Kevin, who hadn't opened his mouth yet, suddenly blurted out, "Is your time really that precious?" Everyone turned around and looked at him. After all, Flo Lambeau was a celebrity. Everybody was interested in setting up a photo with her. "Who are you?" she said impatiently. "If you still want to see the rest of my performance, you should go back and take your seats. If not, I'll have security show you the door." How stuck up can you be? Rachel couldn't believe that Flo was using this kind of tone with Kevin. "Mr. Nassau, please send them away. I don't want to see them again." Flo was in no mood to continue the discussion. Chuck was very depressed by her reaction. He didn't expect that things would turn out like this. On the one hand, she was a famous star, but on the other hand, Rachel was very influential in Chicago. Chuck was caught between a rock and a hard place and had no idea what to do. I wouldn't be so stuck up if I were you. If my wife and her friends hadn't asked to take some photos with you, we wouldn't even be here. I'd rather be in the mall having a hot dog. Kevin really let her have it. But since Flo didn't know who Kevin was, she didn't really care what he thought. That was about to change. The onlookers were furious to hear Kevin talk to her like that. Who is this kid? The way he's dressed, he shouldn't even go out in public. They were ready to drag Kevin out and throw him into the street. Flo Lambeau was also infuriated by Kevin's insulting tone. Mr. Nassau, I hope you can give me an explanation for this intrusion. Chuck got a panicked look on his face. He really didn't want to make a bad impression on Rachel. Suddenly someone shouted, Hey, that's the guy who's been mooching off the Jones family. This really got the crowd going. They all started calling Kevin names and threatening to beat him up. Not that he couldn't have handled them, of course. That's when Chuck suddenly realized that he'd heard that Rachel was friends with Lily, who was a member of the Jones family. He figured that Kevin was just trying to show off because he was one of Rachel's acquaintances. Chuck thought that maybe he could turn this to his advantage and save the situation. Suddenly, Nicole turned around and shouted at the rowdy fans. What are you all yelling about? You don't know anything about him. As far as Nicole was concerned, even though Kevin didn't have much potential, he'd always been very good to Lily, Dorothy, and her. So Nicole absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to insult Kevin in front of her. Chuck struggled to apologize to Rachel. I'm sorry, but this is all my fault. But could you please ask your friends to restrain themselves? After all, this is a public place and Flo is a well-known celebrity. She doesn't have time to talk with any Tom, Dick, or Harry who walks in off the street. Come on. If she'd just said yes, we would have been done by now. It's taken her longer to argue with us than it would have to snap a quick photo. Nicole retorted as she took Lily and Kevin by the hand and started to walk away. Even though she was ready to give up, you could see the disappointment in Nicole's eyes. As they were leaving, they could hear Flo grumbling about Kevin's rudeness. Don't be angry, Miss Lambeau. He's not worth getting angry over. Chuck quickly smiled and tried to pacify her. Kevin immediately stopped in his tracks when he heard that. He turned around and gave Flo a cold stare. What did you just say? I'd like to hear you repeat that. Do you really want to hear it again? You're just a nobody and you'll never amount to anything. Now that Flo Lambeau thought she knew something about Kevin, she wasn't worried about his reaction. You're a piece of crap. Just because you're here with Rachel doesn't mean anything to me. If you mess with me, you'll see what I do to you. Chuck snarled as he looked over at Kevin. You two are a real class act, Kevin replied to him. If you don't apologize right this second, this concert is over. You've got some nerve talking to me like that. Chuck was so angry his lips were quivering and you could see a vein popping out on his forehead. I'll have security remove you from the property. Don't you dare. Rachel took a step forward to protect Kevin and the others. I'm the general manager of the property and you'll do no such thing. Rachel was angrier than she'd ever been in her life. The onlookers had no idea who she was and started to whisper to each other. My God, is she really the general manager of the Salix Leaf Hotel? They also knew from all the reports in social media that she was backed by a mysterious but powerful figure. No wonder Kevin had been so snippy with Flo. He knew that he could get away with his behavior because of his friend's ties. The security guard decided to wait and see how it would play out rather than risk taking the wrong side. Chuck was also stunned. He never expected Rachel to speak up for Kevin like that. Now he had to figure out how to apologize to her. Kevin, Rachel, let's get going, Lily said very sensibly. That's right. We don't want to take any crummy pictures anyway. And I won't be going to any more Flo Lambeau movies either. Someone like her doesn't deserve to be a star. Nicole was no longer Flo's biggest fan. Kevin was determined to teach Flo a lesson, and with his connections at Williams Media, he could do it. As the saying goes, one bad apple spoils the bunch. Williams Media couldn't risk their reputation with someone like her, and they'd find a new star right away anyhow. I don't deserve to be a star? Who the hell do you think you are? I wouldn't take a picture with you if you got down on your knees and begged me. Flo was so mad she started to huff and puff while she was talking. Well, I guess I'll have to show you who I am. Kevin took out his cell phone and called Miss Wilson at Williams Media. Miss Wilson answered in her usual professional tone of voice. What can I do for you, Mr. President? What's our company's relationship with Flo Lambeau? Kevin asked directly. She's made 2 films this past year, and both of them were funded by our company. Because of her recent popularity, we arranged for her to put on several charity performances in Chicago. Miss Wilson noticed Kevin's tone of voice and asked him if Flo had done something to tick him off. Not only did she insult me, but she was rude to my wife and her good friends. Our rising star absolutely ruined their weekend. I don't think there's a place for someone like her in our organization going forward. She's not a good ambassador for our brand. I think you know what to do. When Kevin finished speaking with her, he hung up his phone and put it back in his pocket. Kevin, do you need me to? Rachel didn't finish what she was saying, but he knew what she meant. I don't think so, Lily said in a low voice. She knew that Rachel was very famous, but after all, it wasn't like Kevin was in charge of the entertainment industry. Don't worry, Lily. I'll straighten things out for Nicole. Kevin comforted her as he squeezed her hand gently. Then he turned to Flo Lambeau and said, This is your last chance. Are you going to apologize to her or not? Are you high or something? Flo Lambeau replied smoothly as she flared her nostrils. Chuck kept his mouth shut the whole time. He didn't know which of them he should help. If he accidentally said something wrong, his entire family might suffer for it financially. Well, I guess you've sealed your fate. Kevin shook his head incredulously. All the onlookers were sure that Kevin was bluffing. After all, how could this young guy dressed in rags have any power to affect the great Flo Lambeau? They all laughed at him like he was some kind of fool. While they were laughing and mocking Kevin, the lights in the mall began to dim as if there was a sudden power failure. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Was it a coincidence? Flo Lambeau's eyes suddenly grew wider. Whenever she performed, it was in her contract for the venue to ensure that there wouldn't be any equipment failures. There was only one explanation for the sudden power failure. Kevin's phone call had actually had an effect, and that effect was enormous. Go out and find out what's going on, right now. Chuck excitedly yelled at the security guards and other staff members around him. Then Flo Lambeau's assistant ran up to her in a hurry. Ma'am, your phone. Looking at the flustered expression on her assistant's face, Flo immediately realized that something had definitely gone wrong. This is Flo. What can I do for you, sir? Flo was extra nervous and extremely polite when she got on the phone. What the heck have you been doing? Lewis Kennedy yelled into the phone. Everybody could hear his voice blaring out of the earpiece. I'm putting on a charity show in Chicago, but I've been dealing with a bunch of troublemakers. One of them looks like a real bum and he just threatened to get even with me. Now the power's gone out and the staff is looking into it. Flo tried her best to explain without making herself look bad. You're a real spoiled brat, Kennedy growled at her. Do you know who you just offended? Why? Is there something wrong? Flo asked doubtfully. Since her last 2 films had done so well, Flo was already the most famous star in her studio and Kennedy was usually pretty friendly with her. But today he was being very cruel to her. Do you think I'd call if we didn't have a problem? Kennedy gritted his teeth and sneered. I got a call from Williams Media. They said that you just offended the president of their company and that your tactless attitude towards the president's wife and sister has seriously affected our business relationship. They're gonna cut us off completely. What the hell have you done? I have no idea what I did. I didn't even know I met the president of Williams Media. Flo was absolutely gobsmacked. "You imbecile! They said you just insulted him backstage." Kennedy was about to throw his phone across the room. "Do you realize that the 2 films you just put out and all your commercial ventures for the next 3 years have been planned by Williams Media? As long as President Williams isn't happy, you'll be out of the entertainment industry for good." "Sir, I really didn't see Mr. Williams. I've only talked with the staff, and I had a few words with some annoying guy who came here looking for a photo op with his wife and friends." Flo was about to cry. Her whole future was going down the drain, and she had no idea why. "Flo Lambeau, are you really that dense? That's not just some autograph hound. The president of Williams Media is standing right in front of you. You're frickin' unbelievable." Louis Kennedy took a deep breath and told her very slowly and clearly, "If you don't ask Mr. Williams for forgiveness right this second, don't bother coming back to my company." After her boss hung up, Flo thought she was going to faint. And when she saw the smirk on Kevin's face, she felt her heart sink. Why would the president of a major company be dressed like a slob? He didn't even have a bodyguard. How was I supposed to know? Flo thought to herself. "Let's head back to the apartment, Kevin," Nicole said again. She was trying to act like it was no big deal, but she was really disappointed. Lily pulled on Kevin's arm and said, "Let's go, honey. Don't put Rachel in an awkward position. And remember that Dalton isn't here to help you if you get in a fight." She thought that there'd just been a power failure and Kevin had actually called Dalton to help him out. When Kevin was about to leave, Flo Lambeau suddenly called out, "Mr. Williams, I was wrong." Rachel and Kevin were the only ones who weren't confused by this. "So you admit that you were wrong? Don't you want me to get down on my knees and beg you? Isn't that how you put it?" Kevin sneered as he threw her insult back at her. When Kevin said that, Flo's legs got weak and she almost fell over. "I know I was wrong, really, really wrong. Please accept my apologies. I won't do anything like this again." By now, Flo's face had turned pale. But Kevin didn't say anything. He didn't even change his expression. "Miss Lambeau, what are you doing? I've already called the power company and they've sent someone to deal with it," Chuck said as he trotted over to them. But Flo didn't pay any attention to him. As everyone looked on in shock, she dropped to her knees and started sobbing into Kevin's shirt. "Please forgive me," she practically whispered as she thought about losing her contract with Williams Media. The onlookers were amazed and wondered if they were seeing things. What the heck was going on? "What have you done to Miss Lambeau, you jerk?" Chuck yelled at Kevin. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. When he looked at the screen, he saw that it was his father, Elliot Nassau. "Dad, why are you calling me all of a sudden?" Chuck quickly picked up the call and asked. "I had to call you so the whole family wouldn't be ruined by you. Do you know what you've done?" Elliot barked at him. "Dad, are you talking about the power outage at the show? Don't worry, I've got it dealt with," Chuck explained with a smile. "Are you kidding? I'm calling you because of Flo Lambeau," Elliot said angrily. "Do you know that you've just insulted the president of Williams Media?" "What? No, I didn't, Dad." Chuck was stunned. Yes, you did. The president's secretary at Williams Media just called me in person. I don't want to hear any excuses. If the president doesn't forgive you today, you son of a bitch, you're out of the business. We do 60% of our contracts with Williams. Do you have any idea how angry I am right now?" Elliot ended the call before his son had a chance to reply. Chuck wasn't a fool. He'd figured out his father was talking about Kevin. He just wished he'd realized it sooner, like when Rachel was standing up for Kevin earlier. But Chuck knew exactly what he had to do. He took a deep breath and groveled, just like Flo had done. "I'm sorry that I offended you, Mr. Williams. Can you forgive me?" Everyone stood there in silence. They were starting to realize just how powerful Kevin really was. And he obviously wasn't the useless loser that they'd heard rumors about. "I'll have to think about it," Kevin answered him coolly. "I had no idea who you were. Please forgive my ignorance," Chuck pleaded with him. This day had turned into a disaster. "I'll have a chat with your family," Kevin responded as he turned and looked at Flo. Miss Lambeau, what do you have to say for yourself? Sir, as long as you're willing to forgive me, I'll do anything you ask me to do, she begged him very sincerely. It's good to hear that, Kevin replied casually, but he wasn't quite done teaching her a lesson.
Flo Lambeau and Chuck Nassau had just begged Kevin to forgive their rudeness after finding out he was the CEO of Williams Media. Flo's career as a star was just taking off, and she couldn't let it all come crashing down. What's the use of apologizing to me? It's not like I'm the one who wanted to take pictures with you anyway. Kevin only wanted to teach Flo Lambeau a lesson. He didn't want to completely destroy her. After all, the company had already invested a lot in her career. Flo Lambeau instantly understood what Kevin meant. She quickly ran over to Nicole and took her by the hand. I'm so sorry. I was being really impulsive earlier and kind of lost control. I apologize, and I hope that you can somehow forgive me. Seeing Flo's change of heart, Nicole felt a whole lot better. But for a moment she didn't know what to say and hesitated a little, which Flo misunderstood as a rejection. I'll tell you what. You can be like my adopted sister. In the future, if you need anything at all, just send me a message and I'll do my best to help you out. Flo took out her phone and quickly exchanged numbers with Nicole. She also posed for a few photos with Lily. This made the fans who were crowded around them very jealous. Being able to get close to their idol was something they'd only dreamed of. After doing all these things to make up for her behavior, Flo stepped away from Nicole, who still hadn't recovered from the excitement, and returned to Kevin. In her most pleasant tone, she asked him, Kevin, Mr. Williams, are you satisfied? I'm not satisfied. Kevin shook his head and replied. Then what do you think we should do? Flo lowered her head and asked him. She decided that if she made Kevin forgive her, she'd even be willing to spend the night with him. But Kevin didn't have anything like that in mind. A mocking expression appeared on his face. Didn't you just say that you came to Chicago to meet with your fans? Well, I don't want to keep you from doing that. From now on, if anyone enters this mall, you need to take a photo with them. I'll ask someone to keep an eye on you from the control room. If you miss even one of them, you'll have to bear the consequences. Then Kevin turned to look at Chuck Nassau. He walked up to him and patted his shoulder. Sometimes you end up backing the wrong team. Be more careful next time. Without waiting for Chuck to answer, Kevin quickly turned around and left the shopping mall with Lily, Rachel, and Nicole. The fans still hadn't gotten over their shock. Flo's eyes were welling up with tears. There were so many people in the shopping mall. How many photos would she have to take? But since Kevin had already given the order, she didn't have any choice, did she? Even her boss, Mr. Kennedy, couldn't argue with the CEO of Williams Media. All of this was the result of her foolish behavior. After walking out of the mall, Rachel said goodbye to the three of them. Kevin urged them to get going while things were still calm. After all, Flo had a huge fan base. If something went wrong, someone would have to clean up the mess. Nicole finally came back to her senses and gave Kevin an uneasy look. You've definitely changed. Even someone as famous as Flo Lambeau has to suck up to you? Well, I had to make something of myself, didn't I? Kevin proudly turned his head and looked at Lily while he replied. I didn't expect Dalton to be so tough. He must have a lot of friends at Williams Media. Lily didn't think that Flo Lambeau's apology was all because of Kevin. Dalton may not have a lot going for him, but he has one heck of a reputation in Chicago. Kevin saw a way to delay telling Lily his secret identity. Thank you so much, Kevin. Nicole kissed him on the forehead. Nicole, what are you doing? Lily asked in surprise. What's wrong, sis? Are you jealous because I just kissed your husband? Nicole said with a faint smile. I'm not jealous. It's just that there are so many people around. Lily's face was as red as an apple. Okay, you guys, let's change the subject. Anyway, it's still early. Do you want to go for a walk? Kevin was feeling really good about himself. Lily and Nicole readily agreed. The three of them spent the rest of the afternoon shopping. The mall had a lot of good restaurants, so they also got a bite to eat. Kevin's job was to follow them around carrying all of the shopping bags.
Then they went to a movie. It was a very long day, and when they got back to the condo, Dorothy had already gone to bed. Kevin threw all the bags on the sofa and plopped down in exhaustion. "I'm really tired after walking around for the whole afternoon. Lily, let's go take a nice hot shower," Nicole teased. "Kevin, do you want to join us?" "Really?" Kevin suddenly became a little more energetic. But the next second, he clearly felt Lily's eyes burning a hole right through him. She snapped, "What do you think the answer to that is, honey?" "I think we'd better forget about that idea. You two go ahead and clean up. I'm pretty tired right now." Kevin pretended that it didn't bother him and buried his face in the sofa. A few minutes later, Kevin heard the sound of the two women joking and splashing around in the bathroom. He couldn't help turning his head to look at them. The bathroom door was made of frosted glass. Although he couldn't see any details, he could still see enough to make his imagination run wild. He could make out the outlines of both of their figures and started to feel a little short of breath. Nicole playfully reached out her hand to rub Lily's breast with the sponge, which made her squeal in surprise. When Kevin heard her, he was tempted to rush in. "Nicole, just what are you doing?" Lily blushed shyly. "Lily, you've been married to Kevin for more than 3 years, right? What's going on between you?" Nicole gave her a lewd smile. Kevin and I haven't done anything yet." You could see the pain in Lily's eyes. Things had been going a lot better lately in their marriage, but Lily's heart was filled with sadness when she thought about how many times she'd given Kevin the cold shoulder. "What? You've been married for 3 years and haven't consummated your marriage yet? Then how did you spend your wedding night?" Nicole asked in surprise. "Our relatives and some other guests got him drunk," Lily answered quietly. But there was more to the story that she didn't tell her cousin. When they got married, Lily didn't have any feelings towards Kevin. You could even say she hated him. So on the wedding night, when he was dead drunk, she dragged him into the bathroom, and he spent the whole night sleeping in the tub. "Well, at least you're keeping in shape. What's your secret?" Nicole looked at Lily's figure and asked, "Can you give me any tips?" "What are you talking about?" Lily didn't know why she would ask her a question like that. As Nicole was about to explain, the bar of soap fell out of her hand and she yelled, "Oops! Help!" 3 seconds later, Kevin pushed open the bathroom door. "What's wrong?" They all stared at each other for a moment, and then things got really awkward. Lily instinctively cried out in shock. Kevin was petrified and didn't know what to do. You can imagine his surprise as he saw the two of them standing there naked in the shower. His heart skipped a beat and he stammered, I thought I heard—" "What are you looking at? Hurry up and get out." As Lily said this, she grabbed a towel and covered herself in a panic. Nicole burst out laughing. "Well, I guess we're even now." How could Kevin still think about bickering with Nicole? He hurriedly closed the bathroom door and headed back to sit down on the living room sofa. While he was recovering from the excitement, his phone suddenly rang. It was Professor Murdoch. "I wonder how she reacted to the pills," Kevin wondered as he picked up the phone. "Hello, Professor Murdoch. Have you had a chance to rest?" Kevin asked her casually. "Not yet, but I'm calling about something else." She took a sip of her coffee and explained. "There will be a very important meeting next Monday." "What do you mean by important?" Kevin inquired curiously. "This afternoon, the Myriads abducted the leaders of the top 10 organizations. Roger Knott was behind it all. They're planning on shaking things up among the younger members and putting the most evil groups in their place." Professor Murdoch gave the details as she understood them. Kevin frowned slightly when he heard this. "What does this have to do with me?" "What do you think? The School for the Healing Arts is going to have a contest. Whoever wins is going to have to kill Roger Knott. Your development has already reached an extraordinary level. I'm very optimistic that you'll win the contest and handle the problem," Professor Murdoch said with certainty. "Doesn't the school have any regard for human life?" Kevin was unwilling to be involved in this plan. "Our mission is to destroy evil and promote what is good. Roger Knott is the ranking member of the Myriads. I don't know how many disasters he's caused. If I can get rid of him, the entire world will benefit. When the time comes, you must perform your duty well." Professor Murdoch finished her inspirational speech and hung up the phone. Kevin sat there on the sofa with a big frown on his face. He was actually a member of the Myriads, and the deputy sect leader considered him a brother. Not to mention, he was Mackenzie's grandfather. Kevin had to find a way to save Roger Knott's life. The problem was that there were a lot of experts in the school, and the ones who had offices in the library were especially lethal. Even if Kevin wanted to attack them, he was willing but not able. It seems like I really have to enter the contest. Kevin made up his mind to do what he thought was right. Moments later, Lily and Nicole stepped out of the bathroom drying their hair. "How you doing, Kevin? Did you like what you saw?" Nicole teased. She didn't seem to mind that Kevin had just seen her in the buff. "What do you think I saw?" Kevin replied awkwardly. "Stop it, you two. Let's just drop the subject." Lily stopped Kevin from saying anything else. She was still feeling kind of embarrassed. "You two go ahead and hang out. I'm going to the study." Kevin got up from the sofa to head upstairs. "Hey, I didn't know you were so shy," Nicole loudly teased. "Make sure you study hard," and she emphasized the word, hard. Kevin almost slipped and rolled down the stairs, but he couldn't argue with her. Heaven knew how much Nicole would tease him about it later. The room suddenly became quiet. Lily had apparently recovered from the awkward scene in the shower and stood there silently drying her hair. Nicole broke the silence. "Lily, what happened to you? Did my joke make you feel uncomfortable?" "It's not because of you, Nicole. I was just thinking about how things are going between Kevin and me," Lily replied in a low voice. Nicole wasn't a dope and quickly understood what was on Lily's mind. "Aunt Dorothy still hasn't accepted Kevin, has she?" Nicole asked her very directly. "Kevin's got more ambition than he did before, and he knows a lot of famous and influential people. But for some reason, whenever he's with Mom, he acts like a loser," Lily explained with a worried look on her face. "And you know what kind of person my mom is. I really don't know how to make them get along with each other." She looked Nicole in the eye and said very seriously, "One is my mother, and the other is my husband. I can't lose either of them." Nicole got serious and rolled her eyes. "It's simple. You and Kevin should have a baby. If Aunt Dorothy becomes a grandmother, she definitely won't dislike Kevin anymore." "But how can it be so easy to have a child? I haven't even slept in the same bed as Kevin for more than a month." Lily knew that Nicole wasn't joking around like she usually did. "Just take it one step at a time. The night is still young. Why don't we go out?" As expected, Nicole was feeling a little restless. "Where would we go in the middle of the night?" Lily said as she put down her towel. "How about a nightclub?" Nicole suggested excitedly. "Forget it." Lily didn't even want to think about it. She'd never liked going to places like bars and dance clubs, especially after that incident with Nolan Hill. She wasn't even thrilled about hotels. But Nicole's friends called her the nightclub queen when they were younger. After arguing back and forth, Lily finally relented and went up to the study to ask Kevin if he wanted to go with them. As they drove along in Kevin's Porsche Panamera, Kevin complained playfully. "I can't keep up with you two. You just showered and now you want to head out to a nightclub? Why not? Don't you have fun anymore?" Then Nicole looked around at the car's luxurious interior and exclaimed, "So tell me, Kevin, are you rich now? This car is a hoot." "It was a gift from Kevin's boss. He also gave him a Pagani Roadster, but that's just for the two of us," Lily explained as they whizzed through traffic. "That's one hell of a cool boss." Nicole was even more surprised and joked, "What company is that, Kevin? Are they hiring?" "Are you sure you'd want to work for us?" Kevin asked casually. However, he realized that Nicole might actually be a good fit at Williams Media. If he assigned her to Miss Wilson, she might really be successful in the entertainment industry. "Oh, I'm not interested in working," Nicole replied before Kevin could say anything. "But I'm really interested in your boss. Is he married?" Lily laughed out loud. "What are you laughing about, you stinker? Don't you think I've still got a good figure?" Nicole ran her hands along her hips. Don't worry, Kevin. When I'm in charge of your company, I'll make sure you get to keep your job. After all, we're family. Nicole acted like it was a done deal. Kevin controlled his laughter and answered, Fine. I'll take you to my office tomorrow and introduce you to my boss's secretary. He turned his attention back to the snarled traffic on Michigan Avenue as he wondered if this was a good idea after all. As Kevin drove Lily and Nicole to a nightclub, they were discussing the possibility of Nicole getting a job at Williams Media. That depends on whether you have what it takes. After Kevin said that, he kept out of the rest of the conversation and focused on his driving. Even this late in the evening, traffic was a nightmare downtown. About half an hour later, the three of them walked into the club. They were immediately overwhelmed by the intense music. There was a woman in the middle of the dance floor gyrating like nobody was watching. The place was a real meat market. Kevin noticed a couple sitting in a dark corner and wondered what they were up to. He pointed to an empty spot not far away from them and loudly said to Lily and Nicole, "You two go over there and sit down. I'll go to the bar and get us some drinks." "Go for it, Kevin." Nicole smiled and pulled Lily along as she walked towards the empty seats. "When are we leaving, Nicole? This place is too noisy, and I'm not used to it." Lily's face didn't look too good. "Don't worry, sis. There's a reason you're ready to leave. You're out of practice. Let's just hang out for an hour." Nicole smiled and teased. "Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Are you and Kevin going to make love?" "Nicole, would you please stop teasing me all the time?" Lily blushed again as she thought about what had just happened in the shower. Just then, a tough-looking man suddenly walked over and put his beer on the table. He leered at Lily and Nicole.
Do you want to find a quiet place and get to know each other?
"Why don't we just skip to goodbye? If you know what's good for you, you'll hurry up and leave." Nicole had a bad temper sometimes.
Hey, babe, don't be so harsh. We don't know each other yet, but that doesn't mean we can't be friends.
The man had no intention of leaving. Instead, he grabbed a chair and sat down. "I'm sorry, but that seat's taken. You'll have to sit somewhere else," Lily said very coldly.
Why don't we have a drink and get to know each other?
The man gave Lily a creepy look, and he practically had drool coming out of the corner of his mouth. His name was Smitty, and he had a reputation for hitting on anything with a pulse. He'd been having a lot of bad luck that evening and was about to go to another club when Lily and Nicole caught his eye. "I don't know how to drink, so why don't you just move along?" Lily's expression was getting colder and colder.
Don't treat me like that. Everybody can use a new friend.
He stuck out his tongue and reached his hand out towards Lily's cheek. Suddenly, a thick and powerful palm grabbed Smitty's wrist. "Don't you understand what she's saying? It's time to move along," Kevin said coldly.
Who the hell are you?
Smitty was really pissed to be interrupted like this. "You don't need to know who I am. Just leave now while you still have your health." As Kevin said this, he exerted a little more force on the guy's wrist. The expression on the man's face changed drastically, and he gave Kevin a ferocious sneer.
Hey, friend. First come, first serve. I saw her first, and you're cutting the line.
He pulled his arm hard, trying to break free from Kevin's hold. But he was surprised to find that no matter how hard he tried, it didn't work. Kevin's hand was gripping him like a vice. "Well, I'm her husband. Why would I need to cut in line?" Kevin sneered as he suddenly let go of the man's wrist. When he opened his hand, Smitty fell to the floor because Kevin sometimes forgot his own strength. This kind of confrontation wasn't unusual for the nightclub. Since the two of them hadn't started a fight yet, they didn't attract much attention. When the onlookers saw that there wasn't much going on, they turned right around and went back to their dancing. "Get lost," Kevin finally shouted. Smitty jumped up from the floor and pointed at Kevin.
Wait and see what I do to you, kid.
"I hate people pointing at me and talking crap. Get lost or you'll lose that finger." Kevin turned around and sat down, hoping that the guy would get the message and go bother someone else. Then he gestured to the server to bring their drinks over. Smitty gave Kevin a particularly nasty look. Then he walked out of the club and pulled out his cell phone to make a call. Wow, Kevin, that was awesome. That guy even let you be a knight in shining armor saving a damsel in distress. Nicole took a sip of her drink. He's just some petty local hoodlum. What's so amazing about it? Kevin wasn't about to brag about what he'd done. He was a lot stronger than Smitty. Hubby, I think we should just head home. That guy didn't look like someone to be trifled with, Lily said worriedly. Don't worry, honey. If anything happens, I'll give Dalton a call. There's no tough guy bigger than him in all of Chicago. Kevin was trying to ease Lily's mind, but he wasn't joking. That was a fact. Kevin, I know you have a good relationship with Dalton because you saved his wife's life, but you can't keep calling him up for everything. Not only did Lily feel even worse now, but she was also worried about hurting Kevin's friendship. Stop it, guys. We're here to have fun, not get a lecture. Nicole admired her cousin, but she was being a real drag. Sure enough, Lily dropped the subject and just quietly sipped her drink. About 10 minutes later, there was a big commotion at the door, and they saw a dozen tall, sturdy men with knives in their hands and vicious looks in their eyes. Everyone in the nightclub stopped what they were doing. They didn't know where these people came from or what they wanted to do. Kevin, who had sharp eyes, could see the guy who'd just been giving them trouble. The manager of the club walked up to the men with a disarming smile.
Is anything wrong, Smitty? You look unhappy about something.
Get the hell away from me. I'm looking for someone. Everyone, just go back to what you were doing. Don't get involved if it's none of your damn business.
He sounded even more proud and arrogant now than he'd been in front of Kevin just a few minutes before. Then he spotted Kevin still sitting in the same spot with Lily and Nicole. He swaggered over with a dozen bullies.
Kid, I'll give you one more chance. You're going to get down on your knees and apologize to me. Then I'll show these two women a really good time tonight. If you do that, we'll call it good.
He sneered at Kevin, then he took a knife from the man next to him and drove it hard into the table in front of them.
If you don't do what I say, I'll cut off your finger and toss it into that fish tank over there.
Lily's face went pale in an instant and she hugged Kevin's arm tightly. Nicole, on the other hand, didn't panic at all. Who are you trying to scare anyway? Don't you even know this man's name? The group of thugs was stunned for a second. They really didn't know who Kevin was and started to have some doubts.
Could he be the toughest man in Chicago?
Or maybe he belongs to a powerful family. Smitty and the others thought to themselves. After all, Chicago was a huge city. You could spend your whole life without crossing paths with someone more powerful than you. Smitty came back to his senses and opened up his fist. He pointed at himself and said arrogantly,
"Well, do you know who I am?"
"I really don't know." Kevin smiled and shook his head. "And I really don't care either." There was no sign of fear on his face.
"My name is Smitty. Have you ever heard of Dalton Steele? He's my brother-in-law," Smitty said confidently. "So now, smartass, you're going to apologize to me. If you don't, my buddies here will pound the crap out of you."
Kevin got a funny look on his face when he heard Smitty say this. Who would have guessed? This jerk actually turned out to be Dalton's brother-in-law. "My name's Kevin Williams. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of me, but you better call Dalton before you make another move." Kevin leaned back in his chair and put his feet up on the table. This was going to get interesting. Smitty returned to the nightclub with a group of thugs. As it turns out, he was Dalton Steele's brother-in-law, and now he wanted to take revenge on Kevin for embarrassing him in front of everyone earlier. However, Smitty was unaware of Kevin's own association with Dalton. Kevin then introduced himself and told them to call Dalton before making another move.
"Who? Cut the crap. I've never heard of him."
Smitty sneered and turned his head to ask his men.
"Have any of you guys heard of Kevin Williams?"
"What kind of stupid name is that? It's so generic and unpleasant to hear. I don't care who he is, I only acknowledge you as my boss," one of Smitty's men mocked.
"He's right, boss. Just give me the word and I'll deal with this lowlife. I'll surely beat some sense into this guy to make sure he knows who he's messing with,"
another one chimed in.
Boss, why don't you go grab a drink and rest for a while? See if I can teach this loser a good lesson for you.
It seemed that all of Smitty's thugs wanted a piece of Kevin as more than 20 men laughed and jeered at him. They vastly outnumbered him, so they didn't think he stood a chance. The onlookers who were watching this commotion shook their heads one after another. Some of them even let out a sigh. It would suck to be that man right now. He actually provoked Smitty? What was he thinking? One of the onlookers said as he nudged his friend. His friend agreed. I know, right? Smitty's a relative of the Steele family. I think he'll definitely end up in the hospital even if he doesn't die tonight. It's a pity those two beautiful women have such bad taste to be associated with such a useless person, the onlooker added. Hearing the comments from the crowd, the sneer on Smitty's face grew even bigger as he directed his attention back to Kevin.
Now that you know who you're dealing with, hurry up and choose your fate. I don't have any extra time to waste with you.
Just as Smitty said this, Kevin did something that nobody expected. He fiercely kicked Smitty in the chest, sending him flying across the dance floor, knocking two of his strongmen down along with him. How dare you insult me like that? Even if Dalton came here personally, he wouldn't talk to me like that. Who the hell do you think you are? Kevin spat on the ground with disdain. The whole club suddenly became silent. Even the music was turned off by now. The manager was so scared that his eyes seemed like they were about to fall out. He quickly walked to the back of the bar and sat down to make a call. The rest of the onlookers, including the rest of Smitty's men, still couldn't believe what they had just witnessed, and they hadn't recovered from their shock just yet. I didn't see it wrong, did I? This man kicked Smitty right in the chest? One of the onlookers asked. Someone else from the crowd suddenly recalled,
I remember now. He seems to be that good-for-nothing son-in-law who lucked into marrying someone from the Jones family. No wonder he looks familiar.
Is that true? And he chose to go up against Smitty? Will he find a way out of this mess? The onlooker wondered. Another person replied,
Members of the Steele family are people you shouldn't dare to mess with. Even if this man belongs to the Jones family, he won't be able to get out of this easily.
Nicole looked at Kevin worriedly. Since so many people were saying that the Steele family was powerful, it was obvious that they weren't people that ordinary folks could provoke. However, Lily wasn't worried much at all. In any case, Kevin had a good relationship with Dalton. Perhaps she could still convince Kevin to treat Smitty to a meal to smooth things over and avoid causing any trouble. Although Kevin might lose some face because of this, at least it was much better than being beaten up.
You useless piece of trash. You actually dared to hit me?
Smitty was infuriated. He understood that Kevin had no plan to back down, so he no longer wanted to play games with him either.
What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and attack!
Smitty raised his arm and called out his men. While he shouted at his men, he coughed a few times. It seemed that Kevin's kick was quite powerful because it had knocked the wind out of him. After receiving the order, the 20 or so strongmen all raised their knives at Kevin. Their weapons reflected the dance club's shiny lights onto the surrounding crowd. Seeing this, Lily and Nicole both cried out in horror as they feared for Kevin's life. Meanwhile, the other people in the nightclub either turned their heads away or covered their mouths with their hands. Not wanting to associate themselves with Kevin and the two women, they were afraid of making any noise that would get them into trouble. Everyone's hearts raced as they watched all 20 knife-wielding men running towards Kevin at the same time. Just then, Kevin also rushed towards them to attack, and the entire nightclub was filled with screams of panic as the onlookers prayed for their own survival. With so many men fighting, no one in the crowd could figure out what was going on. However, a few minutes later, all the chaos died down as Kevin stood alone in the middle of the dance floor, twisting his wrist. On the other hand, Smitty's men were all lying on the ground, clutching their arms and letting out miserable cries. Everyone's jaws dropped at the unexpected outcome. Their legs were trembling and their faces were filled with disbelief. They looked at Kevin as if they had just seen a terrifying ghost. I told you to get lost, but you chose to come back and provoke me. You left me with no choice but to do this to your men, Kevin coldly remarked as he slowly walked towards Smitty. Do you know why you can still stand?
I don't know,
Smitty answered almost subconsciously, fearing for his life. That's because of your brother-in-law, Dalton. Kevin took out his phone and called Dalton. Dalton immediately picked up and was the first to speak.
Kevin, there's no need to explain anything. I already know what happened. I'm on my way.
Hurry up. Your brother-in-law has caused quite a lot of trouble here, Kevin replied.
Wait for me. I'll be there soon.
After that, Dalton didn't say anything else and ended the call. Kevin then turned around and went back to Lily. He gently patted the back of her head and asked, Were you scared? It was only at this time that Lily finally returned to her senses. While she knew Kevin could fight, she never thought that he would be so powerful. Kevin, did you really defeat all of these men? Nicole was still in a state of disbelief. Who else could have done it if it wasn't me? Kevin didn't know how else to answer her. Oh my God, Kevin! I can't believe you're so powerful now. Nicole's eyes grew wide with uncontrollable excitement. Just a moment ago, she had been as worried for Kevin as Lily. What will happen to you and the others? Will you be arrested? Lily asked worriedly. Kevin had already gone to prison before after a similar scuffle at the Salix Leaf Hotel. That wouldn't be the case tonight, would it? Kevin knew what Lily was worried about and reassured her. Don't worry, Lily. They just dislocated their arms. Of course, I only showed them mercy because of Dalton. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been as lucky. By now, the surrounding crowd had slowly come back to their senses as well. One of them commented,
Didn't they say he was just a good-for-nothing son-in-law? Maybe they were talking about some other guy. Besides, how can he be so good at fighting?
I can't believe he defeated more than 20 knife-wielding men using his bare hands. I thought I'd only see something like that in the movies, another onlooker added. He only crippled their arms because of Smitty's connection with Dalton. If it had been anyone else. When someone mentioned this, the rest of the crowd couldn't help but shudder at the thought. Meanwhile, Smitty's men grimaced in pain as they nursed their injuries. Their faces were pale, and their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. As soon as some of them managed to get back up, there was only one thought in their minds right now. Run! Seconds later, a couple of Smitty's men quickly bolted through the nightclub's exit, leaving their boss and fellow thugs behind. Despite this, Smitty remained confident. As long as Dalton was willing to help him, he would definitely have his revenge on Kevin. Little did he know that Kevin had actually called Dalton earlier, and his brother-in-law was already on the way. When Kevin had mentioned that he personally knew Dalton and warned him against provoking him earlier, Smitty assumed that he was only bragging. How powerful was this guy? Even if Kevin was quite skilled and strong with his punches and kicks, he was still just a good-for-nothing son-in-law who lived off his wife. So while Smitty was crawling his way to the nightclub's exit to escape, he was surprised to bump into Dalton, who had just arrived.
Dalton, help me! There's a stupid piece of trash over there who wants to kill me, and he even said that he's friends with you.
Smitty uttered in relief as if his life-saving prayer had just been answered. Smitty's words attracted the attention of many people in the nightclub. Dalton's here? I wonder what he'll do now.
Is there a need to ask?
Dalton is Smitty's brother-in-law. It's over for that good-for-nothing loser if he chooses to fight again, an onlooker remarked.
Dalton, you have to avenge me. He's the one who started all this trouble tonight, Smitty begged.
Shut up and stand behind me.
Dalton's face was extremely serious, and Smitty had no choice but to do as he said. Dalton had known Kevin for quite some time now and had seen him humiliate a lot of people. However, Dalton had never actually seen Kevin fight, so he was a bit surprised when he first heard about the nightclub brawl. How much did he really know about Kevin? Dalton, you got here pretty fast, Kevin boastfully called out to him. I just taught your brother-in-law a lesson. Don't tell me you're mad. When they heard Kevin say this, all of the onlookers at the nightclub were petrified. Everyone in Chicago knew who Dalton was. So how could a lowlife like Kevin speak to him like this? Did he have a death wish or something?
Kevin, if you wanted to have a night out and go for a drink, why didn't you just come and find me? I know a lot of better places than this.
Dalton walked up to Kevin enthusiastically and put his arm around his shoulder.
You didn't have to beat up my brother-in-law so badly.
In my defense, he went after my wife and her cousin, so I had to put him in his place. Besides, out of respect for you, I only kicked him once. At least he's not lying on the ground like his other men, Kevin said with a laugh.
Fair enough. My brother-in-law can be quite a headache sometimes. I'll have to explain this to my wife when I get home.
Then Dalton turned around to Smitty and shouted,
Don't you know who you just pissed off? What the hell are you just standing there for? Apologize to Mr. Williams immediately.
Smitty's jaw dropped. With no choice but to accept defeat, he dejectedly made his way towards Kevin and apologized.
Mr. Williams, I'm so sorry for giving you any trouble tonight. Please forgive me.
Kevin picked up the wine bottle that he'd ordered earlier and poured a glass in front of Smitty. I accept your apology. Now that we're good, have some of this wine. I hope you've learned your lesson and will keep a low profile when you go out in the future. Displeased with Smitty's behavior, Dalton scolded him.
Why are you still standing there drinking? Leave the nightclub as soon as you finish that glass of wine.
He then ordered his bodyguard to take away the men who were lying on the floor. Once Smitty and his men were out of the nightclub, Dalton turned his attention back to Kevin.
Even our teacher at the Healing Art School is no match compared to someone like you, Kevin. It's better to keep you safe and sound than anything else.
The surrounding crowd seemed to have been confused by Dalton's words. What was he talking about? Is this man even human? After a while, Kevin felt that they couldn't stay at the nightclub much longer, so he gave his car keys to Lily and let her and Nicole head back first. He was going to walk with Dalton for a while. Promise me you'll come home early, Lily reminded Kevin quietly.
Don't worry, Lily. I won't let Kevin get in any trouble,
Dalton answered with a smile. Not long after Lily and Nicole left, Kevin felt a wave of pressure coming towards him and Dalton. His expression changed drastically. Dalton, run! He pulled Dalton by his arm and called for everyone at the nightclub to escape. Everyone, get out immediately. Don't follow the two of us. What are those two running away from? The onlookers were confused. Suddenly, Kevin saw a dagger swiftly approaching them from a distance. Dalton, be careful! After pushing Dalton away, he quickly gathered all of his strength and stretched out both hands in an attempt to deflect the weapon. But the dagger's momentum was too strong, and Kevin was sent flying from the impact. He hit a tree hard, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the deflected dagger was perfectly caught by none other than Ariana Titus.
Damn it. You really won't stop going after us, will you?
Dalton's face instantly turned sour when he saw who was attacking them. I can't believe you're still alive after what I did to you. Ariana sneered as she looked at Dalton in surprise.
Of course. I'm tougher than you think,
Dalton remarked and then rushed towards Kevin.
Are you all right?
I'm fine. Kevin reassured Dalton and got back up on his feet. As he took out the night dagger from his jacket, he briefly wondered how Ariana had suddenly resurfaced to attack them tonight. Since they were able to track their whereabouts, it meant that there must be people from the Union in the city. You two are doomed. Both of you will die tonight, Ariana threatened.
You really talk about a big game, don't you? I remember back in New York City, you also said the same thing at the hospital, but you didn't succeed.
Dalton was unimpressed.
Now that you're in my territory here in Chicago, what makes tonight any different?
Dalton, just bear with it. She definitely won't stand a chance against the two of us. Kevin remained relatively calm at the moment. Kevin, you scum! Tonight I'll end both of your lives as payback for Randall Williams. 2 souls in exchange for his. As soon as these words left Ariana's mouth, she took a step forward and started to thrust her dagger at Kevin.
Good luck with that. Maybe it's you who should join him up there.
Dalton didn't have any fear as he raised both fists, ready to fight Ariana. The two of them collided with each other. Unfortunately, Ariana was too strong for Dalton, and his legs sank deep into the ground from the impact. "You all right there, Dalton?" Kevin wanted to come over and help him, but he was still recovering from the effects of crashing into the tree.
"I'm fine,"
Dalton moaned, but Kevin could see some blood flowing down from the corner of his mouth as he gritted his teeth. "You bastard! It's time for you to die!" Ariana shouted as she once again diverted her attack towards Kevin. Seeing this, Dalton wanted to stop Ariana, but he couldn't manage to pull his legs out of the ground. Fortunately, Kevin instinctively blocked her dagger attack, sending it flying into the air as it bounced off of his arm, thanks to the protective clothing the Alliance leader had given him. It saved his life again. Damn it! Because her attack had failed, Ariana decided to change her strategy. She withdrew her dagger and used all of her might to strike Kevin's chest with her left palm. This time, Kevin was unable to block her, and he went flying into another tree. But his protective clothing managed to protect him from much worse injuries. "I didn't expect you to be wearing such powerful protection under your clothes. When I'm finished with you, I'll take it from you as my bounty." Ariana sneered as she rushed towards Kevin in a flash. He could see the greed that was faintly visible in her eyes. Kevin wanted to reply, but when he opened his mouth, all he could do was spit out some blood as he tried to recover. "When you see your grandfather in the afterlife, remember to get down on your knees and apologize to him for being such a useless grandson." Ariana taunted as she prepared to deliver a final blow to Kevin's head.
"Don't hurt him."
Dalton finally found enough strength to pull his legs out and rush to save Kevin. "You're courting death by overestimating yourself. Neither of you are powerful enough to go up against me," Ariana warned as she struck back. She hit Dalton in the chest, rendering him unconscious in an instant as he fell to the ground. "Dalton!" Kevin shouted anxiously. It seemed like it was impossible for them to fight back, even with his night dagger and his body armor. "Any last words?" Ariana snarled as she clenched her fist. Just then, a strong wind blew, forcing Ariana to divert her attention and defend herself as she held her dagger in front of her. Suddenly, another dagger swiftly struck hers. With her dagger's blade now bent, she was forced to throw it away. However, even before she could draw another dagger from her vest, she received a powerful blow to the stomach, sending her a few steps back. She spat out some blood as her entire body trembled. "Who dares to interfere?" Ariana quickly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her gaze vigilantly swept around her surroundings a few times, but she still couldn't see her mysterious opponent. "Why are you still hiding? Show yourself!" "How can the Union claim to hate evil when you're just adding to it?" A figure slowly walked over from a dark corner. "It's you again!" Ariana immediately recognized who it was. She then drew another dagger and pointed it at the Night King. "You've injured my student twice. It seems like I have to teach you a lesson." The Night King drew his own dagger, the same one that had struck Ariana earlier. Seeing this, Ariana wasn't going to back down and was prepared for a showdown. She brought out the shield that was strapped behind her back. Forged in titanium alloy, she was confident that it would protect her from the Night King's strikes. However, her shield was shattered into pieces like broken glass with just one strike, and the impact sent her a couple of feet back. With blood coming out from her mouth and nose, Ariana's eyes were filled with disbelief. What kind of dagger was the Night King using? It looked much more powerful and terrifying than hers. "This is only a small punishment. If you ever dare to harm Kevin again, you'll suffer the same fate as your shield." The Night King warned Ariana without even looking at her as she ran away. "Thank God you came. I feel bad, though, that you've already had to save me twice despite your training," Kevin called out with difficulty. "It's all right.
It doesn't hurt to lose now and then. I still have a lot to teach you, the Night King stoically replied. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. No matter how thick-skinned Kevin was, it was impossible for him to hide his emotions after the Night King had saved his life twice. That woman is too ruthless. She really wants you dead. Fortunately, I got here in time, the Night King commented as he took a multicolored pill from his pocket. This is a crystal pill. Take it and you'll wake up recovered. I'll go and check on your friend. After the Night King threw the pill to Kevin, he stood up and walked towards Dalton. When the Night King first got there, he watched them secretly for a long time. He wanted to see how far Kevin could go against Ariana during their second encounter. So he'd witnessed Dalton risking his life to save Kevin, and this impressed him. More than an hour later, Kevin woke up from a deep sleep. When he checked his surroundings, the Night King had already disappeared. Only Dalton, who was recuperating not far away, and the traces of their fight on the ground proved that it wasn't just a dream. I didn't expect the Night King to give me the crystal pill, Kevin exclaimed as he examined how his body felt. According to the herbal medicine books he got from the Alliance, the crystal pill was made from high-grade natural ingredients that only a selected few in the organization knew how to produce. And true enough, his injuries had not only fully healed, but he also felt much stronger than before because of it. While he was thinking about this, Dalton suddenly woke up.
Kevin, are you all right?
I'm fine, Dalton. Why don't we head home? We can't stay here for long. Kevin cautioned with lingering fear that Ariana would come back for them when the Night King is out of sight. Dalton was curious.
The old man from earlier.
That's my mentor. I can't say much, but you must keep his existence a secret. Kevin interrupted Dalton. But he didn't tell him anything else about his connection with the Night King. After all, the fewer people who knew about him, the better.
I understand, Kevin. Let's head back now.
Seeing that Dalton had already fully recovered, Kevin knew right away what the Night King had given him. The next day, when Kevin took Lily to the Healing Arts School, he was surprised to find that there were various arenas set up on the school's martial arts field. Honey, I've got class now. Let's meet this afternoon. Lily smiled and kissed Kevin before leaving. Okay, Kevin agreed as they parted ways. However, as soon as Kevin stepped into the classroom, he saw Mackenzie, who was sitting next to Penny. He then remembered that he still had to think of a way to save her grandfather, Roger Knott. Very quickly, news of a martial arts competition to eliminate the myriads quickly spread throughout the entire school. Professor Murdoch entered each classroom and explained the rules of the contest. They were very simple. Students would fight each other one-on-one. They couldn't use hidden weapons, nor could they injure or kill their opponents. The winners of each round would move forward to face one another in the same manner, and the final victor would have an opportunity to kill Roger Knott. Thus, the entire student body marched onto the field in an orderly manner, and high-ranking leaders from the top 10 organizations were already sitting on a platform. I wonder if they'll also participate in today's competition, Kevin asked nervously. His chances of winning would be almost zero against these martial arts experts. Don't worry, they're just here to observe, and their main purpose is to select potential leaders from the current student body, Professor Murdoch explained. However, you'll still have to prove yourself against representatives from the other organizations. Professor Murdoch, are you sure I can handle them? This is a lot of pressure. Kevin was nervous. Professor Murdoch shook her head and gave Kevin a stern look. You better make this school proud. If you don't get first place, Don't worry. I was just kidding. Of course I'll give my best. Kevin interrupted before going to his seat beside Dalton. Upon doing so, he noticed that Mackenzie was sitting in front of him. You're not a student here, are you? Kevin asked her. I brought Mackenzie. Penny turned her head and explained. At the same time, she gave Kevin a complicated look. You're participating in the competition later, right? How did you know? Kevin was surprised. Each class has a nominated roster of participants determined by our professors. Didn't you read our chat group thread last night? Professor Murdoch told everyone that she was counting on you to win, Penny patiently explained.
Kevin and Dalton subconsciously looked at each other when they heard her. Last night, the two of them almost died at Ariana's hands. How could they have had the time and energy to check their phones? Suddenly, Kevin's phone vibrated. "Kevin, can you help Mackenzie save her grandpa?" In order to not attract attention, Penny had secretly sent him a text. "Penny, you think too highly of me. The competition looks fierce out there," Kevin admitted. He really wanted to help, but the problem was that he had to get first place and defeat everyone in his path. "Kevin, I believe in you. You're the only one who can help her. Also, I didn't mean to offend you before. Right now, I'm begging you, okay? Please save Mackenzie's grandpa." After Penny sent this message, she let out a long sigh. Seeing this, Kevin turned off his phone screen. He then closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He really wanted to tell Penny, "I can't promise anything. Even I don't believe in myself." All this time, Mackenzie didn't notice their silent conversation because she was looking far into the distance. Her mind seemed to be preoccupied with something else at the moment. Mackenzie seemed to be bothered by some thoughts as well. Featuring students from different classes and other organizations, Kevin was faced with fierce competition and was unsure if he could win in order to save Roger Knott. When his granddaughter, Mackenzie, returned from Penny's place a few days ago, she discovered that her entire mansion was a mess, and the guards were severely injured. Her grandfather had gone missing, and when she asked those who were lucky enough to survive, she found out that high-ranking members from the top 10 organizations had worked together to capture him. Since then, Mackenzie had spent a great deal of time and effort to look for him, sending members of the Myriads and using any connection she had for reinforcements. But up until now, she still had no leads regarding his whereabouts. So when Mackenzie heard about the martial arts competition at the Healing Arts School today and how the final victor would be given the opportunity to kill her grandfather, she followed Penny over to take a look. Given this, Mackenzie had already made up her mind that even if there was a sliver of a chance today, money wouldn't be an issue if it meant saving her grandfather's life. "Don't worry, I'll do my best to help you." Even if he had his own doubts about winning the competition, Kevin tried his best to reassure Mackenzie as he spoke to her. "Who asked you to help? Are you sure you can win?" Mackenzie snapped as her patience was wearing thin. She was so anxious about her grandfather's condition that she had momentarily forgotten how Kevin and the deputy leader of the Myriads were like brothers. "Sorry about that, Kevin. Mackenzie's just very worried, so please excuse her manners." Penny tried to smooth things over with Kevin and told Mackenzie to apologize. Kevin just smiled at them to indicate that he didn't take it to heart. The large martial arts arena could accommodate almost 100,000 people, and now all the seats were currently filled. As his gaze swept across the entire venue, he saw some familiar faces, such as Kelly Emmett, who was a member of the Union, sitting next to Renee Silver and Ariana Titus. Kevin noticed that Ariana looked a little tired and disheveled. It seemed that she hadn't recovered from her injuries after encountering the Night King the previous night. Apart from them, there was also Frank Carter, the martial arts instructor who had since transferred to the Central Alternative Healing Academy, Nadia Alexander, the local president of the Herbalist Society's Southern Branch, and Harley Shepard, the vice president of their own school for the healing arts. "I can't believe there are so many familiar faces who are part of the top 10 organizations," Kevin thought to himself. Suddenly, a deep voice announced,
"Everyone, please be quiet."
The person who spoke was a man who was standing on the highest platform. It was none other than Wayne Ford, who looked to be in his early 30s. However, the fact that he was able to sit there clearly indicated his high position. It seemed that he wasn't only the enforcer at the Southwest School of Healing. On top of that, he was also the dean of the Healing Arts School. So when Wayne spoke, the noise from the crowd was instantly drowned out by his authoritative voice. This proved how powerful he was.
"Today is an important day for the Healing Arts School. The Myriads and the Alliance are two evil underground organizations that have been causing great harm to the world. They must both be eradicated for the greater good. Thanks to a concerted effort from the top 10 organizations, we have managed to capture Roger Knott from the Myriads. This man has committed countless crimes and has killed countless people. Do you think we should punish him? Wayne asked. We should! Thousands and thousands of people agreed in unison. What kind of bullshit narrative is he selling? And the fact that they're all agreeing with him, they must be out of their minds. Mackenzie clenched her fist tightly. Penny immediately reached out to comfort Mackenzie, trying to calm her down for the time being. I believe that everyone already knows about today's competition, so I won't keep you all waiting for long. With that, I hope the contestants can give their all and fight for a chance to get rid of evil. Wayne returned to his chair, satisfied with his convincing speech. The host of the competition didn't have Wayne's commanding voice, so he held the microphone in his hand and announced, Now the competition shall officially begin. Here are the matchups for the first round. When they heard that Kevin was fighting against a student from the Central Alternative Healing Academy, Clarissa Pratt, everyone burst into laughter. Clarissa was the top student from her school. Her martial arts skills were way more advanced compared to Kevin, and she always had a superior knife fighting technique. Kevin, you should just surrender now. It's not too late to withdraw from the competition. Lionel was the first to stand up and make fun of him. I really don't know what Professor Murdoch was thinking. She actually let you participate in the competition. Isn't this deliberately making our class lose face in front of everyone? Mike expressed his resentment. He was secretly bitter for not being chosen to compete and couldn't accept that Kevin was the one selected over him. Kevin, I know you're good at martial arts. Even Carter can't beat you. However, you should know your own limitations. Do you think you'll actually stand a chance against Clarissa? Luther sneered. What the hell is wrong with the three of you? If you're looking for someone to fight, I wouldn't mind kicking your asses right now. Dalton couldn't sit still any longer. These insults towards Kevin were getting way out of line. Dalton, calm down. They're just jealous. Don't waste your time with those three idiots. Kevin managed to get Dalton to calm himself, then turned his attention to Mike and the others. If any of you insult me one more time, I'll beat you up in the same way that I beat Carter. Everyone in their class instantly shut their mouths when they heard him. Many of them had witnessed what Kevin had done to Carter, so they didn't even dare to show any signs of mockery on their faces. Although Clarissa was quite the formidable opponent, Kevin wasn't someone that should be taken lightly either. While he was constantly dismissed by his peers for being a useless son-in-law of the Jones family, Kevin had proved everyone wrong so many times already. And even if all the people in their class gathered to fight him together, they still wouldn't be able to defeat him. Therefore, it was hard to say who would win or lose in the competition between the two of them. Kevin, I know you can do it. Besides, I placed a bet on you for $1 million, so if you win, I can make a lot of money. Dalton made an encouraging gesture. What? Wasn't the list of matchups just announced? Kevin asked in confusion. Yes, but half an hour ago, the host of the competition privately released the list of participants to some of the wealthiest individuals in attendance today to bet on. However, to keep some suspense, they didn't reveal the matchups until just now, so the betting lines have been blowing up ever since. I'm not really into betting, but I already placed my bet on you before I even knew who you were going up against. That's how much faith I have in you. Dalton proudly raised his chin. Kevin frowned and looked at him. So what are my odds? Dalton took out his phone and browsed through the thread. Let me check. Right now, it's plus 2,700 for you and minus 300 for Clarissa. What the hell? Is there some kind of mistake? Why is the gap so large between us? Kevin knew that Clarissa would be the favorite, but he still felt insulted by the huge disparity in their odds. Before Dalton could explain, Professor Murdoch, who was standing in the front of her class, had already spoken. Kevin, why are you still sitting there? Your matchup is coming soon. Hurry up so you still have time to get ready. I know, Professor Murdoch. Where should I go? Kevin answered casually as he stood up. Your match with Clarissa is right over there at the purple arena. Professor Murdoch pointed her finger to prevent Kevin from going to the wrong place. As Kevin walked over and made his way through the crowd, he couldn't help but think to himself, since Dalton bet $1 million on me, he'll make an extra $27 million if I win. So I must let him earn that profit for believing in me. Besides, I don't want anyone to look down on me ever again. So I should really stick it to them.
After finding out that Kevin's first-round matchup would be Clarissa Pratt, the top student from the Central Alternative Healing Academy, his classmates began to mock him and convince him to quit the martial arts competition. However, Dalton came to his defense and encouraged Kevin, even placing a bet of $1 million for him to win on plus 2,700 odds. This spurred Kevin's determination to win in order to reward Dalton for his belief and to prove everyone else wrong. On his way to the purple arena, Kevin was so locked in with his thoughts that he almost walked towards the wrong arena, despite already being directed there by Professor Murdoch. This made many people in the crowd laugh at him, and even he had an awkward expression on his face when this happened. Nonetheless, Kevin quickly shook it off as he took a deep breath to compose himself before entering the purple arena. At that moment, Clarissa was already waiting for him at the other end. She looked at Kevin with a serious face, then shifted her gaze towards the tall wooden poles between them. Clarissa wasn't expecting that they would have to fight while standing on these wooden poles. Although she was well-versed in martial arts and knife fighting through her training at the Central Alternative Healing Academy, everything she learned had focused on drawing one's strength from the ground. Now both of them had to stand high above the ground with just barely any space for their feet to rest on. Furthermore, each wooden pole was covered with a thick layer of grease, making it harder for people to stand firmly on it. And such, once they got on the poles and the signal to start was given, neither of them took the initiative to attack right from the get-go. "Kevin, I admire your bravery to take part in this competition. I'm sure you'll be a worthy first opponent. I hope you can let me fight to my heart's content today," Clarissa said in a low voice. In her eyes, there was only the dagger in her hand and the opponent in front of her. "You're not bad yourself. I've heard good things about your training as well." Kevin's expression was very serious. He could clearly see that Clarissa was very fit and kept her body in shape. And like a sharp dagger hidden beneath its sheath, she possessed the gaze of a fierce tiger ready to pounce. Thus, he knew not to take her respectfulness as a sign of weakness. "I've never fought with an unarmed person. Please take out your dagger before we start." Clarissa didn't look down on Kevin in spite of his reputation as a useless son-in-law of the Jones family. On the contrary, what mattered to her was his fighting skills that she had heard about. And the opportunity to test herself against him made her cherish such an opponent. "All right, as you wish." Kevin nodded as he drew the night dagger from his pocket. As soon as he did this, Clarissa suddenly made her move within a blink of an eye. Other than the powerful people on the platform and some of the professors amongst the crowd, no one could see how swiftly she drew her own dagger and jumped up high into the air. This immediately attracted everyone's attention as they praised Clarissa's skills. "Damn, Clarissa is so strong," someone exclaimed. "She's indeed worthy of being her school's top student. If this sets the tone for the rest of their fight, she'll definitely crush that good-for-nothing son-in-law, right?" Another person wondered as he watched Clarissa in awe. "The gap between those two is really huge. It seems like there's going to be no suspense at all in this battle. That piece of trash Kevin will definitely lose," the onlooker beside him mocked. Even those who had witnessed Kevin's fighting skills during previous encounters couldn't help but shake their heads. With just one move, Clarissa's performance had already convinced everyone of the outcome. Meanwhile, as he watched this scene unfold in front of him, all the hair on Kevin's body suddenly stood up in fear. He instinctively turned around and used his hands to protect his back. "Everyone look! Clarissa has already taken the initiative to strike first. Can Kevin block her attack?" the host loudly remarked. In the next second, a clear sound was heard across the entire venue as the crowd gasped around them. At the same time, Clarissa's eyes widened with surprise. As she landed on the wooden pole behind Kevin, she complimented him. "I'm impressed by your quick reflexes. You managed to block my dagger strike to your back." "Not bad, right?" Kevin smiled, trying to hide the worry on his face. "Unfortunately, this is a battle, so we can't be too friendly any longer." Clarissa's voice fell. She then used her dagger to cut down the wooden pole that Kevin had been standing on. Immediately after, the wooden pole broke apart, forcing him to jump onto another pole. Because he did this quite abruptly, he almost slipped upon landing. Luckily, he managed to regain his balance before Clarissa made any further moves.
Each wooden pole in the purple arena is 15 feet tall. According to the rules, whoever lands on the ground first will be the loser, the host explained.
At just that moment, Kevin began to take things more seriously. If he wanted to stand a chance against Clarissa, he had to quickly come up with something. He then decided to knock down a couple of wooden poles beside him to distance himself from her, kicking one with his right leg and hitting another with his left hand. This seemed to have made him regain his confidence in competitive fire. "You're very strong. Looks like you're ready to fight me now." Clarissa, who had retreated a few steps, slightly smirked at Kevin. "Let me see how good you are then." This time it was Kevin who made the first move as he jumped into the air and charged towards Clarissa. "Good!" Clarissa shouted excitedly. She held her dagger tightly and followed suit. Their two daggers clashed in the air, creating intense sparks. As their sparring continued, their moves were so in sync that it seemed as if Kevin and Clarissa had known each other for a long time. With one blocking the other and vice versa, they were evenly matched for some time. Watching from the highest platform, Wayne Ford and Paul Vaughn from the Central Alternative Healing Academy couldn't help but nod their heads while their eyes were fixed on the two people fighting in the arena.
"You've really trained a good student, Paul. Clarissa's skills are already truly special. If she continues to train hard, the sky's the limit for her potential," Wayne praised with some envy.
"You flatter me too much, Wayne. Same goes for your student."
Although Paul had a slight smile on his face, there was a strong trace of worry in the depths of his eyes. He could only relax and brag if Clarissa was declared the victor over Kevin. Back at the Purple Arena, Kevin and Clarissa had briefly separated. Clarissa was panting heavily as she tried to catch her breath. She looked at Kevin with eyes full of determination. Clarissa was only a teenager when she started studying at the Central Alternative Healing Academy. She had been training directly under her mentor, Paul, who was the headmaster of the organization. Through hard work and dedication, she slowly earned her reputation as his top student in martial arts and knife fighting. Thus, there was a lot at stake here for the both of them in terms of proving that the Central Alternative Healing Academy was not just a top 10 organization, but the best of them all. However, despite Clarissa's years of experience and achievements over Kevin, she began to feel that it was going to be difficult to defeat him for some reason. "That's it. Playtime is over. I have to get serious now." After Clarissa said this, she closed her eyes as her dagger suddenly slipped from her hand and landed right between her feet. Seeing this, many people in the crowd were perplexed.
"What is Clarissa doing? Does she already want to surrender?"
"That can't be the case, right? This battle was just about to get good." Someone reacted in disbelief.
"Is that useless son-in-law really that strong?"
Another onlooker speculated. As the crowd continued to discuss, Kevin frowned. He could clearly feel that Clarissa was just getting started. He knew that she was digging deep within her soul to channel a much stronger and ferocious persona, and he was starting to doubt whether he would still be able to handle that side of her. Just then, Clarissa opened her eyes once again. Upon doing so, she picked up her dagger and threw it forcefully in a circular motion before catching it back once it had fully rotated. All of a sudden, every wooden pole that was still standing was cut in half.
"Paul, did she just use the halo technique? Looks like your student has really learned a lot of advanced skills from you,"
Wayne said with a great praise. Meanwhile, as Ariana watched from the crowd, she couldn't help but let out an evil smile. After last night's encounter, her hatred towards Kevin had already reached a boiling point. Therefore, she wished that Clarissa would take the opportunity not just to defeat Kevin, but kill him once and for all. Oh, she's only learned a little bit. Paul's mood brightened up as his worries were swept away. Now that Clarissa had used the halo technique that he had personally taught her, he was sure that Kevin would definitely lose today. With Clarissa about to make her next move, Kevin held tightly onto the night dagger and placed it in front of his chest so that he could face her attack head-on. However, he wasn't sure if it would be enough protection against the power of the halo technique. If Clarissa's dagger could cut through so many wooden poles using it, Kevin felt as if his entire body could just as easily be cut in half in the same manner. Clarissa is so powerful. Looks like that piece of trash Kevin is dead for sure this time. Lionel scoffed with a vicious smile. He deserves to die for being so arrogant. Mike spat on the ground in disgust. At the same time, Lily, who was also watching Kevin from the crowd, couldn't bear to see her husband like this. Her heart felt heavy as she tightly clutched the edges of her seat. Similarly, Phoebe stood up from her seat as she waited to see what would happen next. Her face was filled with worry, but she couldn't keep her eyes off of Kevin. Suddenly, Kevin had a light bulb moment as something clicked in his mind. If Clarissa could harness the power of her inner strength and couple that with her training, then he could surely do the same. After all, he'd taken a lot of herbal pills that improved his own strength, including the crystal pill from the Night King yesterday. If he succeeded in doing that, then this could be his chance to prove himself worthy of the Night King's mentorship, as well as the night dagger that he had been given. As Kevin closed his eyes, a boastful smile appeared on the corner of Clarissa's mouth. Now that you've seen the power of the halo technique, are you ready to surrender now? Deep down, Clarissa didn't actually want to cause any deaths. After all, Kevin was also just a student at the Healing Arts School and not an actual enemy, and this competition was only meant to be a showcase of their skills. However, just as Clarissa thought that Kevin was about to give up, she saw a familiar look in his eyes when he opened them up again. Her face suddenly changed when she realized why. After Clarissa took the jade pill, she and Kevin continued battling until all of the wooden poles were cut, causing them to fall to the ground at the same time. However, when the referee didn't stop the contest, Clarissa briefly regained the upper hand, but Kevin quickly recovered. The two then attacked each other at the same time. Kevin was stabbed in the waist but avoided injury due to his body armor. Meanwhile, Clarissa got dizzy and bled from the cut in her forehead. Despite the matchup being called a draw, Wayne and Harley noted how Kevin deliberately chose to spare Clarissa's life. Paul was incredibly appreciative of this. Given that the matchup was a draw, this meant that both of them would move on to the next round. Still, anyone with a discerning eye could also tell who really won and lost this matchup. Clarissa relied on the jade pill to give her a quick burst of strength, and yet she still didn't inflict any substantial damage to Kevin. Meanwhile, Kevin had held back many times during their battle, especially at the end. Otherwise, Clarissa would no longer be alive if he had used lethal force on his final blow to her forehead. For a moment, many students in the stands looked at Kevin nervously, especially those from his class.
So Kevin is actually much more powerful than us?
Mike uttered in disbelief.
I never knew he had that in him. If only I'd known.
Luther was at a loss for words. I shouldn't have mocked him earlier. What if he comes back to take revenge on me in the future? Lionel shuddered at the thought. As soon as their battle ended, Paul rushed to the purple arena and checked on Clarissa, who was being treated by some medical staff. He told them to make sure that there were no longer any traces of the dangerous jade pill in her system. After all, Clarissa was his top student at the Central Alternative Healing Academy, and he couldn't afford such a great loss.
The knife that Kevin was wielding, is that the Night Dagger? For him to wield such a legendary weapon, this student must be quite special. Only the chosen ones can tap into its true power. Wayne Ford wondered with a serious expression.
Night Dagger? What's so special about it? Renee Silver stood up and asked when she overheard this. Ariana had told her about last night's encounter with Kevin and the mysterious figure, and she was greatly annoyed as she watched a piece of trash like Kevin showing off in front of so many powerful leaders from the top 10 organizations. So she was in search of any information that might help her to suppress him.
Wayne slowly explained. Long ago, when this place was still inhabited by Native Americans, there was once a legendary warrior who used the Night Dagger to defend the land from invading tribes, killing tens of thousands on his own.
All of the leaders who had been listening couldn't help but gasp when they heard him say that. Although the legend sounded overly exaggerated, no one dared to doubt its authenticity since it came from Wayne's mouth. Whether it was in terms of experience or knowledge, he was second to none.
Wouldn't it be unfair to use a weapon like that during the competition? It's like using a cheat code to win.
The dean of the Northern Institute for Natural Healing, Jeffrey Bowie, suddenly objected.
What's the matter with Jeffrey? He's probably just afraid to lose,
Harley Shepard thought to himself as he gave Jeffrey a stern look.
Nonsense. Let him use the competition as a chance to learn and develop. Besides, it would be wrong for us to hold back greatness. We could be witnessing another legend in the making.
Wayne beamed with joy. However, the others couldn't help but feel uneasy about this, and their unhappiness showed on their faces. Kevin had already shown so much promise. If everything Wayne said came true, then the sky would be the limit for his prodigy. More importantly, he was a student of the School for the Healing Arts. Given the honor and prestige of taking someone like Kevin under their wing, everyone knew that Wayne and Harley would do their best to keep him in their school. And whoever Kevin chose to align with later on would have massive ramifications for everyone else. After a few minutes, Kevin had already returned to a seat in the stands. Along the way, everyone graciously made way for him either out of fear or respect. Even Mike, Lionel, and Luther couldn't say a word to him.
Thank you, Kevin.
Penny had a teary-eyed look.
Instead of thanking me verbally, why don't you give me a massage? That Clarissa is really strong, so my shoulders are pretty sore,
Kevin teased as he sat down. If Kevin had said these words in the past, it definitely would have drawn a lot of ridicule. But now, who would dare argue with him?
Let me do it.
Mackenzie suddenly stood up and volunteered. She quickly started massaging Kevin's shoulders in front of everyone.
Don't worry. Since you and your grandfather are both from the Myriads, I won't stop fighting until I win this competition and save him, Kevin reassured her.
Thank you.
Mackenzie remembered that she had snapped at Kevin earlier and wanted to make it up to him with this small gesture. Suddenly, Dalton slapped Kevin's arms a few times with some force.
What did you do that for? I was just trying to relax.
Kevin raised his eyebrows in surprise.
Don't let it look like you're enjoying yourself too much. Remember, Lily is right over there.
Dalton lectured him earnestly as he pointed to where Kevin's wife was sitting. Kevin was stunned when he heard that. He'd forgotten how their class was seated very close to Lily's. And when he slowly turned to check on her, he could feel his wife looking at him as if she was about to eat him alive.
Lily, don't get the wrong idea.
Kevin immediately jumped from his seat and quickly ran over to explain himself. This action immediately changed everyone's view of Kevin once again.
Tough guy 1 minute, unfaithful husband the next. Turns out he's still a useless son-in-law after all.
I can't believe you. You win one fight and now you think you're all that, huh? What's worse is that you're cheating on me right in front of everyone. Why don't you go back to your lover?
Lily was fuming.
Lily, listen to me. It's not what you think it is.
Kevin was so anxious that the veins on his forehead were about to pop out. At the moment, it seemed that his own wife was a much scarier opponent than Clarissa. I don't know why I keep trusting you back, but I'll let it slide for now, Lily sighed. She didn't know why she kept running into these types of situations with Kevin. Still, he had always been good to her, so she always gave him the benefit of the doubt and stuck with him. Then Lily reached out and hugged Kevin's waist. I'm glad you won and that you're safe, but the following rounds will even be more dangerous. You must be careful. Hearing this, Kevin's heart suddenly calmed down. Don't worry, Lily. I'll be fine. Suddenly, everyone heard a loud voice.
The first round of the competition has officially ended. For those who have advanced, I shall now announce the matchups for the second round. Central Alternative Healing Academy's Clarissa Pratt versus Union Sophia Lewis. Southeast School for Natural Medicine's Clyde Davis versus the Healing Arts School's Kevin Williams.
Lily, it's time for me to go back to the martial arts arena. Wait for me after the competition ends in the afternoon. Kevin reluctantly let go of Lily. There were less than 10 minutes left before the contestants' rest time ended. Thus, Kevin had to make the most of it in order to regain his peak condition. Many people understood that today's highlight would be the last round of the competition. The first round was just a warm-up for the stronger contestants who would then start facing each other in the succeeding rounds. Kevin, come over here. Professor Murdoch waved her hand with a solemn expression. Sure. What's up, Professor Murdoch? Kevin walked up and said with a smile. Professor Murdoch thought for a while as she carefully chose her words. You did a great job earlier, but you can now forfeit this next matchup. What? I thought you wanted me to win this whole thing. Is Clyde too strong for me? Kevin asked in confusion. Just as Professor Murdoch was about to reply, Mike suddenly stood up and laughed loudly.
Since Professor Murdoch asked you to give up, you'd better listen to her. She doesn't want you to embarrass our class.
The reason he had the confidence to start making fun of him again was all because he had overheard his exchange with Lily earlier. He believed that no matter how strong Kevin had seemed during his battle with Clarissa, at the end of the day he was still a useless son-in-law who answered to his wife. However, Kevin didn't pay any attention to Mike and asked Professor Murdoch again. Why are you making me quit all of a sudden? Well, Kevin, it's because Clyde is ranked third among all the contestants from the top 10 organizations. Hardened by years of intense training, he's mastered the iron wall technique, which allows him to endure the most unimaginable levels of physical pain. Some claim he's even learned to find enjoyment in it, and he seeks to inflict the same amount of damage when he tortures his opponents. Therefore, for the sake of safety, it would be better for you to give up. Professor Murdoch cautioned him. She was afraid that if Kevin wasn't careful, he might end up getting permanently disabled or suffer an agonizing death at Clyde's hands. What kind of person enjoys pain? Kevin wondered. Still, he was intrigued by the idea of facing such an enigmatic opponent. Wayne Ford noticed Kevin wielding the legendary Night Dagger, and the thought of having such a special student train at the Healing Arts School excited him. However, the other leaders of the top 10 organizations felt uneasy about this. Back at his seat, no one dared to speak ill of Kevin. However, after apologizing to Lily for enjoying Mackenzie's massage, the others started mocking him again. Just then, the Southeast School for Natural Medicine's Clyde Davis was announced as his next opponent. Ranked third overall, Clyde had mastered the iron wall technique, making him practically immune to extreme pain. Fearing for Kevin's safety, Professor Murdoch encouraged him to forfeit. However, Kevin was intrigued. Don't worry, Professor Murdoch. I'm sure I can handle it, Kevin reassured her as he continued to walk towards the resting area of the martial arts arena. The next few minutes of rest time passed by very quickly. When Kevin slowly reopened his eyes, the host picked up the microphone.
The second round battles are about to begin. Remember, we must all work together to eliminate evil in the future. So I hope that all remaining contestants will do their best for the greater good.
Almost as soon as the MC's voice trailed off, dozens of voices could be heard murmuring from the stands at the same time. A blonde-haired man had entered the green arena with his hands behind his back. Not only did he have a tall and sturdy build, but he also wore a confident and determined gaze. As he walked, one couldn't help but feel a wave of masculine air flowing with every step he took. This person was none other than Clyde Davis. Due to his outstanding performance in the first round, he immediately attracted the praises of many women. "Clyde is so handsome," someone gushed to her friend. "I love you, Clyde," another woman cheered. Who wouldn't love such a strong and handsome person? Compared to the endless adoration that Clyde received, Kevin was continuously booed and jeered as he slowly walked towards the green arena.
"Look at that piece of trash. I can't believe he actually entered the arena. He must be trembling in fear," Mike mocked. "He's just a useless son-in-law. I'm sure Clyde can kill him in an instant. His wife will probably be glad to watch him die," Luther sneered.
"He didn't even win convincingly in the first round, just barely getting by with a draw. What a disgrace to Clyde." Lionel shook his head with disapproval. Amidst the unrelenting ridicule from the crowd, Wayne Ford intently observed how Kevin would react.
"I'm impressed. Kevin doesn't seem to be affected by what everyone else is saying about him. His level of composure is not something that ordinary people can compare with,"
Wayne noted with great praise. Just then, Renee Silver interrupted him. "Wayne, don't be fooled by his appearance. Perhaps you still don't know? Kevin is related to the powerful Williams family in New York City. A few years ago, he colluded with outsiders to move his family's funds. And after his relatives caught this, he was effectively kicked out of the Williams family." With everyone listening closely, Renee continued. "After that, he went to Chicago and became the good-for-nothing son-in-law of the Jones family that we all know. Not long ago, he paid a visit to the Williams family household and caused a huge ruckus at his cousin's wedding, causing his fiance's family to cancel the wedding in a fit of anger." Before anyone else could comment, Renee kept going. "Not long after, Kevin also brought some people to New York, injuring many Williams family members. And just a few days ago, he was unwilling to exchange blood to save his grandfather at the hospital, causing Randall Williams' untimely death. May his soul rest in peace." Since Renee was the only acquaintance of the Williams family amongst them, nobody could refute her version of things. Thus, her words immediately caused many of the top leaders on the platform to start discussing amongst themselves.
"I initially thought he was kind after he spared Clarissa's life, but I was wrong. I would rather tear down 10 buildings than break a marriage, destroy my own family, and kill my grandfather."
Paul Vaughn was furious.
"I knew he was a piece of trash the moment I met him. When I was an instructor at the Healing Art School, he beat me up for no good reason. I can't stand someone with no morals," Frank Carter retorted. "If his heart is truly vicious, then he's bound to be a problem in the future,"
Jeffrey Bowie shuddered. Due to Kevin's previous performance against Clarissa, he had already become a thorn in the side of most of the top leaders who were watching. They were initially worried that they wouldn't be able to properly deal with him later on. Now that they heard so many awful things about Kevin, how could they let go of such a good opportunity to get rid of him and keep the Healing Art School from becoming a powerful threat? Upon hearing all of this, Renee looked at Ariana Titus and smiled. It seemed that their plan to have the other top leaders turn on Kevin had worked. Meanwhile, both Wayne and Harley Shepard took a deep breath without saying anything as they watched Kevin enter the green arena. They knew what Renee was trying to do, and they weren't falling for her tricks. "To think, I almost offered him a spot in the Herbalist Society. No matter what, our organization will have to kill him," Nadia coldly remarked. For a moment, everyone on the platform had their eyes on her. While they all had the same thing in mind, no one else dared to admit it out loud. Nadia continued, "Isn't that what we're all thinking? Once Kevin fully develops his strength and skills, he'll turn into everyone's enemy. It's better to eliminate him sooner than later before he becomes too powerful to handle."
No matter how strong the Herbalist Society is, you can't ignore the terms of our peace treaty, can you? We can't harm students from any of our affiliated schools and organizations, Paul reminded her.
He can easily be expelled from the Healing Arts School. That is, if Wayne agrees to do the right thing for our greater good. Besides, I'm sure the Herbalist Society's leader will agree once I tell him about Kevin. If you have any doubts, go and tell him yourself. Although Nadia appeared calm, cool, and collected, the implications behind her words were too shocking. Nadia knew that while the other leaders could act tough in front of her, they wouldn't dare to speak in front of the leader of the Herbalist Society, a powerful and terrifying figure who is said to possess an unmatched knowledge of herbalism. At this point, Wayne had had enough of this. He suddenly slammed his seat's armrest to get everyone's attention.
All right, that's enough speculation for now. What's the point of arguing over something that can't be verified? Let's all shift our focus back to the competition.
All of the top leaders who were there immediately shut their mouths. Their facial expressions clearly showed their resentment, but they had no choice, knowing that Wayne could beat all of them if he wanted to. At that very moment, Kevin and Clyde were sizing each other up as they stood across from each other inside the green arena. Unlike the first round, there were no wooden poles that they had to stand on. However, Clyde preferred to fight unarmed, unlike Clarissa.
Don't listen to the crowd. I watched your battle against Clarissa. You were the clear winner, so you're definitely qualified to be my opponent.
Clyde smiled. This guy doesn't seem so bad after all, Kevin thought to himself. However, just as Kevin was about to reply, Clyde quickly added,
"But you cannot defeat me."
Kevin didn't want to continue with this nonsense. "I admire your confidence, but there's no point in talking anymore. Let's fight." Soon after, Kevin could already feel that Clyde was starting to channel his inner strength. He knew that if this continued, Clyde would draw enough power to use the iron wall technique, which Professor Murdoch had previously warned him about. "I have to stop him." Kevin then took the initiative and attacked.
Everyone, it looks like Kevin has decided to make the first move. Do you think he'll be able to seize the opportunity, or will he end up humiliating himself?
The announcer posed the question to the crowd.
"He'll come just in time for me to punch him,"
Clyde shouted loudly, answering the host himself. As he saw Kevin rushing toward him, he stood his ground and immediately lowered his waist. When the two were about to collide, Clyde quickly threw out a punch at the last possible moment. A thunderous sound was heard across the venue as dust flew all over the arena. When the scene cleared, everyone in the audience cried out in surprise. They saw Clyde standing in the same spot without moving. Kevin, on the other hand, had stumbled a few steps back. He was struggling to regain his balance after receiving a powerful hook shot to his chin. Seeing this, the crowd began to cheer for Clyde once again. "Clyde is so powerful," an onlooker praised. "He'll surely defeat that piece of trash. I hope he goes on to win the whole damn thing so that he can be the one to kill that old crook from the Myriads," another person shouted. Kevin violently coughed a few more times before composing himself and thinking about his next move. Clearly, he was vastly outmatched by Clyde in terms of raw strength at the moment. However, he now had a better idea as to how strong his punches needed to be.
"Not bad. You got guts,"
Clyde exclaimed. Kevin took a deep breath to draw some inner strength. He then displayed a sudden burst of speed that shocked everyone as he appeared in front of Clyde in a flash. Clyde himself was caught off guard by this, and Kevin took the opportunity to punch him in the chest. However, he frowned when Clyde was unfazed by this. Kevin then raised his right leg and kicked Clyde right in the head. Still, this didn't cause any substantial damage. Shocked by this, Kevin punched again. This time, he hit Clyde in the abdomen with all his strength. Despite landing 3 strikes in a row, it was like hitting a wall to no avail. Kevin then realized that the iron wall technique had already been in effect this entire time, allowing Clyde to easily withstand his powerful attacks. Because of this, Kevin quickly retreated to the other end of the arena to increase the distance between the two before Clyde could land another punch. When the crowd saw Kevin's sorry state, many of them couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Hey, don't stop. Your tickling feels really nice,
Clyde sneered.
You cheated. You already used the iron wall technique even before our fight began.
Kevin was really stumped. What can I do against a man who can endure extreme pain?
If it'll make you feel any better, why don't you try using your weapon?
Clyde mockingly challenged.
Be my guest and hit me with everything you've got. Don't show me any mercy. I'll just stand here and see if you can hurt me today.
If you say so. Kevin's eyes flashed. He then drew the Knight sword from behind his back. Apart from the Knight dagger, the Knight King had also given Kevin the cold arrow, or as he liked to call it, the Knight sword. However, it wasn't a practical weapon to walk around the streets with, as it would draw too much attention. Luckily, after Professor Murdoch had briefed him about Clyde, Kevin decided to bring it with him to the arena just in case it would come in handy. And since Clyde was so despicable, now seemed like a good time to try it out for the first time.
It can't be.
Wayne stood up from his chair as soon as he saw Kevin wielding the Knight's sword. The other top leaders didn't ask Wayne about it this time. They could tell that the sword in Kevin's hand was special as well. In particular, Paul and Renee's eyes harbored a strong greed when they saw this. Both the Central Alternative Healing Academy and the Union Strength revolved around the use of bladed weapons. Because of this, they were sure that, when coupled with advanced strength and skills, whoever wielded Kevin's sword would gain access to unlimited power. Someone gave this sword to me before. He said that it was a rare and powerful weapon. However, I have never found a suitable opportunity to use it until now. Since you claim to be invulnerable to weapons, I shall test my sword on you today. Kevin held the sword's handle tightly with one hand, then slowly ran his fingers along its blade using the other. His voice was very loud, as if he was deliberately speaking to everyone in the stands.
What an arrogant piece of trash! How dare you use Clyde to test your sword? An onlooker sneered. Clyde, don't be afraid of him. He can't withstand a punch from you, so you'll definitely win.
Another woman shouted to encourage him. However, Clyde suddenly became deathly serious. Although he didn't know how to use a sword, he never felt the need to use one, as he had always been very confident in his brute strength, coupled with his extremely high pain tolerance thanks to the iron wall technique. However, at the moment, he felt a slight sense of uneasiness as he gazed at the Knight sword that Kevin was wielding. It didn't look like any regular sword that he'd encountered before.
Here I come, Kevin warned as he waved the Knight sword with his right hand and started running towards Clyde as fast as he could. You can't hurt me.
Clyde raised his head and shouted towards the sky. Then he flexed all his muscles to brace himself for the sword's impact. Clyde Davis's iron wall technique had made him practically immune to Kevin's strikes. Clyde's taunting was the last straw, and Kevin drew the Knight sword, which was another weapon the Knight King had given him. However, it was impractical in everyday situations, so this was the first chance Kevin had seen to actually use it. Paul Vaughn and Renee Silver, whose organization specialized in bladed weapons, wanted the sword for themselves to unlock their unlimited power. Meanwhile, Clyde felt a hint of uneasiness as he braced himself for Kevin's attack. The Southeast School for Natural Medicine's martial arts training mainly focused on developing one's bodily strength under intense conditions. So with naturally ripped muscles and a toughened body, Clyde only needed to draw a small amount of strength to perform the iron wall technique as a defense. This allowed him to conserve his remaining strength for offense to deal explosive damage to his opponents. Since Clyde's school exclusively trained in hand-to-hand combat, the fighting style that he displayed during the first round was pretty straightforward. Nonetheless, his focused in minimalist offense was something beautiful to watch, making the crowd anticipate every move, which he performed efficiently and effectively. As the saying goes, less is more. However, the moment Kevin took out the Knight sword and struck him, Clyde had encountered something that hadn't happened to him in all his years of training. Just as Clyde was ready to defend, the knight sword had already slashed through his body. Seeing this, many of the healing art students were shocked. How could this be? Is there something wrong with Clyde? Lionel's eyes widened.
What kind of trick did that useless son-in-law use?
Mike's eyebrows furrowed.
How can that piece of trash be so strong? Can he actually beat Clyde?
Luther expressed some doubt. In the arena, Clyde slowly looked down on his body. At worst, he would typically only suffer minor cuts and bruises from bladed weapons. However, since Kevin had caught him off guard, the knight's sword sliced a huge gash across his torso, causing him to bleed more than he was used to. Meanwhile, Kevin was gasping for breath. As it turns out, the knight sword was a lot heavier and more difficult to maneuver compared to the knight dagger. So even if he felt that he had only used up to about 60% of his body strength on his first strike, it would take him quite some time to recover. No wonder the Night King said that I must only use the sword when absolutely necessary. It seems that I still need a lot more strength and training in the future, Kevin thought to himself.
I have to admit, I underestimated that sword of yours. Good job,
Clyde remarked as he recovered from the attack. Despite bleeding profusely, he barely winced or showed any sign of panic. What kind of opponent was this? Are you all right? Kevin didn't deny what Clyde said. Instead, he took the initiative to check on Clyde's condition. After all, this was just a competition, and he didn't want to kill him.
Perhaps you should pay attention to yourself. It seems like you don't have the strength to keep using your sword for long, and I don't have much time left to waste with you.
Clyde's face suddenly turned serious. He took a deep breath and took a fighting stance. The clothes on his upper body had been torn apart, revealing his strong muscles. This drew the screams of many women watching. If you want to fight, then let's continue. But before we do, I just have one request. Can you put on a new shirt? My wife is watching. Kevin teased Clyde as he tried to buy as much time as possible to recover.
Shut up. I better teach you a lesson for not taking me seriously.
Clyde fumed with anger when he heard that. He then jumped up into the air with enormous force, hurtling towards Kevin with immense speed. Kevin had underestimated Clyde's speed and was caught off guard. He could only raise the knight sword in defense, but it was too late. With just one punch to his stomach, he was sent flying more than 10 yards away. As he lay on the ground, Kevin spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt that his internal organs were still trembling from the impact.
Kevin, didn't I tell you that I'd teach you a lesson? Now it's time to shut that mouth of yours while I knock you out.
Clyde jumped up high again and raised his fist as he aimed for Kevin's head. Still struggling to get up, Kevin didn't have the time to resist and just rolled to the side instead, barely dodging Clyde's attack. As this went on for a while, all of the students watched Kevin rolling on the ground again and again to avoid getting hit by Clyde's punches, and this made them laugh so hard that their faces were about to cramp up from the joy of seeing him suffer. Mike, look at how that useless son-in-law is rolling around on the ground like a puppy. He's really a disgrace to our class, Lionel shouted as he pointed at Kevin.
I think he knows that he's overestimated his own abilities and that he's clearly no match for Clyde. He'll probably start begging for mercy any second now. Had Professor Murdoch asked me to fight earlier, even though I wouldn't have won first place, I wouldn't have done such an embarrassing thing,
Mike said with a look of disdain on his face.
Professor Murdoch must have been fooled by Kevin. I hope Clyde can finish the job and beat that piece of trash to death. It's time to get rid of that stain from our healing arts school,
Luther sneered. Other than Dalton and Penny, everyone else in Kevin's class felt that he was just embarrassing himself at this point. Moreover, they were mad at him for humiliating his entire class in front of so many top leaders and students from other schools. By now, the entire arena had been battered by Clyde's strikes. As another one of Clyde's heavy punches landed on the ground, Kevin's entire body was covered in a layer of dust.
Do you finally understand who you're up against? In the face of my absolute strength, anything you do is futile, so you better give up now while you still can."
Clyde twisted his neck and cracked his knuckles. "You haven't won yet, so why are you already talking like you did? This battle isn't over just yet." Kevin stabbed the night sword into the ground and used it to support his body as he stood back up.
"Do you think you can hurt me in the slightest? This gash that you gave me earlier was barely an inconvenience."
Clyde looked at Kevin as he taunted him.
"Why don't I just stand where I am and let you strike me again with that sword of yours? Hit me with your best shot."
"Are you sure about that?" "If you say so." Kevin then took out 2 pills from his pocket and popped them in his mouth, allowing him to recover his strength and speed in no time. Clyde didn't answer Kevin's question, he just threw his head back in laughter. He had seen Clarissa taking a pill out of desperation during her battle with Kevin, so he believed that Kevin was doing the same thing and would soon be on the verge of defeat as well. Just then, Kevin suddenly changed his strategy and switched weapons as he placed the night sword on his back and retrieved the night dagger from his pocket. He then started sprinting towards Clyde.
"What is that useless son-in-law thinking, switching for a much smaller and weaker weapon? He must have been beaten so badly that he can't think straight anymore," Mike scoffed.
"Why doesn't he just beg for his life and surrender? Maybe he really does have a death wish," Lionel remarked.
"You're right. Plus, he even took some pills just now, but for what? Does that piece of trash think that he can still win? With Clyde's strength and physique, it's impossible to break through his defense, with or without the help of those pills. He's practically immune to any form of pain," Luther added.
Meanwhile, the leaders from the top 10 organizations had also been discussing Kevin's actions. However, unlike the crowd, they were actually praising him.
"Looks like Kevin has really smart instincts. That was some quick thinking."
Harley Shepard clapped his hands happily. "The 2 herbal pills he just took should help Kevin rapidly recover his strength and heal his injuries. If I'm right, it's very likely that he took Supreme pills, whose ingredient list had been lost from our official records for many years." Nadia Alexander's eyes were filled with mixed emotions. Didn't she want to kill him just earlier? In fact, Nadia still had about half a sentence that she didn't dare to say out loud. If those pills were indeed refined by him, Kevin is indeed worthy of being recognized as the herbalism genius that our leader wants to recruit. Compared to Harley and Nadia, Wayne Ford's words were much more succinct.
"Now that's a winning strategy."
Renee Silver and the other school leaders looked at each other and saw some doubt and uncertainty in each other's eyes. Although they could see that Kevin had found a way to stay alive by taking some Supreme pills, they didn't know exactly what he was planning to do. Why did he opt to change his weapon back to the night dagger? And what strategy was Wayne talking about? Could he really pull off a win? Jeffrey Bowie was especially bothered by this. The Southeast School for Natural Medicine had always prided themselves on their intensive strength training program. On top of that, Clyde had mastered the iron wall technique, so no matter how sharp the sword or dagger in Kevin's hand was, it couldn't break through his student's defense. If that was the case, then why was Wayne so sure that Kevin could win? Back in the arena, Kevin had just used the night dagger to attack Clyde.
"Are you just tickling me again, you piece of trash?"
The disdain in Clyde's eyes intensified. Kevin's dagger strike had given him the feeling of a slight itch. Initially, Clyde thought that Kevin was qualified to be his opponent. However, over the course of their battle, it seemed that Kevin only relied on the bladed weapon in his hand. Was this the same Kevin that had deliberately chosen to spare his opponent's life during the first round? Clyde was beginning to think that Kevin was just a one-hit wonder, or worse, a fluke without any real talent. Convinced that Kevin wasn't on the same level as him, Clyde even started to look down on him and feel sorry for him. Thinking that Kevin didn't have much fight left in him, Clyde simply shrugged.
"I can see that you're really trying your best to keep fighting, so I'll be nice. Like I said earlier, I'll just stand here and let you attack me as much as you want with your dagger. I'll only make my final move after you've used up all your strength. That way you can lose with some dignity, knowing that you've given it your all.
However, Kevin revealed a playful smile when he heard this. As he continuously struck Clyde's body with the night dagger, he was feeling more powerful and quicker than ever. Maybe he still had a chance to win. In order to quickly recover his strength and heal from his injuries, Kevin took 2 Supreme Pills, then changed weapons as he switched back to using the night dagger. Clyde had begun to feel sorry for Kevin and dared him to keep attacking until all his strength was gone. Sensing that Clyde was underestimating him, Kevin took advantage of the opportunity as he continuously targeted Clyde's body, feeling more powerful and quicker than ever. By then, most of the other battles had already ended, and the remaining contestants couldn't help but watch what was happening inside the green arena. However, their focus wasn't on Kevin, but on Clyde. The Southeast School for Natural Medicine was a school that none of its rivals could look down on. Moreover, the remaining contestants couldn't imagine a scenario where Kevin would win. And since the next round's matchups had yet to be finalized, they all viewed Clyde as a potential opponent. So they figured it would be a good idea to watch him closely so they could be better prepared if they had to face him. Roughly 30 seconds had passed, and Kevin was still going at it, relentlessly attacking Clyde with the night dagger. As this went on, the crowd started to burst into laughter. "This is getting funny. Is that piece of trash going to tire himself to death?" Lionel snickered.
"This is embarrassing for our class. He should have just listened to Professor Murdoch and forfeited instead of letting his arrogance drag us all down."
Mike shook his head.
"Now all the rival schools will see our healing art school as a joke. He single-handedly tarnished our reputation. If he doesn't drop out, he better get expelled,"
Luther jeered. Despite all the hate that he was receiving from the crowd, Kevin didn't care what the others said. With the night dagger in his hand, he just kept his focus on attacking Clyde non-stop with all his strength. Meanwhile, the discussion amongst the leaders watching from the platform had a much different tone to it.
"What kind of sword-fighting technique is Kevin using? Why haven't I seen it before?"
Wayne Ford was quite stunned by what he saw.
"I've been studying different sword-fighting techniques for decades, but I've never encountered such swift and powerful moves like that before. It's simply marvelous,"
Paul Vaughn admitted as he watched Kevin intently.
"He must have learned it from somewhere."
Renee Silver had an extremely sour expression on her face.
"I think so too. Moves like those require some sort of special training," Paul replied.
"Perhaps he has been secretly trained in martial arts for years. And have you all forgotten? He's done so many immoral things. If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, he'll eventually become a huge threat to us in the future,"
Jeffrey Bowie argued angrily and unfairly.
"Jeffrey's right. We have to capture this guy and interrogate him. For all we know, he could have already joined the other side, serving as a spy for the Myriads or the Alliance."
Paul spoke again. His true goal was to obtain Kevin's legendary weapons and learn his sword-fighting technique. If he succeeded, the Central Alternative Healing Academy would definitely be able to dominate the world in the future. When she heard this, Renee nodded her head in agreement, and the same greedy look emerged in her eyes. Suddenly, someone in the crowd suddenly gasped.
"I can't believe it. It looks like Clyde is going to lose."
Everyone turned their eyes to Clyde, whose right knee was now bleeding profusely.
"All right, that's enough. This has been going on for too long and you're starting to get annoying,"
Clyde shouted. He stopped defending himself and swung his fist at Kevin. Upon doing so, he could feel an intense pain in his right knee. At the same time, Kevin managed to sidestep Clyde's fist and then kick him hard in the knee. The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the entire stadium. Everyone was surprised to see that Kevin had kicked Clyde to the ground. A minute had passed, but he still couldn't get up. Then a painful cry came out of Clyde's mouth.
"My knee! What did you do to it?"
"You told me to keep attacking, right? Your knee suffered hundreds of thousands of strikes. It seems that even the iron wall technique has a breaking point." Kevin wiped the blood from his mouth and explained with a smile.
That's impossible. No one has ever been able to break through my defense. What kind of sorcery is this?
Clyde kept shaking his head. The once confident expression in his eyes had slowly turned into fear as he nursed his mangled knee. Don't worry. What doesn't kill you will only make you stronger. After saying these words, Kevin smiled as he walked away and left the green arena. The entire crowd was silent. Even though the referee had yet to recover from his shock, everyone was well aware of the outcome of the battle, and no one dared to mock Kevin for being a useless piece of trash. Jeffrey quickly left the stands and ran to the green arena to check on Clyde's injuries. Thankfully, according to the medical staff, he had only suffered a dislocated right kneecap, which would fully heal in about 6 to 8 weeks.
I'm sorry I failed you. I gravely underestimated that guy,
Clyde called out in a daze.
That's okay.
Jeffrey smiled bitterly inside. He helped the student up as they slowly walked out of the green arena. Just then, the referee came back to his senses.
Kevin is the winner of this match.
Up in the stands, Wayne asked,
This is the guy everyone calls a piece of trash? I don't care what anyone else thinks. He's got a special talent.
Many of the top leaders around him lowered their heads, including Renee. Even though she had a lot to say, she decided to lay low for now to avoid provoking Wayne. As Kevin returned to his seat in the crowd, Dalton patted his shoulder and exclaimed,
Kevin, you're so friggin' awesome.
That was nothing, Kevin replied with a faint smile.
What is there to celebrate? The competition isn't over yet, and you'll still have to fight other contestants from other schools,
Mike said with an indignant and mocking tone. Out of all the students at the Healing Arts School, nobody had wanted Clyde to beat Kevin to death more than Mike. Before Dalton could say anything to teach Mike a lesson, Kevin just waved his hand gently. Thank you for your reminder. This response made Mike's face turn even uglier. He couldn't accept the fact that his insults no longer affected Kevin. After the second round of the competition, all of the remaining contestants were given an extra 10 minutes to rest. Kevin didn't pay attention to anyone else, and he just sat calmly in his seat with his eyes closed while he recharged his batteries. Soon the host appeared once again with the microphone in his hand. He announced the start of the third round, where Kevin was going to fight Sebastian Young, a representative of the Southwest School of Healing.
Kevin, I advise you to surrender now. Did you hear who your opponent is going to be?
Mike immediately sneered. I have no idea who he is, but how are you so sure that I'll lose this time? Kevin's voice wasn't loud, but the surrounding people could clearly hear him. They began to look at him as if he were a fool. Kevin, don't you know how powerful the people from the Southeast School of Healing are? Professor Murdoch cautioned. Just because you managed to last for 2 rounds, now you think you're so unbeatable? Lionel said in disgust.
You've had quite a run, but your luck is just about to run out against Sebastian. You should back down now and admit defeat if you still want to live, Luther added.
Dalton had wanted to speak on Kevin's behalf, but when he thought about Kevin's opponent, even he began to have some doubts. The Southwest School of Healing was ranked second among the top 10 organizations. Moreover, it was said that the dean of the Healing Arts School, Wayne Ford, also served as an enforcer there. As such, he directly trained the top students, and his best fighter was Sebastian. According to the information provided by the Southwest School of Healing, Sebastian had never been defeated in any of his battles. Such a person was considered a shoo-in for the finals. In fact, some people even believed that the entire competition was just a formality for Sebastian, and they were almost certain that he would be declared champion when it was all over. Remember, there's no need to argue with our classmates. I can sense that you have some doubts yourself, but I'm sure I'll be all right. Kevin patted Dalton's shoulder and walked quickly towards the blue arena. When Kevin entered, he saw a young man standing in the middle of the arena. I can tell that you're very strong. Before Kevin could say anything, Sebastian was already sizing him up. Thank you. I've heard a lot of good things about you as well, Kevin replied. It's really surprising that someone like you defeated Clyde, but while that guy has a strong body, he's not exactly the brightest. I'm glad that you beat the hell out of him, Sebastian remarked. I hope I won't have to beat you up as badly. Kevin slowly drew the night dagger from his pocket. Would he be able to get past his next opponent? Kevin was able to defeat Clyde by breaking through the Iron Wall technique's defense to dislocate his opponent's kneecap, which rendered him unable to stand. Shortly after Kevin was declared the winner, the third round was set to begin, where he would be facing Sebastian Young from the Southwest School of Healing. Heavily favored to win the whole competition, the undefeated Sebastian was trained by Wayne Ford himself and was his school's best fighter. Shortly after Kevin entered the blue arena, their battle was about to begin as he drew the night dagger from his pocket. Is that the legendary night dagger? A brief look of envy burst out from Sebastian's eyes. Yes, it is. I'm surprised you know what it is. Kevin was slightly surprised by this. My mentor told me a thing or two about it. Anyway, I'm curious. Why do people keep calling you a useless son-in-law? Sebastian said with a faint smile. Be careful. The last person who spoke like that has already been eliminated from the competition, Kevin replied coldly. Watching from the platform, Renee spoke with a cold smile. Looks like that piece of trash is going to die for sure today. She wished that Sebastian could end Kevin's life in an instant with one swift sword strike. It's a pity that such a talented young man has chosen to embark on a point of no return. If only we had crossed paths sooner, I would definitely have been able to show him a better path, Paul Vaughn commented. Kelly Emmett, who was standing beside Director Silver, clenched her fist tightly. She didn't know exactly what had happened to Kevin. However, she heard the rumors about Sebastian, who was set to play a pivotal role at the Southwest School of Healing in the future. Back at the blue arena, Sebastian suddenly moved so quickly that everything happened in a flash. Within the span of just 1 second, he managed to draw a sharp sword from his back and slash through Kevin's jacket. However, it was only 2 seconds later when everyone heard the sound of the sword being drawn and struck. Sight before sound? How is that even possible? Both Paul and Renee stood up in disbelief almost at the same time. Wayne, you're not only powerful above us all, you've also trained your students well. The future of the Southwest School of Healing is truly in good hands, Jeffrey Bowie exclaimed. I'm just doing my job, all for the greater good. Wayne was so happy that he couldn't contain himself. However, all the other experts just looked at him coldly. Can you pretend to be a little bit more humble? Meanwhile, Kevin was shocked. He didn't think it was humanly possible to move so quickly either. Looks like I've just mastered the swift sword technique. Today I shall use you to test this with my sword. Sebastian's cold voice resounded across the entire venue. This caused a huge commotion in the crowd as everyone started talking about it. The Southwest School of Healing really trains its students like no other, an onlooker praised. Why did that line sound so familiar to me? The person beside him wondered. How can you not be familiar with it? It's more or less the same thing Kevin told Clyde earlier, the onlooker replied. Kevin didn't really care about what other people said about him. At the moment, he was too focused on Sebastian and his swift attacks. No matter how quickly he tried to dodge Sebastian's strikes, he couldn't avoid getting cut by his opponent's sword. On the other hand, Sebastian comfortably stood where he was. As he continuously struck Kevin with his sword from all directions, he was beaming with joy. He had been trying to master the swift sword technique for a while now, so he was pleasantly surprised to have achieved this just a few moments ago. Now it seemed that his matchup with Kevin would be his easiest battle of the day. Thus, he had already begun to think about the finals of the competition. And with this newfound skill of his, he felt that the championship was already his for the taking. By now, Kevin's clothes had been cut into rags. This caused the crowd to laugh and ridicule him even more. It seems that Kevin will soon find a new low, going from a useless son-in-law to a full-fledged beggar, Lionel mocked. Don't be silly. Even a beggar would be insulted if he were to be compared to someone like Kevin.
That man is truly the lowest of the low, Mike sneered. Have some heart, guys. My dog has a few old clothes that no longer fit. I'll just donate them to him out of charity, Luther sarcastically offered.
With Kevin unable to match Sebastian's quickness, he was like a wooden pole that was being held up, under the mercy and control of his opponent. Despite this, Kevin's body wasn't damaged at all. This was because the body armor that the Alliance leader had given to him had been protecting him the whole time. Otherwise, who knows how long he would have lasted against Sebastian's continued sword strikes.
Kevin, if you don't know what's best for you, just get down on your knees and admit defeat. Let all the leaders and people watching know that you have lost to me, and I shall spare you from any further harm. Besides, it won't be shameful to lose against an undefeated opponent, Sebastian said with a self-righteous expression. Do you think I'm really afraid of you? You may have destroyed my clothes, but you haven't really hurt me in any way. Perhaps you're the one who's afraid of me, Kevin coldly replied. Hearing this, Sebastian was stumped. What Kevin said was exactly what puzzled him. With his swift sword technique, tearing someone into shreds within seconds should have been a piece of cake. However, Kevin had been trapped in his flurry of sword strikes for nearly a minute now. And although he looked pathetic, he wasn't injured at all. If this continued for much longer, Sebastian knew that no matter how powerful he was, he would eventually succumb to his own exhaustion, potentially making him vulnerable to defeat. You forced me to do this! Sebastian suddenly stopped attacking. He then closed his eyes and started to draw all of his inner strength. What other tricks does he have up his sleeve? Kevin wondered. With Kevin's current strength, using the Night Sword would only allow him a single strike before becoming depleted. He felt that this was too risky, especially against Sebastian. Given the circumstances, he had to stick with the Night Dagger. Suddenly, Kevin remembered something. He had recently studied how to perform the Fiery Dagger technique, but he had never tested it in action. At this point, it was all or nothing, so he was willing to give it a shot. Kevin, I'm about to unleash the ultimate sword technique on you. I'm giving you one last chance to get down on your knees and admit defeat. Otherwise, I shall end your life right this instant, Sebastian shouted in a cold voice. Deep down, Sebastian wasn't sure whether this would work. After all, he had never mastered this technique either, so he was secretly hoping that Kevin would take the bait of his empty threat and give up. Otherwise, he was worried about drawing Wayne's ire if he failed to perform the ultimate sword technique correctly in front of the entire audience. Despite this, Sebastian had done enough to convince the crowd, including Kevin's few supporters. Kevin, admit defeat. Temporary shame is better than losing your life. Dalton couldn't help but stand up and shout. Kevin, stop fighting. Let's go home. Lily had tears all over her face. Kevin, don't be stubborn. It's okay to give up. Phoebe also anxiously pleaded as she ignored the gazes of the surrounding people and stood up. However, Kevin's eyes became more and more determined to fight until the end. As he drew all of his inner strength, he could feel his body becoming stronger and stronger. Even the Night Dagger in his hands began to tremble violently as he was about to unleash the Fiery Dagger technique on Sebastian. All of a sudden, Kevin jumped up high into the air and leapt toward Sebastian with all of his strength. Many people who were watching the battle were filled with disgust, especially those who had a grudge against Kevin. What the hell? Does this piece of trash really want to die? He actually ignored Sebastian's threat? Lionel was in disbelief. If Kevin dies, then everything will be settled. His death would rid the world of a great evil, Mike replied with a smug look on his face. All for the greater good, Luther agreed. Kevin, just remember, you can't blame me for your death, Sebastian shouted as he jumped up to meet Kevin midair. When the two forces collided, there was a cloud of dust around the entire venue, making everyone unable to open their eyes. No!
Lily and Phoebe let out anguished cries at the same time. It took a few minutes for everyone to recover their sight. When all the dust around them finally cleared up, they opened their eyes wide and were shocked to see Sebastian's pale face as he lay down at the center of the blue arena. He was practically naked, and only the key parts of his body were covered by torn cloth. The sword that he had been wielding had also been shattered into pieces and scattered on the ground. Meanwhile, Kevin was less than 10 yards away from him, panting heavily. While there was blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, he managed to stand tall. This scene left the crowd perplexed. "Damn, who won? What just happened?" one of the onlookers asked out loud. "I think Kevin must have lost," one of Sebastian's fans insisted. Meanwhile, Wayne could be seen standing on the platform with his hands behind his back. The referee, who had been standing on the sidelines of the blue arena, was unsure what to do. Since the whole arena had been enveloped by a cloud of dust, he was forced to turn around and close his eyes the entire time, so he couldn't tell who had won either. When he caught Wayne's gaze, he simply shrugged at him. "What kind of referee are you?" The other organization's leaders hadn't seen Wayne this furious in many years. Nobody knew who had actually won the match. "Sir, The referee didn't know what else to say. "You're fired. Don't show your face here ever again. Otherwise you'll have to face my wrath." Wayne's words were absolute. "Sir, please forgive me." The referee pleaded as he fell to his knees and begged for mercy. Throughout the battle, he did have the intention of favoring Sebastian over Kevin, knowing that he had been trained by Wayne. This was why he had hesitated to call a winner when he saw Sebastian lying naked on the ground after the dust had settled. "Get him out of my sight." Wayne waved his hand and said nothing else to him as a row of security personnel proceeded to escort the referee off of the Healing Arts School's property. In an instant, the entire crowd was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, everyone feared the figure who was standing on the highest platform. "As both Dean of the Healing Arts School and Enforcer at the Southwest School of Healing, I must protect the lives of all the students and ensure that this competition is judged fairly in order to maintain our code of integrity," Wayne explained righteously and authoritatively. After that, Wayne quickly turned around and looked at Sebastian. "As your mentor, I feel conflicted. On the one hand, I admire your audacity, and I was impressed with how you successfully mastered the swift sword technique. At the same time, attempting a dangerous move that you were clearly still unprepared for was quite reckless. Luckily, you didn't have enough time to try the ultimate sword technique, but there would have been dire consequences had you failed to do it correctly. If you want to stray from the Southwest School of Healing's path, then you can find another school and mentor to train you." As soon as Wayne finished speaking, a few other members of the Southwest School of Healing helped Sebastian get up and escorted him to the Healing Arts School's clinic to get checked. Many of the leaders on the platform, especially Renee Silver and Paul Vaughn, had sour expressions on their faces. They knew why Wayne was suddenly so protective of Kevin, even at the expense of one of his own top students. While Sebastian was currently his best fighter, he was no match for the legendary potential that Kevin possessed. As his new favorite, if the other leaders wanted to harm Kevin, they would have to get past Wayne first. Renee wasn't pleased by this latest development. However, she didn't dare to disagree with Wayne, so she had to bite her tongue for the time being. "I now declare Kevin as the official winner of the battle," Wayne announced to everyone. Despite this decision, no one in the crowd was willing to give Kevin a round of applause. After all, nobody really knew what had happened during those few minutes when everything was clouded by dust. How had Sebastian lost so mysteriously? Moreover, those who had ridiculed Kevin earlier guaranteed to everyone that he would definitely lose. Now they only felt like fools knowing that they had been proven wrong yet again. "He really took in an amazing student," Harley Shepard exclaimed with extreme approval. "He really mastered the fiery dagger technique with little experience?" Such a talent is definitely someone that the Herbalist Society must have. Nadia Alexander's words were exceptionally firm. But at the moment, Renee decided to speak again. The final battle will be between the Union and Kevin. Kelly, you can swap with Luna Ellis. What? Why me? Kelly Emmett was shocked. Luna's strength and experience level are so much higher than mine. I'll just end up embarrassing myself and the Union. Why do you doubt my judgment? Renee raised her eyebrow as she glared at Kelly. Before our previous leader passed away, he entrusted you, Ariana, and Luna to me. As your superior, you must obey my orders. But I'm no match for Kevin. Kelly lowered her head and tightly gripped the hem of her shirt. Her eyes were filled with conflicted emotions. You must do as I say and go to the Brown area. That is a direct order, so I don't want to have to repeat myself again, Renee demanded. During Kevin's previous fights against Clarissa, Clyde, and Sebastian, Renee had clearly noticed Kelly's emotional fluctuation. Although she didn't know much about Kelly's connection to Kevin, how could a dignified member of the Union have anything to do with an enemy like him? Seeing that this would complicate things later on, she deliberately wanted Kelly to fight Kevin in order to test where her true loyalty lay. I want to remind you that Kevin is wearing protective body armor. Apart from his head, there's no other place on his body that can be damaged by swords or daggers, Renee warned her in a cold voice. Hearing that, Kelly suddenly raised her head and looked at Renee with a face full of fear. Didn't this mean that Kevin had to be killed? But how could she bear to do something like that? Kevin had helped her countless times before, and even gave her a few $1 billion worth of power pills. Soon, the rest period had already come to an end, and the final round of the competition was about to begin. Just as the host was about to announce the names of the finalists, Renee suddenly interrupted. There will be a last-minute substitution competing for the Union. This attracted the criticism of many people. Changing contestants on the spot was against the competition's rules. Director Silver, this doesn't conform to the rules, the referee explained haltingly. Rules? Do you want the members of the Union to be injured in the competition because of their lack of stamina? Besides, your boss, Mr. Ford, didn't object to this at all. Do you want me to call him over here? Renee asked with a condescending tone. This? The referee was merely a new professor at the Healing Arts School. He didn't dare to offend an esteemed leader of the Union and risk losing his job. Kelly, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enter the arena. Under Renee's instructions, Kelly had no choice but to comply as she quickly grabbed her sword and walked towards the Brown area. The host of the competition took a deep breath and announced, The final round of the competition will feature Kevin Williams, representing the Healing Arts School versus Kelly Emmett of the Union. As Kelly entered the Brown area, Kevin frowned slightly as he looked at her. He then turned his head and looked up at the platform. He figured that the last-minute change had deliberately been made by Renee just to target him. Is this the so-called righteous faction? Kevin disdainfully thought to himself as he shook his head. As he channeled the energy inside his body, he noticed that his strength level now was much weaker compared to yesterday. Despite having taken the Night King's crystal pill and 2 supreme pills earlier, it was obvious that all the injuries and damage he had accumulated since the night before had not yet fully healed. You can leave now. I don't want to fight with a friend, Kevin advised Kelly in a low voice. I can't, and I won't go down without putting up a fight, Kelly replied as her body trembled. On top of everything that they had been through, she had been watching all of Kevin's battles intently today. What chance did she have against him? Then do you think you can defeat me? Kevin had never expected the Union to win the competition. He hadn't fought anyone from either the Healers Academy of the West or the Northern Institute for Natural Healing. Also, if I may ask, what does the Union stand for? It's such a short and cryptic name compared to the other schools. Shut up. Do you have a death wish or something? The Union is one of the top 10 organizations, and Director Silver is definitely someone that you can't afford to provoke, Kelly warned. Meanwhile, Kevin's friends began to discuss this awkward matchup as well.
Is it just me, or is the union's leader intentionally targeting Kevin?
Dalton asked Penny and Mackenzie. What a jerk! I can't believe she would do such a thing! Mackenzie fumed. At first, Kevin's ability to enter the final round had given her a glimmer of hope to save her grandfather, but she didn't expect the Union to be so shameless in pitting him against Kelly. Penny let out a long sigh and reached out to hug Mackenzie, wanting to comfort her. The situation was so dire, but all they could do now was to watch and wait for the final outcome. The fate of this matchup should be a win for any of the top 10 organizations. Anyway, the final victor will be the one who will be sent to kill that thief Roger Knott. It might as well be a cop with lots of experience. So for old time's sake, why don't you just forfeit? I don't want to have to fight you for this, Kelly implored. On the way to the Brown area, Kelly had already come to a decision. Although Kevin had helped her many times, she had been with the Union since she was a teenager. Being with them for more than 10 years already, she practically grew up with them and had been taught many things by her mentor, Renee. Thus, her friendship with Kevin seemed very small in comparison, and she was willing to sacrifice that in order to prove her loyalty, as well as to make a name for herself as the one who killed Roger Knott. Besides, if Kevin agreed to forfeit, Kelly figured that she would find an opportunity after the competition to make amends and treat him to a meal as compensation. Kelly, come on now. Did you really have the nerve to say those words? Then why don't you give me the chance instead? Anyway, you already have the Union behind you, and there will be more opportunities for you to become famous in the future, Kevin retorted. So you're saying that there's no room for negotiation and you insist on fighting for it? Kelly asked as she held her sword tightly and pointed it at Kevin. I never imagined that you would one day point a sword at me like this. Kevin had yet to draw the night dagger from his pocket. Even at this awkward moment, he still treated Kelly as a friend. I don't know what misunderstanding you have with Director Silver, but as a friend, I advise you to apologize to her. Although you've proven yourself to be a worthy competitor today, there are still a lot of people in this world who are stronger and more experienced than you, Kelly advised him. When he heard her say that, Kevin suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. If you want to fight, then just say so. Why do you have to say such things to pretend that you're being nice? You're only fooling yourself. Overhearing their exchange, Sherwin Blair suddenly stood up and shouted loudly, Kevin, what kind of a man are you? You're actually going to attack my fiancé? I thought you were just a useless son-in-law, but it seems that you're a backstabbing friend as well.
Kevin, even if you win, you'll still be a piece of trash for taking advantage of a respected police officer in our community,
Mike sneered. First it was Clarissa. Now you're about to fight Officer Emmett? Do you think that beating up women will make you more of a man? Lionel fumed.
Don't underestimate Officer Emmett. She's very strong and as tough as nails. I hope she humiliates you in front of everyone,
Luther added. As always, Kevin didn't care what the crowd thought of him. He simply blocked out all the noise and let their voices drown each other out. At the same time, Wayne had walked to Renee's side.
I can see right through your plan inserting Kelly into the mix. What kind of hatred do you have for Kevin?
Director Silver slowly turned her head when she heard this. She gave Wayne a deep look and said with a cold smile, What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. Luna has already participated in 3 exhausting rounds of fighting. She's already depleted her strength, and I had to step in to protect her. When Wayne simply raised his eyebrow at her, Renee continued, At the end of the day, I just want the best possible chance to kill Roger Knott, and I feel that the Union has much better fighters to offer compared to Kevin. Besides, he's just new to all of this, so I don't trust him one bit to get the job done. If you don't want your prize student to badly get beaten and humiliated, you can just stop the competition right now and hand Roger over to us. When the surrounding leaders heard this, they couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The Healing Arts School's connection to the top 10 organizations was really a strange one. Although it was jointly founded by the 10 organizations, in the years that had passed, The school had long since broken away from their control and become an independent organization. Unlike the other organizations, where students would go on to take bigger roles internally once they had graduated, students who graduated from the Healing Arts School would usually move on to join any of the top 10 organizations, typically as herbalist professors or martial arts instructors to their students. And even if Wayne remained affiliated with the Southwest School of Healing as an enforcer, he separated his roles and responsibilities in both schools as much as he could. Still, leaders from the other organizations were afraid of the Southwest School of Healing for that very reason. However, given how powerful Wayne was, it had been many years since anyone dared to speak to him like this within their circle. In the past, all of the leaders knew that Renee had a violent temper, but they didn't know that she was actually this fiery.
Are you implying that my school's students aren't good enough compared to yours?
Harley Shepard slowly stood up and questioned her. He couldn't take Renee's insults any longer. Was there going to be a battle in the stands before Kevin and Kelly even had a chance to fight? Renee Silver had sent Kelly Emmett as a last-minute substitute, pitting her against Kevin during the final round. Despite feeling conflicted, Kelly eventually put her loyalty to the Union first. When Kevin refused her plea to forfeit, they had no choice but to accept their upcoming battle. When Wayne Ford questioned Renee's motives against Kevin, she claimed that the Union had much better candidates to kill Roger Knott, urging Wayne to just hand him over to her. Not being able to take Renee's insults to the Healing Arts School any longer, Harley Shepard stepped in to defend his students. The atmosphere on the big platform suddenly became quite tense as Harley walked towards Renee, who was standing next to Wayne. Were they trying to put pressure on the Union? Wayne, Harley, what's the meaning of this? Didn't I tell you that Kevin was a piece of trash who did all kinds of evil things? Are you too blinded by the talent that he's shown today? We have to get rid of him for the greater good, Renee insisted. When Renee saw Wayne and Harley getting irked by this, she continued, "Although the two of you are a powerful duo, can you really go against the rest of us?" Wayne replied loudly,
If you really think the Union is better than everyone else, then don't drag the other organizations down with you. And if you have nothing better to do than to disrespect the competition, then I think it would be best for you to leave right now. Otherwise, don't prevent the competition from continuing.
When Wayne finished speaking, the eyes of all the other leaders opened wide. Is the Union deliberately going to argue with the Healing Arts School? Do you really think our school is afraid of the Union? Harley had reached his boiling point with Renee, shattering years of peaceful coexistence. However, just as Harley was about to attack Renee, Wayne stopped him. Renee finally agreed. Maybe you're right. Only time will tell which of us gets the last laugh. When they heard this, everyone was shocked. They could sense a possible war brewing between the two sides and felt that today's confrontation was just the beginning.
From today onwards, all members who are affiliated with the Union will be expelled from the Healing Arts School. We also won't be hiring any of their members moving forward.
Wayne then turned around and addressed the two combatants.
Kevin, Kelly, listen up. Either of you can admit defeat now. Otherwise, you'll have to fight to the death.
Wayne's ultimatum caused everyone within earshot to panic. Even those who had wished to get rid of Kevin couldn't believe it. Is this for real? Are you really going to become enemies with the Union? Paul Vaughn was shocked. Didn't we agree that the winner of the competition would be determined according to the referee's ruling? Why did it suddenly become a life or death battle? Nadia asked with concern. Oh my God, what did our dean say just now? The Healing Arts School students began to murmur amongst themselves. For a moment, they wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. Until today, the relationship between the top 10 organizations and the Healing Arts School had always been very good. What now? Did you hear what your dean said? If you forfeit now, we can still be friends, Kelly said coldly. I've promised some people that I'll win this competition, so unfortunately I have to honor my word to them, Kevin answered seriously. He'd promised Mackenzie he'd save her grandfather, so he had to be true to his word. All of a sudden, Kelly rushed towards Kevin. When she arrived in front of him, she waved her sword and attacked. With a loud clang, the sharp sword brushed against his body, generating a burst of intense sparks. Lily and Dalton, who were concerned about Kevin, immediately stood up from their seats to check on him. Thankfully, Kevin had been wearing his body armor, and when they saw that he wasn't injured, they both heaved a sigh of relief.
I just noticed that Kevin is wearing some sort of powerful body armor.
A greedy look flashed across Paul's eyes.
I'm curious as to what type of material it's made of. You should be careful of what you say, Paul. Didn't you see what happened to the Union? Do you want to end up banished like them?
Jeffrey Bowie nudged him and tried to warn him. Then they both looked at Renee. She was watching the fight with her fists clenched. Her face was filled with anger. This wasn't how she'd envisioned things turning out when the competition started. Her relationship with the Healing Arts School had suddenly become damaged, and now that the entire Union had been banished, she felt that she'd let her entire organization down. In her mind, this was all Kevin's fault. Kelly must kill Kevin at all costs. Only when that piece of trash dies will the Union's losses be minimized, Renee thought to herself. When nobody was looking, she casually threw something towards the arena. Back at the brown area, Kevin was continuously dodging each strike from Kelly's sword. Up until then, he was hesitant about fighting her. Did one of them really have to die? But just as Kevin was about to make a move, he got stung in the face and neck multiple times. Thinking that a swarm of bees had just randomly flown by, he quickly brushed them off. However, as he winced from the pain, he could also feel a strong force pulling him. A second later, he found himself involuntarily moving towards the sharp blade of Kelly's sword. The people watching in the crowd didn't understand why Kevin was doing this.
What the heck is that loser trying to do?
Mike was confused. Does he think his head is harder than a sword? Lionel let out a laugh.
What a dumb way to die,
Luther sneered. Meanwhile, Harley, Wayne, and even Nadia slapped their armrests and stood up from their seats almost at the same time. They all sensed that something was wrong, but even if they wanted to save Kevin, it would be too late for them to intervene as it was all happening so quickly. A bitter smile appeared on Kevin's face. Is this how I'll die? Amidst the uncertainty of his fate, Kevin closed his eyes. At that moment, he felt that time had slowed down and his entire life flashed before his eyes. Countless memories from the past suddenly swept through his mind. However, as time passed, the excruciating pain that Kevin was expecting never came. When he slowly opened his eyes, he was surprised to see the Night King standing in front of him. As for Kelly, she had been sent flying towards the other end of the arena. Kevin could see her using her sword for support as she got up from the ground. "What are you doing here?" Kevin asked the Night King curiously.
Instead of asking me that, you should take a look at your own situation.
The Night King's expression was very serious. Before Kevin could react, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Feeling pain and discomfort all over his face and neck, he quickly realized that he had been pierced with tiny spikes. The blood loss was making him dizzy, and as he started pulling them out, he realized they were magnetic. They started attaching themselves outside the pocket where he kept the night dagger. No wonder he was being pulled towards Kelly's sword just a moment ago. Suspecting that foul play was involved, he immediately looked up at the platform to find Renee. Before he could, he fell unconscious from all his blood loss.
"Who are you? How dare you cause trouble here?"
Wayne shouted as he and the other leaders ran to the arena.
"Your contestant may not be good enough to win on her own merit, but what gives you the right to make a sneak attack on my student? Using such a despicable method, how can you still call yourself an honorable leader?"
The Night King disdainfully looked at the school leaders trying to find the culprit. "What sneak attack? Do you have any proof? It was obvious to me that Kevin was running toward Kelly's sword of his own free will. Perhaps he just wanted to swiftly kill himself to make things easier for everyone," Renee retorted in a cold voice. However, there was fear in her eyes. She had no idea who this mysterious man was. Hearing their conversation, the surrounding crowd didn't dare to speak. Fearing for their lives, they froze in their seats, waiting for the scene to unfold. "What a glib tongue you have. I should teach you a lesson." After saying this, the Night King suddenly gave Renee a powerful shove that sent her flying across the arena. She landed right next to Kelly and spat out a mouthful of blood. The leaders from the top 10 organizations were even more afraid when they saw the Night King up close. Their bodies became extremely tense. A couple of them drew their weapons but didn't want to provoke a potentially powerful enemy.
Who are you exactly?
Wayne braced himself and asked again.
"You've hurt my student badly. As his mentor, I have to protect and avenge him,"
the Night King replied coldly. At this point, the crowd couldn't help but react. "That man is Kevin's mentor? How come I've never heard of him before?" Lionel wondered.
"How can a useless son-in-law like him afford a private mentor?"
Mike sneered.
"It's not easy to strike fear in people like them. Who is that man?"
Luther was curious. While this was going on, Lily left her seat and quickly ran to Kevin. She picked him up from the ground and started crying. "The top 10 organizations are just evil people who are vying for power, fame, and wealth. I can't believe that they'd resort to doing such shameless things just to get ahead." Mackenzie gritted her teeth as Dalton, Penny, and Phoebe all shook their heads in disgust. Knowing that they were partly to blame for what had happened, Wayne and Harley were afraid to come forward. Who would have thought that Kevin had such a powerful mentor? Meanwhile, Jeffrey and the other leaders focused all their attention on the Night King. Despite having strength in numbers, they knew that he wasn't someone to be taken lightly. If they were all taken down by a single person in front of this crowd, they would certainly lose the respect of everyone there.
"What exactly is this greater good that you keep talking about? Are you simply in the business of bullying others just to keep yourselves in power?"
The Night King's fearless eyes swept again across the group.
"Answer my question. Who are you?"
Standing alongside the other leaders, Wayne suddenly asked loudly.
"I don't have time to waste with you people. I'm going to take my student away now, so don't try to stop me unless you wish to die."
Then the Night King turned around and stepped in front of Lily.
"I'm Kevin's mentor. Let me have him."
The Night King didn't give Lily a chance to reply as he snatched Kevin from her arms. He then took out a small pouch from his pocket and applied some clotting powder onto his face and neck to seal his wounds. Otherwise, Kevin would have died from blood loss before even leaving the arena. Although the Night King really wanted to avenge Kevin, the most important thing right now was to get him somewhere safe and treat him. Besides, he figured that as long as the top 10 organizations existed, he could always have his revenge later on. Soon after, the Night King left the arena with Kevin in his arms. As Wayne and the other leaders looked on, none of them had the courage to stop him. After all, the Night King's previous warning had been quite ominous. When they were both gone from everyone's sight, the school's leaders let out a sigh of relief.
"Everyone, I hereby announce that the winner of this competition is Kevin. However, because he was seriously injured, we can't proceed to the final stage right now,"
Wayne declared. The expressions of the school's leaders changed in an instant. The competition had attracted so much attention and featured contestants from the top 10 organizations because the final victor would have the opportunity to kill Roger Knott. But now, with Wayne's decision, wouldn't today's events be cut short? The other leaders would have none of this.
"What are you saying? Kelly never lost. She was still standing at the end of the fight while Kevin was practically unconscious and needed his mentor to save him," Renee argued. "Besides, didn't you say that the competition wouldn't end until one of them died? If it wasn't for that mysterious man suddenly appearing, Kevin would have surely died by now. In that case, Kelly deserves to be declared the victor."
"Renee's right, Wayne. You're being too biased towards the students of the Healing Arts School.
"Why don't we ask the referee to make the call instead?" Paul remarked.
"A gentleman must always keep his word, Wayne, but don't treat our organizations like mere pawns just so you can crown your own student at the end,"
Jeffrey implored.
"Just admit that the competition was rigged from the very start. Why did you announce Kevin as the winner when their fight ended so abruptly?
You need to give everyone a good explanation, Renee demanded.
The battle did indeed come to an abrupt end, but let me ask you. Kevin clearly had the upper hand, easily dodging Kelly's strikes. All of a sudden, he gets pulled towards Kelly's sword, but starts bleeding profusely without even touching the blade. I assume you know the reason better than any of us. Those tiny magnetic spikes look pretty familiar. Isn't the owner of the company that produces them a member of the Union? Wayne accused her fearlessly.
I don't know what you're talking about. Stop spreading baseless lies. Renee adamantly denied any involvement.
If it weren't for your antics, that powerful and mysterious person wouldn't have come here to threaten us. Anyway, I won't say anything else, but I'm standing by what I said earlier. The Healing Arts School will no longer accommodate any members of the Union, so you can leave my school immediately. Wayne smiled.
Everyone was shocked that the mysterious man who saved Kevin's life was his mentor. When Kevin lost consciousness, the Night King threatened everyone. He then sealed Kevin's wounds before taking him away for further treatment. After declaring Kevin the competition's winner, Wayne defended his decision by blaming Renee's actions for drawing the Night King's wrath. When she denied it, Wayne banished the Union from his school. Nadia then revealed the Herbalist Society's interest in Kevin and showed support for the Healing Arts School. None of the other leaders dared to go against them. At that point, none of the other leaders dared to argue with Wayne. Seeing that nobody else was going to side with her, Renee angrily called her fellow Union members to leave. As they stormed off, she sneered, "You haven't seen the last of us. Remember this day." When they were gone, Nadia suddenly spoke. "Everyone, I have a few words as well that I wanted to share. While we still don't know much about his mysterious mentor, Kevin is someone that the Herbalist Society is very interested in." Before anyone could reply, Nadia continued, "Furthermore, the Herbalist Society and the Healing Arts School are partners, so from now on, the Union will never get another herbal pill from us. I hope the rest of you won't cause any trouble so that we can all continue to coexist in peace. And if you ever decide to pull off something like what the Union did, consider the consequences carefully." Wayne and the others looked at each other in mutual understanding. Even if the other leaders had their reservations about being associated with the Healing Arts School after today's events, they still provided competent graduates to work for each other, so they had no plans to risk cutting ties with them. Moreover, who would dare go against the Herbalist Society unless they didn't want to get another pill from them in the future? It was much better to have both organizations as allies than enemies. After the closing ceremony, each of the school leaders took their members and left, and the Healing Arts students followed their professors to their respective classrooms. But what about Kevin? When Lily returned home, she sat on the couch in a daze. Her eyes had already been red and swollen from crying so much, but she still couldn't help but shed more tears after recalling what had happened to Kevin. "My precious daughter, why are you crying? Shouldn't you be happy if that piece of trash dies?" Dorothy coldly remarked as she sat by Lily's side and drank an espresso. "Mom, how can you say that? Kevin is my husband." Lily sobbed even more as she replied, "Lily, are you kidding me? That good-for-nothing husband of yours only knows how to eat, sleep, and wait for his death. Once he's dead, you'll be free to marry someone new," Dorothy exclaimed. When Lily didn't reply, Dorothy continued, "A beautiful woman like you deserves someone who will finally treat you right. Don't worry, I'll definitely find you a rich and handsome husband in no time." After Lily had called her mother to tell her about what happened at the Healing Arts School, Dorothy was elated, especially when she heard that Kevin was on the verge of death. And as soon as the call ended, Dorothy couldn't help but jump for joy, as if she'd just won the lottery. Ever since Kevin came into their lives, Dorothy had always felt sorry for Lily, thinking that any man would be an immediate upgrade over her useless son-in-law. However, no matter how many times Dorothy tried to set Lily up with a better prospect, her daughter would always choose to stay with Kevin. Now that he was finally about to die, she could finally find another man that Lily wouldn't be able to refuse. With everything suddenly falling into place, how could she not be overjoyed? Mom, you don't have to look for someone anymore. I don't want to marry another person. If Kevin dies, I'll live on as his widow. Lily's tone was very firm.
Nonsense! What are you talking about? Do you really love that loser so much?
Dorothy's expression suddenly changed.
Anyway, I don't care. As soon as he dies, I'll immediately find a new husband for you, and I won't take no for an answer.
Lily simply rolled her eyes and sighed. Why was her mother so stubborn?
Besides, I'm getting old, and you still haven't given me a grandchild. With a new husband, you can finally get pregnant.
The more Dorothy spoke, the more energized she became. And with this last thought, she suddenly felt the urge to go out and find a man for Lily right then and there. Mom, it's getting late. You should go back to your room and rest. Lily didn't want to continue arguing with her mother.
Why don't you get some sleep too? Aren't you going to class tomorrow?
Dorothy was concerned for Lily's health. Lily opened her mouth to respond but decided not to say anything and simply nodded. She wanted to wait by the couch so that if Kevin came home, she would immediately know that he was alive and well. Despite knowing in her heart that she was just deceiving herself, she had to hold on to something in order to cope. Still, Lily remained hopeful that Kevin would survive. After all, he'd been rescued by his mentor. And although nobody seemed to know his identity, his convincing words and the way he sealed Kevin's wounds made her believe that his mentor could truly save him.
Lily, don't tell me you plan to wait for Kevin here. You have to go back to your room to get a good night's rest. If Kevin wants to die, then let him die alone. I don't want your health to suffer because of him.
Dorothy spoke very seriously. Why are you always so mean to Kevin? Although he didn't have a steady job for years, he's always had great respect for you. And right now, he's actually doing pretty well and has started making more of an effort to take care of us both. Lily defended Kevin.
Didn't he embarrass me so many times in front of my friends and family? He's barely done anything right, and I'm being generous when I say that.
Dorothy scoffed loudly.
Anyway, it's useless to keep talking about him. No matter what you say, I'll never let Kevin back in our family.
After saying that, Dorothy turned around and went upstairs. In that instant, she had indeed thought about some of Kevin's benefits. But so what? In her eyes, Kevin was just a useless son-in-law who came to live in their house and had been freeloading for 3 years. To her, the best possible thing he could do was to die and be forgotten. Meanwhile, in the Anderson family's mansion, Phoebe had been staring at her coffee mug for some time. The mug was actually empty, so clearly her mind was elsewhere. Seeing her like this, Truman sighed as he sat next to his daughter without saying anything. What happened in the Healing Arts School today had caused a lot of buzz in all of the other herbalist schools and organizations throughout Chicago. No one had thought that the so-called useless son-in-law would end up defeating some of the top 10 organization's best students in a martial arts competition. Unfortunately, Kevin's life was now hanging by a thread after battling a member of the union. And if it wasn't for his mentor swooping in to save him at the last second, he probably would have died on the spot. Although Kevin's life or death didn't have as much impact on Truman compared to his daughter, he could only sigh at the potential loss of a genius in the world of antique appraisers, one who had helped his business many times. Meanwhile, Phoebe was thinking deeply about Kevin. When she returned home, she felt like she'd lost her soul after seeing him in such a bloody and weakened state.
Phoebe, don't be too sad. After all, Kevin might not be dead. Didn't you say that he was rescued by his mentor?
Truman frowned as he comforted her. Dad, do you actually believe what you just said? I also hope that nothing will happen to Kevin, but you weren't there when it happened. His entire face was covered in blood. Phoebe didn't even finish her words before she started bawling her eyes out as she pictured it in her mind.
Phoebe, don't cry. I can't bear to see you like this.
Truman frowned even more as he worried about his daughter. However, even after consoling her for a few minutes, Phoebe still wouldn't stop crying. This made Truman's forehead wrinkle as he tried to find a way to help.
Do you really want to save Kevin?
Truman seemed to have made a big decision. Yes, of course I want to save him. Phoebe sobbed silently.
Are you willing to give up everything for him? If that's the case, then I have an idea, Truman suggested.
Dad, what do you mean? Phoebe suddenly stopped crying and looked at her father in disbelief. Apart from owning Anderson Jewelry, she knew very well that her father was just an ordinary person. Truman wasn't an expert in making herbal medicine and didn't align himself with any herbalist organizations either. How could he possibly save Kevin? At the same time, Phoebe also understood that her father wasn't a person who said things lightly. He must truly have thought of something. Truman slowly leaned back on the couch. He seemed to be conflicted. He really thought he could keep the idea to himself, but seeing Phoebe like this, it seemed like he had no other choice but to tell her.
Phoebe, you probably never knew this, but 10 years ago you were almost set to marry a man named Jared Hayes. At the time, his father was a loyal customer at Anderson Jewelry. However, the business was struggling to stay afloat. In exchange for a large donation, we made a handshake deal for the two of you to marry. But before the deal could be finalized, I backed out at the last minute. I never told you because I felt so ashamed about it, Truman explained.
I never knew the business was struggling that much. Phoebe's eyes grew wide when she heard this. Back then, she was still studying in France as a college senior, so she rarely got to fly home for a visit. When she started working for Anderson Jewelry after college, the business had already recovered. Truman continued.
Anyway, although the Hayes family is the second most prominent family in Detroit, Jared was known to be arrogant, self-centered, immoral, and bad-tempered, so as your father, I really didn't want you to marry him once I found out. Eventually, I was able to buy and sell enough rare antiques to pay off all our debts, and within a year, the business was thriving once again. Still, I feel guilty about having considered that offer without your consent.
I understand, but what does their family have to do with me saving Kevin? Phoebe asked in confusion.
Based on how you describe Kevin's condition, he must have lost too much blood from multiple punctures to his face and neck. While his wounds may have already clotted, his veins and arteries are likely still damaged, and this can cause further complications if left untreated. The Hayes family has long been known to produce the occasional rejuvenation pill, whose medicinal properties should be able to repair all of Kevin's damaged veins and arteries in no time. However, its ingredients are incredibly hard to find, so outside of the family, they'll only give it in exchange for something they want. Jared's still single. You know what? Just forget about it.
Truman ended abruptly, immediately regretting that he'd suggested it in the first place. Phoebe knew that if she wanted to save Kevin, she needed the rejuvenation pill, and based on her father's words, she now knew exactly what it would cost. How willing was she to sacrifice herself for him? After a few minutes, Phoebe walked over to her father and sat down beside him on the couch. Her eyes were filled with tears. However, her tone was extremely firm. Dad, can you help me contact the Hayes family? If they can give me the rejuvenation pill, then I'm willing to marry Jared.
Phoebe, no. As your father, I can't let you make that mistake. You'd surely end up miserable for the rest of your life. I know you want to save Kevin, but you have to put yourself first. You'd be giving up your career, your freedom, and everything else that you have for an unworthy cause.
Truman stood up from the couch and begged his daughter not to do it. Kevin has a special talent in antique appraisal. He'll surely be an asset to Anderson Jewelry for years and decades to come. More than I could ever be, Phoebe replied.
But even if he's the best appraiser we've ever seen, so what? It's not worth losing my daughter over. Besides, don't forget that Kevin is still Lily's husband. Why are you so willing to sacrifice everything for a married man? He'll never be able to reciprocate your love for him.
Truman shook his head. Phoebe slowly raised her head and looked at her father through teary eyes. If my mother had listened to my grandfather, would I even be here? Phoebe's hands tightly gripped the corner of her clothes. Truman sat back on the couch as if he'd suffered a heavy blow to his heart. His old face was filled with wistfulness as he thought about his late wife. Back then, he was just an unknown brat, while Phoebe's mother was the beautiful young daughter of her prestigious family. The love between the two naturally drew opposition from everyone, but in the end, Phoebe's mother stubbornly chose to marry him, bringing him a lot of the wealth and fame. When he thought about it, he knew that Phoebe was right and no longer tried to stop her. Phoebe continued, Dad, I know you're only trying to look out for my best interest. I also know that I'm being pretty irrational, but you know what? Love makes you do crazy things. And if Kevin dies, I'll never forgive myself for as long as I live.
Truman stared at his daughter in a daze. He suddenly saw how much she was like her mother. Dad, you know I've never begged you for anything since I was young. Just this once, I'm begging you. Please help me with this, okay? Phoebe pleaded with tears in her voice. Truman quietly got up from the couch and walked into his study. He was about to make an important call. 2 days passed very quickly, and Kevin had yet to reappear in public. During that time, all kinds of rumors and conspiracies about his life and death had spread all over Chicago. At the Healing Arts School, Wayne Ford and Harley Shepard didn't stop their students from speculating. After all, it was unknown whether Kevin was alive or dead. 5 more days passed. By then, Williams Media had suffered heavy losses. Due to all the uncertainty surrounding the condition of its CEO, many of their artists and business partners decided to terminate their affiliation with the company. They wanted to get out of their contracts so badly that they didn't care about the sky-high penalties this entailed. When news of this broke, it affected the nerves of many investors, causing Williams Media's stock price to drop to an all-time low. If not for Mitchell Cook and the others bailing the company out, it might have been forced to declare bankruptcy. At the same time, another piece of explosive news was spreading. The only daughter of Truman Anderson, Phoebe, was set to marry the Hayes family's eldest son, Jared, in Detroit. This was something that nobody had expected. Meanwhile, inside Kevin's apartment at Corwin Tower, the Night King was looking out the window. Even though it was already autumn, the skies were gloomy, and you could hear thunder. Even the least superstitious people thought that something big was going to happen. The Night King slowly took out a golden pill as he approached Kevin, who was asleep in his bed.
Just hang in there, Kevin. I've finally concocted a golden pill to help you recover. When you wake up, you have to keep fighting. Don't give up. Otherwise, this will all be for nothing.
When he finished speaking, the Night King put the pill into Kevin's mouth. 3 seconds later, Kevin's pale skin suddenly returned to its natural complexion as a warm glow spread through his body. At the same time, Phoebe looked out her window at the dark clouds in the sky. She seemed a lot more haggard than ever. 2 days before, the Hayes family had sent the rejuvenation pill to her. In exchange, both families had agreed that the Anderson-Hayes wedding would be held on the 15th of the following month, which was about 20 days from today. But now there was another tricky problem that Phoebe hadn't accounted for. While she now had the rejuvenation pill, she didn't know where Kevin was. "Kevin, I can save you. Where are you?" Phoebe kept thinking in her heart. Truman, who was standing at her bedroom door, let out a long sigh and quietly turned around to walk downstairs.
Kevin, you don't know how lucky you are. In exchange for saving your life, my daughter's happiness will be ruined forever.
Truman lamented as he clenched his fists tightly. Back at the apartment at Corwin Tower, the Night King looked at Kevin with a satisfied smile on his face. Even though Kevin was still unconscious, the Night King could sense that the golden pill was working. In the blink of an eye, another week had passed. Lily, who was still feeling exhausted, had just woken up from her nap and walked into the living room with her eyes barely open. Suddenly, Lily was shocked to see Kevin, as her eyes widened immediately. Just like old times, he was standing in front of the dining table, skillfully setting up the tableware. Lily cried out and immediately ran over to hug Kevin from behind. "Kevin, where have you been? It's been 2 weeks." Kevin then turned around and let Lily's head rest on his chest. As she silently cried, Kevin showed a faint smile on his face and gently patted her back. "It's all right, Lily. Everything's in the past now." Kevin comforted her in a soft voice. He had actually woken up from his coma about 5 days ago, but the Night King insisted that he should stay in his apartment for a few more days to let the golden pill's effects take full effect. Now he was not only fully recovered, but he even felt better than ever. After some time, Lily eventually stopped crying. She slowly looked up and asked, "Did Phoebe find you?"
Were you saved because of the rejuvenation pill that she got you?
What are you talking about? I never saw Phoebe. It was my mentor who found a way to save me. Kevin was confused by this. In the days since he'd regained consciousness, he had purposely avoided using his phone or checking the news in order to fully focus on reconnecting with his mind, body, and spirit.
Kevin, what did you say? Phoebe didn't find you?
Lily was shocked and asked again. She clearly remembered that Truman had personally paid her a visit a week ago to inform her of Phoebe's upcoming marriage to Jared Hayes. While that was already surprising, what truly shocked her was finding out that Phoebe had agreed to the marriage in exchange for a rejuvenation pill to save Kevin.
Kevin, you should go and see Phoebe. She sacrificed herself just to obtain the rejuvenation pill for you,
Lily said in a low voice. Although she knew that Phoebe had always liked Kevin, she never confronted her about it. And as his wife, Lily naturally didn't want Kevin to be stolen away by another woman. But at the same time, she also couldn't bear to let Phoebe just quietly give up everything without ever having the chance to express her true feelings for Kevin. "What's going on? Is Phoebe all right?" Kevin finally reacted. He slowly began to realize that a lot of things had happened since he disappeared, so he had some catching up to do.
After you were taken away by your mentor that day, we were all very worried for you. Dalton used all his connections to find you, but had no luck. Meanwhile, Phoebe agreed to marry the Hayes family's eldest son in exchange for a rejuvenation pill that would save you. But again, none of us knew where you were, Lily explained.
Phoebe was willing to do all of that for me? Kevin stared at Lily in disbelief.
Yes, so you must go to her now while there's still time,
Lily reluctantly urged Kevin. While she was afraid of potentially losing her husband, she also couldn't bear the guilt of hiding this from him. Moreover, she knew that Kevin might never forgive himself if he only found out about this much later on. "I have to stop her!" Kevin shouted loudly as he turned around and quickly ran out of the apartment. When Kevin arrived at the Anderson family mansion, it was still drizzling outside. His taxi had broken down along the way, so he had to run the last 2 miles in the pouring rain just to get there. "Sir, is Phoebe here?" Kevin asked Truman, who had answered the door after he rang the doorbell. "It looks like you've finally recovered," Truman replied very coldly. "Why don't you come inside so we can have a chat?" "Sir, as much as I would like to exchange pleasantries with you, I desperately have to talk to Phoebe right now," Kevin said anxiously. "I'm afraid you're already too late. Last night the Hayes family had a private plane fly her to Detroit. But before my daughter left, she asked me to give you this letter." Truman took out an envelope from his pocket and then let out a heavy sigh as he handed it over to Kevin. Kevin's hands trembled as he opened the letter. It read, "Kevin, when you read this letter, it means your life is no longer in any danger. I'm really glad that you're okay now. Anyway, I'm sure you already know by now that I agreed to marry a man from the Hayes family in exchange for a rejuvenation pill. Unfortunately, I couldn't find you once it was already in my possession." The letter continued, "You may be wondering why I did it, and perhaps my only regret was that I never had the courage to tell you this in person. To tell you the truth, I don't know the exact moment when I fell in love with you. But once I did, there was no going back. Even if everyone kept calling you a useless son-in-law in my eyes, I've always known you to be a talented, gentle, and kind man towards me. And when you love someone, you must be willing to give your all for that person. Maybe you think that I'm silly, but if I was given the opportunity to do things all over, I wouldn't hesitate to stand by my decision to sacrifice myself for a chance to save your life." The letter ended with, "Rest assured, I'm not asking for anything in return. In this life you already have Lily, and I wouldn't dare to destroy someone's marriage. Just promise me that you'll take care of yourself in the future and live happily with Lily. Love, Phoebe." When Kevin finally finished reading the letter, he suddenly felt his heart ache, as if he'd lost something important. He never knew that Phoebe had felt that way about him, and he wished they could have spoken in person so that he could respond. "That silly daughter of mine is good at everything. Her only weakness is that she has her mother's heart. Once she falls in love with someone, she's willing to give up everything for him,"
Truman said sadly. Suddenly, Truman's eyes lit up once again. Judging by your reaction to her letter, I can sense that you deeply care about her. And now that she's the one who needs help, please, save her life. Long story short, the Hayes family is quite prominent, but their son Jared is simply bad news, so I don't want Phoebe anywhere near him. With the wedding less than 2 weeks away, I hope you can find Phoebe in Detroit and bring her back to Chicago. Since you didn't take the rejuvenation pill, perhaps there's still room for negotiation. Don't worry, I'll bring Phoebe back. Kevin's eyes were filled with determination, and his tone was very firm. He then carefully folded the envelope and put it in his pocket, as if it was his most treasured possession. After bidding farewell to Truman and leaving the Anderson family mansion, Kevin took out his phone and called Spencer. Spencer immediately picked up.
How can I be of service today, Enforcer?
What can you tell me about the Hayes family? Kevin asked.
The Hayes family is the second most prominent family in Detroit. Their background is similar to the Hill family. They have multiple businesses in their name, Spencer briefly explained.
How long will it take to destroy the Hayes family? Kevin asked straightforwardly.
Enforcer, what did you say?
Spencer was surprised. Do I have to repeat myself to make you understand? Kevin raised his voice.
1 day.
Spencer didn't dare to say anything else. All right, just stand by and wait for my next call, Kevin ordered, and then he hung up. Since the Hayes family wants Phoebe to marry their son so badly, I'll definitely need to give a big gift for their wedding. Just then, Kevin's phone suddenly rang. It was Miss Wilson. What's the matter, Miss Wilson? Kevin half-heartedly asked. His mind was still preoccupied about Phoebe and the Hayes family. I'm glad you finally picked up. Williams Media is currently facing a very serious problem on all fronts. Vito Booker has already poached most of our company's artists. Various business partners have enacted the early termination options on their contracts. Stock price is at an all-time low. And with the company on the verge of bankruptcy, our employees' morale is at its lowest ever. Miss Wilson's tone was filled with anxiety as she gave a concise report. Okay, I got it. Keep stabilizing the situation in the company. I'll get back to the office as soon as possible. Kevin couldn't help but frown at this news. It seems that I have a lot of things to fix. Talk about making up for lost time. Inside the luxurious private room at the Salix Leaf Hotel, there was a round table filled with people. Vito Booker, who was sitting between two beautiful women, took a big puff from his cigar.
Looks like Chicago will have a new leading company soon. Williams Media is about to go down.
Vito Booker blew out a large puff of smoke.
Who does Kevin Williams think he is? He may be his company's CEO, but at the end of the day, he's just a young man. I still can't believe he actually dared to humiliate me like that at the banquet. This time I'll make sure to show him who he's going up against. No one can compete with the Booker Phoenix Corporation,
one of Vito's associates at the table chimed in.
At this rate, Williams Media will definitely file for bankruptcy any day now,
another one sneered. But what would Kevin do first? Save Williams Media or save Phoebe? Sensing that Kevin was moved by Phoebe's letter, Truman asked him to save her before it was too late. After learning more about the Hayes family from Spencer, Kevin planned to give them a big gift on the date of the wedding. Suddenly, Miss Wilson called, updating him on Williams Media's dire situation. Realizing that a lot had happened in his absence, Kevin vowed to make up for lost time in saving both Phoebe and his company. Meanwhile, at the Salix Hotel, Vito Booker had been looking forward to Williams Media's demise so he could finally get his revenge on Kevin.
Boss, you don't have to worry too much about it. Kevin may be the CEO of Williams Media, but he's just a useless son-in-law who can't stop you,
Vito's associate reassured him.
Didn't you hear? That piece of trash was seriously wounded at the Healing Arts School's martial arts competition. Until now, it's unknown whether that guy is still alive or not, but he hasn't shown his face in weeks. For all we know, maybe he's already dead,
another one mocked. A few of Vito's guests, representing some of the most influential families in Chicago, were sitting at a table nearby. When they overheard this exchange, they couldn't help but burst into laughter as well.
Letting that man die like this is really letting him off the hook too easily. If he ever survives and falls into my hands, I'll make sure he suffers a painful death." Vito fiercely slammed his cigar onto his steak. "Vito, don't get too angry. Also, don't forget our agreement. After Williams Media closes down, you have to make Brittany Davis my personal assistant." A woman with heavy makeup leaned against Vito with a flirtatious voice. It seemed like she was really into him.
Damn it! Even with Williams Media struggling and her fellow artists already jumping ship, she's still being stubborn and sticking with them, Vito Booker said angrily. "Once I completely destroy that company, she'll have to beg me for a job, and I'll make sure that her life will be miserable. That'll teach her a lesson for rejecting me."
When Vito's voice fell, a familiar voice interrupted them. "I'm afraid you won't have that chance anymore." The room immediately became quiet as everyone stopped what they were doing. Who would dare to contradict Vito?
"Who said that?"
Vito looked around the room. Could it be who he was thinking? Suddenly the door was kicked open, making a loud noise that startled everyone in the private room. "Vito, did you already forget the taste of blue toilet water? Why don't I remind you with another swirly?" Kevin slowly walked into the room and looked at everyone. The rich people at the other table were now getting nervous, and beads of sweat began to trickle down their foreheads. The fact that they were present indicated that they also had something to do with Williams Media's downfall.
"Look who it is. The infamous CEO of Williams Media has finally risen from his grave,"
Vito mocked.
"Kevin, you're really lucky to still be alive, but what's the use of coming for me now? I'm afraid it's too late for that. Williams Media is finished, and you're going to be trampled under my feet."
Vito Booker stared at Kevin, fuming with rage. Ever since their encounter at the Foreign Film Festival's kickoff banquet, he would get flashbacks every time he had to use a toilet. Just thinking about it right then, he could still remember the distinct scent of the blue toilet water. No one had ever humiliated him like that, and it continued to haunt him in his dreams.
Is that man the notorious son-in-law of the Jones family? I guess he really is a useless piece of trash, considering he let Williams Media go down with him.
One of Vito's snotty guests sneered. When they heard this, everyone in the room pointed at Kevin and burst into laughter. Kevin didn't pay attention to these people. Instead, he just looked at Vito with a cold expression in his eyes.
"What brings you here at this hour? Are you here to beg for mercy on behalf of your company?"
Vito Booker playfully swirled his wine glass as he looked at Kevin. When Kevin didn't reply, Vito teased.
"Just a while ago, you were joking around when you made your entrance, but now you're so quiet and serious all of a sudden. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue?"
Kevin immediately made his move. Without saying a word, he walked right up to Vito. He then picked up a glass of wine from the table and poured it all over Vito's face. This stunned everyone.
"What's wrong with this useless son-in-law's brain? Williams Media is almost finished. Shouldn't he be begging for mercy?"
One of Vito's associates scratched his head.
"He's too arrogant to accept defeat. He doesn't deserve Vito's mercy,"
another one commented. Once he had recovered from his shock, Vito flew into a fit of rage as he flipped his table over.
He stood up and roared, "Kevin, I've had it with you. You just screwed yourself over big time. Not only do I want to destroy Williams Media, but I'm going to chop your hands off tonight as well."
"My hands are right here. If you want them, then be my guest," Kevin exclaimed. He then kicked Vito in the stomach, which made him stumble a few steps back before falling to the ground.
$5 million! Who will kill this son of a bitch?"
Vito was so angry that the blood vessels on his forehead were popping out. As soon as he finished speaking, a few of Vito's bodyguards rushed in. They'd been drinking in the room next door. When they overheard the commotion, they immediately ran over and came in just in time to find out about the reward money.
"How dare you cause trouble here? You're asking for death, aren't you?"
One of the bodyguards cracked his knuckles.
"After I kill you, I'll carve my name across your chest,"
another threatened as he pointed his knife at Kevin. With that, 5 or 6 bodyguards rolled up their sleeves and charged towards Kevin. Kevin gave the first bodyguard a straight right punch. causing blood to gush out of his nose and mouth before he collapsed unconscious on the floor. This made the other bodyguards stop in their tracks, while everyone else who was watching flinched and curled up in their seats as if they were the ones who were being hit. The bodyguards were at least 250 pounds each. How much strength did Kevin have to knock each of them out with a single punch?
"What are you morons waiting for? Kill him!"
Vito ordered his other bodyguards. He was still wincing in pain as he struggled to raise his head from the ground. Hearing this, the other bodyguards had no choice but to pounce on Kevin. They decided to try their luck by going at him all at once, but Kevin simply shook his head as he raised his fists. In less than a minute, Vito's bodyguards were lying all over the floor. They all had one thing in common, which was that half of their faces were red and swollen.
"Who called him a useless piece of trash? It certainly wasn't me," one of Vito's associates remarked.
"I just realized that it's getting kind of late. I still have some urgent matters to attend to,"
another guest mumbled. All of a sudden, all of Vito's business associates and guests began running towards the door at the same time. "Whoever dares to take one more step won't be shown any mercy." Kevin didn't even bother to look at them as he coldly warned them. Just like that, they stopped dead in their tracks, and no one dared to take another step forward. With their backs turned to Kevin, everyone fearfully froze in place, no matter how awkward their current positions were.
"Kevin, don't do anything reckless. We've already dealt so much damage to your company. If things continue like this, Williams Media will have no choice but to file for bankruptcy by tomorrow morning. No matter what you do tonight, you'll never be able to save it," Vito explained as he endured the intense pain in his stomach and stood up. "Is that so? Why don't we play a game to test that theory of yours? Let's see if any of you can really afford it." After Kevin shouted out these words in a cold voice, he kicked Vito in the chest, sending him flying across the room. When Vito crashed into the wall, he managed to spit out a mouthful of blood before dropping to the floor. "All of you, turn around and get down on your knees." Kevin used this moment to scan the faces of all of Vito's business associates and guests. After following Kevin's orders, the people all looked at each other with obvious panic in their eyes. "Kevin, do you know who you're going up against? We're all people with money and status. We don't kneel down to anyone," Nick Archer sneered. Then he said, "We came here on behalf of the Quinn family in New York City, as well as Chicago's Archer, Butler, and Warren families."
"Kevin, if you know what's good for you, I advise you to take it easy and back off. If anything bad happens to us, you'll be facing the wrath of all of our families."
Doug Butler raised his chin slightly and arrogantly as he threatened Kevin. In that instant, Doug suddenly thought of something. Even if Kevin was the CEO of Williams Media, his company was currently in a precarious situation. Without his business, he was just a useless son-in-law who definitely wouldn't dare to do anything to them. Or would he?